You've unlocked 20,000 combat power, enough to flatten the moon with a single finger, yet you keep delivering food to pay off your debts. That is, until you get an urgent 18-kilometer order. If it's cold, I'm giving you a bad review. You let out a cold laugh and accepted the order. Taking a deep breath of mana, you channeled the immense mana within your body and shot skyward like a cannonball. The city recedes rapidly beneath your feet, the night wind roaring in your ears. 5 minutes later, you land in the target neighborhood. As the customer takes the piping hot barbecue and exclaims, "Holy shit," you simply turn away, your expression unflinching. Just as you're about to leave, a stream of pale blue data flashes across your retina. Midnight King, legend unlocked. Chapter 1, of course I chose combat power. Boom! After the deafening blast, the ringing in his ears receded like a tide, and the clamor of voices flooded his senses. What's going on? Did something happen? Holy shit, there's been a car accident. And someone's trapped under the truck. Quick, call the police. Dial 911. Zhao blinked, his vision gradually clearing. He was sitting against the guardrail, glancing to the side. He saw the overturned truck's cargo bed hanging directly overhead, less than a foot from his face. And his right hand was propping up that massive vehicle. He numbly withdrew his hand, staring intently at his palm. The moment his hand left the truck, it sank a few more inches, barely held in place by the guardrail. Zhao instinctively flinched, only then realizing that his entire left hand had sunk into the asphalt. What the hell is going on? A crowd of onlookers gathered around, and someone spotted him. Hey! That guy's still alive. Holy shit, he didn't die? He has got some serious luck. Thanks to that guardrail, otherwise he'd be mincemeat. Zhao was dazed as fragments of his memory slowly came together. He remembered he was making a delivery, riding his electric scooter through this intersection, still calculating the route for his next order in his head. When the right-turning truck barreled toward him, he didn't have time to react, he only instinctively raised his hand to block it. Then came the deafening crash. And then this. The traffic police arrived quickly, calling in a crane to move the truck out of the way. Zhao was hoisted into the ambulance by a crowd of people and rushed to the hospital. After repeated examinations confirmed he was uninjured, Zhao was allowed to go home. The traffic police told him the other party was fully at fault and that someone would contact him soon to discuss compensation. Zhao was unharmed, but his delivery scooter was totaled, so he wouldn't be able to complete today's orders. His mind was a blur, he didn't even realize when he made it back to his front door. Zhao mechanically fished for his keys, unlocked the door, and turned the handle. Snap! The handle snapped off in his hand. Zhao stared at the broken handle for a few seconds, his Adam's apple bobbing. He gently pushed the door open a crack with his fingertips, tiptoed inside, and then slowly and carefully closed the door with his fingertips. Once inside, Zhao didn't dare touch anything else in the room. Instead, he slowly pulled his spare phone out of his pocket. A large notification popped up on the phone screen. Congratulations, selection successful. Zhao's thoughts drifted back to that morning. While waiting for a ride-hailing order, he was mindlessly scrolling through his phone when a post suddenly popped up. 20 billion or 20,000 combat power in Dragon Ball, which would you choose? Another clickbait headline? If I pick this, will you actually give it to me? Zhao grumbled inwardly, but his fingers still tapped on it subconsciously. He quickly typed a reply. Do I even need to think about it? Any fool knows which one to pick. Piccolo has 400 combat power and could easily turn the moon into cosmic dust with a flick of his wrist. 20,000 combat power? That's definitely star-shattering level. On Earth, he could just go without beef if he wanted, right? For a powerhouse of that caliber, money is nothing more than a number. Then he hit send and went back to delivering orders, only to get into a car accident shortly after. Now, staring at the 6 big characters on his phone screen, Zhao's breathing grew heavier and his heart began pounding faster. Could this really be true? Although unlocking it just now had already served as verification, he still wanted to test it again. His gaze fell on the dumbbell by the bed. 20 kilograms. Usually he struggled to lift them, but now He extended his little finger and hooked it around the dumbbell's handle. Up. The dumbbell lifted effortlessly, as if he were lifting a wad of cotton. He looked at the dumbbell hanging from his little finger, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Ha 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 ha. As he laughed, his voice gradually grew quieter. He turned his head to look at the box not far from the bed. It was a case of instant noodles with 24 different flavors. Even if he switched flavors every day, he'd long since grown tired of them. But as long as he was hungry enough, he could still swallow them. And there were 3 more unopened boxes like this, all piled in the corner of the room, perfectly positioned to prop up the peeling wallpaper that could fall off at any moment. Zhao closed his eyes, let his whole body fall backward, sinking into the creaking bed, and exhaled a deep breath of mana. He knew that his luck was finally about to turn. It was a long time before he got up. He gently set down the dumbbells, picked up his phone, and ordered a long-missed pork knuckle rice meal, then pulled another cardboard box from under the bed. Inside was the complete set of Dragon Ball manga, along with various art books. Now that he was certain he truly possessed the extraordinary power of the Dragon Ball warriors, his immediate priority was to master that power as quickly as possible. Zhao began to immerse himself completely in the manga, especially the training sequences. He had tried training the way they did in the manga when he was a child, so now it felt like second nature. The extraordinary power of the Dragon Ball warriors wasn't just about raw mana. More importantly, it was about how they utilized it. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, trying to sense the mana within his body. As his mind cleared, Zhao felt as though he had entered another perspective, a third-person view. He could even see his own cross-legged body, and more importantly, he could see the surging, overflowing energy within him. That was mana. Raising his hand and extending his index finger, Zhao tried to channel the mana to his fingertip, condense it, and then release it. Pop! A beam of light shot from his fingertip, blasting a hole in the window pane and continuing to shoot skyward. The piercing ray skill worked. Could the turtle wave skill work too? Zhao glanced around the room and decided against it. If he unleashed the turtle wave skill indoors, the whole room might just get blown to smithereens. Let us see if I can fly. Recalling the scene where Professor Gohan taught Videl to fly, he sat cross-legged, calmed his mind, and tried to channel mana throughout his body. As mana enveloped him, Zhao's entire body glowed faintly, and immediately afterward, his body began to rise. Feeling something strange, Zhao quickly opened his eyes. Seeing that his body had actually risen several centimeters off the ground, he got so excited that he fell back down. Yes. That's amazing. I managed to fly on my very first try. My talent isn't any worse than Godin's, is it? I've awakened my combat power, and I wonder if I've also awakened my Saiyan bloodline. If I could transform into a Super Saiyan, wow. Zhao didn't even dare to imagine just how cool that would look. Hello, your takeout is here. At that moment, a familiar voice from outside the door interrupted Zhao's thoughts. He got up to open the door, thanked the delivery person, and took the food with great care. He returned to his seat, just as he was about to dig in, when he suddenly heard shouting from outside the window. Which damn scumbag threw a cigarette butt and burned a huge hole in my panties? These panties cost over 300 a pair, you bastard, don't let me catch you. Zhao ignored it completely, keeping his head down as he shoveled rice into his mouth, finding today's pork leg rice particularly delicious. Chapter 2, Midnight King. Chapter 2, Midnight King. 1 week later. Late at night, Zhao stood on the rooftop of a 30-story building, his hair blowing in the wind. Over the past week, Zhao had lived a life of intense fulfillment. He ran errands by day, trained by night, and spent every spare moment pondering one thing: how to turn this combat power into cash. As the saying goes, most get-rich-quick schemes are illegal. To his shame, the first thought that popped into his head was robbing a bank. But he dismissed the idea immediately. All the cash in banks is coded and tracked. Even if he stole it, he wouldn't dare deposit it into his own account. Spend the cash directly? That wouldn't work either. Once the money enters circulation, it's bound to end up in a bank eventually, which would still expose him. Steal gold? Gold still needs to be converted into cash, and the risks are just as high. In short, he couldn't do anything illegal. He was certainly capable of going without beef now with 20,000 combat power. Even a starburst wasn't a problem when he went all out. But he didn't want to be a lonely, invincible monster. What he wanted was financial freedom. Pay off his debts, buy a big house, get a nice car, marry a beautiful wife, and get a top-of-the-line computer buying games without a second thought, farming skins to his heart's content. That's the life he dreams of. To achieve that dream, he has to hold on to his current life. So after much deliberation, Zhao came to a pretty shitty realization. He still has to deliver food. Of course, as the world's strongest writer right now, things are different for him these days. Zhao has found a niche that's practically his own, the king's domain. That is, late-night long-distance local deliveries. It's practically an untapped market. Take a long-distance delivery of about 15 kilometers, for example. The delivery fee alone, plus various subsidies, adds up to 40 yuan per order. But for an average writer, completing a single order takes about 50 minutes. With a maximum of 6 hours of prime time per night, such a low efficiency ratio has deterred many writers. But now, this is no problem at all for Zhao. He can fly. This means not only speed, but a direct, straight-line route. He is going to be the king of midnight local delivery. And it starts tonight. His phone screen lit up, and Zhao looked closely. Order notification from the East City barbecue stall to a residential complex in West City, 18 kilometers, delivery fee 58 yuan. The note, in bold, read, must be fast. If it gets cold, I'll give a bad review. Humph. Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. Then he tapped accept. He took a deep breath of mana and channeled it through his body. Whoosh! The city rushed past beneath his feet, and the night wind whistled past his ears. 5 minutes later, Zhao landed in a small park behind the target residential complex. He smoothed out his clothes and carried the box into the building. In the elevator, he glanced at the time. From accepting the order to delivery, 10 minutes. And that was only because he deliberately slowed down, afraid of causing too much of a stir. He knocked on the door. Your takeout has arrived. I left it by the door. The door opened faster than he expected. A man with messy hair and glasses poked his head out. He paused for a few seconds as he took the order. That fast? The system said an hour. Zhao remained unfazed. Just got lucky. Just finished a delivery nearby. The door closed, and a gasp came from inside. Holy crap! The barbecue's still hot. Zhao's lips curled into a smile as he stepped into the elevator. He didn't mark the delivery as completed right away. Instead, he switched to another platform account to take the next order. When the next order was delivered, he would mark the previous one as completed, then switch accounts again to accept another order. By using this delayed delivery strategy, he could avoid account suspensions caused by orders being delivered too quickly. Combined with virtual location services, he didn't have to worry about being flagged for delivering from a different location. At the same time, by constantly switching between platform accounts to accept and deliver orders, he could effectively reduce the order volume per account. In this way, within 5 hours, Zhao completed the delivery of 30 orders. By spreading them evenly across 3 platforms, he completed 10 orders on each. Although this still exceeded the average volume for a regular writer, it wasn't so excessive as to be conspicuous. This was a meticulously planned strategy Zhao had devised after careful consideration. He had maximized efficiency without risking account suspension due to excessively high delivery rates. Looking at tonight's earnings, a whopping 1,233 yuan. It was 6 or 7 times his usual income. When factoring in costs, it was nearly 10 times his average daily earnings. After all, back when he was delivering on an electric scooter, the costs of charging, wear and tear, and maintenance were no small expense. Zhao was ecstatic and treated himself to some barbecue. By then, the horizon was already turning pale. Sitting on a rooftop, feeling the gentle breeze, and munching on juicy skewers, he felt a sense of satisfaction he'd never experienced before. Over the next week, Zhao completely flipped his schedule. He slept during the day, logged on at midnight, and wrapped up at 5 a.m. He took on all the long-distance orders that others dared not accept. He snatched up the out-of-town orders that others found too far away faster than anyone else. After finishing work today, Zhao returned home and calculated his total earnings for the week. The moment the result appeared, he froze on his bed for 30 seconds. 10,056 yuan. He counted on his fingers. Could he make 40,000 yuan a month? Then he thought of the over 300,000 yuan in debt he owed, and his eyes lit up. Could he pay it all off in just over half a year? Zhao's body trembled slightly. The massive weight pressing down on his heart finally began to shift. After a long while, he lay back down on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind in a daze. If I could just go a little faster, I could double the number of orders. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he quashed it. No, keep a low profile. If I go any faster, trouble will find me. But some things aren't the kind you can hide just by wanting to. By the second week, the comments on his orders had started to take a strange turn. Some read, "Midnight King, is this real?" Others said, "Heard there's a legend out there at midnight who delivers even the farthest orders within half an hour. Please verify." Still others simply specified, "Delivered by Midnight King." Zhao didn't think much of it at first, until one early morning when he received 3 orders simultaneously, all with the note, "Please have Midnight King deliver." That's when he sensed something was off. He opened the delivery driver forum, and his face fell. The top post on the homepage, shocking. "I think I've met the legendary Midnight King." Posted last week. The original poster was none other than the guy with glasses. The post described how he placed an order at 2 a.m. and the food arrived in under 20 minutes. The barbecue was still piping hot. The writer looked completely ordinary, yet his speed was absurdly fast. There were over 30 replies below. Some said they encountered him too, with delivery times that were absurdly short. Others mentioned ordering in the middle of the night from the east side of town to the west, and the writer delivered it in 20 minutes. Scrolling further down, someone had already started analyzing. I checked the writer's online records for that time slot. There were only 3 writers online in the entire east side of town, and the nearest one was at least 5 kilometers from where he placed the order. How did he get from the east side to the west side in 20 minutes? Someone replied, "Unless he can fly." Zhao's hand twitched. Scrolling further down, someone posted a blurry photo taken under a streetlight in the early morning, showing the back of a delivery rider. The box on his back cast a glare, obscuring his face, but the silhouette was unmistakably his. The caption read, "I took this, at 3 a.m. that day, this guy fell from the sky. Seriously, I saw him fall with my own eyes." The comments section had already exploded. Holy shit, an alien delivering food? This pic is photoshopped, right? If you don't believe me, stay up until the wee hours and watch for yourself. I've seen it twice, anyway. Zhao closed the forum and silently slipped his phone back into his pocket. It's over. Is this about to go viral? He thought it over for 3 seconds and formulated his 3 principles of low-profile delivery. First, slow down his delivery speed, extending each trip to at least 20 minutes. Second, reduce the number of orders he accepts, and spread them out across different areas instead of focusing on one neighborhood. Third, after dropping off a package, take a couple extra laps around the block, ideally emerging from an alleyway to pretend he'd just gotten off his scooter. Although this would lead to a drop in earnings, he had no choice. He'd just have to ride out the storm for now. The internet has no memory. Soon enough, other topics would overshadow this one. 3 days later, at 4 a.m., Zhao accepted a delivery order to an upscale villa district. To avoid the surveillance cameras, he deliberately chose a secluded spot. A small grove behind the complex, pitch black, where not even a ghost could be seen. He had just landed and was about to make his way out from the edge of the woods when he suddenly heard the security guards talking. Did you see that? A dark shadow just flew across the sky. Right over there, it was moving really fast. Zhao froze in place. Another guard's voice, don't scare me. Where would a dark shadow come from in the middle of the night? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Have you been pulling all-nighters so long you're hallucinating? It's not a hallucination. I really saw it. It flew over from that way and landed behind our complex. Zhao didn't dare breathe a word. Once the security guards had walked away, he silently retreated deeper into the woods, climbed over the wall, and made his way around. He took a detour of 500 or 600 meters and delivered the order through another gate of the complex. As he left, Zhao glanced back toward the direction of the villa district, his heart pounding. What the hell? On the way back to his rental apartment, one question kept circling in his mind. I really need to come up with a safer plan. Late the next night, Zhao opened the forum during a break between deliveries and, sure enough, found a new post. 4 a.m., I saw a UFO in the villa district. Suspected alien visit. He clicked on it and saw that the original poster was that security guard. The post was vividly written, I saw it with my own eyes. A dark shadow flew across the sky, it was moving so fast. It definitely wasn't a bird, birds aren't that big. The comments section was already exploding. Someone joked, UFO my ass, that's the Midnight King. Someone gasped, holy shit, can he really fly? Others countered, don't be ridiculous. No one can fly. It's definitely a drone delivering food. Still others offered a serious analysis, drones don't have enough battery life to fly that far. Unless it's weight, that's terrifying when you think about it. Zhao turned off his phone, stared at the night sky, and lost himself in thought. Just as he was about to hit the fast lane to riches, was he about to be kicked off the highway? His phone went ding. New order from a downtown barbecue joint to a residential complex in the neighboring county, with a delivery fee of 48. Notes, I heard Midnight King can deliver in half an hour. I'll add a 50 yuan bonus. Please give it a try, I'm waiting urgently. My wife is pregnant and suddenly craved barbecue in the middle of the night. Please help. Zhao stared at the screen. His finger hovered between cancel and accept. The security guard's post was still up on the forum, and the comments kept piling up. If he kept delivering like this, something was bound to go wrong sooner or later. But a pregnant wife craving barbecue in the middle of the night. He stared at those words for 5 seconds. Damn it, how could he let a man who loves his wife so much down? Zhao tapped accept. At 4:50 a.m., he grabbed the takeout box and raced to the entrance of that apartment complex in the neighboring county. A man in his pajamas stood downstairs, rubbing his hands together as he paced back and forth. When he saw Zhao emerge from the alley, his eyes lit up instantly. It's you, right? Midnight King? Zhao handed him the food. It's still hot, don't let it get cold. The man took it, felt the bag, and his eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Bro, thanks. My wife's 6 months pregnant. She has been throwing up non-stop these past few days and can't keep anything down. She has been craving this barbecue. I ran to 3 places, but they were all closed. This was the only one still open, but it's so far away that no one was taking the order. Zhao waved his hand. No problem, bro. It's my job. The man hurried up the stairs with the takeout, but halfway up, he turned back and called out, Bro, may good people always be safe. Zhao stood where he was, watching his back disappear into the elevator. Then he turned and walked into the alley, made sure no one was around, and soared into the sky. He'd have to figure out a way to keep this good deed going when he got back. Chapter 3, It turns out this world isn't ordinary. Zhao felt like he'd been floating lately. He was literally floating in the sky. At 3 a.m., with the city fast asleep, Zhao flew from the east side of town to the west carrying 2 orders of spicy hot pot. The entire trip took 4 minutes, but after landing, he had to dawdle for another 10 minutes before finally delivering the orders to the door. When the customer opened the door, he stood in the stairwell catching his breath, pretending he'd just climbed the stairs. Here's your order. Enjoy your meal. The door closed, and Zhao turned to head back downstairs. This delivery earned him 68 yuan. Between the delivery fee, the night surcharge, and the long-distance bonus, it paid more than 10 daytime deliveries. The only problem was he'd already completed 23 deliveries today. 23 deliveries at 3 a.m. Zhao decided to call it a day. He was done. Even though he switched between multiple platform accounts to deliver, he'd already drawn too much attention. Customers who'd received orders that night were all asking if he was the legendary Midnight King. Zhao returned home, immediately flopped onto his bed, and glanced at his back-end data. Estimated earnings for the day, 846 yuan. He took a deep breath of mana and checked his bank balance again, 41,237.25 yuan. The earnings from this week of non-stop work, combined with what he'd saved before, had finally pushed his balance to just over 40,000 yuan. At this rate, Zhao did the math in his head, 2 more weeks, and I'll pay off half my debt. Another month, and I'll have a computer. 2 more months, and a down payment. He glanced at local housing prices and silently crossed out down payment. Another year, and I can buy a toilet outright. But at least there was something to look forward to. Zhao happily scrolled through his phone for a while, falling asleep with a smile still on his lips. Then, when he woke up the next day, he couldn't smile anymore. Your account has detected abnormal delivery activity. Please contact customer service within 24 hours to confirm your delivery method, otherwise, your order acceptance privileges will be restricted. Zhao stared at the system notification, lost in thought. Although he'd been spreading his workload across multiple platforms, his daily delivery volume had still been too high for over a week straight. The system's verdict, data anomaly. Fine. Zhao ran a hand through his hair. I saw this coming. He'd actually braced himself for this after all, the platform's algorithm wasn't stupid. Fortunately, he'd already prepared an excuse just in case. Zhao stared at the notification for 10 minutes before finally resigning himself to the situation and dialing the customer service hotline. Hello, this is the writer service hotline. How may I assist you? Zhao cleared his throat. I received a notification about an account anomaly and would like to confirm it. Alright, please provide your writer ID. Zhao gave his number. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, probably while they checked the data. Then the customer service representative's tone took a subtle turn. Hello, Mr. Zhao. There is indeed an anomaly in your delivery data. The system shows that your nighttime orders over the past week are, 107% higher than the average. It's like this, Zhao said, trying to sound as confident as possible. I borrowed a car from a friend specifically to handle night orders. A car? Right, the 4-wheeled kind. Zhao was blatantly lying. I specialize in midnight deliveries, and a friend just happened to have a car sitting idle, so they lent it to me. Electric bikes and cars definitely have different speeds, right? The customer service representative was silent for 2 seconds, but Mr. Zhao, based on traffic rules and real-time road conditions, the delivery routes for some of your orders would be difficult even for a car to take a shortcut. Zhao interrupted her. I've been delivering food for 3 years. I know every single alley in this area. Cars get stuck in traffic on the main roads, but I cut through the back alleys. Isn't it only natural that I'd be faster? The customer service representative fell silent again. Zhao pressed his advantage. Why don't you give me a chance? I'll run a couple of deliveries on the e-bike during the day to show you. I'm a veteran rider, I'm just not used to the system yet since I switched vehicles recently. While the representative hesitated, I'll need to submit a request to my supervisor. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll wait. 5 minutes later, the customer service representative returned. Mr. Zhao, after verification, your account can be restored to normal use. However, the system will continue to monitor your delivery data. If any anomalies occur again, we may need you to cooperate with an in-person verification. No problem, Zhao assured them repeatedly. I'll definitely stick to the rules and won't cause any trouble for the platform. After hanging up, Zhao let out a sigh of relief. He managed to fudge his way through it. But deep down, he knew this was only a temporary fix. Whether it was using a car or taking shortcuts, these excuses might work once, but if he overused them, he'd eventually be found out. I need to tone it down, Zhao told himself. Little did he know that the legend of Midnight King had barely begun before it was already on the verge of falling. He glanced out the window. It was already dark, and it was time for him to head out to work. Zhao hesitated for 3 seconds, then put on his delivery uniform. I'll just keep a low profile. Fly slower, take the long way around, and go through the motions. Over the next 3 days, Zhao did indeed tone it down considerably. Orders that used to take 15 minutes to complete, he stretched to 30. Routes he'd normally fly in a straight line, he deliberately took a few detours. Where he used to seamlessly accept orders from different platforms, he now left about a 10-minute gap between each one, finally lowering his apparent delivery efficiency. The effect was immediate. The system no longer flagged any anomalies. But his income had also dropped significantly. As Zhao exhaled a breath of relief, he felt frustrated all over again. It felt like that mountain he'd finally managed to shift just a little had come crashing back down on him with full force. Frustrated, Zhao found a moment to fly high into the sky and unleashed a powerful attack to vent his anger. As he cast the turtle wave skill, the frustration in Zhao's heart finally began to dissipate. Damn this sky! I've even stopped using my invincible power to skip the beef, yet it's still not satisfied. It actually wants to restrict me with these rules. A few days later. It was Saturday, and orders were flooding in. But to avoid triggering system anomalies again, once the number of delivery orders reached his self-imposed limit, Zhao, though deeply reluctant, watched the constant stream of order notifications popping up on the app and reluctantly shut it down to head home. To avoid drawing attention, Zhao didn't land directly near his residence. Instead, he deliberately landed in a secluded alley a few hundred meters away, then retrieved the electric scooter he'd stashed there earlier to ride home. Just as he entered the alley, his scooter suddenly stopped. Zhao froze for a moment and glanced down at the dashboard. The battery was still charged. He twisted the handlebars, but there was no response. What's going on? Before he could finish, Zhao suddenly felt the surroundings grow silent. It was truly silent. The faint sound of traffic in the distance, the barking of dogs in the nearby residential complex, even the rustling of leaves in the wind, it was all gone. The entire world seemed as if someone had pressed the mute button. Zhao froze in place. Then he saw a figure appear under the streetlight ahead. Holy shit! You can't walk down dark alleys forever without running into something. A cold sweat broke out on Zhao's back. He was already considering whether to cast a mana spell to ward off the ghost. Zhao, the figure spoke, 25 years old, orphan, raised in an orphanage, former medical student who dropped out in his junior year, currently a food delivery writer. Over 300,000 yuan in debt. Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. Starting a week ago, your nighttime delivery efficiency has been unusually high, averaging over 100% of other writers' rates. The man continued, his tone as calm as if he were reading a report. Zhao was stunned. The man didn't look like someone from the platform. Had he actually tracked him down? Don't be nervous. The man took a step forward, the light casting a long shadow behind him. I'm from a department you've never heard of. I'm here today to have a chat with you. You probably think you've been pretty special lately. The man's gaze settled on Zhao, carrying a calmness that suggested he'd seen it all before. You've awakened some kind of superhuman ability and think you're the chosen one, the protagonist of the world. Zhao didn't speak, but his heart skipped a beat. How did he know? But you're wrong. The man's lips curled slightly. We've seen plenty of people like you. Enhanced speed, surges of strength, even brief flights. You think you're one of a kind, but in reality, you're just another new file number in our records. He paused, his tone turning serious. I'm here today to warn you. First, within 3 days, go to this address to register your information. He pulled a business card from his trench coat pocket, flicked his finger, and the card floated lightly toward Zhao, landing steadily on the handlebars of his electric scooter. Second, stop using your abilities to deliver food. It's unfair to other ordinary delivery riders. If this continues, the platform's order allocation system will become unbalanced, and ordinary riders' livelihoods will be squeezed out. Third, You are not permitted to openly use or reveal your abilities in public. This is a red line. If you're exposed and cause public panic, the consequences will be more than you can handle. The man's gaze grew sharp. If you don't follow the rules, we'll come to discipline you. Don't think you're invincible. We've seen and dealt with people stronger than you. Those who thought their abilities gave them free rein are now somewhere, reflecting on their actions. Zhao froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha, ha, ha. The man frowned. What are you laughing at? Zhao looked up at him, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. What am I laughing at? He wiped his face. I'm laughing at how fucking perfect your timing is. He got off his scooter and stood in front of the man. Where were you guys when I got scammed by a financial broker? The man's brow furrowed even deeper. My junior year, I got scammed out of over 300,000 yuan. Zhao's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. I reported it to the police. They said cases like this are hard to crack and told me to wait for updates. I've waited 3 years, and to this day, I haven't recovered a single penny. He pointed at himself. I dropped out of school and started delivering food. I work over 10 hours a day just to pay back money I never even spent. I'm worn out like a dog. I make 8,000 a month after paying off the debt. I'm left with 2,000. Once the rent is paid, I have to count every penny for food. Back then, why didn't you guys speak up and say, this isn't fair? The man's expression finally shifted. Zhao took a step forward. Now that I've finally managed to get myself together, I haven't stolen, robbed, or cheated anyone, just delivering food to earn some honest money to pay off my debt, and you show up? He smiled again, but this time it was a cold smile. Have you ever met anyone better off than me? Have you ever helped them? He nodded. Fine, I believe you. But there are plenty of people in this world worse off than me. Have you ever helped them? He reached out and picked up the business card from the handlebars. He glanced down at it. Then ripping. He tore the card in half. Rip, rip, rip. Torn to shreds. Zhao held out his hand, palm open, watching the paper fragments slip through his fingers. Just as they were about to drift away, he suddenly clenched his fist, and an invisible surge of mana erupted from within him. Struck by this force mid-air, the paper fragments instantly turned into a fine powder, drifting down to the ground. The man's pupils contracted slightly. He stared at Zhao, remaining silent for a few seconds. Zhao stared back at him, saying nothing. The alley was eerily quiet. Then, the man moved. He said nothing, merely gave Zhao a deep look before turning and walking deeper into the alley. His steps were steady, neither fast nor slow. He walked straight into the darkness, never looking back. The surrounding noise returned instantly, the distant hum of traffic, nearby barking dogs, the rustling of leaves in the wind, all flooding into Zhao's ears at once. Zhao returned to his scooter and gave the throttle a twist. The scooter started up. He rode slowly out of the alley, all the way to the apartment building, parked the scooter, went upstairs, closed the door, and leaned against it. So I'm not the only one with abilities? Are there other awakened ones who possess combat power just like me? No, probably not. Zhao hadn't sensed any mana emanating from that man earlier. He channeled mana into his hands, watching them blow faintly as he muttered to himself. It really has opened the door to a whole new world. It turned out this world was truly extraordinary. Chapter 4: The Accident of That Leap. Zhao felt like he must have forgotten to check the almanac before leaving the house today. By the time he rode his scooter out of the hospital, it was pitch black outside. After spending the entire afternoon at the hospital, he was now both exhausted and hungry, and all he wanted was to get home and crash. Normally, Zhao didn't make deliveries during the day, but last night's events had left him feeling restless. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, so he hopped on his scooter to cruise around aimlessly. As he passed the bridge, he suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a girl standing by the railing, climbing over it to stand on the narrow ledge on the outer edge of the bridge. Zhao's mind went blank. He didn't care if he was riding against traffic or not. He made a U-turn on the spot and sped toward her on his scooter. He had the throttle wide open, but it was still too late. The moment he jumped off the scooter, the girl took a step forward. Zhao watched helplessly as she leaped forward and began to fall off the bridge. In that split second, with no time to think, he scaled the railing and leaped after her. He barely managed to grab the back of her collar. By then, they had already fallen several meters. The wind howled, the girl's long hair whipped wildly, and Zhao saw the lifeless expression on her face. Glancing back, he realized they were already several meters from the bridge's edge. Without levitation, they'd both end up feeding the fish in the river. He quickly summoned mana to fly upward, returning to the railing, where he grabbed it tightly, pretending he'd been hanging there the whole time. By now, the cries of alarm from the bridge were growing louder. Someone jumped off the bridge. Quick, save them! Zhao clung to the railing, gasping for mana. Luckily, the people on the bridge only saw him hanging from the railing. No one noticed those 2 seconds he'd been suspended in mid-air. As for the girl, she had already passed out. A few guys on the bridge acted quickly, linking their belts together to form a makeshift rope, looping it around Zhao's torso, and then hauling both of them up in a chaotic scramble. Back on the bridge, the crowd gathered around them. "Man, you're amazing. That was so cool and badass. When I saw you jump down after her, I thought it was over, but I never expected you'd manage to grab onto her." Zhao sat on the ground, waving his hand and pretending to be gasping for breath. He was about to slip away, but the concerned bystanders and the arriving doctors insisted on taking him to the hospital for a checkup. So he spent the whole afternoon at the hospital. The doctor ran all sorts of tests on him, fiddling with various machines for over an hour, only to reach one conclusion: he was perfectly fine. Zhao lay on the hospital bed, a look of exasperation on his face. "Doc, can I go now?" The doctor looked at the test results, a look of disbelief on his face. "You really don't have a single scratch?" "Nope. You jumped off a bridge to save someone, hanging by one hand for that long, and your muscles aren't even strained?" "Maybe. I'm in good shape from delivering food all the time." The doctor gave him another look, said nothing more, scribbled a few words on the report, and left. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and was about to slip out when he suddenly remembered the girl. Had she woken up yet? He hesitated for 2 seconds, then asked a nurse and found her ward. Xiaoya was in a general ward, the kind with 3 beds. When Zhao arrived, she was leaning against the headboard, staring blankly out the window. The light fell on her face. She still looked a little pale. When she saw Zhao come in, she froze for a moment, then recognized him. "It's you." Zhao sat down on the stool by the bed. "Just came to check on you." Zhao waved his hand. It's nothing. How are you feeling?" Xiaoya didn't answer. She just kept her head down. Zhao didn't know what to say either, so he just sat there. The ward was very quiet. The elderly woman in the next bed was asleep, snoring softly. After quite a while, Xiaoya suddenly spoke up. She was an orphan, too. She'd grown up in an orphanage. She had no family and hardly any friends. After she started working, she met her boyfriend. They dated for 2 years, and she felt she could entrust her life to him. Then she was diagnosed with an illness. It wasn't a minor ailment, it was the kind that required a lot of money and a long treatment. She called her boyfriend. After listening, he was silent for a long time, then said, "I understand," and hung up. After that, his phone was always busy. He did reply to a few messages on WeChat, but they all said pretty much the same thing: "Don't worry, it'll be fine, wait for me." Xiaoya didn't know what he was busy with. All she knew was that when she needed him most, he wasn't there. She couldn't reach him by phone, couldn't see him in person. All she had were those cold, impersonal "don't worries." Lying in her rented room, the more she thought about it, the more desperate she felt. And then she went to that bridge. Zhao listened, feeling a pang of sadness. He was just about to say something when the hospital room door suddenly swung open. A young man burst in, drenched in sweat, his eyes red-rimmed. "Xiaoya!" Xiaoya looked up, stunned. The man rushed over in 2 strides, wrapped his arms around her, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I managed to scrape together the money. I borrowed from everyone I could over 300,000 yuan. Your illness can definitely be cured. My phone broke when I went through security. I thought I'd see you right away, so I didn't rush to borrow a phone. Xiaoya froze, and tears streamed down her face. The man kept talking. I've been calling non-stop everyone I could think of. It's not that I wasn't answering your calls, I was busy talking to other people. Zhao silently stood up and took a couple of steps back. Watching the two of them clinging to each other and crying, he suddenly felt a bit out of place. As he quietly slipped out of the hospital room, he heard Xiaoya's voice. I thought you didn't want me anymore. The man said, how could that be? When he rode near that bridge again, Zhao instinctively slowed down. He glanced toward the bridge, his mind still on Xiaoya. With a boyfriend by her side, she should be able to focus on getting better. He looked away and continued riding. Then his scooter stalled again. Zhao. He looked down at the dashboard. The battery was charged. He twisted the throttle again. No response. He took a deep breath of mana and looked up. Just as he expected. At the entrance to the alley, under the streetlight, stood two people. One was the man in the black trench coat from last night, Zero. The other was also a man, looking to be in his early 30s, with a crew cut, wearing a dark jacket, his arms crossed over his chest, staring at him expressionlessly. Zhao was silent for 3 seconds, then smiled. Oh, back again? He propped up the scooter and stepped off. Isn't the deadline still 2 days away? Zero took a step forward and stopped right in front of him. Zhao. His voice was as calm as ever. About what happened this afternoon, you've been exposed. Zhao remained expressionless. I was trying to save someone. There's nothing wrong with saving people, Ling said. But after you jumped, someone saw you hovering in mid-air. 17 people witnessed it. We handled the aftermath, Ling continued. Given your performance today, you must come with us immediately. Zhao was speechless. Go with you? He couldn't be bothered to explain. Where to? Zero looked at him, his gaze stern. Registration, evaluation. Then, based on your ability type and rank, we'll determine your subsequent management. Zhao turned to look at the man with the crew cut. Is he here to arrest me too? The man with the crew cut didn't speak, just stared at him coldly. Zhao smiled again. Zero, right? He pointed at the man. You're Zero, so he must be one, then? The man with the crew cut's eyebrows twitched. Zero's expression remained unchanged. That's irrelevant. Fine, whatever. Zhao took a step forward. I'll go with you for now, but let me make one thing clear. I'm not afraid of you, I just don't want to disrupt my current life. He spread his hands, his tone growing more relaxed. I'm doing pretty well right now. My life is just starting to look promising. So I hope that after tonight, you won't come bothering me anymore. Zero looked at him, saying nothing. Zhao continued, also, I don't want to expose my abilities myself, and I have no interest in not eating beef either. Zero was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. As long as you follow the rules, don't abuse your abilities and don't expose them, we won't bother you. Deal. Zhao shrugged. Let us go, then. Did you guys bring a car? I can't carry anyone on this bike, it's against the rules. Zero glanced at him, then turned and walked deeper into the alley. The man with the crew cut stared at Zhao, then stepped aside to make way. Zhao withdrew his hand, showing no embarrassment. After parking his scooter, he followed them. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back to look at the man with the crew cut. Hey, is your name really E? The corner of the man's eye twitched. Zhao grinned, turned back, and continued walking. Chapter 5, Ability Test. Zhao got into the car with Zero and E. About 20 minutes later, they finally stopped in front of a tall building. He got out and looked up. It was an ordinary office building, looking a bit old, not too tall, with grayish-white tiles on the exterior. On the first floor was a convenience store, and a few shared bikes were parked at the entrance. "This is it?" Zhao asked, a bit surprised. Zero said nothing and walked straight inside. He glanced at him and motioned for Zhao to follow. Zhao shrugged and followed them in. The elevator stopped on the 11th floor. When the doors opened, Zhao thought he'd taken a wrong turn. The hallway was lined with glass doors on both sides, each bearing the name of a different company: XX Technology, XX Media, XX Consulting. People hurried past carrying folders, others stood chatting by the water cooler, and the bulletin boards on the walls were plastered with team-building photos and overtime notices. Whoa, looking around, Zhao couldn't help but remark, this is truly hiding in plain sight. Zero ignored him and walked straight to a door labeled XX Human Resources, pushing it open. Zhao followed him inside and found a reception desk. A young woman was sitting there. Upon seeing Ling enter, she nodded. "Team Ling." "Take him to register," Ling said, glancing at Zhao. "Cooperate." Then he walked away. Zhao stood where he was, watching his back disappear down the hallway, then turned to ask He just left like that? He ignored him. The receptionist, however, was quite friendly. She stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, please follow me." The registration process was much more formal than Zhao had imagined. First, he was led into a room to fill out forms. It was a thick stack of forms, covering everything from name, age, and address to family members, educational background, and work history. There was even a section labeled time, method, and initial manifestations of ability awakening. Zhao was speechless. That guy named Zero clearly knew his situation inside out. Why bother filling out a form? Wasn't he that redundant? "This is standard procedure. Please fill it out carefully, sir," the receptionist explained, her smile unchanged. Zhao shrugged and finished the forms in no time. Next came the psychological evaluation. A middle-aged man wearing glasses had him take several sets of tests, asking questions like, if you suddenly gain superpowers, what would you do? How do you view the relationship between rules and freedom? Please describe your recent emotional fluctuations. And so on. After he finished the questions, the middle-aged man glanced at him and wrote a line in his notebook. Zhao, with his sharp eyes, caught a glimpse of the words, "good cooperation, no obvious antisocial tendencies." Next came the aptitude test. The test took place in a large room that looked like a gym. The floor was covered with soft mats, various pieces of equipment lined the walls, and several people in white lab coats stood nearby taking notes. When Zhao entered, there were already 3 people waiting in the room. A young man, looking to be in his early 20s, dressed in trendy clothes, was scrolling through short videos on his phone. A middle-aged man, in his 40s, wearing work clothes, looked a bit nervous, as if he'd been dragged there at the last minute. There was also an older woman, dressed as if she'd just been to the market, complaining to a staff member nearby, "How much longer is this going to take? My family is waiting for me to get home and cook dinner." The staff member motioned for them to line up, then began testing them one by one. First up was the trendy guy. He walked to the center of the room, took a deep breath of mana, and then a small stream of water shot out of his hand. It really was just a trickle. About the same as a faucet turned on halfway at home, a thin, fine stream that spurted less than a meter. The staff member jotted down in his notebook, "Water element, D rank, weak flow." The hipster clearly wasn't satisfied with his mana. He strained to make the stream stronger, but his face turned red with effort, and there was no noticeable change. The staff member nodded impassively and motioned for him to step down. The second was the middle-aged man. He rubbed his hands together, walked up to a strength testing machine, and punched it. The machine displayed 325 kilograms. Staff note, power type, Class D, strong basic strength. The middle-aged man exhaled a breath of mana and grinned. The third was an older woman. She set down her grocery bag, walked to the center of the room, and then her entire body turned metallic. It was truly metallic, from head to toe, like a bronze statue. The staff member took a small hammer and tapped her arm, producing a clang-clang sound. Record, defense type, Class D, skin can metallize. The middle-aged woman returned to normal, picked up her bag, and asked, "Can I go now? I'm really in a hurry to get back and cook." The staff member nodded, and the middle-aged woman hurried off. Finally, it was Zhao's turn. Zhao stood in the center of the room, his mind racing. Judging by the staff member's notes, the ratings seemed to be based on performance during the test. The previous 3 had all been rated D-class and were able to leave shortly after registration. It appeared that the lower the ability rating, the lower the perceived threat, and thus the less strict the supervision. Zhao decided he couldn't reveal his true strength. The staff member looked at him. "What is your ability type?" Zhao had already prepared his answer. "Speed type, I guess. I can run pretty fast. I can also fly for short distances." The staff member had already lowered his head to take notes, but upon hearing the word fly, he snapped his head up, his eyes lighting up. "Flight? You can fly?" The other staff members also turned to look at him, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly added, "Only for a short while." "How long can you fly?" the staff member pressed. "About half a minute or so?" Zhao gave a number he thought was low enough. The light in the staff member's eyes visibly dimmed. An older recorder standing nearby shook his head. "Flight ability is indeed rare, but if it only lasts half a minute, its practical value is basically zero. At best, it's just a gimmick." Right, Zhao nodded repeatedly. "It's just a gimmick, not very useful." The staff member resumed his businesslike expression. "Then let us test your speed first." He pointed to the wall at the other end of the room. "Run 50 meters, and we'll time you." Zhao nodded and took his place at the starting line. He had made up his mind, he couldn't run too slowly and arouse suspicion, nor could he run too fast and reveal his true capabilities. After he finished, the staff member looked at the instrument and began recording. 50 meters in 2.7 seconds, about 5 seconds for 100 meters. He jotted down a few words in his notebook. Speed type, upper middle D class, approaching the C class threshold. Another staff member added, "Combined with flight ability, your maneuverability would be slightly better than that of a standard speed type, but since your flight time is too short, you're still D class overall." Zhao was overjoyed inside. The staff member handed him a grip strength tester. "Let us measure your strength." Zhao took it and squeezed gently 55 kilograms. The recorder nodded. "No strength enhancement. Standard data." With all tests complete, Zhao was led back to the room where he started. The receptionist handed him a small booklet with Awakened registration certificate written on the cover. He flipped it open. Inside were his photo, personal information, and a section labeled Ability Rating. It read, Class D speed type, capable of brief suspension in mid-air, no obvious combat inclination. Zhao stared at that line for 3 seconds, fighting back a laugh. This he pointed to the capable of brief suspension in mid-air section. Suspension? The receptionist explained, it's what you'd call the ability to fly for less than 30 seconds. We usually describe it as brief suspension in mid-air. Oh. Zhao nodded. That is fine. Just as he was about to put the booklet away, the receptionist added, the registration isn't quite finished yet. Next, you'll need to review the Awakened management regulations and sign a pledge. Zhao paused in surprise. There's more? Yes, it's required for all newly registered Awakened individuals, the receptionist said with a smile. Please follow me. She stood up, led Zhao down the hallway, and stopped in front of a door labeled training room, then pushed it open. Inside was a small room with a few tables and chairs, and a whiteboard hanging on the wall. On the bookshelf against the wall stood a neat row of thick volumes, their covers bearing the large title, Awakened Management Regulations. The receptionist walked over, pulled one out, and placed it on the table. You have 1 hour to study. Afterward, there will be a short quiz. You must pass it before you can leave. She pointed to the clock on the wall. I'll come to take you to the quiz in an hour. Zhao looked at the book, which was thicker than a brick, and felt his heart sink. Do I have to read all of this? The key sections are marked. The receptionist pointed to the table of contents. The first 3 chapters are the general provisions, Chapter 5 covers daily conduct guidelines, Chapter 7 lists prohibited activities, and Chapter 9 outlines penalty regulations. These are required reading. Zhao flipped open the table of contents and stared at the densely packed list of entries, his scalp prickling. So he turned his head and asked, "Do you provide meals? I haven't had dinner yet." The receptionist visibly froze, then nodded, muttered just a moment, and stepped out. Zhao was left alone in the room with a rulebook as thick as a novel. He stared at the booklet, silent for a full 10 seconds. Then he sighed and flipped to the first page. Article 1. These regulations apply to all awakened individuals within the territory of the Han Kingdom of China. Outside the window, night was falling. Zhao's sour expression was reflected on the glass, looking particularly vivid. Chapter 6. Regulations for the Management of the Awakened. A meal box was soon delivered to Zhao. Without hesitation, he opened it and began to wolf it down. He shoveled rice into his mouth while flipping through the booklet. Article 1. These regulations apply to all awakened individuals within the territory of the Han State of China, effective from the date of registration. Zhao curled his lip and flipped to the second page. Article 2. Awakened individuals shall conscientiously uphold social order and shall not use their abilities to engage in any illegal or criminal activities. Article 3. Awakened individuals shall register with designated authorities, providing accurate personal information without concealment or falsification. Article 4. The awakened shall not use their abilities in public places, including but not limited to displays, performances, experiments, or any other behavior likely to attract public attention. Article 5. The awakened shall not use their abilities to seek improper gains, nor shall they disrupt normal social and economic order. Zhao's finger suddenly froze, his fingertip repeatedly tracing the words improper gains. What counts as improper, he muttered under his breath, recalling Zero's visit last night. Does delivering food count as improper? He patiently flipped through the pages, one after another, until he reached Chapter 7, where he finally found the answer amidst the dense array of clauses. Article 73. Awakened individuals shall not use their abilities to engage in the following commercial activities, including but not limited to courier services, food delivery, errand running, and other service industries involving market competition. Such behavior constitutes disrupting the normal socio-economic order. Upon discovery, penalties ranging from warnings to confinement or ability ceiling shall be imposed depending on the severity of the offense. Zhao snapped the booklet shut. Damn, that really is unfair, he muttered to the ceiling, his voice filled with resignation and resentment. Zhao exhaled a breath of manna, shoved the last 2 mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, closed the lunchbox, picked up the booklet again, and continued flipping through the pages. Article 102. Awakened individuals must report to a designated location once a year to update their personal information. Those who fail to report by the deadline will be issued a warning or forcibly summoned, depending on the circumstances. Article 138. Violators of these regulations will be subject to penalties such as warnings, confinement, or ability ceiling, depending on the severity of the offense. Those with particularly serious offenses will be transferred to the Special Affairs Handling Department. He flung the booklet back onto the table once more, leaned heavily against the back of his chair, and stared blankly at the ceiling. This is just an unequal treaty, he muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with resentment. You're forcing me to give up beef, aren't you? After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath of manna, picked up the booklet once more, and murmured to himself in a low, manna-laced voice, "Never mind. I'll read it through first." 40 minutes later, Zhao had finally finished reviewing all the key sections, his eyes bloodshot. He rubbed his aching eyes, let out a long yawn, and was just about to close the booklet when the door suddenly swung open gently. Zhao snapped his head up to see Ling standing in the doorway, still clad in that perfectly tailored black trench coat, the collar slightly turned up. His face remained expressionless, his gaze as calm as a deep pool of water. Finished? Ling stepped inside. His footsteps were light, yet they carried an aura of undeniable authority. Zhao nodded and pushed the booklet aside. Pretty much. I've gone over all the key points. Ling sat down in the chair across from him, his gaze resting on the thick regulation manual. His tone was flat as he asked, "Any questions?" Zhao paused for 2 seconds, then decided to get straight to the point, pointing to Article 73 in the booklet, this one using abilities to deliver food. "Why is that not allowed?" Zero looked up at him, his tone completely unruffled, "Because it's unfair to ordinary people." "Oh? Care to elaborate?" Zero continued, "Have you ever considered what the consequences would be if you continued using your abilities to deliver food?" Zhao froze for a moment. He'd only been focused on using his powers to pay off his debt quickly and hadn't really thought deeply about this issue. With your D-rank speed type ability, your delivery efficiency is several times that of an ordinary delivery person. Ling's voice was soft, but every word was clear. "Do you know what that means? Your delivery data will be captured and adopted by the platform's algorithm. Afterward, the platform will use your delivery times as the standard to adjust the delivery requirements for all orders. By then, do you think those ordinary delivery riders will still have a chance to survive?" Zhao said nothing, his gaze fixed on the takeout container he had just finished eating from. Zero looked at Zhao, offering no prompting. Several seconds passed before Zhao finally looked up at Zero. "All right, I accept that condition." "In that case," Zero stood up, "we've gone over the regulations. It's time for the test." The test was simple, 20 multiple-choice questions to be completed in 10 minutes. The questions were all common-sense ones, such as which of the following constitutes improper use of abilities? There were 4 options aside from the correct one, the other 3 clearly represented antisocial behavior. When he handed in his test, the bespectacled examiner glanced at him and wrote 100 on the paper. Zhao was escorted back to the front desk, where he signed a pledge. The content was nothing more than boilerplate language like, "I hereby pledge to abide by the Awaken management regulations, and if I violate them, I am willing to accept the corresponding penalties." After Zhao signed, the receptionist took the pledge and handed him a card. "This is your Awakened ID card. Please remember to come in once a year to update your personal information." Zhao took it, glanced at it, then slipped the card into his pocket. "So, can I go now?" "Yes, Mr. Zhao." Zhao turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Zero's voice suddenly came from behind him, "Zhao." He paused and looked back. Zero was standing in the middle of the hallway. The light fell on his trench coat, casting a long shadow. Zhao felt that the look in Zero's eyes seemed a bit gentler. He turned, pushed open the door, and stepped into the long corridor. The lights in the hallway were bright, yet it felt somewhat desolate. The other companies on the same floor had long since closed for the day, with only a few scattered lights still on. Zhao walked down the corridor. Just then, the elevator doors opened. He glanced back at the door labeled XX Human Resources, then stepped into the elevator. It wasn't until he stepped out the front door on the first floor that Zhao remembered he had to walk back. "Hey, Mana, do you offer pickup or drop-off service?" He recalled what Ling had said. If he kept using his abilities to take orders, the platform's delivery requirements would only grow stricter, making it even harder for his ordinary peers to survive. He knew all too well what it felt like to be driven to the brink by life, so naturally, he didn't want to be the one pushing others into that same corner. "I'm invincible, yet I still have to ride an electric scooter to deliver food. Doesn't that make my invincibility pointless?" he said self-deprecatingly. "Damn it, it's all because I'm too kind. Oh well, he managed to get by like this for the past few years anyway. So what if it takes a few more years to pay off the debt? He take it slow, he eventually pay it all off." Zhao suddenly stopped in his tracks and hailed a taxi. As the taxi crossed the bridge, Zhao looked out the window. Images flashed through his mind: the girl, the moment she leaped, the warm sensation of her wrist in his hand, and the despair in her eyes. If he hadn't awakened his powers that day, if he hadn't managed to save her in time, she might not be in this world anymore. Zhao suddenly smiled, a faint curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "I guess I'm not exactly invincible after all." He snapped back to the present as the scenery outside the window rushed by. "Ha! That doesn't seem right. Wait a minute, driver. To get to XX residential complex, we don't take the bridge, do we?" I've been delivering food here for 3 years. I know the roads like the back of my hand. If you take a detour, I'm going to file a complaint against you. Oh, come on, young man, don't say that. How about this? I 1T run the meter. I'll just charge you the base fare of 10 yuan, okay? Alright then. Chapter 7. This world is definitely not simple. The next morning, Zhao woke up and stared blankly at the ceiling. If he couldn't use his abilities to make deliveries, then taking night shifts would be pointless. It would just be back to the way things used to be. But it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Zhao found he just couldn't muster the motivation to go back to running daytime deliveries. 10,000 a week. At least let me finish out the whole month. Tossing and turning, Zhao still felt unsettled. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Surprisingly, 0 picked up almost immediately. It's me, Zhao. He cleared his throat. I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Is your organization hiring? There was a 2-second silence on the other end. What do you mean? Well, Zhao tried to sound as serious as possible. I'd like to apply. Don't you guys handle the awakened? Another silence. Then Zero's voice came through, completely flat. We're not hiring. Why? You have no relevant experience, no specialized skills, haven't passed the background check, and no references. Zero paused. Plus, you're only a D rank. Zhao choked on his words. Then what kind of people do you hire? At least class C or higher, with special skills, and who passed the assessment, Zero said. You don't qualify. The call was abruptly hung up. Zhao stared at his phone, frozen for several seconds. I don't qualify? He laughed, a helpless laugh. Fine, it was his own fault for slacking off during the test. He tossed his phone onto the bed and flopped down. Oh well, if it's a no, it's a no. He'd just keep delivering food. He'd been doing it for years anyway. He lay there until evening. Zhao, half asleep, was roused by the ringing of his phone. Hey, Peng, wanna grab some barbecue? The chubby guy's voice was full of enthusiasm. I just got paid, it's on me. Zhao thought for a moment he wasn't in the mood to run deliveries anyway. Sure, usual spot. Half an hour later, outside a barbecue stall on the corner of an old alley, the two of them sat down casually. Zhang Wen munched on a chicken wing as he sized him up. What's wrong with you? You look like you're not all there. Zhao took a sip of beer and said nothing. Money again? Zhang Wen asked. Zhao shook his head, then nodded. I guess so. Just as they were eating, his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed Station Chief. As soon as he answered, a roar came through the line. Zhao. Where the hell have you been all day? You don't answer calls, you don't reply to messages, and you're not running any errands. Do you want to quit or what? Zhao held the phone away from his ear, waiting until the other person's voice had died down before bringing it back closer. Station Chief, I've got something to take care of. I'm taking the day off. Taking the day off? The manager scoffed. Fine. But I need to tell you something. There's an awards ceremony in the city tomorrow, and they specifically requested your presence. Zhao was taken aback. What are they honoring me for? Act of bravery. You saved that girl who was jumping off the bridge last month. Someone filmed it and posted it online. The city wants to give you an award, the manager said. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at the Municipal Government Service Center. You must be there. If you don't show up, your entire bonus will be withheld. Zhao was dumbfounded. There's a bonus? Of course. The Heroism Award, 50,000 yuan. Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. Station Chief, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. After hanging up, the gloom on his face vanished completely. 50,000 yuan, plus the 40,000 he'd saved up before that's nearly 100,000 yuan. Zhang Wen looked at him. What's up? Did you win the lottery? Pretty much. Zhao grinned. Come on, let us drink. Just as they were drinking, a table nearby suddenly erupted into a commotion. Zhao turned his head to see three drunken thugs surrounding two young women. The girls were in their early 20s, dressed plainly, and were backing away in fear, their faces filled with panic. "Hey, sweetie, want to have a drink with us?" One of the thugs reached out to grab the girl's arm. She dodged him, her voice trembling. "No, no thanks. We're leaving right now." "Leaving? What time is it anyway?" Another thug blocked their path. Zhao glanced around. The barbecue stall was crowded, but no one dared to intervene. The owner stood behind the grill, looking grim, but he didn't dare step forward either. Zhang Wen whispered, "Brother Pang, maybe we should call the police?" Zhao nodded, pulled out his phone, and dialed 110. Then he stood up and shouted toward them, "Hey, you guys over there! I've called the police. They'll be here any minute." The three thugs turned and glared at him in unison. "Who the hell are you?" Zhao waved his phone. "Just a passerby. The cops will be here in 3 minutes. You still have time to run." The thugs exchanged glances, then glanced at the crowd gathering around them. Cursing under their breath, they walked away. Before leaving, the ringleader pointed at Zhao. "You wait." Zhao ignored him. The two girls came over, their faces flushed, to thank him. He waved them off, "No problem. You should head home now." The girls said a few more thanks and hurried off into the night. Zhang Wen leaned in, "Bro, did you really call the cops?" Zhao showed him his phone. The screen displayed 110, but the call hadn't connected. He hadn't even pressed the call button. "Holy shit!" Zhang Wen's eyes widened. "Your acting is top-notch." Zhao smiled and went back to drinking. After sitting for a while longer, they parted ways. Zhang Wen took a cab home, while Zhao rode his scooter back. When he reached the entrance of the alley again, Zhao stopped his scooter. He sensed Ling's mana aura. "Ling," he called out into the darkness. "What are you doing here again?" "I didn't use my powers today. I just scared those thugs off. I didn't lay a finger on them." Before he could finish, a figure staggered out of the darkness. After 2 steps, it fell face first onto the ground, lying perfectly still. Zhao was startled and quickly hopped off his scooter to run over. He turned the person over and, by the light of the street lamp, saw that it was indeed Zero. His face was deathly pale, his lips blue, his eyes tightly shut. A gash ran diagonally across his back from his shoulder to his waist, deep enough to expose bone, and blood was still seeping from the wound. "Holy shit!" Zhao sucked in a sharp breath of mana. That's a poisoned wound. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly sensed several additional mana auras in the vicinity. He looked up. From the darkness at both ends of the alley, several figures slowly emerged. They were all dressed in black, their faces covered, with only their eyes visible. The knives in their hands glinted coldly under the streetlight. Zhao stared at the men in black. "What the hell? Are you filming a movie?" One of the men spoke, his voice hoarse. "He discovered us. He must die." Zhao pointed at Ling on the ground. "You mean him?" The hooded figure shook his head. "You." Zhao was baffled. "Me? What the hell did I discover about you guys? You're wearing masks, man." Another hooded figure said, "Cut the crap. Blame your own bad luck for showing up here at a time like this. Just accept your fate." Zhao took a deep breath of mana and looked up at the sky. "I just realized this world isn't ordinary. Is it really necessary for me to run into this so soon?" The men in black said no more. Several cold gleams of light slashed toward him simultaneously, but all missed their mark. The blades struck the ground, carving deep gashes into the concrete pavement. The men in black all froze. "Where is he?" "Up there," a voice called from above. They looked up. Zhao, carrying Zero, was hovering in midair, looking down on them from above. The night wind ruffled the hem of his robe, and the moonlight outlined his vague silhouette. "Holy shit," one of the men in black blurted out. "He can fly." The leader was the first to recover. His eyes darted, and his tone shifted. So you're one of us. He bowed his hands toward Zhao. I was blind earlier, I didn't realize you were also an awakened. Tonight's events have nothing to do with you. Put that man down and leave on your own, and we'll pretend we never saw you. We won't pursue this further. Zhao looked down at him, a strange expression on his face. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Let him go, and you'll turn around and kill him. Do you think I'm stupid? The leader's expression darkened. You refused the offer, so you'll face the consequences. He waved his hand. Attack together. The 5 men in black leaped simultaneously, their blades flashing like a net, closing in on Zhao in midair. Zhao twisted and turned in midair, easily dodging their attacks while countering with a punch to each of them, sending all the men in black crashing to the ground. Once back on the ground, Zhao first made sure the men in black were only unconscious, then crouched down to check Zero's pulse. Thankfully, he was still alive. What should I do? He scratched his head. This guy's badly injured, and there are 5 of them over there. Should I save him first or call the police? Wait, no, I can't call the police. I need to notify them over there. Just as he was thinking, he heard a sudden movement behind him. Turning around, he saw that the leader of the black-clad men had somehow managed to get back up and was desperately fleeing deeper into the alley. Damn it! Zhao slapped his thigh. I forgot to finish him off. He didn't chase after him, but stood where he was, extending his right hand and pointing his index finger at the fleeing figure. Piercing ray skill, he murmured. Mana surged from within his body up his arm to his fingertip, condensing into a faint yellow glow, then whoosh. A beam of light shot out. Unfortunately, his aim was slightly off. It only grazed the man's thigh, slicing off a chunk of flesh. The man in black let out a scream, staggered for a moment, and then vanished into the darkness. Zhao withdrew his hand, feeling a bit frustrated. I'm still not skilled enough. I need to practice using mana to lock onto targets. He looked down at Zero, helped him to his feet, and leaned him against the wall. Let me make this clear, I saved your life this time. That doesn't count as a violation, right? Zero, of course, couldn't respond. Zhao pulled out his phone, found the registration desk's number, and dialed it. It rang several times before someone picked up a familiar female voice, likely the receptionist. This is Zhao. I just registered yesterday. Do you remember me? What can I do for you? Here's the thing. On my way home, I happened to see Zero get beaten up and knocked unconscious. He's with me now. A few men in black attacked us, but I knocked them out. Could you send someone over right away? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then the woman's voice suddenly turned urgent. You said Zero is seriously injured? Where are you? Zhao gave the address and hung up. Leaning against the wall, he looked at the man in black on the ground, then at the unconscious Ling. Working for Awakened, he muttered to himself, is the risk really that high? Thank goodness my application was rejected. I'd better forget about that idea. Less than 5 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the alley. Zhao looked up to see a group of people running toward him. At the front was the man with the crew cut who had been with Zero yesterday. Behind him were several people in special operations gear and face masks, moving in perfect unison, clearly highly trained. The man with the crew cut rushed over to Zero, crouched down to examine him, and turned pale. Who did this? He looked up at Zhao. Zhao pointed at the man in black on the ground, them. He glanced over and waved his hand, take him away. Several of the special operations troops immediately stepped forward, handcuffed the man's hands and feet, and hauled him away with decisive efficiency. The man with the crew cut hoisted Zero onto his back, stood up, and looked at Zhao. You're coming with me, too? Zhao shrugged. All right. He followed out. After 2 steps, he turned back. They won't wake up on the way, will they? The man with the crew cut didn't answer. Zhao didn't press the matter and followed him as they vanished into the night. Chapter 8, 5 Lives and 50,000. Zhao followed out of the alley. 2 black vehicles were parked at the entrance. One was a van with its rear door open. Several men in special operations gear were lifting the unconscious man in black into it. The other was an ordinary black minivan with dark tinted windows, making it impossible to see inside. The man with the crew cut carried Zero toward the minivan. The door slid open from the inside, and someone reached out to help lift Zero inside. Zhao stood where he was, unsure which way to go. The man with the crew cut closed the door and turned to face him. "You come with me." He walked over to the van, opened the door, and got in. Zhao, following his instructions, took the passenger seat. Both vehicles started up simultaneously and drove off into the night, one in front of the other. The cabin was quiet, broken only by the low rumble of the engine. Zhao glanced in the rearview mirror. The van was following behind, its headlights blinding. "Zero," Zhao began, "is he going to die?" He didn't speak, just stared straight ahead at the road. Zhao waited a few seconds, but seeing no sign of a reply, he didn't press the matter. They drove for about 20 minutes before finally stopping in front of an unremarkable building. The van carrying Zero, however, continued on and soon vanished into the night in the distance. Zhao got out and looked around. He realized this place wasn't far from the office building where the registration office was located, but it was a bit more secluded. The building's exterior was gray, with no sign, just a tightly shut iron gate. He walked up to the gate, swiped a card, and the gate opened. "Come in," he said. Zhao followed him inside, walking down a hallway, turning twice, and finally stopping in front of a door. There was no sign on the door, only a cold metal handle. He pushed the door open and stepped aside. "Go in and wait." Zhao glanced inside. The room wasn't large, about 10 square meters, with a table and 2 chairs placed right in the center. The walls were bare, with only a single incandescent bulb hanging overhead, casting a harsh, pale light. An interrogation room. Or rather, a place that looked like an interrogation room. Zhao furrowed his brow. "What is this?" The man with the crew cut looked at him, his gaze so calm it bordered on cold. "Standard questioning," he said. Zhao locked eyes with him for a few seconds, shrugged, and walked inside. The door closed behind him with a dull thud. Zhao sat down in the chair, staring at the empty seat across from him, feeling a bit down. But given the circumstances, he was actually somewhat prepared for this. Zero had been chased and severely wounded by several men in black, and Zhao had happened to come across him. As the sole eyewitness, he was naturally going to be questioned. Just as he was thinking this, the door opened. The man with the crew cut walked in and sat down across from him. He was holding a folder and a voice recorder. He placed the recorder on the table, pressed the record button, and opened the folder. Name: Zhao. Time, location, and what happened tonight. Start from the beginning. Zhao looked at him and began his account. When he finished, he glanced at the man. The man with the crew cut looked back at him and continued, "And then?" "Then I helped Zero to his feet, leaned him against the wall, and called the front desk," Zhao said. "And then you guys showed up." The man with the crew cut jotted down a few notes in the folder. "You took down every single one of the men in black who were there at the time?" "Yes." "Did you take them all down?" Zhao paused. "One got away," he said. "The leader, I wasn't paying attention for a moment, and he got up and ran. I wanted to chase after him, but Zero was still lying on the ground, and I was afraid something might happen to him, so I didn't dare leave." The man with the crew cut stopped writing. He looked up at Zhao, his expression turning grave. "He got away?" "Yeah." Just then, the door burst open. A man strode in, wearing the same combat gear as the agents outside, his face covered by a mask that revealed only his eyes. He leaned close to the man with the crew cut's ear and whispered a few words. Zhao saw his expression change. The man stepped back out after speaking, and the door closed again. The man with the crew cut was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Zhao. "The 5 men in black we brought back," he said, "are all dead." Zhao froze. "All dead?" "Yes." The man's tone was calm. "On the way here, our agents examined their mouths and found poison in their dentures. We removed it immediately, but they still had poison hidden inside their bodies, which was remotely activated just as we were returning. Zhao's mind went blank. Those men were dead. This was the first time Zhao had personally encountered death. Zhao sat there, his brow furrowed, staring straight at the tabletop in front of him, saying nothing. He was an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage. He had seen the ups and downs of human nature, and he had witnessed life and death, elderly residents passing away, children leaving due to illness. But none of that had anything to do with him. This was the first time someone's death had anything to do with him. The room was so quiet you could hear the hum of the fluorescent light above. The man with the crew cut looked at him, saying nothing. A long time passed, and Zhao still hadn't moved. The man with the crew cut remained silent for a few seconds, then reached out and turned off the voice recorder. "The interview is over," he said. "You can go now. However, one of the men in black got away, and he may have seen your face. For the time being, we'll have someone keep a close eye on you in case he comes back to seek revenge." Zhao looked up at him. The man with the crew cut stood up. "You can go now." Zhao stood up and walked toward the door. When he reached the doorway, he paused. "Zero should be okay, right?" There was silence behind him for a few seconds. "Don't worry." Zhao nodded, pushed open the door, and walked out. Someone was waiting for him in the hallway. It was a young man in plain clothes. Seeing Zhao come out, he nodded, "Follow me." Zhao followed him out, down the hallway, around two corners, and finally through the iron gate. Outside, the night remained the same, the streetlights casting a dim, yellow glow. The two cars were gone, the alley was deserted. "Please wait a moment," the young man said. "We'll arrange a car to take you." Soon, escorted by the men, Zhao was back at the building where he lived. Back at his rented apartment, he locked the door and sat by the bed for a long time. Then he sat up cross-legged and closed his eyes. It wasn't to practice martial arts, it was to calm himself down. To push down all the jumbled thoughts in his head. He didn't know how long it took, but eventually he lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, Zhao was woken by his alarm. He opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, and then slowly remembered what he had to do today. The commendation ceremony for acts of bravery. A 50,000 yuan reward. He got up, washed up, and put on the only presentable outfit he had, a shirt washed to a pale white, paired with a pair of casual pants. As he stepped out the door, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. He didn't see anyone suspicious. He walked to the subway station, boarded the train, and headed to the municipal government center. The commendation ceremony was much more formal than Zhao had imagined. A red carpet, flowers, reporters, and cameras. He stood on the stage, accepted the certificate of honor and the thick envelope handed to him by the official, and forced a smile for the cameras. Some people in the audience clapped, while others took photos. Zhao, however, quietly clutched the envelope, wondering if it contained 50,000. After the ceremony, a staff member approached and offered to arrange a ride home for him. Zhao declined. Leaving the government service center, he didn't head toward the subway station. Instead, he stood by the roadside, thought for a moment, and for the first time ever raised his hand to hail a taxi. Once inside, he told the driver to take him to the bank. No sooner had he settled in than his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "Hello?" "Brother Zhao," a young girl's voice came from the other end. "It's me, Xiaoya." Zhao paused for a second, then remembered who it was. "Oh, Xiaoya," he said. "What's up?" Well, Xiaoya's voice sounded a little nervous. "My boyfriend and I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you for saving me that day. I don't know if you have time?" Zhao thought for a moment. He was in a good mood today anyway, he'd just received the award for his heroic act, so it would be nice to relax a bit. "Sure," he said. "When? Is tonight okay?" 6 o'clock, at the Old Place restaurant in the east part of town. "Alright, see you tonight then." After hanging up, he looked out the window, and his mood suddenly lifted considerably. All those jumbled thoughts from last night had been washed away by this phone call. He looked down at the envelope in his hand, thought for a moment, pulled out 2 wads of cash, and slipped them into his inner pocket. He'd deposit the rest at the bank later. These 2 wads were for Xiaoya. Like him, she was an orphan. Her boyfriend had been borrowing money everywhere to cover her medical bills, so he was surely in debt now. Since he'd earned this money because of her, she deserved a share of it. The taxi soon arrived at the bank. He got out, found an ATM, and deposited the money. After finishing, Zhao checked the time. It was still a few hours before dinner time. He decided to go home and catch up on some sleep first. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhao arrived right on time at the Old Place restaurant. Though called a restaurant, it was really just a larger eatery modestly decorated but looking quite clean. There were quite a few electric scooters and bicycles parked at the entrance, so business seemed to be good. He walked into the restaurant, gave the private room number, and a server led him up to the 2nd floor. When he pushed open the private room door, 3 people were already seated inside. Xiaoya was the first to stand up, a smile on her face. "Brother Zhao, you're here." The young man next to her also stood up and nodded at Zhao somewhat awkwardly. He must be her boyfriend. There was another girl sitting with her back to the door. Hearing the noise, she stood up and turned around. Then she froze. "It's you!" Zhao froze as well. The girl standing before him was actually the one from the barbecue stall last night. The girl stared at him with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Xiaoya looked from him to the girl, a look of confusion on her face. "Yusin, do you two know each other?" The girl named Yusin nodded, then shook her head. "Not really. It's just that last night." She paused, her face flushing slightly. "Last night at the barbecue stand, someone was harassing us, and he helped us out." Xiaoya's eyes widened as she looked at Zhao. "Brother Zhao, you saved someone again yesterday?" Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "It's no big deal. I just pretended to call the police to scare them off." Yusin looked at him, a new look in her eyes. "You helped us yesterday, and now we've run into you again today," she said softly. "What a coincidence." Zhao smiled but didn't respond. He thought to himself, the world really is a small place. Xiaoya pulled Yusin to sit down, then motioned for Zhao and her boyfriend to take a seat as well, and began organizing the order. The private room gradually filled with lively chatter. Chapter 9, Being Watched? The 4 of them weren't exactly strangers, and since they were all young people, they hit it off immediately, chatting and laughing heartily. Xiaoya, in particular, seemed like a completely different person compared to that day, so much more cheerful. The misunderstanding with her boyfriend had been cleared up, and her medical condition had received funding from a charitable foundation, so she no longer had to worry about medical expenses. All she needed to do now was cooperate fully with her treatment. Her chances of recovery were very high. Zhao was genuinely happy for Xiaoya. Although he knew she no longer needed to raise money for medical expenses, he still handed her the red envelope he had prepared in advance. Xiaoya and her boyfriend, of course, refused vehemently. The 3 of them, with 6 hands, pushed the red envelope around the dinner table in circles, a rather comical sight. In the end, Zhao successfully persuaded Xiaoya to accept the money by claiming it was an early wedding gift for the couple, adding that if she didn't take it, he wouldn't consider her a friend anymore. Rain watched the 3 of them battle it out and couldn't stop laughing, though the look in her eyes as she gazed at Zhao grew increasingly complex. As the meal drew to a close, the 2 girls suggested they all go to a KTV to show off their singing voices. Zhao, who was completely tone deaf, initially wanted to refuse, but unable to resist their enthusiastic invitation, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. So, with their bellies full, the 4 of them decided to leave the table. Zhao headed straight for the restroom to relieve himself. As he walked down the hallway, Zhao suddenly sensed a strangely familiar aura of mana, cold and hostile. Zhao remained composed. As he turned to let someone pass, his gaze quickly swept toward the source of the aura. With the aid of his mana perception, he immediately located the target. It was a table of guests on the 1st floor, among whom was a man wearing a gray shirt and glasses. Although the man's movements were very discreet, Zhao still caught him glancing in his direction from time to time. But he had never seen this man before. "Wait. As he sensed the man's mana aura, it suddenly dawned on Zhao. This mana aura was strikingly similar to that of the man in black who had escaped that night. Zhao withdrew his gaze, turned unobtrusively into the hallway, and entered the restroom. Closing the door, he leaned against it, his mind racing. Zero's partner had warned that someone might be targeting him, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Didn't they say they'd send someone to protect me? Why isn't anyone here? Zhao stared at the ceiling, silently musing, looks like I'll have to rely on myself today. But Xiaoya and the others were innocent no matter what, he couldn't let them get dragged into this. If something went wrong, he had to make it quick. Someone capable of directly targeting Zero and, without hesitation, eliminating a witness like himself. Such a person clearly wasn't a good person. Taking action against someone like that, even if he failed, wouldn't weigh on his conscience. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the other side to make their move. Zhao washed his hands, stepped out of the restroom, and headed straight back to the private room. Half an hour later, the four of them emerged from the restaurant. Xiaoya linked her arm through her boyfriend's, a smile on her face. Next stop, KTV. I've already booked a private room. Just as Zhao was about to say, why don't you guys go ahead without me, Xiaoya had already waved down 2 taxis. Come on, get in. She opened the door of the first car, shoved her boyfriend inside, then waved at Zhao and Rain. You two take the one in the back. See you at the KTV. Before Zhao could react, Xiaoya had already climbed into the car. The door slammed shut, and they were gone. He stood there, watching the taxi speed away, then glanced at Rain beside him. Rain was looking at him too. Zhao pointed at the car behind them. Should we go too? Rain nodded, opened the door, and got in. Zhao followed her into the car, closed the door, and gave the name of the KTV. The taxi pulled away. Zhao leaned back in his seat and let his senses out. That mana aura was moving too. It was following their car, neither too close nor too far, maintaining a steady distance. Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he quietly observed the rearview mirror. A black sedan blended into the traffic. He couldn't make out the license plate or the people inside. But he could sense it. That cold, hostile mana aura was inside that car. The streets were bustling with traffic. The other party probably wouldn't make a move at a time like this. Zhao withdrew his gaze and looked out the window, his expression unchanged, but his mind was already calculating. So it really is after me. Following me from the restaurant to the KTV. Are they waiting for an opportunity to strike? Fine, let us see what you're up to. What are you thinking about? Rain's voice snapped him back to the present. Zhao turned his head and found her looking at him. Nothing, he said. Just thinking about what songs to sing at the KTV later. Rain smiled. So does that mean I'll have the pleasure of hearing you sing? Better not, Zhao said earnestly. I'm tone deaf, I can't hold a note. Rain laughed out loud. Then I definitely have to hear it. Zhao. The place Xiaoya had chosen wasn't far. It took only about 10 minutes by car to get there. The two got out of the car. Xiaoya and her boyfriend were already waiting at the entrance, waving at them. The four of them entered the KTV and were led into a private room by a server. Zhao brought up the rear, keeping his senses tuned to the mana emanating from the guy with glasses. That mana aura stopped at the private room diagonally across from them. An hour later, Zhao sat in the corner of the KTV room, watching Xiaoya and her boyfriend sing a duet of Will You Marry Me Today? Their eyes were locked, and they looked like they were ready to get married right then and there. He turned to Rain and whispered, Are they always like this? Rain nodded with a smile. They've been like this since we walked in. I'm used to it. Zhao clicked his tongue twice. They're really piling on the romance. I'm sick of it. Why don't you find someone yourself? Rain tilted her head at him. That way you won't have to eat other people's romance every day. Zhao waved his hand. Forget it. With my qualifications, who would want me? I'm just a food delivery guy. What would a girl see in me? Rain burst out laughing, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. You're pretty self-aware, aren't you? That's right. My biggest strength is, wait, Zhao realized, that doesn't sound like a compliment, does it? Rain laughed even harder. A song ended over there, and Xiaoya came over with the microphone. Hey, what are you guys talking about that's making you so happy? Nothing much. Xiao quickly backed away. Rain, do you have a thing for Zhao? Xiaoya cut straight to the chase. Raina's face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she playfully slapped Xiaoya on the arm. Don't be silly. Oh, Xiaoya drawled, so you don't have a thing for him yet, but you might? Zhao cleared his throat. Xiaoya, your boyfriend is calling you. He isn't. He wants to call you right now. Xiaoya glanced back and saw her boyfriend was indeed waving at her. She pouted, gave the two of them a pass, and ran back. Zhao released the mana and glanced at Rain out of the corner of his eye. She was looking down at her phone, her expression unchanged, a faint smile still playing at the corners of her mouth. Zhao thought to himself, that reaction just now, she didn't seem all that resistant? Never mind, better not get my hopes up. He refocused his attention on that mana aura. It was still in the private room diagonally across from them, and hadn't moved at all. From the moment they entered the KTV until now over an hour had passed, the person had remained in that room, completely motionless. What are they waiting for? Waiting for him to be alone? That'd be just great. At 10:30, the four of them left the KTV. Xiaoya and her boyfriend stood by the roadside hailing a cab, the night breeze blowing in with a hint of chill. Brother Zhao, thanks for coming out with us today. Xiaoya waved at him. Let us hang out again next time. Sure, next time it's on me. Sister Yusin, have a safe trip. Wait, no, Xiaoya corrected herself with a grin. It's fine if you two don't have a safe trip. Just take your time and chat a little longer. Rain gave her a playful glare. Get in the car already. The taxi arrived. Xiaoya and her boyfriend climbed in, and the car quickly vanished into the night. Zhao turned around and looked at Rain. The streetlight cast its glow on her smiling face, making her look even sweeter and more captivating. Well, Zhao began, you should head home early too. You have work tomorrow, right? Rain paused for a moment. She hadn't expected Zhao to say goodbye so directly. But soon, she nodded and smiled. Okay, drive safely. Yeah, text me when you get there. Rain waved down a taxi, opened the door, and glanced back at him. Let us hang out again sometime. Sure. The door closed, the taxi pulled away, and merged into the traffic. Zhao stood where he was, watching the car disappear from view, then slowly exhaled a breath of mana. Next. His senses expanded instantly. That mana signature had indeed shifted. But it wasn't heading toward him. Zhao's expression darkened. The car was heading in the same direction Rain had gone. Damn it! Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to hail a taxi. Driver, follow that black car with the license plate 894 up ahead. Huh? Hearing that he wanted to tail another car, the driver hesitated slightly. Catching a cheating spouse. The driver's eyes lit up. He slammed his foot on the gas, and the car shot forward. Zhao sat in the back seat, eyes closed, straining to sense Rain and the bespectacled man's mana. Sure enough, they were following Rain. Why? Zhao's mind raced. I'm not the target? It's her? That night, apart from the man in black, Zero, and himself, there were no other mana signatures in the alley. Never mind. He'd follow them and find out later. Half an hour later, Zhao watched the meter climb past 80 yuan, wincing at the cost. Driver, pull over up ahead. The driver glanced at him. Not going to catch them anymore? We broke up. The next one will be better. The driver gave an almost imperceptible nod, then pulled over to the side of the road. Zhao scanned the QR code to pay, cursing himself for being so stupid he could fly, after all. Once the taxi had driven off, he turned into a small alley nearby. The alley was pitch black and deserted. Zhao made sure there were no surveillance cameras around, then lifted his feet off the ground and soared into the air. The night breeze swept across his face. Maintaining an altitude of about 100 meters, he extended his senses and locked onto the mana auras of Rain and the man with glasses. The two auras were moving, one ahead of the other. Zhao adjusted his course and followed silently. He followed them for nearly another half hour. Zhao looked down and froze. Below was an upscale residential neighborhood. The main gate was mana-powered, with strict security measures in place. Guards stood at attention at the entrance. Rain's taxi pulled up at the entrance to the complex. Zhao hovered in midair, watching as Rain got out of the car, greeted the security guard familiarly, and swiped his card to enter. He was baffled. Just a moment ago at the dinner table, Rain had said she was just an ordinary office worker, doing administrative work at a company. But this wasn't the kind of place an ordinary office worker could afford to live in. A month's salary wouldn't even cover the property management fees. Before he could make sense of it, he sensed that the mana aura of the man in black had also stopped. Zhao immediately snapped out of his thoughts and focused his senses. The man in black's car had pulled over about 500 meters from the complex. After a moment, that man's signature began to move on foot, approaching the complex. Zhao lowered his altitude and, using the cover of night, drifted silently over. He saw 5 figures darting out of an alley. All dressed in black. The one leading them had changed his appearance, but that mana signature left no room for doubt it was the man with glasses. The 5 moved with professional precision, staying entirely within the surveillance blind spots. Their speed was remarkable. In no time, they reached the perimeter of the residential complex's wall, leaped over it, and slipped inside. Zhao's senses were firmly locked onto those 5 mana auras as they moved toward Rain's location. Zhao hovered in midair, looking down, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 10, The Heiress. Rain was walking slowly, and since Zhao wasn't sure which building she was heading for, he had no choice but to stay in the air and keep watch. He hovered in midair, his senses firmly locked onto the 5 men in black. Their movements were swift and silent. Despite running at top speed, they didn't make a single sound. Soon, they took a detour to flank Rain from the front and lay in wait at a corner. At the same time, the streetlight at the corner mysteriously dimmed, plunging most of the area into darkness. Zhao narrowed his eyes, guessing this was likely the effect of the black-clad men's skill. As Rain approached within less than 100 meters of the ambush site, Zhao took a deep breath of mana and dove straight down. Thud. He was moving too fast. Despite his best efforts to control himself, he still made a sound upon landing. 5 men in black turned to look at Zhao. Damn, realizing he'd been exposed, Zhao prepared to strike immediately. But almost at the same moment. Whoosh! 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 Several whistling sounds suddenly came from another direction. Zhao froze, immediately halting his descent and focusing his gaze. A dozen or so dark figures leapt out of the night, scattering to land and surrounding Zhao and the men in black. Zhao's eyes swept over them. They wore uniform combat gear and carried standardized equipment, appearing like a group of ghosts in the darkness. They were dressed exactly like the Special Forces team that had come to rescue Zero that night. The skill administration? Zhao's mind raced. What are they doing here? But before he could think further, the Special Forces operatives sprang into action. Most of them charged toward the men in black, while 3 lunged straight at Zhao. Wait, Zhao waved his hands frantically. I'm not with them. No one paid him any attention. A hand was already reaching for his neck. Zhao sidestepped, shouting, I told you I'm not with them. I'm here to help. But no one paid him any mind. The 3 Special Forces operatives worked in perfect coordination, relentlessly attacking Zhao's blind spots. Of course, Zhao could easily dodge attacks of this caliber, but he felt utterly frustrated. He could only dodge and not strike back. These were all agents from the Skill Administration Bureau, and injuring him would be a problem to explain. Zhao had no choice but to keep dodging while shouting, I have proof. An awakened registration certificate, just check it and you'll see. Stop. A deep voice came from the side. The Special Forces operatives halted simultaneously. Zhao turned his head and exhaled a breath of relief. The man with the crew cut stepped out of the shadows, his face expressionless, still carrying that "keep your distance" aura. He wore a black jacket, dressed more casually than the Special Forces operatives, but standing there, his mana field was clearly different. "Brother who?" One of the operatives paused. "This guy. Yes, not with those men in black." The man with the crew cut glanced at Zhao, a hint of barely perceptible surprise in his voice. "What are you doing here?" Zhao brushed some grass clippings off his clothes. "I was about to ask you the same thing." The man with the crew cut didn't respond, instead nodding toward the Special Forces team members. "Carry on." The three immediately turned and headed to support their comrades who were apprehending the men in black. The fight had already broken out over there. The 5 men in black clearly hadn't expected to be ambushed from behind. They were caught completely off guard. They weren't weak fighters, but the Special Forces team outnumbered them and was better prepared. In less than 2 minutes, all 5 were pinned to the ground. The entire operation was crisp and efficient, with almost no noise. Zhao stood to the side watching, curling his lip. If it weren't for the earlier misunderstanding, he might have given the Special Forces a thumbs up for their performance. The man with the crew cut hadn't moved the entire time, merely standing by to provide backup. Only after the last man in black was subdued did he step forward. Zhao hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. The 5 men in black had their hands tied behind their backs, their limbs shackled with special restraints, and their heads covered with hoods. Although they had been captured alive, their constant struggling showed their unwillingness to accept their fate, but they were quickly hauled away by the Special Forces team. Half an hour later, Zhao was sitting in that familiar room again. The same harsh, white light hung overhead, the same cold table stood before him, and the same silent man with the crew cut sat across from him. "This is the 3rd time." Zhao leaned back in his chair. "Can we talk somewhere else? The lighting in this room is too dim, it makes your face look even darker." "My codename is White Tiger." The man with the crew cut ignored his joke, opened the folder in front of him, and asked, "Zhao, why did you happen to be there tonight?" White Tiger, hearing that codename, Zhao nearly choked on his own spit, then wore an amused expression. "Cough, cough, cough. I was meeting up with friends today, and at the restaurant, I sensed a mana aura very similar to that of the man in black who got away before." Zhao paused for a moment before continuing. "I thought they were after me, but it turned out they were actually following my friend. So I tailed them, saw them lying in wait and about to make their move, and that's when you guys showed up." "You can sense and distinguish specific mana signatures over a wide area?" "Huh?" Zhao hadn't expected the other man's focus to be on that. "Not over a wide area, just a small one, and I can only sense the mana signatures of people I'm familiar with." The man with the crew cut suddenly fell silent, his eyes seeming to ponder something. Who exactly are these men in black?" Zhao didn't want the other man to keep prying into his affairs, so he quickly changed the subject. The man with the crew cut hesitated slightly, but answered the question anyway. "Those men in black aren't exactly the same group that chased Zero the other day, they're members of a different shadow faction." He spoke calmly. "But this shadow faction is connected to them, they all belong to a higher level shadow faction. Composed of awakened individuals, they specialize in illegal activities like kidnapping, extortion, and assassination. We've been tracking them for quite some time." Zhao raised an eyebrow. "A gang of awakened?" "You could put it that way. They call themselves the Shadow Faction," the man with the crew cut said. "Their members don't have fixed codenames, they all operate on a single line basis. The one who got away last time, codenamed Old Six, was a low-level member, and so are these 5 today." "So he really was an Old Six?" Zhao frowned. "Then why are they after Rain?" The man with the crew cut didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "What is your relationship with her?" Zhao thought for a moment. "I guess you could say we just officially met today." The man's eyebrow twitched. Zhao knew what he was getting at. "I'd met her once before, the night before last, at a barbecue stand. Some thugs were harassing her and another girl, so I stepped in to help. Then today, Xiaoya treated us to dinner." She came along as Xiaoya's friend, and that's when I officially met her. The man with the buzz cut frowned even more deeply. Who is Xiaoya? She is the girl I saved from jumping off the bridge last time, Zhao said. It was because I saved her that you guys brought me back here to register. The man with the crew cut was silent for a few seconds, seemingly processing this information. So, he began slowly, you and Rain only met officially today. You don't know who she is, where she lives, or her background. But when you noticed someone following her, you just tailed them the whole way, ready to step in and save her? Zhao was taken aback by the question. Yeah, he said. Is there a problem with that? The man with the crew cut didn't speak, just stared at him. Zhao felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. What? Is it wrong to be a hero? The man with the crew cut looked away, opened a folder, pulled out a photo, and pushed it toward him. Zhao looked down and froze. The photo showed a large villa, even more extravagant than the one he'd just seen. Several people stood at the entrance of the villa. In the center was a gray-haired elderly man, next to him a middle-aged woman in a cheongsam, and next to her, Rain. Dressed in an evening gown, she stood beside the woman, smiling with grace and poise. The Lin family, the man with the crew cut said. They're the largest real estate conglomerate in both this city and the province, with interests spanning commercial real estate, high-end residential properties, hotels, tourism, and more. Their assets are conservatively estimated at over 100 billion. Zhao felt a bit dazed by what he'd heard. Rain, the man with the crew cut continued, is the granddaughter of Lin Hongyuan, the Lin family's current head, and the daughter of his only daughter, Lin Wanqiu. Lin Hongyuan has only this one granddaughter, whom he dotes on immensely. There are even rumors that he plans to designate Rain as the future heir to the Lin family. Zhao looked completely baffled. Then he took another close look at the photo, confirming that the young girl in it was indeed Li Yusin. Zhao was silent for a few seconds, then leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Just as he thought, could an ordinary office worker really afford to live in a place like that? So those guys are after her for the money? Zhao asked. Kidnapping for ransom? It's not just about the money, the man with the crew cut said. Lin Hongyuan made his fortune early on and offended quite a few people. The Lin family's standing in the business world has also stood in the way of many others. If they were simply after money, they could have just hired ordinary kidnappers. But since the shadow faction is behind this, things aren't that simple. Zhao frowned. What do you mean? They aren't ordinary kidnappers. When they set their sights on someone, it's not just about the money, the man with the crew cut said. Zhao understood. Are they using Rain to demand something else from the Lin family? It's possible, the man with the crew cut said. Rain isn't an awakened, but the Lin family behind her holds immense power. If she is taken hostage, it's as if the shadow faction has the Lin family by the throat. Zhao was silent for a moment, then looked at the man with the crew cut. So you set up an ambush there tonight just to protect her? The man with the crew cut nodded. Well, you guys are pretty good, Zhao said. I didn't even notice you were there. We've set up surveillance in many places, the man with the crew cut said, including, of course, one of her residences. One of her residences? Zhao paused for a moment, then it clicked. It wasn't unusual for her to have multiple residences. The room fell silent for a few seconds. The man with the crew cut suddenly spoke up. Zhao, we'd like to ask you for a favor. Zhao was taken aback. Me? The man with the crew cut nodded. Chapter 11, You can't turn down money just for the sake of dignity. Chapter 11, You can't turn down money just for the sake of dignity. Zhao paused for a moment, then it dawned on him. This favor you're asking, he said, looking at the poker face across from him, doesn't have anything to do with Rain, does it? White Tiger nodded. We want you to keep in touch with Rain, he said, his voice still as calm as ever. And you need to see her often, ideally, become a friend she sees regularly. Zhao raised an eyebrow. And keep an eye on her while I'm at it? To be precise, White Tiger said, it's protection. Your position is ideal. As far as Rain is concerned, you don't know her true identity, you're just ordinary friends. so she shouldn't be too resistant to your contact.
But I already know.
But she doesn't know you know, so when you interact with her from now on, you must be very careful about this. You must still treat her as an ordinary person. Bai Hua's tone was very serious.
No, I haven't agreed to this yet.
This kind of thing should be left to the professionals. This is your area of expertise.
Zhao shrugged. We've tried. Bai Hu looked at him.
We tried sending people to befriend her, but after just one encounter, they never made contact again. So for now, we can only set up perimeter security like we did today.
What about the Lin family's own security? Since Rain is the future heir to the Lin family, shouldn't they be the ones protecting her? Besides, didn't you say I'm being watched too?
Zhao immediately stood his ground. You even said you'd send people to protect me in secret.
Why am I the one being asked to protect someone else now?
I can barely protect myself. Of course the Lin family wants to protect Rain, which is why they asked for our help. It's just that this matter shouldn't be brought to Rain's attention, so we have to operate in the shadows. White Tiger spoke slowly. Besides, judging by your performance tonight, you don't need protection for the time being. Zhao's heart skipped a beat.
Had he gone too far tonight?
He recalled how, just moments ago in the villa complex, he handled the onslaught of 3 special forces operatives with ease and poise. He botched the act. He was supposed to slip up and get caught. White Tiger continued to stare at him. Feeling guilty, Zhao looked away and decided to change the subject. But I still have to make a living.
I need to work and earn money to pay off my debts.
If I don't work for a day, I have no income.
I can't just go hungry, can I? There's compensation, White Tiger said.
Zhao's ears twitched, but his expression remained impassive. It's not just about the money. While on assignment, you'll be considered a temporary staff member of the Skill Administration Bureau, White Tiger continued.
All necessary expenses will be reimbursed. Zhao was clearly tempted, but he still said, temporary staff?
We don't even get employee benefits. I get a delivery bonus just for making deliveries. Reimbursement covers, but is not limited to, transportation, meals, and communication expenses, White Tiger added impassively.
Any expenses related to Rain are eligible. Zhao fell silent. This seemed like a deal worth considering. Transportation expenses, does that mean I can get reimbursed for taxis? Meal expenses, so that means I can get reimbursed for taking her out to eat? Communication expenses, surely data and phone bills count too, right?
He couldn't help but ask, if an off-the-books employee performs well, is there any chance of being transferred to a regular position?
Bai Hu glanced at him, no. Why? Regular positions require passing an exam.
He thought of his uncompleted undergraduate degree and silently shut his mouth. The room fell silent again.
Zhao's mind was still running through the numbers.
Bai Hu spoke up, if you refuse to help and something happens to Rain, you'll be held responsible.
Zhao wasn't happy to hear that. Hey, that's not fair, I'm not falling for that moral blackmail. You're friends.
Zhao was at a loss for words.
He recalled Raina's smile at the karaoke bar, and the way she glanced back at him as she got out of the car. Damn it.
He really couldn't just stand by and watch her get hurt.
Damn it, why was he so soft-hearted?
No, it's not that I want help, Zhao spread his hands, but I'm up to my ears in debt. You let me use my powers to deliver food, so I have to stick to my regular job.
If I don't work, I'll really be out on the street.
Bai Hu looked at him and spoke slowly, 50,000.
Zhao froze. 50,000? Right. RMB?
Of course.
Zhao's mind raced.
50,000 yuan, plus the 50,000 from his previous act of bravery, makes 100,000. Add in the over 10,000 he earned from deliveries this month, and he'd be one big step closer to paying off his 30,000 yuan debt.
And there's reimbursement on top of that. Ahem.
He cleared his throat and said earnestly, well, I've thought it over carefully. A friend in need, I really can't just ignore that. I'll do you this favor. Bai Hu looked at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly whether he was about to smile or say something. Zhao couldn't tell, but in the end, he simply nodded. He pulled a card out of the folder and slid it toward Zhao. Zhao picked it up and looked at it. It was a work certificate, bearing his photo, name, and a line of text: Skill Administration Bureau, Non-Staff Liaison Officer. Next time you run into one of our people, show them this, and there won't be any misunderstandings, White Tiger said. Zhao turned the card over and over in his hands, feeling a bit pleased with himself. Even though it was only temporary, he was officially recognized now. So, how exactly am I supposed to carry out this mission? He asked. I can't exactly go out of my way to ask her out every day. That would feel really weird. If Rain were just an ordinary office worker, it would be fine, but now that Zhao knew her true identity, he had subconsciously developed a sense of distance from her. One was a broke young man drowning in debt, the other, the heiress of a multi-billion-dollar dynasty. Taking the initiative to reach out to her felt inherently awkward and hard to explain. Just interact normally, White Tiger said, don't force it. She goes to work when she needs to, and you deliver food when you need to. If she asks you out, or if you have time to ask her out, just meet up when you should. Also, if she is in danger, you need to show up as fast as you can. How am I supposed to know when she is in danger? We'll let you know, White Tiger said. Your perception is stronger than we thought. That's one of the reasons we chose you. Zhao's heart skipped a beat again. Perceptual abilities. Had he just let something slip again? But White Tiger didn't press the issue, he simply stood up. Alright, you can go now. Someone will contact you regarding the next steps. Zhao stood up as well, but turned back at the door. About the 50,000 yuan, when will it be transferred? White Tiger glanced at him. After the mission is completed. Can I get an advance? No. What about reimbursement? You can't expect me to cover the whole thing out of pocket. I don't have that kind of money. We'll reimburse you weekly. Make sure to keep your receipts. Zhao knew when to call it a day and pushed open the door to leave. By the time he got home, it was already 2 a.m. After taking a shower, Zhao lay in bed, staring at the ceiling as he replayed the day's events in his mind. He pulled out his phone, opened the photo album, and scrolled to the group photo Xiaoya had taken with everyone. In the picture, Rain stood next to him, smiling sweetly and naturally. Zhao stared at that face for a long time, thinking back on how they interacted today, yet he simply couldn't reconcile her with the phrase heir to the Lin family fortune. A billionaire's daughter. He recalled the matter-of-fact expression on Raina's face when she said at the dinner table, I'm just an ordinary office worker, and couldn't help but let out a soft tisk. He tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes. But his mind wouldn't stop racing. How was he supposed to interact with her from now on? Before he knew who she was, chatting and eating together had felt perfectly natural. Now that he knew, it all felt a bit off. He'd just have to pretend he didn't know. It was time to put his acting skills to the test. Besides, she didn't know that he knew. Zhao pondered in his mind, what excuse should he use to ask her out next time? Maybe he should go through Xiaoya again? Just as Zhao was racking his brain, his phone went ding. Zhao picked it up and froze. Rain had sent him a WeChat message. Zhao, are you asleep? Holy crap, isn't this like being handed a pillow just as you're nodding off? Zhao was about to reply when suddenly his whole body shot into the air, pressing tightly against the ceiling. Almost at the same moment, there were several loud thuds. Several afterimages shot in from outside at breakneck speed, shattering the window glass. They kept coming until they finally landed on the bed. The immense force smashed Zhao's wooden bed to smithereens, blowing it apart. Chapter 12, Night Battle in the Woods. Zhao pressed himself against the ceiling, gritting his teeth as he looked at the bed reduced to splinters. This was his most valuable piece of furniture. He fixed his gaze on the culprits firmly embedded in the floor, 3 crossbow bolts as thick as a thumb. The bolts were pitch black, covered in barbs, and had a rough, handcrafted appearance. The attack had come from outside the window, blazingly fast and brutally powerful. If he hadn't reacted quickly, that strike would have pinned him to the bed. In the next instant, he expanded his senses and instantly locked onto the attacker's mana signature. The attacker was moving away rapidly, heading toward the eastern part of the city. Zhao pushed off the roof with both feet and shot through the shattered window. The night winds swept against his face. Flying through the air, his gaze remained fixed on the direction of that mana signature. The opponent was moving extremely fast, but remained within his sensory range.
Think you can get away?
Zhao channeled the mana within him, and his speed surged instantly. But below lay a residential area, and it was 2 a.m. the dead of night. He gritted his teeth, forced to keep his speed within a range that wouldn't make too much noise. Just then, the mana signature ahead suddenly accelerated, and its intensity grew faint, nearly slipping from his grasp. At that moment, Zhao's flight speed couldn't keep up with his opponent.
What's going on?
Zhao furrowed his brow and had no choice but to risk a burst of speed to close the distance.
Boom!
Like a bolt of thunder out of nowhere, he unleashed a burst of mana, closing the distance to within 50 meters. Zhao stared intently and saw that the figure had transformed into a cloud of black mist, darting forward along an airy trajectory. Not only was its speed absurdly fast, but it seemed to merge with the very fabric of space, making not a single sound as it sliced through the air.
Complete silence. What kind of skill is this?
He gritted his teeth, forced to rely on that faint trace of mana to keep track of him. Fortunately, the opponent's skill didn't seem to last long. After chasing for about 10 minutes, the black mist suddenly dissipated, and the attacker's body reappeared. Once he had regained his human form, he pushed off the ground with both feet and continued sprinting, though his speed had slowed considerably.
Zhao's spirits lifted, and he continued to close the gap. After another 5 minutes of pursuit, the surrounding buildings grew increasingly sparse until they vanished entirely.
In their place was a dense, dark forest. The dark figure plunged straight into it. Zhao hovered at the edge of the woods, gazing at the pitch-black forest, and couldn't help but mutter, "Where on earth is there a forest in the city?" The next second, he darted in after it. The forest was dense, severely obstructing Zhao's vision, but the attacker, unable to use his skill anymore, was firmly locked onto by Zhao's senses. Moreover, the uneven terrain within the woods actually slowed the attacker down considerably. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Zhao locked onto Lao Lu's back and darted forward in a sudden dive. His feet hit the ground, blocking Lao Lu's path. Lao Lu slammed on the brakes and looked up at him. Zhao brushed the leaves off his hands and smiled at him.
"Run! Why aren't you running anymore?"
The attacker stared back at him, his eyes showing no sign of panic.
The next second, over a dozen figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding woods, surrounding Zhao in the blink of an eye. All dressed in black.
Zhao's gaze swept over them, 14 in total, including the man in black before him.
He raised an eyebrow. The attacker took 2 steps back and stood alongside the other 13. "You've been chasing me quite enthusiastically," he said. "Didn't see that coming, did you?"
Zhao looked at him, saying nothing. The attacker continued, "Though I didn't expect you to dodge my attack, I've been luring you here all along. It was just a matter of leading you into the trap. And now, it's time to catch the turtle in the jar." "Let me make one thing clear," Zhao replied, flashing a faint smile.
"You're the turtles."
The attacker's voice cracked.
"You knew there was an ambush here?"
"Your escape route was so obvious, even a fool could have guessed it," Zhao said. "But to be precise, I wasn't worried about an ambush." He glanced at the 13 men in black surrounding them and added, "Though I didn't expect you to bring more men than you did the day you hunted Zero. Seems you take me pretty seriously." The attacker stared at him, a hint of wariness in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure.
"Provoking us won't do you any good," he said.
"You're young, you must have awakened your skill not long ago.
You've probably never heard of us."
"That's true," Zhao admitted honestly.
"I really don't know who you are."
"We are the Gray Shadows," the attacker said.
"Have you heard of us?" "No."
The attacker choked on his words. A man in black standing nearby whispered, "Sixth brother, don't waste your breath on him.
Sixth brother waved his hand and continued to look at Zhao.
You're strong, he said. That night, you took down 5 of us all by yourself. Tonight, I came to ambush you personally, and you managed to evade me. Your speed, reflexes, and strength far exceed those of an ordinary awakened.
Zhao didn't respond.
And you can fly, old Six stared at him.
The flight skill, it's extremely rare. In our shadow faction, only 3 people can fly.
With your combat power, you'd be highly valued here.
Zhao caught on. You're trying to recruit me? That's right. Old Six nodded. I've looked into you. You're on your own. How much can you really make delivering food? Join us, and you'll have money, women, and status, whatever you want.
Our boss really appreciates people with skills. Money, women, and status, that is certainly tempting. Zhao looked as if he were seriously considering it.
Of course. I guarantee that as soon as you join, you'll be on equal footing with me. What do you say? But I don't want to be a rat.
Zhao sighed.
Look at you guys, you're always sneaking around.
If I join you, I won't even have the face to tell people what I do for a living.
Lao Lu's expression darkened. Are you messing with me? I'm not messing with you, Zhao said earnestly. I'm serious. Working with you guys is worse than delivering food. Lao Lu's face turned grim.
The man in black standing nearby finally lost his patience. Brother Lu, this kid is just messing with us.
Let us do it.
Lao Lu glared at Zhao, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You're pushing your luck, he growled.
Don't blame us for what happens next.
He raised his hand and brought it down. 13 men in black moved simultaneously. Zhao took a deep breath of mana, his mind racing through tactical options. He had to take this fight seriously, but he had to hold back carefully. He absolutely couldn't reveal just how terrifying his true power was.
Why bother working so hard if even a good performance won't get me a permanent position? I'll just finish this one-off job and go back to delivering food.
He feigned reluctance as he sidestepped the first man in black's attack, simultaneously punching at the second, but the blow went wide, landing by some strange twist of fate on the third man's face, sending several bloody teeth flying. Another man in black swung his knife from the side. Zhao barely dodged it, stumbling slightly, which just happened to let him evade another man's slash, causing the blade to slice into his own companion's thigh.
Ah! Why the hell did you cut me? I didn't mean to.
Zhao immediately executed a sweeping kick, knocking both men to the ground. Their swords flew from their hands, impaling 2 other men in black.
Fuck, you bastards.
Seeing this, the remaining men in black rushed in to fill the gap, raising their blades high to deliver a jumping slash at Zhao. Just then, the 2 men who'd been accidentally stabbed moments earlier, gritting their pain, charged forward with their own blades, intent on avenging themselves against Zhao. They stumbled right into the path of the incoming blades, and the 2 men took 2 more hits for no reason. At that moment, Zhao didn't even think twice. He kicked out at the arms holding the blades, sending both arms, blades and all, flying uncontrollably through the air, where they landed squarely on the waists of the 2 men who had just been accidentally injured.
Ah, holy shit!
Lao Lu, the leader, looked at the chaotic battlefield and was completely dumbfounded. The 13 men he brought with him were well trained, worked together flawlessly, and were the cream of the crop among his elite forces. Yet in this battle, they kept making mistakes. Their attacks either missed their targets or accidentally struck their own comrades.
Even Lao Lu himself had taken several hits from his subordinates' skill attacks.
A boulder summoned by telekinesis smashed into his nose, and a whip made from tree roots controlled by one of his men lashed out, leaving one side of his buttock a bloody mess. As he fell to the ground in agony, a knife that had slipped from someone's hand stabbed him in the sole of his foot.
A dozen minutes later, the last man in black lay on the ground.
Zhao stood beside him, holding his knees and gasping for mana. Huff huff, they put up quite a fight. He lifted his head and glanced at the bodies strewn across the floor.
14 of them all down. Lao Lu lay at his feet, his face a mix of bewilderment and disbelief.
He struggled to get up, but his whole body was numb, and he couldn't muster any strength.
He knew that feeling all too well. It was the poison sting of his subordinate, Toad. What's going on? Lao Lu gasped for mana. What the hell is happening? Zhao gasped for mana, saying nothing. He thought to himself, of course it was all part of my carefully orchestrated plan. What else could it be? On the surface, his fighting style appeared clumsy and unpolished. Every attack was a half-hearted, awkward dodge, and almost none of his strikes landed. But behind the scenes, Zhao was using his mana to manipulate the movements of the men in black. How could this happen? Lao Lu stared at him intently. Zhao looked down at himself. His clothes were a bit disheveled, and he was covered in leaves and dirt. Damn it, he cursed aloud. You guys got me all dirty. Lao Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. But in the next second, he was suddenly overcome with panic. Because Zhao was pulling down his pants. Lao Lu's eyes widened. What are you doing? Zhao didn't even look up. Tying you up. What has tying us up got to do with taking off our pants? I didn't bring any rope, Zhao said with complete confidence. I'll use your own pants to tie your hands and feet. Let us see how you run then. Lao Lu. A man in black standing nearby, his hands and feet bound behind his back and his body hunched forward, cried out in anguish, a man may be killed, but he must not be disgraced. Zhao glanced at him, recalling the incident with the poison that day. So, as he stripped them of their pants, he also yanked off the men's shoes and shoved them into their mouths to prevent them from biting down on the poison and killing themselves. Now all the men in black fell silent. Zhao stripped all 14 men of their pants and bound them securely. When he was done, he stood up, clapped his hands, and admired his handiwork. 14 grown men, every one of them bound tightly with their own pants, hands and feet tied behind their backs, their bodies hunched forward on the ground. The scene was somewhat surreal. All right. He pulled out his phone. Wait for me to call someone to come pick you up. The phone rang 3 times before someone picked up. White Tiger, Zhao said. Where are your men? What's up? Nothing major. Zhao looked at the 14 men on the ground. Just picked up a few gray shadows. Send someone to pick them up. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. How many? 14. You'd better hurry, Zhao added. I'll send you the location via WeChat. White Tiger was silent for a few seconds, then said 2 words. Wait. The call ended. Zhao put his phone away and plopped down on a nearby rock. No sooner had he sat down than his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw it was a WeChat message from Rain. Looks like you're already asleep. If you're free tomorrow afternoon, I'd like to treat you to a meal to properly thank you for helping me the other day. Remember to reply when you wake up. Good night. Zhao checked the time. Nearly half an hour had passed since Rain sent that "Are you asleep yet?" message. He quickly typed, "Not asleep yet. I'm free tomorrow." The reply came almost instantly. That's great. So, 3 p.m. tomorrow, meet us downstairs at our office? Zhao stared at the screen, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. Sure, see you tomorrow. After sending the message, he put down his phone and leaned against a tree. The night breeze swept through the woods, bringing a chill. The men in black on the ground were grunting and squirming, trying to wriggle out of their pants. Zhao ignored them and kept thinking about the message he'd just received. Rain had invited him to dinner. He'd been worrying about how to ask her out, but unexpectedly, she'd taken the initiative. The world really works in mysterious ways. He suddenly recalled what had happened at the KTV, when Xiaodia had teased Rain, "So you don't like her now, but you might in the future?" Rain hadn't said anything at the time. She'd just smiled. Tisk, he shook his head, shaking the thought from his mind. Don't get your hopes up. She's a billionaire's daughter, and you're just a food delivery guy. He thought this, but the faint smile on his lips wouldn't fade. The roar of helicopters echoed in the distance. Zhao looked up and saw 2 helicopters flying toward them. There were no markings on the fuselages, but he knew whose men were arriving. He stood up and brushed the dirt off his pants. All right, your backup is here.
He nodded toward the men in black on the ground.
Next time you try to ambush me, remember to bring some rope.
Lao Lu lay on the ground, staring at him with a complex look in his eyes. The helicopters hovered above the forest, and a dozen or so special forces operatives rappelled down the ropes with crisp, precise movements.
The leader took in the scene on the ground and froze for 2 seconds. Zhao waved at him. Good work. 14 men, they're all right here. Count them. Don't miss a single one. The Special Forces operative fell silent for a few seconds, then pulled out his walkie-talkie. Brother Tiger, target confirmed. 14 people in total.
White Tiger's voice came over the radio. Good.
How's the situation on the ground?
The Special Forces operative looked at the men in black, their legs bound with his own pants, and chose his words carefully.
The situation here is he paused. A bit delicate.
Zhao chuckled beside him. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the radio, then White Tiger's voice came through.
Just bring them back.
Zhao turned and walked toward the edge of the woods. Halfway there, he stopped, pulled out his phone, and glanced at Rain's message again.
3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Then he slipped the phone back into his pocket, hummed a tune, and leaped into the air.
Chapter 13, Ambush. Zhao arrived at the bottom of Rain's office building well before the agreed-upon time. The tall office tower, with its glass curtain walls, glinted in the sunlight. People in suits and ties were coming and going through the entrance, all dressed like corporate executives.
Zhao stood at the entrance, looking at their attire, then glanced down at himself. He really did stick out like a sore thumb.
Oh well, this will have to do. Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from Rain. Are you here yet? I'll be right down.
Zhao replied, I'm here. I'll wait for you at the entrance to the lobby on the first floor. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Zhao saw Rain walk out, looking around for him. She was wearing a simple business suit, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail. Compared to that night, she looked even more energetic, capable, and poised. Zhao paused for a moment, then waved at her.
Rain spotted him and jogged over with a smile. Have you been waiting long?
Not at all, I just got here, Zhao said.
Your company has quite a mana vibe, doesn't it?
Rain glanced back at the office building and smiled.
It's not bad. Come on, I have the afternoon off today.
I'll take you somewhere.
Zhao kept pace with her. Where to?
I'll take you to eat something delicious, Rain said.
It's a little restaurant I go to often. It's not far from here, just a 10-minute walk. Zhao nodded. Sounds great.
I haven't eaten all day. I've been waiting for this meal.
Ha, I promise you won't be disappointed.
The two walked through the streets and alleys for about 10 minutes before Rain stopped in front of an old apartment building.
Zhao looked up. A simple sign hung on the door, Zhanghusi Hai.
They pushed open the door and stepped into a small courtyard. It wasn't large, but the decor was simple yet refined, exquisitely elegant, and full of unique charm. Several tables were arranged in a staggered pattern, separated by screens. Most tables were already occupied, with only one empty one left.
Rain walked straight over to it, pulling out a chair for Zhao as he went. Come on, sit down.
This place is really popular. Luckily, I made a reservation in advance.
Zhao went over and sat down, just as a voice called out from inside the house. Shaolin here? Bringing a friend today?
Turning to look, they saw a middle-aged woman in an apron stepping out of the house, walking toward them with a beaming smile.
Auntie Li, I'm here with a friend today, Rain said.
The woman glanced at Zhao, her eyes briefly appraising him, but she said nothing, merely nodding with a smile.
All right, you two take a seat for a bit. Let me know what you'd like to eat, and I'll be right back.
Sure, Auntie Li, Rain replied with a smile.
Is this a private dining spot?
Zhao asked after Auntie Li had left.
Yeah, Rain nodded.
Auntie Li used to be a head chef, and later she opened this little place. She only takes a few tables a day, there is no menu, she cooks whatever she feels like that day, but every dish is delicious.
Look, today's specials are written on that little blackboard over there. Rain pointed.
Zhao turned to look and sure enough saw a small blackboard hanging on the wall, listing a few dishes, all simple home-style fare. As a regular here, Rain knew her way around and quickly picked out her favorites from today's offerings. Braised pork belly, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, sweet and sour spare ribs, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. The food arrived quickly soon. The 3 dishes and soup were brought to the table. Zhao took a bite of the braised pork belly, and his eyes lit up.
Tasty, isn't it?
Rain looked at him, a hint of pride in her voice.
Zhao nodded. It's really good. Much better than the takeout I usually get. Then have some more.
Rain picked up a piece of spare rib and placed it on his plate.
The two ate and chatted. They talked about work, venting about the frustrations they encountered, the gossip they heard, and the people they met.
Drawing on his wide-ranging experience, Zhao shared plenty of amusing stories about finding joy in the midst of work's hardships, keeping Rain in stitches. Later, the conversation turned to hobbies. Zhao was, of course, a homebody, while Rain loved traveling and had encountered many interesting cultural experiences, which Zhao listened to with great interest.
As the conversation flowed, they eventually turned to their life aspirations. Hey, what is your biggest dream? Rain asked. Zhao thought for a moment. My biggest dream?
That is definitely to get rich quick, buy a house and start a family, get a nice car so I can drive wherever I want.
And then get a top-of-the-line computer so I can buy games and skins without even thinking twice. Rain paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Is that it? Isn't that enough?
Zhao asked, looking completely serious.
That's already pretty ambitious for me. Take the house, for example. I'd have to work another 80 years, and then I'd have just enough to buy it, ha. Rain laughed even harder. What are you laughing at? Zhao said. I'm being completely serious. Why do you only think about material things? Don't you ever think about finding the love of your life?
Yeah, Zhao said, scooping another piece of braised pork into his bowl. In this day and age, without these material things, who would be unlucky enough to take a liking to me and be my partner?
That's not necessarily true.
Rain smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, glancing casually at Zhao before looking away.
Don't just talk about me, what about your dreams? Rain was silent for a few seconds. Me?
She looked out into the courtyard, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her face. Actually, they're pretty much the same as yours. Find someone I like, live an ordinary life, have someone to eat dinner with after work every day, watch movies, and stroll through the park on weekends.
That'd be nice. The two chatted over their meal in a relaxed atmosphere.
Zhao popped a piece of short rib into his mouth, his gaze inadvertently sweeping toward the courtyard entrance. Near the alleyway outside the courtyard, 2 awakened were lurking. Zhao had long since locked onto their mana signatures. On the roof of the building across the street, there was another. These 3 had been there since they entered the small restaurant, but so far, they hadn't made any further moves. Zhao, however, remained unflappable. Yet his senses remained locked onto those 3.
Zhao!
Rain's voice snapped him back to reality.
What are you thinking about? Zhao snapped out of his reverie and smiled. Nothing. Just wondering if we should order another dish. Rain chuckled. You still have room?
I'm barely even started, Zhao said.
This meal is going to cost you a pretty penny today. Rain laughed at his remark and was about to say something. Just then, Zhao sensed a bone-chilling coldness shooting rapidly toward him from the rooftop.
He set down his chopsticks, stretched, and leaned back against the chair. His right arm happened to block the path of the chill. He had already shielded his arm with mana. The chill struck the surface of his arm but couldn't penetrate an inch. He took the opportunity to glance at it out of the corner of his eye. It turned out to be a slender needle, glowing a faint blue all over.
Auntie Lee, could you please get me a bottle of soda?
Zhao called out, diverting Raina's attention, and swiftly tucked the slender needle away.
Auntie, I want one too.
Rain turned her head and raised her hand, like a student raising her hand in class. Meanwhile, the two figures concealed at the alleyway entrance who had already flanked both sides of the small courtyard now halted their movements. It seemed they had received orders from their comrades on the rooftop. Seeing that the attack had failed, they were standing by for the time being. Zhao's mind raced. The people who'd come after him today were out to kill. What had happened to make them change their plans? Could it be because of my appearance?
Rain, Zhao put down his chopsticks, his tone casual. I'll walk you home after we finish eating.
Rain paused in surprise.
Ha? No need.
I live nearby, it's just a short walk.
It's fine.
Think of it as a stroll, Zhao said.
It'll help with digestion.
Rain glanced at him, didn't he think much of it, and nodded.
Sure, let us take a walk together.
Zhao continued eating, but his senses remained firmly locked onto those three men.
However, they made no further moves.
After finishing their meal, the two got up to leave.
Aunt Li called out from the kitchen, "Take care, Shaolin."
Bye, Aunt Li. Stepping out of the courtyard, the alley was quiet. Night had already fallen, and the two walked side by side under the streetlights. His senses were fully alert. The three men followed from a distance but made no further moves. Rain was completely unaware of this and chatted away as they walked. The place I'm renting is actually pretty small, but it's close to the office, just a 10-minute walk. My parents offered to buy me a house before, but I turned them down.
I just wanted to live on my own.
Zhao listened to these everyday details, responding from time to time.
After walking for about 10 minutes, Rain stopped in front of an ordinary apartment building. I'm here.
She turned to look at Zhao.
Thanks for walking me home, and thanks for having lunch with me today.
Zhao smiled.
You're the one who treated me, and you're thanking me?
Ha ha. Well, then you can treat me next time. Rain looked at Zhao, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons.
Sure, I'll let you know when. Go on up now.
Rain nodded, pulled out her keys, and entered the building. Zhao stood where he was, watching her back disappear into the stairwell. Then he slowly turned around. The three figures in his perception were still there, one in the shadows of the building across the street, and two at the entrance to the alley. Zhao glanced at their positions, then turned and walked back the way he'd come.
He pulled out his phone.
Bai Hua's phone rang 3 times before he answered.
What is it?
Zhao lowered his voice. Rain was the target of an assassination attempt. There was a second of silence on the other end.
How is she?
She is fine, Zhao said.
I intercepted it, she didn't notice.
Bai Hu seemed to be talking to someone nearby, his voice was muffled.
After a moment, Bai Hua's voice came through again. Where are you right now?
Downstairs at her apartment. The assailants are still there.
Stay safe. Don't make any sudden moves, White Tiger said. I'll send people over immediately.
White Tiger, Zhao interrupted him, did we get anything out of the people we brought in last night? There was another silence on the other end.
This time, it lasted a bit longer.
That group, White Tiger's voice dropped to a whisper, they were intercepted on the way.
Zhao's footsteps faltered. What do you mean?
The helicopter we were using to transport them was shot down, White Tiger said.
All 14 of them are dead.
There were 4 more team members on the helicopter, and they...
He didn't finish.
But Zhao understood. He gripped the phone tightly.
Who did it?
We're still investigating, White Tiger said. But shooting down a military helicopter isn't something just any awakened can pull off.
Just then, static crackled over the line.
Then another voice came through.
Zhao. Zhao froze. Zero? You're awake?
Zero's voice was weak.
Things have taken an unexpected turn.
A Class B awakened has appeared on the Shadow Faction's side.
Zhao's brow furrowed. Class B? A Class D skill isn't much stronger than that of an ordinary person.
Class C is far beyond ordinary ability. Class B is already in the extremely dangerous category. Zero continued, I've already reported the situation and requested backup.
For now, we'll keep her safe. As for you. He paused. Your temporary status is revoked. Zhao froze. What? This is no longer something you can be involved in. Zero's voice was calm but unyielding. You're a civilian. You haven't received professional training, and you lack sufficient combat power. Getting caught up in a conflict of this magnitude will only get you killed. We'll arrange for someone to pick you up and take you to a shelter for the time being. Zhao opened his mouth, about to speak. As for Rain, we'll send more people to protect her, Zero continued. You don't need to worry about it. That's an order. Zhao was silent for a few seconds, just as he was about to speak. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out from behind him. Zhao spun around abruptly. That apartment building, the one where Rain lived, on the 6th floor. Flames shot skyward. The sound of shattering glass, people's screams, and sirens blended into a chaotic din. Zhao's mind went blank for a moment. That was the direction of Rain's home. Without a second thought, he leaped into the air. Zero's voice came through his phone. Zhao. Zhao. Zhao didn't answer. With a furious whoosh, he flew straight to the 6th floor and plunged through the blast hole. The stairwell door had been blown off its hinges, and the hallway was filled with smoke. Zhao charged inside. Rain's door was gone. The entire doorframe had been blown away. The wall was covered in charred marks, and flames flickered inside. Rain. Zhao charged into the burning building. Chapter 14, Rescue. The moment Zhao burst into the fire, only one thought filled his mind. Please, don't let anything happen to her. The violent surge of mana he unleashed swept the smoke from the stairwell, leaving only the flickering flames to cast a dim, flickering light across the corridor. He took a single, swift stride and charged straight through the doorway where the door had been blown away. The scene inside came into full view. Rain, clad in her pajamas, sat slumped on the floor, her face deathly pale and still shaken. The night wind poured in through the shattered window behind her, making the curtains flutter wildly. Not far in front of her stood a man. Dressed entirely in black, his face was obscured, only a pair of eyes were visible, gleaming coldly in the firelight. Zhao's pupils contracted slightly. Zhao! Rain's voice came from behind the man in black, trembling with disbelief. How did you get here? Zhao didn't answer. His gaze remained fixed on the man in black. His senses were fully alert. This mana aura was stronger than any of the men in black he had encountered before. This must be the Class B awakened Zero had mentioned. You're Zhao? The man in black spoke, his voice hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against glass. He sized up Zhao, his eyes showing no panic, only the amused gaze of a cat watching a mouse. The Zhao who has ruined our plans time and time again? Zhao ignored him. His gaze passed over the man in black and landed on Rain. She didn't appear to be injured, just startled. He released his grip on mana. Zhao. Rain called out again, her voice breaking with tears. Zhao finally spoke, his voice calm. Don't be afraid. The man in black laughed. Interesting, he said. You're quite brave, daring to charge right in like that. At a time like this, you still have the presence of mind to comfort others? But it seems you haven't quite grasped the situation. Before he could finish, he waved his hand. The raging flames inside the room seemed to heed the command, leaping up simultaneously from all directions and converging into a torrent that surged into the palm of his hand. The fire condensed, compressed, and transformed within his palm, finally coalescing into a lone, crimson blade. A blade forged from flame. Zhao's brow twitched. The man in black gripped the hilt, gave it a satisfied glance, then looked up at Zhao. If you want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, bravery alone isn't enough. Without sufficient strength, you're just courting death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swung the blade. The blade of fire shot from the hilt, hurtling straight for Zhao's face. Wherever the blade passed, the very air was scorched and warped. Zhao didn't move. The instant the blade hurtled toward him, his figure suddenly vanished. The man in black's pupils contracted. The next second, Zhao had already appeared beside Rain. He reached out and pulled her behind him. "You're safe." Rain looked at Zhao's profile and nodded firmly. The man in black turned to face Zhao, his expression shifting. "You managed to dodge that," he said slowly. "With that kind of speed, you're at least upper C rank." He waved the flaming blade in his hand, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Here's the deal. I'll give you a chance. Join us, and today's incident will be forgotten. With your abilities, it'd be a shame to just let you die. I do value talent. You can't kill me, so now you want to recruit me?" Zhao looked at him and suddenly smiled. "I have no interest in being a rat." Then there's nothing more to discuss. The man in black's expression darkened as he spread his hands. The flames within the room surged once more, and another blade of fire coalesced in his other hand. The two blades crossed. "You're asking for death." He swung both blades simultaneously, unleashing two even more massive blades of fire that slashed through the air, cutting off all of Zhao's retreat routes. But Zhao had never intended to retreat. He extended his right hand, and mana surged from within him. The blades of mana struck 3 feet in front of him, suddenly as if hitting an invisible wall. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The two blades of mana exploded simultaneously, turning into a shower of sparks that scattered in all directions. The man in black froze. "You?" He didn't finish his sentence. Zhao had already moved. His speed was so fast it left only an afterimage in the blink of an eye. He was in front of the man in black. His right hand shot out, fingers splayed, and slammed directly into the man's face. The man in black's pupils dilated instantly. "You're a B rank, after all. You shouldn't die that easily, right?" WH. Thud. The rest of his sentence was forced back down his throat. Zhao held his face firmly and slammed him hard into the wall behind him. A huge hole exploded in the wall, sending debris flying in all directions. The man in black's body was embedded in the wall, but before he could react, Zhao had already grabbed his face and continued charging backward. Boom! The outer wall was smashed through. The two of them flew out from the 6th floor. The night wind howled, and starlight twinkled. The man in black struggled desperately in midair, trying to break free from the hand clamped over his face. But that hand was like an iron vise, not budging an inch. Who are you, exactly?" His voice was distorted, filled with a terror he'd never felt before. Zhao didn't answer. He gripped the man's head, adjusted their course, and dove downward. The ground grew closer and closer. Fear finally flashed in the man in black's eyes. "Wait!" Thud. A deafening crash. A shallow crater was smashed into the ground, cracks spreading outward. The man in black lay at the bottom of the pit, every bone in his body screaming in agony. The man in black opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao looked around. Not far away, a rebar as thick as a thumb protruded from a broken concrete pillar. He walked over and pulled the rebar out. The man in black's eyes widened. What are you doing?" Zhao ignored him. He walked back to the edge of the pit, crouched down, and began to bind the man with the rebar. The rebar was as pliable as twine in his hands, winding around the man's body, tightly binding his arms and torso together. The man in black struggled desperately, but the rebar tightened with every turn. What kind of monster are you?" Zhao tied the final loop, stood up, and examined his handiwork. The rebar wound from his shoulders to his ankles, layer upon layer, completely encasing him. The man in black was bound like a rice dumpling, with only his head sticking out. Zhao nodded, satisfied. The man in black glared at him, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Zhao crouched down, looking him in the eyes. The man in black's lips trembled, he couldn't speak. Zhao smiled and stood up. "All right, you stay here for now. I'm going up to pick someone up." He pushed off the ground, soared into the air, and flew back to the 6th floor. In the room on the 6th floor, Rain was still sitting on the floor, motionless. Everything that had just happened was beyond her comprehension.
The sudden explosion, the man in black who had burst in, the fire, and then Zhao, who had appeared out of nowhere. Zhao, he just grabbed that guy and flew out? She stared blankly at the huge hole in the wall, her mind a blank. Then a figure flew through the hole. Zhao. He landed on the floor, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked over to her. Are you okay? Rain looked up at him. Her lips moved slightly, and she whispered. Zhao. Am I dreaming? Zhao paused for a moment. Rain reached out and touched Zhao's face. Warmth, texture, was this real? Zhao was silent for 2 seconds. Let us get out first. He reached out to help Rain to her feet. Rain's legs were weak, she couldn't even stand steadily. Zhao simply picked her up in his arms. Rain instinctively grabbed his shirt, as if clinging to her last lifeline. Close your eyes, Zhao said. Rain didn't close them. She kept her eyes open, watching as Zhao carried her and leaped out through the shattered window. The night wind swept over them. They were flying through the air. Rain's breath caught in her throat. She looked down, then up at Zhao's face. Starlight fell on his face, illuminating his features clearly. Zhao's voice was as light as a feather. We're really flying. Zhao glanced down at her. Her eyes were wide, filled with fear, shock, and a light she couldn't quite describe. He said. We're flying. Rain said nothing more. She buried her face in Zhao's chest and closed her eyes. The two landed on the ground. No sooner had Zhao steadied himself than he heard a roar in the distance. 3 vehicles sped toward them, skidding to a halt at the roadside. The doors flew open, and a dozen or so men in combat gear poured out, moving swiftly and with military precision. At the head of the group was a man with a crew cut. White Tiger. When he saw Zhao and Rain, he visibly relaxed his grip on Mana. Are you okay? He strode over, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. Zhao shook his head. I'm fine. White Tiger nodded, about to speak, when his peripheral vision caught the pit beside them. Lying in the pit was a man bound like a dumpling with rebar. White Tiger fell silent for 2 seconds. He turned his head and looked at Zhao. Zhao stood there, still holding Rain in his arms, looking innocent. It was an emergency, so I had to use my powers, Zhao said. I'll leave it to you guys to handle. White Tiger opened his mouth. Then closed it again. What else could he say? If Zhao hadn't stepped in, not only would the mission have failed, but Rain's life might have been. But his feelings were incredibly complicated right now as he stared at Zhao. Feeling a bit guilty, Zhao turned and walked toward a car with Rain in his arms, finding a seat for her to sit in. The wail of an ambulance could be heard in the distance. Fire trucks and police cars arrived at the scene one after another. A police line was set up, the onlookers were evacuated, and the scene was a flurry of activity. White Tiger stood there, motionless. His gaze shifted back and forth between Zhao and the man in black. Finally, he took a deep breath of Mana, turned, and spoke into his walkie-talkie. Zero, you'd better come here in person. He paused, glanced at the man in black wrapped like a dumpling in rebar, and his voice took on a strange tone. There is something here, I don't know how to describe it. Chapter 15, The Specially Hired Temp. Zero arrived quickly. 10 minutes later, a black SUV barreled straight through the police line and screeched to a halt in front of Zhao. Almost simultaneously, Zero leaped out of the vehicle. He scanned the area and spotted the man in the pit, bound like a rice dumpling with rebar. Zero strode quickly to the edge of the pit, examining this human dumpling from head to toe. The man's eyes stared blankly at the sky, and blood-tinged foam dripped from his mouth. His entire body was wrapped round and round with 2 steel rebar rods. Zero fell silent. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhao. The look in his eyes was complex, filled with so many emotions that even with his back turned, Zhao felt as if he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. White Tiger spoke up at just the right moment. He fell from the 6th floor, smashed the guy into the pit, then bound him with rebar. Zero's eyebrow twitched. Zhao, with his back to him,
felt a chill run down his spine. Zero stared at him for a few seconds before finally letting out a sigh. "We'll talk about this later," he ordered. "Clean up the scene first." Several Special Forces operatives jumped into the pit and began dealing with the mummy. Zhao also let out a temporary sigh of relief, leaning halfway into the car to check on Rain. Rain was sitting in the back seat, her face still a bit pale, but looking much better than before. When she saw Zhao, she managed a weak smile. "Are you okay?" Zhao asked. Rain nodded, then shook her head. Just as Zhao was about to speak, he suddenly noticed something was off about her posture. She was leaning against the seat back, her right leg slightly bent, her foot dangling in the air, as if afraid to touch the ground. "Did you hurt your foot?" Rain gave a soft "Just now. I probably twisted it when I fell." Zhao looked down and saw that her right ankle was swollen and red, looking rather alarming in the dimly lit car. "Let me take a look," he said, reaching out to gently cradle her small, delicate foot. Rain froze for a moment, her face flushing slightly, but she didn't pull it away. Zhao placed her foot on his lap and examined it closely. Her dainty foot fit perfectly in his palm, pale and translucent, with slender, well-proportioned toes. The black nail polish on her toenails made his mind wander involuntarily. "Shame on me. Back to business." Zhao summoned all his willpower to refocus, carefully examining the injury. The ankle was quite swollen, but fortunately, the bone was unharmed. "Bear with it," Zhao said. "It'll stop hurting soon." Rain nodded, her lips still unconsciously pressed together. He applied gentle pressure, massaging Rain's ankle with therapeutic techniques. At the same time, he quietly infused a thread of mana to help disperse the stagnant blood. Rain frowned at first, but after a moment, her brow gradually relaxed. The car was quiet, with only the faint sounds of fire trucks and police cars in the distance. Zhao kept his head down, massaging intently, while Rain leaned back in her seat, watching the man who had fallen from the sky to save her and was now massaging her foot. This was the first time she'd had such close contact with a man, and she could feel her cheeks growing hot and flushed. It wasn't until quite a while later that she finally spoke up and asked Zhao. "Zhao, how do you know how to do this?" Zhao didn't even look up. "I learned it before." "You learned it?" "Yeah," Zhao said. "I went to a college of traditional Chinese medicine." Rain froze for a moment. "You went to college?" "Yeah," Zhao nodded. "I dropped out in my junior year." "Why?" "Ran out of money." He adopted a deliberately casual tone. "Sigh, I didn't realize studying medicine costs so much more than regular majors." Rain was silent for a few seconds. "So, do you still want to be a doctor someday?" Zhao looked up and glanced at her. Rain's eyes were still a little red, but her expression was serious. Zhao smiled. "We'll see. For now, let us just focus on living each day to the fullest." He lowered his head and continued massaging. The night breeze poured in through the half-open car window, carrying a hint of coolness. The bustling crowd in the distance seemed to separate this small car compartment from the outside world. The car became a temporary private space for the two of them. The scene fell silent for a moment, yet the atmosphere gradually grew intimate. "Zhao," she broke the silence, "how did you fly just now? Was it like Superman?" Zhao paused for a second. He said, "I don't know how to describe it. It's like walking, you just think about it, and you go." "So, that's your secret, right?" "Of course. Aside from those guys, you're the first and only one who knows." Zhao tilted his head, gesturing toward Bai Hu and the others not far away. Rain peeked over slightly, then quickly pulled back. "I'll keep it a secret for you." Her expression was unusually serious. Zhao looked at Rain's earnest, innocent face and couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. "All right." Rain looked at him, her eyes bright as pearls. Zhao paused for a moment, then smiled. "No need for formalities. We're friends, after all." Rain nodded, saying nothing more, though a small whirlpool of emotion stirred deep within her. By the time the scene was cleared, an hour had passed.
Zhao and Rain were escorted to a vehicle and returned together to the Skill Administration Bureau. Rain, shaken and exhausted, was sent to rest. She wouldn't be escorted back to the Lin family until dawn. Zhao, meanwhile, was taken to Zero's office. Zero sat behind his desk, with White Tiger standing beside him. Zhao sat down across from him and waited. Zero looked at him, remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke. "That man in black from earlier, his codename is Red Blade." Zhao listened intently. "A B-rank assassin from the Shadow faction. His skill is fire manipulation," Zero said. "He's the one who's seriously injured me." Zhao recalled the image of Zero lying on the ground, covered in blood, that night. "He was also the one who eliminated that group of men in black," Zero continued. "Including the 4 team members on that helicopter." Zhao clenched his fists. Zero looked at him, his gaze calm. "His combat power is rated B+. At full strength, he can barely hold his own against an A-class assassin. Within the Shadow faction, he is the one tasked with handling trouble." He paused. Zhao cleared his throat. Zero stared at Zhao for a few seconds before changing the subject. "We've been conducting a covert investigation recently into why the Shadow faction has set its sights on the Lin family," he said. "We've finally reached a preliminary conclusion." Zero pulled a folder from the drawer and opened it. "The Shadow faction is targeting the Lin family's great-grandmother." Zhao froze for a moment. "The old lady?" "Right." Zero nodded. "Rain's great-grandmother, she is also an awakened." Zhao's mind went blank for a moment. "She has been hiding her identity very well. She hasn't been exposed in decades," Zero said. "But somehow, the Shadow faction managed to uncover her identity. They're targeting Rain because they want to use her to force the old lady to hand over something." "What is it?" Zero shook his head. "I don't know. We haven't made contact with the old lady yet." Zhao was silent for a few seconds. "So what do we do next?" Zero looked at him. "I have a proposal." A sense of foreboding welled up inside Zhao. "What proposal?" Zero said, "You'll join our next operation as a special consultant." Zhao's eyes lit up. "I'm getting a permanent position?" "Special consultant," Zero emphasized. "You're still a temp." Zhao's face fell. "Temporary again?" "Right," Zero said. "But we can secure a perk for you." Zhao's ears perked up. "What perk?" "We'll help you get promoted on the platform to become a full-time employee." Zhao froze for a moment. "You call that a perk?" Zhao's eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief. "I just helped you guys take down a B-level assassin, and on top of that, you'll receive regional manager level compensation." Zero calmly cut Zhao off, holding out his palm. "This is the monthly salary, plus 6 social insurances and 1 housing fund." Zhao sat up straight. "What kind of operation?" Zero looked at him, a calculating expression on his face, and said slowly, "Going on the offensive." Zhao froze. "Going on the offensive? How exactly do you plan to do that?" Zero stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the night sky. "The Shadow faction's advantage has always been that they operate in the shadows while we're out in the open. They can secretly mobilize their forces, concentrate their power, and launch operations all hidden in the shadows, so we have no way of knowing. That's why they've always held the upper hand." He turned around and looked at Zhao. "But finally, we've found the location of their lair. This time, the initiative is in our hands. We finally have a chance to uproot them completely." Zhao was silent for a few seconds. If it could solve the problem once and for all, it would be worth it. After all, he couldn't let these matters keep dragging him down. Otherwise, how would he make a living? Although working for the administration brought in a decent income, it was pushing him further and further away from the carefree, comfortable, ordinary life he desired. Use a burst of mana to finish the job, then return to normal life. By then, he'd be enjoying regional manager level benefits. Even if he couldn't use his abilities to take on jobs, his income would still be several times what it used to be. And then there was Rain. He thought about what had happened tonight, how he'd exposed his abilities to save her, that sensual mana-filled atmosphere in the train car. This job is a done deal. Zhao looked at Zero. It's settled, then. Then he asked a question. This mission is paid per job, right? Zero looked at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Of course. No problem then. I'll head back and wait for your call. Zhao stood up, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Out in the hallway, he pulled out his phone and checked the time. 3 a.m. What a long day it had been. Chapter 16, Operation commences. At dawn, the Lin family arrived to pick up Rain. With the Lin family present, Zhao didn't step forward to say goodbye to Rain. Instead, they exchanged a smile from a distance. Rain waved to Zhao. After he nodded back, she turned and got into the car. Following the black minivan were 2 SUVs, the escort detail dispatched by the bureau. Zhao watched as the black minivan slowly drove out the gate. The windows were tinted so darkly that he couldn't see inside. His phone vibrated. He pulled it out and saw a message from Rain. Zhao, I'm heading home for a while. Be careful and stay safe. Zhao replied with an OK emoji. Footsteps sounded nearby. Bai Hu walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, watching the car disappear around the corner. Missing her? Bai Hu asked. Zhao glanced at him. You're joking? Bai Hu didn't respond, but pulled an envelope from his pocket and handed it to him. Zhao took it, opened it, and found a card inside. A temporary ID card, Bai Hu said. For this operation. Zhao examined it carefully, then slipped it into his pocket. Where's Zero? He's inside, waiting for you. Bai Hu paused. Go on in. Zhao asked no further questions and turned to walk inside. The door to Zero's office was open. Zhao knocked lightly on the doorframe and stepped inside. Zero was sitting behind his desk, his face still pale. Clearly, he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. Sit down, Zero said. Zhao sat down across from him. Seeing Zero in such a state, he couldn't help but frown. Are you okay? Zero looked at him, remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke. I'm not going to die. Zero coughed lightly a few times and continued, it's just that I'm afraid I won't be able to recover to my previous level. Zhao was taken aback. White Tiger picked up the thread. Zero used to be a Class B fighter, but after being severely wounded by that Red Blade's ambush, he has slipped down to Class C. Zero sighed, that's why someone else is leading this operation. So you're now? Zhao chose his words carefully, stepping back from the front lines? Zero's mouth twitched slightly, his expression complex. You could say that, he said. White Tiger is also a B rank, but he is not a combat specialist. Hearing this, Zhou's gaze shifted back and forth between Zero and White Tiger. Zero's slender frame was clearly that of a combat specialist, yet White Tiger, that towering, burly man, was supposedly a support? Plus, with 2 colleagues promoted earlier, White Tiger is currently the only Class B agent left in the city. So you've been short-handed lately, Zhao realized. With your forces depleted, no wonder they're causing such a ruckus right now. That's right, but the Shadow Faction's move this time was too big. Our superiors finally approved reinforcements for us, Zero said. 3 B ranks. They're arriving today. Zhao's eyes lit up. That's great. There's strength in numbers. Zero looked at him without speaking. Zhao felt uneasy under his gaze. What? Zero said, they're all being transferred from other districts. They're not familiar with your situation. Zhao was confused. What's my situation? Zero gave him a meaningful smile. You know exactly what I mean. 3 hours later, the reinforcements arrived. When Zhao was called into the operations room, the 3 newly transferred agents were already standing there. White Tiger introduced them to Zhao. This is Old Zhang, the on-site commander for this operation. Old Zhang was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square jaw, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He stood ramrod straight, exuding a distinct military bearing. Old Zhang nodded at Zhao, his gaze sweeping over him, but said nothing. The second man was in his early 30s, with a crew cut and a slightly roguish look on his face. He was leaning against the wall, playing with his phone. Hearing the commotion, he looked up at Zhao and gave him a once-over. "So this is the special hire?" he asked, his tone laced with obvious skepticism. "He doesn't look all that strong." White Tiger said, "Cohen, watch your attitude." Cohen shrugged and went back to his phone. The third was a woman, around 27 or 28, with short hair and cool, aloof features. She stood in the corner, saying nothing. As Zhao approached, she glanced at him. "Snow," White Tiger introduced. "Perception type." Snow nodded, offering a brief greeting. With the introductions over, White Tiger nodded to Old Zhang. Old Zhang stepped forward and spoke in a deep, steady voice. "I assume everyone has received the mission briefing. I'll provide a brief overview and outline the plan for this operation." He gave a slight nod, and a staff member beside him projected the operational data onto the screen. This time, thanks to intelligence gathered by an undercover agent who has been embedded for years, we've finally pinpointed the locations of 5 Shadow Faction bases. The one in our city is located within a logistics park on the outskirts. The information on the projection screen shifted as Old Zhang spoke. "Our people have already installed tracking devices inside. We need someone to enter the complex with a receiver to connect it to the trackers, which will allow us to obtain a detailed 3D layout of this Shadow Faction base. However, access to the inner areas of the complex is strictly monitored, and all employees undergo thorough security checks." He looked at Zhao. "This mission is yours. We'll arrange an order with a delivery address inside the park, and you'll bring the receiver into the park under the guise of delivering takeout." Zhao nodded, "Got it." Kuan chimed in from the side, "Old Zhang, is he up to the task?" Snow also looked at Old Zhang. Though she didn't speak, she clearly shared Kuan's doubts. Zero recommended and vouched for him. Old Zhang's tone remained calm. "You should at least trust Zero's judgment." Kuan shrugged, leaned back against the wall, and said no more. Snow remained silent. Zhao and White Tiger exchanged a wordless glance. 9 p.m., Suburban Logistics Park. Zhao rode his electric scooter at breakneck speed toward the gate, slowing down only as he neared it. The lights were on in the security booth at the entrance. Seeing Zhao approach on his scooter, a middle-aged man in uniform stepped out and stopped him. "Food delivery," Zhao said, holding up his phone. "Order ending in 8848. The guard took it and glanced at it, then looked at Zhao, his gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds. "Go on in. Warehouse 23. Go in, turn left, then right, and follow the road all the way to the end." Zhao nodded and rode his scooter inside. The park was much larger than he'd imagined, with rows of warehouses neatly lined up. Occasionally, a truck would come and go, and the dim yellow streetlights cast long shadows. As Zhao rode, his gaze swept rapidly around him while he fully extended his perception to cover the entire complex. Although it was nighttime, there were still quite a few workers inside the complex. The vast majority were ordinary people without skills, but there were still quite a few awakened among them. They weren't concentrated in one area but scattered throughout. There were awakened present in almost every building. There were even quite a few hidden sentries. All along the way, Zhao could sense that at any given moment, no fewer than 3 pairs of eyes were locked onto him. But under the cover of darkness, Zhao managed to deploy the receivers one by one as planned. The receivers were mounted on the underside of his electric scooter. At each designated spot, Zhao pressed a control button, and the receiver would automatically pop out and burrow into the ground. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he finally reached the entrance to the inner compound. After passing through security checks as thorough as airport boarding procedures, Zhao finally made it inside the compound. There were people in the warehouse, and almost all of them were awakened. There were also far more hidden sentries than on the outer perimeter. 7 or 8 of them were in hiding. Zhao silently memorized their positions and continued riding forward.
He had arrived at Warehouse 23. He parked his electric scooter at the entrance and got off, carrying the takeout box.
The warehouse door was ajar, lights were on inside, and the sound of machinery rumbled out.
Zhao was stopped at the door.
A man in a work uniform approached him in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance.
Takeout? Zhao nodded. Order number ending in 8848. Enjoy your meal.
The man took the delivery box, gave it a quick once-over, then handed it to someone else. He pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Zhao. Thanks, buddy. This place is pretty out of the way, it's no easy feat to make a delivery here late at night. Zhao smiled as he accepted the cigarette, casually tucking it behind his ear. I usually don't take these kinds of orders, but with the tip on this one, I'll make a decent profit. With that, Zhao hopped on his scooter and rode back the way he came. It wasn't until he left the complex and was gradually getting farther away that he spoke up.
Mission complete. A reply came through his earpiece almost immediately. Copy that.
Old Zhang and the others are already inside.
Stand by. Underground.
Armed with a 3D map of the base, Old Zhang led Kuan and Snow as they infiltrated through the ventilation ducts. According to the plan, the three of them as the core combat force would infiltrate the base directly, launch an internal assault, neutralize the enemy's key personnel inside, and coordinate with the team attacking from the outside. This route had been selected based on information provided by an undercover agent. It allowed them to bypass most of the hidden sentries. With Snow's sensory abilities to assist, the trio successfully made their way to the edge of the underground base. The underground base was larger than they had imagined. A main corridor connected the eastern and western sections, with numerous rooms branching off on either side. At the end of the corridor stood a steel door, guarded by 2 sentries. Old Zhang extended his hand, revealing the watch on his wrist. With less than 5 minutes remaining until the scheduled operation, everything was proceeding smoothly, yet he couldn't shake a strange, uneasy feeling. Just then, Snow suddenly spoke up. My perception is being jammed, someone is interfering with my skill. Old Zhang frowned, but there was no time to dwell on it. Buzz.
A piercing alarm suddenly blared.
A massive cloud of toxic smoke surged into the ventilation duct where the three were located, instantly filling the entire passageway.
Trouble. Get out. Cohen waved his hand, and the outer wall of the duct exploded.
The three fell from the duct onto the floor of the passageway. Just then, the doors to the rooms on both sides of the corridor burst open, and a dozen or so people charged out. At the same time, the iron gate at the end of the corridor swung open, and 2 figures slowly emerged. The skill intensity emanating from the 2 men was grade B. One of them, a bald man, wore a savage grin.
We've been waiting for you for a long time.
The other was a lanky man with his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless.
Old Zhang's expression darkened. They'd fallen into a trap.
Zhao was crouched on the outskirts, several kilometers away from the compound, idly counting the stars. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through his senses. The number of awakened within the compound had suddenly surged, and they had the Administration Bureau's men firmly surrounded. Even Old Zhang and his 2 companions were deep within the encirclement.
Zhao stood up.
Old Zhang's voice came through the communicator, choppy and interspersed with the sounds of combat.
Request, backup. We're surrounded. Then came Koan's shout, damn it, there are too many of them.
White Tiger, the outer perimeter team has also come under attack.
The reserve unit has been deployed.
Then static filled his earpiece. It seemed even the communication was being jammed.
Zhao was silent for a few seconds. Then he sighed, well, looks like overtime. They'd better pay me extra for this.
He yanked down the visor of his helmet, lightly tapped his toes, and vanished into the night.
Chapter 17, Zhao steps in.
To avoid causing a commotion, Zhao dared not fly at full speed. About 10 seconds later, he reached the airspace above the compound. Using his mana-based perception, he clearly pinpointed the location of every awakened, but without a detailed map, it would be difficult to find the entrance in a short time. As for the battle on the compound's outskirts, the administration agents were holding their own. Aside from a brief moment of chaos when the attack first began, they had now stabilized the situation. Inside the underground base, however, old Zhang and his two companions were in dire straits. If he took his time searching for the entrance, old Zhang and his group would likely be long gone by the time he arrived. Zhao paused to consider his options, then pressed the tips of his fingers together, forming a triangle between his palms, and aimed it at a spot on the ground. As a faint glow emanated from his palms, Zhao let out a low growl.
Mana cannon! Boom!
A powerful surge of mana erupted from Zhao's palms, slamming into the ground. The solid floor melted away like ice and snow, instantly creating a massive hole several meters wide.
Can you really make such a perfect square? Zhao muttered sarcastically, then quickly darted into the opening.
Inside the underground passage, old Zhang braced his arms in front of him, taking the brunt of yet another invisible shockwave.
Boom!
The mana cannon struck his arms, sending him sliding backward half a meter.
The combat suit on his arms had already torn, exposing the bruised muscles beneath.
Faced with this nearly imperceptible, invisible impact, he could only brace himself. There was no way to dodge it. Fortunately, his ability was physical enhancement, giving him far greater physical toughness and resilience than an ordinary person. But after taking over a dozen consecutive hits from the void mana cannons, he was on the verge of collapse.
Damn it!
Cohen roared from the side, pushing with both hands as a pile of debris whistled through the air and slammed into the bald man.
Cohen's psychic power allowed him to manipulate objects within his line of sight up to a certain weight.
He frantically summoned everything he could, even hurling several unconscious Shadow Faction grunts headlong at the target. The bald man gave a cold laugh. Without even trying to dodge, he simply waved his hand. The objects Cohen had hurled seemed to hit a wall mid-air and scattered in all directions.
"Is that all you've got?" the bald man sneered.
"So this is how weak a telekineticist really is."
Cohen's face turned ashen, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth.
He'd already taken 2 hits from mana cannons, and with the immense drain on his psychic energy, every manipulation was depleting his physical strength. He felt a searing pain in his chest and didn't know how much longer he could hold on. But compared to the two of them, Snow's situation was even more dire. That frail-looking man was able to completely blend into his surroundings, making it difficult even for Snow's senses to detect his presence. Using his stealth, the frail man moved along the outer edges of the battlefield, striking only when the moment was right, hitting and running without engaging the trio in prolonged combat. The bloody wounds on all 3 of them were the work of his pitch-black dagger.
Snow, in particular, was targeted relentlessly.
She was not a pure combat type awakened to begin with, and in such a complex, enclosed space, facing an assassin who appeared and vanished it will put her at a complete disadvantage. It was only because old Zhang and Kuan shielded her in the center that they managed to barely keep her alive. Old Zhang gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, but he could not detect the slender man's figure at all. Compounded by the need to deal with the bald man right in front of him, old Zhang was already on his last legs.
"Snow!" Old Zhang growled, "Can you sense him?"
Snow's face was pale, her forehead beaded with sweat. She kept her eyes closed, her skills fully activated, but the opponent's stealth was too powerful. She could only barely catch a faint fluctuation each time, leaving her no time to react.
He's moving too fast. Before she could finish, a surge of mana suddenly erupted behind old Zhang. A dagger shot out of thin air, aiming straight for the back of his neck.
Old Zhang instinctively dodged to the side. The dagger sliced across his shoulder, sending a spray of blood flying.
The lanky figure flashed by and vanished once more into the void of mana.
"Ha ha ha!" the bald man roared with laughter. "Shapeshifter, don't play around and kill us.
Take it slow."
Old Zhang clutched his shoulder as blood seeped through his fingers. Cohen and Snow moved closer, the 3 of them standing back to back, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings.
"Old Zhang," Cohen's voice trembled. "Are we going to meet our end right here?"
Old Zhang said nothing. With one opponent applying frontal pressure and the other launching stealthy ambushes, their coordination was flawless. Combined with their commanding position, their chances of survival were slim to none.
"Hold on," old Zhang gritted his teeth. "Reinforcements are on their way."
"Reinforcements?" the bald man laughed.
You mean those useless fools out there?
They're barely managing to save themselves right now. The scrawny man also revealed himself, each hand gripping a jet-black dagger.
He laughed sinisterly. Don't delude yourselves. Just accept your fate.
None of you will escape this young master's grasp tonight.
He raised his daggers, let out a savage laugh, and was about to vanish into thin air once more. Just then, boom!
An overwhelmingly powerful force rained down from the sky, blasting a hole through the ground above the passageway, while the violent shockwaves instantly engulfed the frail man. This sudden turn of events left old Zhang, his two companions, and the bald man all frozen in shock, as a massive cloud of dust billowed through the passageway, separating the two groups.
What's going on?
Old Zhang thought frantically. This operation wasn't supposed to involve heavy firepower of this magnitude.
Damn, that's a lot of dust.
While everyone stood there bewildered, a voice spoke from within the dust cloud, but neither side dared to make a move. Only when the dust slowly cleared did they get a clear look at the newcomer. He was dressed in a food delivery uniform, wearing a helmet, and waving his arms frantically to fan himself.
This.
Old Zhang and his two companions could hardly believe their eyes. Upon closer inspection, they saw a gaping hole several meters wide had been blasted open in the ceiling of the passageway. The scrawny man who had been so arrogant moments ago was now buried up to his chest in rubble, already unconscious.
The bald man's reaction was lightning fast.
The moment he saw the frail man's fate, he immediately opened the iron door behind him, darted inside, and ordered his men to lock it tight.
Then he turned and fled.
Seeing their leader run, the men scattered like birds and beasts. The bald man ran, cold sweat pouring down his face. This intelligence had been way off. That guy must be at least B class in combat strength or more likely, A class.
Damn bastard.
When I get back, I'm going to report this to the boss and have him killed. In the passageway outside the iron gate, old Zhang and his two companions who narrowly escaped death stared blankly at the young man before them, their faces still frozen in disbelief.
Don't worry, I'm one of you. Zhao waved at them. Leave this to me.
You guys get out of here fast and go back to support the brothers on the perimeter.
Cohen tried to confirm the man's identity. Don't ask, Zhao cut him off. Just get going.
Old Zhang patted Cohen on the shoulder, who was still trying to speak, and motioned for him to follow. Snow also shot Zhao a complicated look before turning and walking away. Watching the three of them leave, Zhao finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as they hadn't seen his face, and he flat out denied it afterward, they wouldn't be able to identify him. But the immediate priority now was that bald man. That was his reward. Zhao had already locked onto his mana signature. With no one around now, Zhao felt a surge of mischief. Why not use a little more power? Boom! A powerful wave of mana erupted from Zhao's body, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. Boom! The thick iron door was smashed open, then blown away by the surging mana wave, embedding itself deep into the walls on either side. In Zhao's wake, every object was swept away by the violent mana wave he generated. The resulting mana shockwaves even caused cracks to appear in the walls.
Snow, who had just emerged above ground, looked down at the underground area as if sensing something. What's going on?
Just as Cohen was about to ask, a massive tremor suddenly shook the ground from below.
Damn, what's that noise?
Old Zhang wore a pensive expression, but quickly spoke up, don't dwell on it. Hurry and go support our comrades on the perimeter. The underground base.
The bald man was sprinting frantically. The base's exit was already within sight.
But just then, a deafening roar echoed from behind him. Every hair on his body stood on end. He didn't dare look back, and his pace quickened even further.
Run, you slowpoke. He now wished he'd chosen a speed-type skill.
As he ran, his vision suddenly blurred.
In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared not far ahead. Dressed in a delivery uniform, wearing a helmet.
It was the same man from earlier. He was blocking his path.
Damn it!
The bald man had no choice but to stop, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhao. Zhao, meanwhile, stood with his arms crossed, watching the bald man.
Listen, buddy, the bald man began tentatively, we got no beef. Why not cut me some slack? He pulled a black card from his jacket pocket and held it out to Zhao. All my life savings are on here, 80 million in total. The pin is 6/8. Just let me go, and it's all yours. Don't worry, this is a bearer card. Anyone holding it can withdraw money without identity verification. Since the other man was wearing a helmet, the bald man couldn't see his expression and had no way of gauging his attitude. Zhao, however, remained unmoved on the surface, though in reality he was so stunned he was momentarily speechless. 80 million. That was a fortune he had never even dared to dream of before. Now, all he had to do was turn a blind eye, let this bald man escape from his grasp, and it would be his. Afterward, he'd immediately go into hiding, start a new life somewhere else. Those 80 million would be more than enough to live the life of his dreams. Zhao's heart raced with excitement. He stared at the black card in the bald man's hand, his mind in a whirl. He could pay off his debts, never have to work so hard as a delivery driver again, never have to rent a place, never have to ride an electric scooter. Suddenly, Raina's face flashed through his mind. He thought of the times they'd eaten together, of her earnest expression when she said she wanted a simple, ordinary life, of how she blushed when he massaged her ankles. A few seconds passed like that. Seeing that Zhao showed no reaction, the bald man steeled his resolve, gritted his teeth, and suddenly lunged forward. Ha! He slammed his palm toward Zhao with all his might. A single, intensely compressed mana cannon slammed into Zhao's body. Boom! The explosive recoil sent the bald man flying backwards several meters before he crashed to the ground. The moment he hit the ground, he scrambled to his feet as fast as he could. He had to see what had become of Zhao after his full power strike. But what he saw left him in despair. The opponent's clothes had been completely blown to shreds, with only a tattered remnant hanging from his lower body. The helmet on his head had also been reduced to fragments. Yet the man's body remained in exactly the same posture as before, without a single scratch on him. What kind of monster is this? Before the bald man could even let out a scream, Zhao flashed before him at the speed of light and knocked him unconscious with a single punch. You better pay for my clothes. Chapter 18, Sudden Turn of Events. With the Shadow faction having lost its core fighting force, and with old Zhang and his two men present, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided rout in favor of the administration. In less than half an hour, the operation was declared over. Soon, several buses disguised as passenger vehicles drove into the compound, loading all the captured Shadow faction members onto the vehicles and taking them away. Naturally, this included the bald man and the frail man who had been subdued by Zhao. Due to their special status, old Zhang and his two companions were assigned to escort them in the same vehicle. Watching the two men, bound so tightly they resembled wrapped rice dumplings, old Zhang and his team, who had suffered a major setback at their hands and had even nearly lost their lives here, felt a mix of emotions. They couldn't help but think of that delivery guy who had appeared out of nowhere. Could it really be Zhao? But with Zhao absent, they had no way to verify it. About 2 hours later, the group returned to the Skill Administration Bureau. Inside the conference room, White Tiger was briefing everyone on the operation's overview, while Zero sat to the side. Old Zhang and his two companions, having briefly tended to their injuries, also joined the meeting, while Zhao sat on the very edge of the room. If it weren't for Zero's request, he wouldn't have bothered attending this ridiculous meeting. It wouldn't cost him a dime anyway. Now, with old Zhang and the others casting glances his way every so often, he felt like a fish out of water and had no choice but to pretend he was listening intently. This joint operation was carried out simultaneously across 5 cities or regions. Judging by the course of the operation, it was clear that the Shadow faction had long been aware of their intelligence and had even attempted to turn the tables, aiming to wipe out all Bureau forces participating in the operation, a move that revealed no small amount of ambition. However, the Bureau had also prepared a contingency plan. The actual details of the operation did not match the intelligence held by the Shadow faction, which is why the Shadow faction failed to pull off their scheme. Even so, operations at 2 bases had failed. In fact, if it weren't for Zhao's presence here, the Zero sector would have suffered the heaviest losses. Old Zhang and his 2 other B-rank fighters would be lost, and the Bureau agents on the outer perimeter would also suffer heavy casualties.
Upon reaching this conclusion, every core operative present broke out in a cold sweat. Zhao immediately sensed several more pairs of eyes fixed on him. As for the other two bases where operations failed, one was the Shadow Faction headquarters, the location where the most resources had been concentrated. But what no one could have anticipated was that a Class A combatant was hiding within the Shadow Faction headquarters. The sudden emergence of this A-class fighter directly inflicted severe injuries on the 5 B-class agents present. Had higher-ups not, as a precaution, dispatched an A-class commander to lead the operation, the entire team at that location would have been wiped out. Even so, the operation at that site still ended in failure. Although the overall tally was 3 successes to 2 failures, because the Shadow Faction had received advance intelligence and secretly relocated its core members long before, the Bureau didn't gain any substantial results from this operation. Even the 2 other locations that claimed success failed to capture any core members. Put that way, Zero's team actually achieved the most significant results during the operation. But everyone knew this was an extremely optimistic view. To be realistic, this operation could be considered a failure. And the key to that failure lay in the leak of operational intelligence. This operation was initiated based on intelligence provided by an undercover agent who had been infiltrating the Shadow Faction for years, so naturally, that agent was the prime suspect. The most likely scenario is that he has already defected to the Shadow Faction. This operation was a trap set for the Skill Administration Bureau, a test of loyalty. But we cannot rule out another possibility: there is a mole within the Bureau itself. This is not surprising after all, human greed is boundless. Faced with the temptation of immense wealth, how many people can remain true to their principles? Indeed, even Zhao felt a pang of regret afterward for handing over the bald man's 80 million black card, especially after Zero rejected his request to use it as leverage for a bonus. This made the look in his eyes as he watched Zero inevitably tinged with resentment. Zhao decided he wouldn't take on any more jobs and would insist on being paid in cash immediately for this one. Glancing at White Tiger, who was still talking non-stop, Zhao finally lost his patience. He quietly pulled out his phone, preparing to send Rain a message. After editing it several times, Zhao sent only 2 words: "Are you there?" To Zhao's surprise, the reply came almost instantly, and it was a voice message. Zhao quickly put on his headphones and tapped to open the message. But the content of the message left Zhao shaken. "Zhao, where are you? My great-grandmother is missing, can you please help me?" Raina's voice was choked with tears. He could clearly hear her sniffling and sobbing. Thud. Zhao jumped to his feet, knocking the chair over as he did so. Everyone in the room turned to look at him, but Zhao only had eyes for Zero. Zero nodded slightly, stood up to signal the meeting should continue, then followed Zhao out of the conference room. Yusin's great-grandmother is missing. Before Zero could ask, Zhao spoke up. "When did this happen?" "I'm not sure. Uxin just told me. I'm going to find her now." Zero was silent for 2 seconds before finally nodding in agreement. The matter at hand was an internal issue for the Bureau. Zhao couldn't help with that, and they were short-handed. Having Zhao rush to the Lin family was the best option. "All right. Contact me if you need anything. I'll also send people to investigate the elderly Mrs. Lin's whereabouts. I'll notify you immediately if we find anything." "All right," Zhao nodded. "I'll be on my way." With Ling present, Zhao didn't bother with any pretense. He simply opened the window and leaped out. Ling watched Zhao's retreating figure, pondered for a few seconds, then turned and returned to the conference room. It was now late at night. Under the starry sky, Zhao was flying at high speed, his clothes flapping in the wind. He didn't know the Lin family's address, but by fully extending his senses, he quickly locked onto Raina's mana signature. Flying toward the mana signature, it took him less than 10 minutes to reach the airspace above a mansion. The estate was so vast it was almost on par with that logistics park. But Zhao was in a hurry and had no time to complain. After carefully pinpointing Raina's location, he flew straight toward it. From the air, he could see that the estate was on high alert, with sentries stationed in multiple layers. But they likely never imagined that someone could sneak into the estate silently from the sky. In the center of the estate stood a 4 or 5-story Western-style villa shaped like the Chinese character concave. Raina's room was on the 3rd floor, toward the inner side and slightly toward the center. Zhao landed directly on the room's balcony. Through the floor-to-ceiling doors, he could faintly see Rain, clad in a nightgown, sitting on the bed with her legs drawn up to her chest. Her face was buried between her knees, and her shoulders were still heaving. She was clearly still crying. He raised his hand to knock, but then lowered it. Instead, he pulled out his phone and sent Rain a text message. "Look at the balcony." Her phone buzzed. Rain picked it up, glanced at the message, and immediately looked toward the balcony with a look of surprise and delight. Seeing Rain look his way, Zhao waved. Rain hurriedly got out of bed, ran to the balcony, and opened the door. She almost lunged forward to protect Zhao, but stopped herself at the last moment, instead biting her lip and staring at him with tear-filled eyes. After they discovered her great-grandmother was missing, she panicked and wanted to go out and help search, but her grandfather and father Wen Ti led her after all. She had just been attacked. Once she calmed down, she realized that running out now Wen Ti help it would only distract her grandfather and father. More importantly, it would require someone to stay behind to protect her, so she had no choice but to wait at home. Coincidentally, Zhao had just sent her a message. For some reason, the moment she saw it, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion and broke down, pouring out her heart to Zhao. Images flashed through her mind, Zhao rushing into the burning building and telling her, "Don't be afraid," Zhao shielding her with his body, Zhao lifting her up in his arms and massaging her ankles. And at that very moment, Zhao, who had told her, "I'll be right there," really did appear before her in no time. "Zhao, great-grandma, she has gone missing. I can't help at all, so I just have to stay home. Can you help me?" Zhao raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks with his finger. "Of course I can. I'm here now, aren't I?" He placed his hand on Li Yusin's shoulder. "Come on, let us go inside and talk." According to Rain, great-grandma had made an appearance around noon. The two had chatted for a long time after lunch, but then great-grandma grew tired, so Rain pushed her back to her room to rest. Great-grandma had difficulty walking. She hadn't been able to walk on her own for many years and relied on a wheelchair to get around. At dinner time that evening, Grandpa asked Rain to bring great-grandma out to eat, but Rain found that no matter how much she knocked on the door, there was no response, and the door was locked from the inside. Not even the caregiver inside the room answered. Rain immediately panicked and quickly called for her father. They used a spare key to open the door, only to find that great-grandmother was nowhere to be seen. She and the caregiver had both vanished without a trace. The room's furnishings and layout were exactly as they had been, with no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Upon hearing the news, grandfather Lin immediately searched the entire estate but could not find the two of them anywhere. The estate's surveillance footage also showed no record of great-grandmother leaving the premises. The Lin family matriarch had simply vanished into thin air. Zhao comforted Rain while pondering the entire incident. Wasn't this a classic locked room disappearance case? As Zhao was still thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of police sirens approaching from outside the estate. He looked at Rain, who nodded. Grandpa called the police. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Yusin, it's Mom. Director Chan will be here shortly. Tell your grandfather and father that we're going to the lobby to greet him." Chapter 19, The Investigation. The sudden knock startled both Zhao and Rain. Rain looked at Zhao, her eyes full of questions. Zhao paused for a moment, then decided to let Rain answer the door. Since he intended to help Rain find Mrs. Lin, he naturally had to be involved. Although this way of appearing was abrupt, at least it allowed them to get straight to the point. "It's fine. Go answer the door." "Okay." Rain nodded, then walked over and opened the door. "Yusin, why are you still in your pajamas? Hurry up and change into something." Rain's mother spoke as she walked into the room, but when her gaze fell on Zhao, she paused for a moment. "Who is this?" "Hello, I'm Zhao, an agent with the Skill Administration, responsible for Miss Raina's security." Zhao stepped forward and, as he spoke, pulled out his ID badge and handed it to her. "Skill Administration?" Raina's mother had clearly heard of the name before, so she didn't seem overly surprised. She took the ID card, examined it closely for a few seconds, then handed it back to Zhao. She sized Zhao up, glanced at Rain, then returned her gaze to Zhao.
Hello, Mr. Zhao. May I ask what you're doing here?
Oh, I received a message from Miss Lin informing me of great-grandmother Lin's disappearance.
I just arrived.
Due to certain circumstances, I came directly to Miss Yusin's room.
I'm very sorry.
Hearing Zhao mention the old lady's disappearance, the look of surprise on Mrs. Lin's face deepened.
You know about the old lady's situation as well. Mom.
Rain quickly took her mother's arm. Someone was trying to harm me, and it was Zhao who saved me.
I see.
A look of realization crossed Mrs. Lin's face.
Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for saving my daughter.
Mrs. Lin's hospitality made Zhao feel a bit awkward. He waved his hand.
It's nothing, it's nothing.
Mrs. Lin's gaze swept over Zhao, then shifted to her daughter, but she quickly withdrew her eyes and resumed her dignified composure.
Rain, go change first. Mr. Zhao and I will wait for you out here. She paused.
We'll discuss the matter with the old lady in the living room later.
Rain nodded and glanced at Zhao.
Zhao smiled at her, then followed Mrs. Lin out the door. The door closed behind them. The hallway was quiet, carpeted thickly so that their footsteps made no sound. Zhao stood outside the door, Mrs. Lin beside him, about a meter apart.
The atmosphere was a bit awkward.
Fortunately, it wasn't long before the door opened. Rain emerged wearing simple casual clothes. She also retied her hair and looked much more lively than before.
Let us go, she said. The three of them went downstairs together.
The first-floor lobby was much larger than Zhao had imagined. It featured a soaring vaulted ceiling, a massive crystal chandelier, and several paintings on the walls that looked incredibly expensive at a glance. A group of people was seated in the sofa area. Upon seeing them come down, they all stood up. At the head of the group was Rain's grandfather, Lin Hongyuan, dressed in a dark-colored traditional Chinese suit, his expression grave. Beside him stood Lin's father, impeccably dressed in a suit, his brow furrowed. When the two saw that an outsider had followed them out of the inner chambers, they exchanged suspicious glances but said nothing. Lin's mother walked over and whispered a few words. Lin Hongyuan's gaze fell on Zhao. He studied him for a few seconds, then nodded.
Mr. Zhao, please have a seat, Lin's father said in a steady voice. I hear you saved Yusin. The Lin family hasn't had a chance to thank you yet.
No need to thank me, Zhao said as he sat down on the sofa.
It just so happened that I was there.
Yusin and I are friends, so naturally I wouldn't stand by and do nothing when I saw her in danger.
Lin Hongyuan looked at him and spoke slowly. Mr. Zhao, are you with the bureau?
Yes.
Then, sir, are you also?
Zhao knew exactly what he was asking and nodded.
That is correct, but I must ask you to keep this confidential. Upon hearing Zhao's confirmation, Lin Hongyuan and his son's expression shifted slightly.
Of course. Lin Hongyuan continued, I've had dealings with Team Zero. I understand the unique nature of your organization, as well as its rules and regulations. Just then, there was a commotion at the door. A middle-aged man in a police uniform strode in, followed by two young men.
Lin's father stood up. Director Chen. Director Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the room before settling on Zhao. And this is? Rain quickly introduced him. Uncle Chen, this is my friend Zhao. He is an agent with the Skill Administration Bureau.
A hint of surprise flashed across Director Chen's face.
From the administration?
He took another look at Zhao, his expression growing more serious.
Did your agency send Agent Zhao here because you've already confirmed that this incident involves?
Not yet, Zhao shook his head slightly.
But that is exactly what we're here to confirm.
In that case, Director Chen suggested directly, let us not waste any time.
Shall we go take a look at the scene? Agreed.
Lin Hongyuan stood up.
In that case, I'll take the liberty of leading the way.
With that, Lin Hongyuan led the group upstairs to Mrs. Lin's room. The room was spacious and decorated in an antique style, featuring a large carved bed flanked by a dressing table and a wardrobe. The windows were shut, and the curtains were half drawn.
Zhao stood in the doorway, his gaze sweeping across the room. Everything looked perfectly normal, there were no signs of a struggle or a fight. The bed was made, the blankets neatly folded. The items on the dressing table were all arranged in order. Director Chen led two of his men inside, inspected the room carefully, and furrowed his brow. The doors and windows are intact, there are no signs of forced entry, a young officer reported. We've checked the surveillance footage as well, nothing out of the ordinary. Chief Chen nodded and turned to Lin Honyuan. Mr. Lin, has your grandmother been acting any differently lately? Like saying anything strange, or seeing any strange people? Lin Honyuan shook his head. No. My mother has always been in poor health and rarely sees visitors. Rain added from the side, great-grandma has been in decent spirits lately. We chatted for a long time yesterday at noon, and everything seemed normal. Chief Chen fell silent for a few seconds, then let out a sigh. That's strange. How could an elderly woman in a wheelchair just vanish into thin air? Zhao stood in the corner and opened his senses. Since there were no clues visible to the naked eye, perhaps he could detect something using mana traces. He closed his eyes and carefully scanned every corner of the room, finally detecting a faint trace. Sure enough, it was residual mana from a skill. But the residual mana was extremely faint, trailing intermittently from the bed all the way to the windowsill, only to vanish completely beyond it. He opened his eyes, about to speak, when Director Chen beat him to it. Agent Zhao, have you discovered anything? He had observed Zhao's actions earlier and asked directly. This question caused everyone's gaze to focus on Zhao. Zhao thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. I can only confirm that there are traces of a skill in the room, but they're very faint, so I can't glean any further information from them. The mana trail extends from the bed all the way to the windowsill, but it disappears completely once it passes the windowsill. Director Chen's eyes lit up, so, it really is. That's right. Zhao shook his head. There are no signs of tampering with the locks on the doors or windows. For the killer to sneak in silently and carry off two adults, that's not something an ordinary person could pull off. Director Chen fell silent for a few seconds, then let out a sigh. In that case, he said, looking at Zhao with a touch of resignation in his voice, it seems the Control Bureau will have to step in on this case. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps sounded at the door. A middle-aged man in a butler's uniform walked in and whispered something in Lin Honyuan's ear. Lin Honyuan raised an eyebrow. Please invite them in. I'll go downstairs to greet them as well. The others naturally followed him downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw Baihu standing outside with 5 or 6 men, all dressed uniformly in black combat gear, looking highly formidable. Baihu saw Zhao and gave him a slight nod. Zhao walked over. Did Zero send you? Baihu glanced at him. Of course. This is a matter of great importance. Do you really expect to handle it all on your own? Zhao looked slightly awkward. He hadn't been able to figure out what was going on either. White Tiger turned to Lin Honyuan and said solemnly, Mr. Lin, we've already gathered the preliminary details. We'll begin our investigation immediately. Lin Honyuan nodded without asking further questions and immediately led the group back to Mrs. Lin's room. White Tiger waved his hand, and the men behind him filed in one after another, beginning to set up equipment throughout the room. Zhao stood to the side, watching the scene unfold, and felt a slight sense of relief. He wasn't afraid of combat, but professional investigations like this were best left to the experts. He glanced at Rain. She stood beside her mother, her face pale, biting her lip. Zhao walked over and said softly, Don't worry. We'll definitely find great-grandma. Rain looked up at him and nodded firmly. Chapter 20, Scene Reconstruction. The equipment was quickly set up, and Baihu was conducting final adjustments with the technical staff. Before long, Baihu stood up and walked toward the group. Please step out of the room, everyone. I need a quiet space. Upon hearing this, everyone left the room, with only Zhao remaining at Baihu's gesture. As she was about to exit, Rain turned back to look at Zhao. Zhao nodded back, signaling his trust. Once everyone else had left, only Baihu and Zhao remained in the room. I'm about to begin.
With his back to Zhao, Bai Hu pressed his palms together, one facing up, the other down to cover his eyes, then slowly parted them. If anyone could see, they would notice that Bai Hu's eyes had turned completely white. At the same moment, Zhao's pupils contracted slightly. He sensed the skill fluctuations emanating from Bai Hu rapidly intensifying, radiating outward from him and enveloping the entire room. A grayish glow suddenly appeared within the room. The glow slowly coalesced, gradually forming a three-dimensional image. It was old lady Lin's room. The bed, wardrobe, table, chairs, and window, the position of every item was clearly visible. Yet everything was gray, consisting only of outlines, devoid of detail. It was like a miniature world constructed from gray mist. The scene began to move. A person lay on the bed. From her figure, it was clear it was old lady Lin. She was lying on her side, motionless, as if asleep. A caregiver sat by the bed, tidying the blankets. After finishing, she sat back down in the chair beside the bed, picked up a small bottle from the nightstand, and began mixing something.
Everything seemed perfectly normal. Suddenly, something changes by the window.
A wisp of mist seeps in through the window crack, so faint it's almost imperceptible. It slowly spreads, as if alive, creeping inch by inch toward the bed.
The caregiver is oblivious.
The black mist drifts behind her and gently wraps around her. Her body goes limp, and she slumps against the chair's back, motionless. The black mist continued to spread. It crept over the headboard, washed over Mrs. Lin's body, and gradually enveloped her. In the scene, the old woman's gray outline was gradually covered by black, growing increasingly blurred.
Time passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The black mist suddenly began to contract.
Like an ebbing tide, it slowly retreated from the bed and the chair, but as it retreated, the outlines of the old lady and the caregiver vanished as well.
The black mist retreated back toward the window and disappeared into the night.
The room fell silent again, leaving only an empty bed and chair. The light and shadows faded, and the room returned to its original state. As for White Tiger, he lost consciousness immediately and collapsed. Fortunately, Zhao acted quickly and caught him. This magical rewind of events left Zhao wide-eyed and utterly baffled. He hadn't expected Bai Hu's skill to be so extraordinary. But he could also sense that, after using the skill, Bai Hu had become incredibly weak. It took nearly a minute for Bai Hu to come to. He rubbed his forehead, his eyes tightly shut.
How did it go? Did the rewind work?
Zhao was taken aback. It turned out Bai Hu's ability wasn't 100% successful. It worked. The entire course of the case was revealed, but we still can't confirm the killer's identity. After all they'd seen from start to finish was a cloud of fog. No people were visible at all. After rubbing his head for a while, Bai Hu finally opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of mana, and stood up from the ground.
Get the camera for me. I want to review the replay.
Zhao retrieved the mounted camera as instructed and handed it to White Tiger. It turned out that not only was the success rate inconsistent, but the user couldn't even see the replay in real time. They had to rely on the recorded footage afterward.
No wonder he wasn't a combat type.
This ability wouldn't be of the slightest help in battle. Bai Hu watched the footage in silence, his expression growing even more somber.
What's wrong?
Zhao immediately asked with concern.
It's a bit of a problem.
Bai Hu sighed. The good news is that we know the person who used the skill to abduct old lady Lin.
His name is Lu Kai.
He goes by the alias Abyss. He is a seasoned veteran on our agency's radar.
Good news?
Zhao's expression turned serious as well.
Is there bad news too?
Of course. White Tiger sighed softly. He isn't a member of the Shadow faction. He is just a mercenary who works for money. His whereabouts are extremely elusive and hard to track. His ability allows him to envelop people or objects in smoke and then teleport them to a designated location, but each use requires preparation time. The more items he teleports and the farther the distance, the longer the preparation takes and the longer the teleportation itself.
A ability that is actually that devious? Zhao felt his horizons expanding once again.
This ability didn't sound like a combat-oriented skill, but its functionality was truly remarkable.
To be able to teleport objects across space like that. What do we do then? He is teleporting directly across space. If he sends them straight to another country, how are we supposed to find them? It won't happen. White Tiger shook his head. Judging by the time it took to rewind the scene when Old Lady Lin and that nurse were transported, the distance shouldn't be too far. It won't reach another country, it should be no more than 200 kilometers. 200 kilometers? And that is not far? Zhao couldn't help but be speechless. When he looked up, he found White Tiger staring right at him. What? He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. You can sense mana traces over a wide area, right? White Tiger asked as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I've already amplified the residual mana traces from Lu Kai. It should make it easier to pick up on his mana. I've done my part, now it's up to you. Zhao nearly choked on his food, but since White Tiger had already put it that way, he couldn't very well refuse, especially since it was for Reina's sake. But he had never tried expanding his perception to such a vast range before. Old Lady Lin had been transported no more than 200 kilometers away, which meant he had to expand his perception into a circular area with a radius of 200 kilometers, using himself as the center. Zhao pressed his right index and middle fingers together, placed their tips against the center of his forehead, closed his eyes, and focused his mind completely before expanding his perception in one burst of mana. As his perception expanded, a massive flood of information began pouring into his mind, instantly making his head feel as if it were about to burst. No, this is going to make my head explode. The sudden onslaught of information gave Zhao a splitting headache. He quickly blocked out most of it, focusing solely on Lu Kai's mana signature, which had been amplified by the White Tiger. As he continuously filtered and eliminated information, Zhao's perceptual space seemed to shift from day into night, with only the specific mana traces remaining, flickering like faint embers in the darkness. Gritting his teeth, Zhao continued to sift through the mana traces, blocking out one false signal after another until only the most similar ones remained. Phew! Zhao opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of mana, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His head was still buzzing, as if he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. It seemed that although he had gained these 20,000 combat power points, his mental cultivation was still insufficient. Zhao recalled a similar plotline from a manga: insufficient mental cultivation would hinder the full expression of one's power. He shook his head, he had to focus on the task at hand first. I've found some potential locations, but there is more than one. How many? Bai Hua's face lit up with delight. Although he knew Zhao had this ability, he hadn't expected it to work so well. There are 11 locations. The closest one is about 67 kilometers from here, and the farthest is roughly 188 kilometers away. White Tiger immediately pulled out a map and spread it out on the ground. Give me the general directions, and I'll mark the locations. Zhao nodded and began working with White Tiger to circle the 11 suspected locations on the map. He also classified the 11 locations into different tiers based on the compatibility of their mana signatures. At least we have a lead now. Once this was done, both Zhao and Bai Hu felt a little more at ease. Let us go. We'll inform the Lin family so they can rest a little easier. In the lobby on the first floor, Bai Hu gave everyone a brief summary of the investigation. Upon hearing that they now had a lead on old Madame Lin's whereabouts, the Lin family members' expressions brightened considerably. Li Yusen, in particular, finally regained some color in her pale face. Next, we will immediately deploy personnel to launch simultaneous rescue operations at these locations. Director Chen, Bai Hu turned to him, there are a few locations where we'll need your bureau's assistance. We appreciate your help. Of the 11 locations, 4 had the lowest probability of a match and were relatively close by, so they could be handled with conventional police support. This meant only a small number of Control Bureau agents would need to be deployed. After all, the Control Bureau had just endured a grueling operation and was still somewhat short-handed. Director Chen immediately stood up and saluted Bai Hu. Not at all. It's simply part of our duty. Just tell us how you want it arranged, and we'll cooperate fully. Good. Then let us not waste any time. We'll return to the Control Bureau immediately to make detailed operational plans and launch the rescue as soon as possible.
Bai Hu turned to look at Lin Hongyuan. Old Lin, the Lin family need only send one representative to accompany us.
He can also relay any updates to you.
All right. Lin Hongyuan nodded, then turned his gaze to his son, Lin Dongfu.
Dongfu, you go?
Yes, father. Lin Dongfu agreed immediately and stepped forward to follow Bai Hu and the others.
Wait a minute. Rain looked at Lin Dongfu with a mix of anxiety and anticipation.
Dad, I want to go too, is that okay?
Well, Lin Dongfu glanced at Bai Hu.
Bai Hu cast a subtle glance at Zhao. Seeing Zhao nod discreetly, he paused briefly to consider it, then gave his consent. Time was of the essence. The group got into the cars, and the convoy raced toward the Control Bureau at breakneck speed.
Chapter 21, Rescue. The operational briefing was held quickly.
Less than 20 minutes after returning to the bureau, the operations room was already packed. Bai Hu stood in front of the projection screen, marking the distribution of the 11 suspected locations, their match levels, and surrounding environmental information.
Zhao sat in the corner, staring at the map.
The 11 red dots felt like 11 needles piercing his heart.
Time is of the essence, we'll split up, Bai Hu said, pointing at the map.
The 4 locations with the lowest match levels C1 through C4 will be led by Director Chen.
We'll form a mixed unit combining regular police forces with our own personnel. Director Chen nodded.
The 4 locations with moderate match levels B1 through B4 will be handled by the Special Operations Team.
Bai Hu turned to old Zhang.
Zhou and he, each of you will lead 2 teams, taking charge of 2 locations respectively.
You must be extremely careful. He tapped the map twice.
Yes, sir, the 2 young men replied immediately. The remaining 3 locations with the highest match levels A1 through A3, Bai Hu paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhao. Snow, you're on my team, will handle this one.
Zhao, you're on my team too.
He tapped a point slightly east of the map's center.
Team Cohen will handle the one on the east, and Old Zhang's team will handle the one on the north.
Old Zhang nodded.
Cohen leaned back in his chair and gave an OK sign. Snow stood beside Bai Hu, silent as always. Any questions? White Tiger looked around. No one spoke. Then let us move out.
It was now 4 in the morning. The convoys departed from the Administration Bureau and headed off in different directions into the depths of the night. Zhao sat in the passenger seat, White Tiger drove, and Snow sat in the back. The car was quiet, with only the low rumble of the engine. The convoy drove on the highway for over 40 minutes before exiting onto a ramp and turning onto a country road. The shadows of trees on either side rushed past in the headlights, and the road grew increasingly bumpy. Zhao's brow suddenly furrowed, he felt as though his consciousness had suddenly been veiled.
What's wrong?
White Tiger asked. Zhao was about to speak when suddenly.
Bang! A deafening explosion.
The car jolted violently, and Zhao instinctively grabbed the armrest. Bai Hu yanked the steering wheel hard, sending the car skidding in an arc across the road. It came to a halt just in the nick of time, moments before it would have plunged into the ditch.
My tire's blown out. All vehicles, report your status.
Bai Hu pulled out his walkie-talkie and checked on the other vehicles in the convoy.
Reports came over the radio. Team leader Bai, we've got the same problem. There's something on the road.
Zhao pushed open the door and got out. He crouched down to look. The road was littered with tire puncturing spikes, densely packed and glinting coldly under the headlights.
Looks like the enemy wasn't unprepared after all.
Bai Hu walked over to him, his gaze sweeping the surroundings.
How far to our destination? Less than a kilometer.
White Tiger immediately ordered all team members to get out of the vehicles and proceed on foot. Although their position might have been compromised, under the current circumstances, they had no choice but to press on and continue the mission. Under the cover of night, the group moved forward quietly and stealthily.
10 minutes later, Zhao and his team reached the outskirts of a farmhouse.
The farmstead wasn't large, and one side faced the river. The operatives quickly spread out to surround the property,
leaving only White Tiger and a few others outside to provide backup while the rest immediately began infiltrating the farmstead. The infiltration went smoothly, as the entire farmstead was completely unguarded. Zhao cautiously crept up to a room on the second floor. The suspected mana aura he sensed was inside. Now, with only a door separating them, he could still only sense a cluster of mana within the room and nothing more. He placed his hand on the door, intending to try again, but was surprised to discover that the door wasn't locked. A sense of foreboding immediately washed over Zhao. He applied a little force and pushed the door open. The interior of the room was completely visible, and sure enough, there was no one inside. Only on the table in the center was there a wisp of smoke, which dissipated immediately as the door opened. That suspicious mana aura vanished at the same time. Zhao activated his communication headset, intending to report the situation to White Tiger, but found only static and interference coming through the earpiece. Almost simultaneously, Zhao sensed Bai Hua's mana signature rapidly weakening, while another powerful skill mana signature suddenly appeared beside him. It was far stronger than the Shadow Faction B rank member he had faced earlier. The mana signatures of the 6 other operatives traveling with him had also vanished entirely. Zhao hesitated no longer and immediately darted out of the farmhouse. When he took in the scene outside, his eyes widened in shock. White Tiger lay motionless in a pool of blood. A long gash ran down his back, and blood was still gushing out. Snow stood beside him, clutching a short sword dripping with blood. 3 meters behind Snow stood a middle-aged man. In his 40s, with slicked-back long hair, he wore a black short jacket, his hands tucked into his pockets, and was looking in Zhao's direction. The moment Zhao touched the ground, Snow's pupils contracted slightly. "So you're the mole?" Zhao stared intently at her. Snow was silent for a second, then smiled, but instead of speaking, she sheathed the dagger and turned to leave. The long-haired man standing nearby cracked his neck, looked at Zhao, and grinned. "So you're the special recruit? You're the one who took out Airblast and Chameleon?" He eyed Zhao up and down. "You don't look like much." Zhao ignored him. His gaze followed Snow's retreating figure. The long-haired man stepped in front of him. "I suggest you not get distracted," he said. "Because your opponent is me." Zhao finally pulled his gaze back and looked at him. "You're blocking my way." The long-haired man paused, then laughed. "Blocking your way? Kid, do you know who I am?" "No," Zhao said. "And I don't want to know." "Ha!" The long-haired man shook his head. "Kid, you're cocky, but you're about to." Zhao had absolutely no patience for his nonsense. He darted aside, leaving only a blur in his wake. Before the long-haired man could react, Zhao's sweeping kick sent him flying through the air. His pupils dilated instantly, and he instinctively raised his hands to block. But Zhao's fist was already a split second faster, slamming into his chest. Boom! The long-haired man flew backward as if struck by a train, crashing into a wall over 10 meters away. Bricks shattered, dust swirled, and the man was embedded sideways into the wall. Stunned by the flurry of attacks, the long-haired man roared as he regained his senses and struggled to pull himself free from the wall. He gasped for breath, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Zhao. Who are you? You don't need to know that." As he spoke, Zhao was about to strike again. But the long-haired man, utterly terrified, quickly pulled something out and threw it hard onto the ground. Boom! A cloud of mana mist rose, enveloping him. Zhao reacted with lightning speed, raising his hand and unleashing a piercing ray skill. Whoosh! The piercing ray skill pierced through the mana mist, dispersing it, but the long-haired man was nowhere to be seen. All that remained in the empty space was the man's agonized scream and a pool of blood on the ground. Zhao scanned the area and discovered that even Snow's mana presence, not far away, had vanished. He frowned, surprised that the opponent possessed such a trick, but he had no time to pursue. He immediately turned and teleported to the White Tiger's side. He crouched down and felt the White Tiger's carotid artery. Thankfully, there was still a pulse.
Zhao pulled a first aid kit from his gear, tore it open, sprinkled hemostatic powder on the wound, wrapped it tightly with a bandage, and then administered a shot of epinephrine. Fortunately, with Snow's departure, communication had been restored. He sent a message to Zero via the radio. "Zero, we've been ambushed. White Tiger is seriously injured at point A3. Also, Snow is a mole, but she got away." Zero's voice came through the headset almost immediately. "What about the others?" They're all down," Zhao said. "Send reinforcements immediately." "Got it, backup will be here within 10 minutes. Zhao paused for a moment before asking, "What's the situation elsewhere?" "No one has been found. Excluding your location at A3, only B2 and A2 remain, but we can't get in touch with those two teams right now. I'm closer to A2. I'll go." Zhao remembered that this was the exact location Cohen was in charge of. "Alright, then I'll have old Zhang go support B2. The call ended, and Zhao took off into the air, flying toward B2. But halfway there, a notification came through his headset. "Zhao, B2 team reporting, no sign of her." Zhao's heart immediately sank. That meant old Lady Lin must be at A2. But the moment he landed at A2, he saw Cohen leading his team out of the building. This was an abandoned office building. After searching every floor, there was still no sign of Mrs. Lin. Zhao felt a buzzing in his head, and the world began to spin. How could this be? Every location had been ruled out. Had he overlooked something? Had he misinterpreted the mana signals? No, the reports from Zero indicated that nearly every squad had come under attack by the Shadow faction, which meant his general direction was correct. That left only one possibility: Mrs. Lin had already been moved. But now that she'd been moved, finding her would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Where should he even start? Just as Zhao was deep in thought, Cohen walked over and handed him something. "We found this here." Zhao took it and saw it was a fragment of a wooden comb. He examined it closely, turning it over and over. The fragment was very new. The break still had wood shavings on it, as if it had been snapped off only recently. This place had long been abandoned. How could there be such a fresh piece of a wooden comb here? Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he held the comb fragment up to his nose. Sure enough, the scent on the comb fragment was identical to the fragrance in old Lady Lin's room. This must belong to her. Zhao opened his senses, detected a faint trace of mana lingering on the fragment, and immediately set off in pursuit. With his senses fully engaged, he finally detected that thread-like, faint trace of mana. Following the trail of mana, Zhao finally found it. He pushed off the ground and soared into the air, vanishing into the night. The night wind howled. Zhao flew 100 meters above the ground, his senses locked onto that wisp of mana. A few minutes later, Zhao finally caught up to the source of the mana. A large container truck was traveling on the outskirts of the city. The truck was loaded with shipping containers, and from the outside, it looked no different from any ordinary cargo truck. But in Zhao's perception, the old woman's mana signature was inside one of the containers. There were also 3 other awakened mana signatures, standing guard beside her. The mana signatures weren't strong, only at the C rank level. But the old woman's mana signature was very weak, as if she were in a deep sleep. Zhao furrowed his brow. He couldn't force his way in. The space inside the container was cramped. If a fight broke out in there and he accidentally injured the old woman, it would be disastrous. He thought for a moment, then descended to fly onto the roof of the truck, maintaining a parallel course with it. The metal walls of the container were about 2 millimeters thick. He raised his right hand, extending his index finger. Mana gathered at his fingertip, emitting a faint glow. Piercing ray skill. A thin beam shot from his fingertip, silently piercing through the container's metal. A muffled thud echoed from inside the container. Then a second. A third. Zhao withdrew his finger, and the 3 streams of mana inside the container vanished completely. He then moved to the rear of the truck, yanked open the external lock, and swung the container door wide. Inside the container, 3 people lay sprawled haphazardly, all unconscious. The old woman lay on a makeshift bed in the farthest corner, covered with a blanket, breathing steadily.
Zhao went inside and lifted the old woman, blanket and all. Then he slowly floated out of the container. Zhao watched as the truck gradually drove away, disappearing into the night. He glanced down. The old woman in his arms slept deeply, her brow slightly furrowed as if she were dreaming. Her face was deeply lined, but her skin was fair. One could tell she must have been very beautiful in her youth. He sent a message to 0, I've rescued her. She's with me. I need a vehicle to pick us up. Got it. A vehicle is already on its way. After ending the call, Zhao found a sheltered spot to wait, gazing toward the horizon where the first hint of dawn was already breaking. Chapter 22, I am also an awakened. In the operations room of the Skill Administration Bureau, Rain was pacing restlessly. She had lost count of how many times she checked her phone, but each time she lit up the screen with hope, that hope would fade along with the display. Not far away, a large screen on the wall displayed real-time updates on the progress of the rescue operation. There were a total of 11 locations, and several were already marked in red. This meant great-grandmother had not been found at those sites. Every update on the locations tugged at her heart. A ding sounded, and Rain jerked her head up to look at the operations board. Report, Team A3 has encountered an ambush. Captain White Tiger is seriously injured. No target found at the location. Point A3 has been cleared. No target found. Rain's breath caught in her throat. Team A3 was Zhao's team. They'd been ambushed, and White Tiger was seriously injured. What about Zhao? After a long, suffocating moment, Rain felt her breathing finally return. She instinctively looked at 0. 0 happened to turn his head at that moment, his gaze meeting Rain's. Don't worry, Zhao is fine. He's on his way to the next location. Rain pressed her lips together and nodded firmly, her tense nerves finally relaxing a little. Time ticked by second. Messages updated one after another on the operations screen. Point B2 cleared, no target found. Point C1 cleared. Point C3 cleared. Point D2 cleared. Each message felt like a door slamming shut. Rain clutched her phone so tightly her knuckles turned white. She glanced out the window. The horizon was already beginning to lighten. A full night had passed since her great-grandmother went missing. Another wave of messages. Point C2 cleared. Point D1 cleared. Point A2, search complete, no target found. Rain stared at the last message, her mind going blank. 11 locations, all cleared. She felt something choking her chest, unable to breathe. Where on earth was her great-grandmother? Was she gone forever? Rain's mother steadied her as she struggled to stand, clasping her hand tightly without saying a word. Rain buried her face in her mother's shoulder, her body trembling slightly. She knew she should be strong, crying wouldn't help, but she couldn't hold back her tears. Just then, a new message pinged onto the operations screen. Target located, currently safe, requires extraction. Rain stared at the message on the screen and suddenly froze. She quickly wiped her tears away with both hands, afraid she might have misread it. But after checking it over and over again, she finally confirmed that the message was correct. At the same time, a brief cheer erupted in the operations room. She turned and buried her face in her mother's embrace, this time crying tears of joy. The control bureau moved quickly. In less than 20 minutes, Zhao saw headlights approaching from the distance. 3 black SUVs streaked through the night like 3 galloping beasts. Before the vehicles had even come to a complete stop, old Jean leaped out of the passenger seat and strode over to Zhao. How's it going? Zhao was still holding the old woman. She has been sleeping the whole time, but I haven't noticed anything unusual. Old Zhang glanced at the old woman in his arms, nodded, then turned to signal for the stretcher to be brought over. Cohen got out of the second vehicle but didn't approach. He just stood to the side, watching Zhao, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Zhao handed the old woman over to the medical staff and watched as they carefully lifted her into the vehicle. Old Zhang was coordinating the vehicles and personnel. Cohen stood nearby, saying nothing. Only when no one else was left around Zhao did he step forward and speak. About Snow, is it true? Zhao looked at him. Cohen's expression was more somber than ever, and his tone lacked his usual cynicism.
It's true, Zhao sighed softly. I saw it with my own eyes. She almost killed White Tiger. Seeing Cohen like this, Zhao could easily guess the special feelings he harbored for Snow. But reality was cruel. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, he had no choice but to accept this outcome.
Cohen was silent for a few seconds, then muttered under his breath, "Fuck."
Then he turned and got into the car.
Zhao said nothing more, getting in and closing the door.
Old Zhang was still sitting in the passenger seat. Zhou's seat was right behind him.
"How's White Tiger doing?" Zhao asked. Old Zhang's voice grew heavy. She was rushed to the military hospital. "We don't know her condition yet."
"We're not sure where we're headed either."
Zhao nodded and asked no further questions.
After passing through the rugged mountain roads, they entered a straight stretch of highway, and the convoy immediately sped up like the wind. The military district hospital was located on the outskirts of the city, and the convoy arrived in less than an hour. Grandma Lin was taken directly to the intensive care unit, where a series of tests were being conducted at a rapid pace. After Zhao exchanged a brief glance with Rain, Zero called him over. Fortunately, Grandma Lin had regained consciousness, and after the doctors examined her, they confirmed she was out of danger. Rain had also largely recovered. The red light in the operating room was on, and only Zero, Old Zhang, and Cohen were sitting on chairs in the hallway.
"How's White Tiger?" Zhao walked over quickly.
"He has been in there for over half an hour, and we haven't heard anything yet." Zero sat up straight and pointed to the empty seat beside him.
"Tell me exactly what happened."
"Okay." Zhao plopped down and recounted the entire sequence of events from the ambush to discovering Bai Hua's critical injuries, repelling the enemies, and their subsequent disappearance.
"Did Snow show any unusual behavior at the time?"
It was Cohen who spoke, his gaze toward Zhao still holding a last glimmer of hope. Zhao paused briefly. Though it pained him, he decided to tell the truth. No, he shook his head slightly.
"I didn't notice anything unusual in her movements or demeanor."
She didn't seem to be under duress or being controlled. He thought for a moment, then decided to add, "But this is just my side of the story. It was nighttime, so I might not have seen everything clearly.
There could be details I missed."
After saying this, he saw a glimmer of light flicker deep within Cohen's pupils. Old Zhang said nothing, merely casting a silent glance at Cohen. "For now, Snow's defection is a fact," Zero said slowly. "But the underlying reasons and motives, whether she was coerced or not, still require further investigation."
None of them spoke again, waiting in silence. Time ticked by, second by second. Over an hour later, the lights in the operating room went out.
The door opened, and a doctor in a surgical gown walked out, removing his mask.
They all gathered around him. "We've saved his life," the doctor said.
"But the wound is too deep, and the weapon was poisoned, which has worsened his condition."
Zero asked, "When will he wake up?"
The doctor shook his head.
"It's hard to say. It could be days, or it could be weeks.
It depends on his willpower." The hallway fell silent for a few seconds. The doctor nodded and turned to go back inside. Zhao stood where he was, staring at the door as it closed again. It seemed he'd have to wait a while longer to find out the details of how Snow had severely wounded the White Tiger. Just then, a nurse jogged over and whispered a few words in Zero's ear.
Zero's expression shifted. "What's wrong?" Zhao asked.
"The old lady is awake."
Zero said, "She wants to see you." "She wants to see me?"
Zhao was quite taken aback. In the intensive care unit, Rain sat by the bed, holding her great-grandmother's hand. Her eyes were still red, but a smile had finally returned to her face. Lin's mother stood nearby, while Lin Dongfu spoke on the phone at the door. His voice kept very low as he reassured Lin Honyuan that everything was all right. When Zhao pushed the door open, Rain looked up at him. Her gaze held gratitude, relief, and an indescribable. Zhao didn't know how to respond at first. The old lady had just praised him a bit too highly. He could only try to make his smile seem less awkward. Fortunately, just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin's mother opened the door. It turned out to be Ling, who had brought some people with him. "Great-grandmother Lin, how are you feeling?" Ling nodded to the others in greeting, then pulled up a chair as he asked. "I'm fine. I just felt very sleepy earlier and couldn't wake up no matter what." The old lady beckoned to Ling, motioning for him to come closer. "However, my situation is a bit unusual. Although I was asleep the whole time, a part of my consciousness remained awake, so I could sense the movements around me." Hearing this, Ling's eyes lit up. Zhao was also deeply shocked. Grandmother Lin could actually maintain a sliver of consciousness while asleep. Could this be her skill? After all, even though Zhang Fei sleeps with his eyes open, he can't actually see anything, just like an ordinary person asleep. Great-grandmother Lin continued, "While I was asleep, I heard everything they said beside me." Zero's expression turned unusually serious, and he immediately beckoned to a young woman who had accompanied them. She immediately prepared to take notes. "I'm sure you're already aware of this." Grandma Lin's gaze swept over her grandson and daughter-in-law on the other side of the bed, finally settling on Rain. "But my family, they don't know that I, too, am unawakened." Just as Grandma Lin had said, Zero and Zhao had long been mentally prepared, but Lin Dongfu and his wife, along with Rain, stared at Grandma Lin in utter shock. Chapter 23, She Claims to be the Luck Goddess. Half an hour later, the hospital room fell silent once more. Everyone was processing the news they had just heard. First and foremost was great-grandmother Lin's skill. It had taken everyone completely by surprise. She had named her skill Mana Flow. In layman's terms, it was a kind of luck that attracted good fortune and averted misfortune, turning danger into safety. In other words, she was the luck goddess. Moreover, according to great-grandmother Lin's recollection, this skill wasn't something she was born with, but rather something bestowed upon her by a mysterious figure. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember who that person was. Every time she attempted to recall it, all she could see in her memory was a blurry face. Ever since acquiring this ability, Grandma Lin's life has been like a game on cheat mode. It was as if she had truly become the chosen one of Maniluck. As a woman, she successfully founded a company and expanded it step by step. In those turbulent times, whenever major decisions had to be made, she always made the right choice. Even if the results weren't immediately apparent, time always proved her choices to be correct. Thus, within a decade, the company she founded had transformed into the renowned Lin Group, not only the largest conglomerate in Linhai City today, but also one of the leading enterprises in Lusu Province. Today, the Lin Group's business interests extend far beyond real estate, encompassing high-tech sectors such as pharmaceuticals, machinery, telecommunications, and semiconductors. The Lin and Lin Group comes from her great-grandmother, Lin Xingxue. Even now, although the head of the Lin family is her son, Lin Hongyuan, he still always seeks her advice whenever the group faces major strategic decisions. This includes a recent instance where another prominent family in Linhai City, the Gao family, sought to collaborate with the Lins on a new pharmaceutical project, only to be firmly rejected by great-grandmother Lin. The Gao family has a much longer history than the Lin family, now in its 12th generation, while the Lin family, as of Rain, is only in its 4th generation. Although the Lin family has been on a strong upward trajectory, catching up and even surpassing the Gao family in assets, and holding a firm lead over them in certain sectors. The Gao family's deep-rooted heritage and extensive network of connections are by no means to be underestimated. Partnering with them should have been a powerful alliance, a surefire win-win. Yet great-grandmother Lin absolutely refused to agree. Now, everything makes sense. However, there is now another layer to this relationship. The Gao family has a partnership with the Shadow faction. While it is true that the Shadow faction had set its sights on Grandmat Lin's abilities for this operation against the Lin family, it was the Gao family that was pulling the strings behind the scenes. It was the Gao family that discovered Grandmat Lin was unawakened and revealed this to the Shadow faction, intending to use the Shadow faction to eliminate Grandmat Lin so that no one could stand in the way of the Gao and Lin families' partnership. Of course, this partnership is merely a pretext. The Gao family's true objective is to use the guise of cooperation to gradually set traps, ultimately aiming to swallow up the Lin family. Now, having learned the truth, Lin Dongfu is furiously relaying all of this to Lin Hongyuan over the phone. Rain and her daughter, still shaken by the ordeal, clung tightly to great-grandmother Lin, while the old lady, in turn, kept reassuring the two of them. This scene left Zhao feeling quite moved. To be honest, great-grandmother Lin's skill made Zhao deeply envious. After gaining his own ability, he had to rack his brains over how to put it to use, all while treading carefully to avoid drawing too much attention, and now look at her. Zhao was still brooding when Zero suddenly spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Although great-grandmother Lin escaped unscathed this time, the Shadow faction certainly won't give up so easily. They're bound to make a comeback soon. Lin Dongfu had already ended his call and walked over. Captain Zero, has the skill administration made any arrangements? Indeed. Zero confirmed. We previously launched a crackdown on the Shadow faction, but the results were less than ideal. Their core forces remain intact. We'll reinforce Grandmother Lin's security and set up defenses. At this point, Zero gave Zhao a meaningful look. Zhao knew exactly what he meant, but could only nod in agreement. I'll be there. After saying this, Zhao rolled his eyes at Zero under his breath, but of course, Zero ignored it. Thank you, Zhao. Rain looked at Zhao with gratitude. No problem, don't worry. Zhao returned the smile. Having secured the desired outcome, Zero continued, at the same time, we can leverage the fact that the Gao family is unaware we already know about their collaboration with the Shadow faction to make some arrangements. Of course, this will require the Lin family's consent and cooperation. No problem. Lin Dongfu responded without hesitation, clearly having already received authorization from Lin Hongyuan. Since this matter concerns my own family, we will naturally cooperate fully. Good. Zero was just as decisive. Then let us draw up a concrete plan as soon as possible. We'll pay you a visit when the time comes. We'll take our leave for now. With that, Zero and his assistant left the hospital room. Zhao hesitated briefly, then stood up to take his leave. He stepped out of the room and quickly caught up with Zero. Zero turned around and, seeing it was Zhao, slowed his pace. Zero. Zhao hurried to catch up, matching Zero's stride. What's your plan from here? Simply put, we're going to lure the snake out of its hole. Zhao's brow furrowed. If we're luring a snake, we'll need bait, one tiwi? You could put it that way, Zero replied calmly yet firmly. But this is the best option we have right now. When faced with two evils, choose the lesser one. The only advantage we currently hold is our knowledge of the Gao family's partnership with the Shadow faction, information the Gao family lacks. So luring the Gao family to draw out the Shadow faction is the only way we can take the initiative. Zhao thought it over and realized Zero had a point. In any case, the Shadow faction certainly wouldn't give up. They were operating in the shadows while he was in the open. Rather than passively waiting for them to strike at some unknown time, it was better to be the one setting the trap. At least that way, he could control the timing and method. It just meant he'd have to devote all his energy to this for the foreseeable future. Although Zhao wouldn't have stood idly by for Rain's sake anyway, that was exactly where the problem lay. Back in the hospital room, when Zero had looked at him like that, Zhao's heart had skipped a beat. He was being played. Zero knew full well that, for Rain's sake, Zhao would never refuse the upcoming mission. But feelings were one thing, what needed to be negotiated, Zhao still had to negotiate. Zhao hesitated for a long moment, searching for the right words, before finally speaking up. Our personal feelings are one thing, but work is another. As for participating in the upcoming mission, you can't skimp on the pay I'm owed. You know my situation, I'm still deep in debt. Zero glanced at Zhao but didn't respond. This man, who possessed power beyond his wildest imagination, was actually just thinking about working for a living? If only all awakened were like this, it would save him so much trouble. Zero couldn't help but laugh, which made Zhao inwardly grumble once more. Was this guy really planning to use the emperor to command the feudal lords, playing the sympathy card to dodge his debts? Don't worry, we're a legitimate company. We don't withhold wages. With that assurance, Zhao felt somewhat relieved, but he pressed on. Then when will I get paid for the last two missions? I'm not trying to rush you, but I've already received reminders to make my loan payments. Zero, I'll sign the paperwork as soon as I get back tonight.
It'll be in your account within 3 business days. 3 business days. Tomorrow is Saturday, that means I'll have to wait until next Wednesday. 0, I saved your life, you know. Could you please hurry up a bit? 0 rubbed his furrowed brow hard, thinking to himself that if all awakened were like him, it would be quite a headache. Chapter 24, The Lin Family's Birthday Banquet. 1 week later, at the Lin family estate. The Lin family estate was bustling with activity today, filled with a festive aura of manna, as if the events of the past few days had never happened. The Lin family was hosting a veritable crowd of guests today. Nearly every member of the upper crust in Lushu province seemed eager to squeeze their way in. This was because the Lin family had sent out invitations a few days prior, announcing that they would be holding a joint birthday celebration today for the Lin family's eldest daughter and the Lin family's great-grandmother. A double birthday celebration was, of course, an extraordinarily grand affair. Moreover, the Lin family had another purpose today: to invite renowned doctors from both the East and West to provide medical care and recuperation for great-grandmother Lin. Although, given the Lin family's wealth and influence, they certainly had no shortage of private physicians, many of the most skilled practitioners were reclusive by nature and could not necessarily be lured by money alone. Often, establishing a connection with such masters required a stroke of good fortune. The Lin family had risen to prominence too quickly. Though they possessed substantial wealth and had rapidly become a prominent clan, their historical roots were still shallow, so it was only natural that they lacked experience in this area. This very factor made the banquet the Lin family was hosting today the subject of intense scrutiny from many other prominent families, resulting in the scene unfolding before them. Zhao stood in a small attic on the top floor of the estate, looking down at the crowd below, and felt a chill run down his spine. Only the Lin family's estate was large enough to accommodate this, and not just anyone was granted entry, otherwise, the place would likely have been overflowing. Even so, the situation was already giving him a headache. Fortunately, his mission today was solely to protect great-grandmother Lin, and reign security for the entire estate was handled by the Skill Administration Bureau. Still, Zhao needed to extend his senses to monitor whether any awakened had infiltrated the crowd. For this purpose, Zero had specially equipped Zhao with a pair of special glasses. Once he detected a lurking awakened, all he had to do was fix his gaze on the target, let the glasses focus on them, and press the button on the side of the frame to mark the target. Combined with the formal tuxedo he was wearing today, Zhao felt like he was playing the role of Conan. Just then, a silver Rolls-Royce Phantom limousine was approaching the estate from the distance. The big fish has arrived. 0, the Gao family is here. Good, get ready. Roger that. When the Gao family's motorcade pulled up at the estate gates, Zhao got a clear view of the arrivals from the attic. Gao Tianyang stepped out of the car, dressed in a white suit, his hair meticulously combed. After getting out, Gao Tianyang, however, adopted an extremely respectful posture and helped an elderly man with white hair out of the car. And awakened, Zhao narrowed his eyes, aimed his glasses at the old man, and pressed the button. To show his respect for the Gao family, Lin Dongfu personally led his wife to greet them. Upon seeing Lin Dongfu, Gao Tianyang broke into a smile and stepped forward to shake his hand. Uncle Lin, how dare I trouble you to come and welcome me in person? I'm truly flattered. Not at all. Our two families have long been on friendly terms. As your elder, how could I possibly neglect my duties? Lin Dongfu smiled flawlessly, then turned his gaze to the elderly man. May I ask who this distinguished gentleman is? Uncle Lin, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Chen, known as the National Master Physician. Gao Tianyang stepped aside to make the introduction, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Mr. Chen is a leading authority in the traditional Chinese medicine community of Liusu province. His medical skills are nothing short of miraculous, and patients come to him in a never-ending stream. I heard that Uncle Lin has been inviting renowned physicians to help grandmother-in-law recuperate and restore her health, and you've specially invited old Master Chen here. Chen was dressed in a light blue long robe. Though his hair was entirely silver, his complexion was rosy and his eyes sparkled with vitality, truly the appearance of a master of health preservation. Facing Lin Dongfu, he merely gave a slight bow, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Mr. Lin. It is an honor to have you here, old Chen, Lin Dongfu said with feigned surprise, hastily inviting him in. Please, come inside. Zhao watched the entire scene unfold from the loft. The old man certainly put on quite a show, projecting an air of otherworldly grace. He glanced again at the estate's entrance, where several more cars were still waiting in line to enter. Seems there are quite a few people looking to climb the Lin family's coattails, Zhao mused, rubbing his chin. Time flew by, night had fallen, and with the invited guests mostly in attendance, Lin Dongfu ushered everyone into the mansion. Inside the banquet hall, the room was abuzz with conversation. Zhao looked down from upstairs, his perception sweeping across the entire venue. Apart from the Gao family, 3 other families had invited renowned doctors to attend today. However, according to Zhao's perception, the only one among them who was awakened was Chen Guoshou from the Gao family. The other 3 families were the Wang family from Linhai City, another real estate tycoon family who reportedly had specially invited a professor of traditional Chinese medicine from the capital. Then there was the Sun family from the provincial capital, the leading family in import-export trade in Liaosu province. They had invited a foreign doctor dressed in a suit, with blonde hair and blue eyes. And finally, the Zhou family. They were the weakest of these families, and the doctor they brought was also a relative unknown. The guests had all taken their seats when Lin Hongyuan, the head of the Lin family, appeared on the second-floor terrace, pushing a wheelchair. Seated in it was great-grandmother Lin, but Rain was nowhere to be seen. As the two appeared, the noise in the banquet hall gradually subsided. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for honoring us with your presence today at the Lin family's double birthday celebration. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying a soothing rhythm. Today marks my granddaughter Raina's 24th birthday, as well as my mother's 96th birthday. With these 2 joyous occasions coming together, the Lin family has organized this banquet today to celebrate with all of you. A round of applause erupted from the audience. However, aside from celebrating the 2 honorees, there is another important matter to address today. Lin Hongyuan paused. My mother is advanced in age, and her health is not what it once was. The Lin family has made it our mission to invite renowned physicians to help restore my mother's health and extend her life. Today, the Gao, Wang, Sun, and Zhou families have all brought distinguished doctors with them. The Lin family deeply appreciates this gesture. Later, we humbly ask all the doctors to share their insights and do their utmost to help my mother. He smiled, his tone light. Of course, if any of these eminent physicians can extend her life by even a few years, the Lin family will surely reward them generously. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. Zhao curled his lip in a sneer from the corner. This was a promise from the wealthiest family in Liaosu. Its weight was undeniable. Now Zhao bitterly regretted dropping out of medical school. Additionally, Lin Hongyuan's tone grew solemn. I'd like to take this opportunity to make an announcement. The banquet hall fell silent once more. Lin Hongyuan lowered his gaze to his great-grandmother in the wheelchair, a touch of tenderness in his eyes. My mother is advanced in years. These past years, I've been so preoccupied with the Lin Group's business that I've had very little time to spend by her side. As her son, I feel a sense of guilt. Great-grandmother Lin's lips twitched slightly, but she said nothing. Effective today, I will step down as head of the Lin family and hand over the position to my son, Lin Dongfu. Lin Hongyuan looked at Lin Dongfu below the stage. In fact, Dongfu has already been managing most of the affairs of the Lin Group. Now is the time for him to officially take on the responsibilities of the Lin family. A murmur of low conversation rippled through the audience. While this was no small matter, as Lin Hongyuan had said, Lin Dongfu had already been in charge of most of the Lin family's business affairs. The change in family head was merely a formality, so it didn't come as a great surprise to anyone. It was Lin Dongfu himself, sitting below the stage, who looked somewhat taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. As for me, Lin Hongyuan smiled, I plan to spend more time with my mother. She is getting on in years, and as her son, it's time for me to fulfill my filial duties. He glanced down at the elderly lady in the wheelchair and reached out to pat her shoulder gently. Grandmat Lin snorted, you should have done that a long time ago. Laughter immediately filled the room, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Lin Hongyuan smiled as well, then quickly composed himself and cleared his throat. Well, this old man has talked long enough. Next, please welcome today's other star.
Music began to play, and the lights in the banquet hall dimmed by half. A spotlight shone on the door at the far end of the hall. As the door slowly opened, Raina's figure gradually came into view. Everyone turned to look, letting out gasps of admiration. For a split second, Zhao almost forgot to breathe. He stared at Rain in a daze, feeling as though she were the brightest moon goddess at that moment. She wore a pale gold gown that perfectly accentuated her curves. The intricate embroidery on the hem shimmered under the lights, adding an extra touch of radiance. Her long, jet black hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a slender neck, while the pearl earrings adorning her earlobes exuded both opulence and understated elegance. Her naturally delicate features, enhanced by just the right amount of makeup, gave her an otherworldly, ethereal quality. Rain linked her arm through her mother's and slowly walked into the banquet hall. Zhao snapped back to reality and quickly resumed her duties, keeping her senses fully alert while her gaze swept across the room. Let us see who dares to stare. But everyone was staring. Especially Gao Tianyang. The way he looked at Rain was as if he were eyeing his own prey. It took Zhao a great deal of effort to resist the urge to hurl the glass in his hand at him. Just then, Zero's voice rang out in his earpiece. Stop watching. It's your turn. Hurry over to Great-Grandmother Lin. Chapter 25, Is This Medicine Poisonous? Shortly after the banquet began, the renowned physicians brought by the major clans began preparing to examine the old lady. According to Lin Honyuan's instructions, the doctors brought by each family took turns examining the old lady. The first to step forward was the professor of traditional Chinese medicine sent by the Wang family. He was an elderly gentleman in his 60s, wearing reading glasses and exuding an air of great expertise. His pulse-taking technique was textbook perfect. After asking a few questions, he stepped aside to write out a prescription. The second was the doctor invited by the Zhou family, and the procedure was virtually identical to the previous one. Next was the foreign man invited by the Sun family. He was the only one who didn't quite look like a doctor, dressed in a smart suit and tuxedo, pushing a portable diagnostic device toward her. Surprisingly, however, the foreigner's Chinese was quite good. Though accented, it was fluent. Grandma Lin, I will use this state-of-the-art portable diagnostic device to conduct a comprehensive physical examination for you, he said, his tone carrying a subtle air of superiority. These so-called traditional Chinese medical methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation are not only outdated but also based on empiricism. They cannot provide accurate data, which may affect the assessment of your physical condition. Upon hearing this, several doctors in the audience who were trained in traditional Chinese medicine looked rather displeased. After completing the examination, the blonde Western doctor said to Grandma Lin, based on the results, your physical condition is indeed not very good. I recommend that you be admitted to our St. John's International Hospital for more detailed tests. Our hospital utilizes the world's most advanced and cutting-edge medical technology, nothing like the crude methods of those who call themselves doctors just by placing a hand on a patient. Trust me, only the most scientific Western medical technology can help you. As soon as these words were spoken, a flurry of murmurs erupted, with the criticism directed squarely at the blonde Western doctor and the Sun family who had brought him. But the Sun family paid no heed to these voices from start to finish. The blonde Western doctor, after scanning the room, adopted a resigned expression and returned to the Sun family's side. Representing the Sun family today was a young man of exceptional poise and character, Sun Qianhao, a scion of the Sun family. He stepped forward, showing not a hint of fear in the face of the simmering public anger, and declared in a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Pitt has not been in Huahan for very long. He is not yet fully familiar with our national culture, and his words may have been a bit too direct. I ask for your understanding. Although Dr. Pitt is young, he is a master of his craft. He is a top-tier talent who graduated from the University of Medicine and Philosophy, having earned dual doctorates in medicine and philosophy. Otherwise, how could I have dared to invite Dr. Pitt to treat Mrs. Lin?" As soon as Sun Qianhao spoke, the commotion in the room instantly subsided. Anyone with even a passing familiarity with the field knew just how highly regarded Dr. Pitt was. Seeing that this minor disturbance had quickly been quelled, Sun Qianhao said no more and returned to his original seat, though a hint of unmasked pride still lingered on his face. Lin Hongyuan announced that the consultation would continue, and the next to take the stage, the headliner, was none other than Chen Guoshu. Chen Guoshu's expression remained composed, completely unaffected by the recent commotion, as he walked steadily to the front of the stage. He first bowed to Mrs. Lin, then sat down and placed his hand on her pulse. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Master Chen remained silent, and the banquet hall was so quiet one could hear the crystal chandeliers clinking. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Master Chen finally opened his eyes and spoke slowly. "Mrs. Lin," Master Chen's voice was soft but clear, "your pulse is quite interesting."
In what way is it interesting?
Mrs. Lin's curiosity was piqued by this remark. Weak when taken superficially, but grounded when taken deeply. The pulse at the wrist is smooth and flowing, while the pulse at the wrist is strong.
Master Chen appeared relaxed and confident.
Your body, though it appears weak on the surface, actually has a deep foundation. It's just that many years ago, you suffered a severe injury. Although it was treated and healed, it left a hidden root of illness within your body, obstructing the circulation of mana and blood. If my assessment is correct, Mrs. Lin's health has been deteriorating steadily ever since that time, hasn't it? Those outside the room, unaware of the details, didn't think much of it, but the Lin family members were deeply shaken by Chen Guoshu's words. Years ago, Mrs. Lin had indeed been involved in a severe car accident that nearly cost her life. It took great effort to save her. But since then, her health had deteriorated year by year, and in recent years, she had lost even the strength to get out of bed and walk. It must be noted that before that, Mrs. Lin had always been in excellent health. She hadn't even had a minor cold or fever in decades. Even in her 80s or 90s, she looked no older than 50 or 60.
Seeing the reaction of the Lin family, Chen Guoshu knew he was right.
He stood up and continued, "Western medicine certainly has its strengths when it comes to the efficiency of treating trauma.
However, its focus on quick results inevitably leaves some oversights. Speed is merely a means, quality is the foundation.
To sacrifice quality for speed is to put the cart before the horse. But we, the practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, excel at preventing illness before it arises, balancing yin and yang in the finest details, and eradicating the root of disease in its earliest stages, ensuring that chronic ailments are banished while vital energy remains intact. This is the true path to lasting health and well-being." As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in cheers.
Truly worthy of the title Master Physician Chen.
He is indeed a master physician and a sage of medicine. His words cut straight to the heart of the matter.
Exactly.
The cultural treasures of Huahan, passed down for thousands of years. How could a greenhorn who hasn't even grown a full beard possibly understand them? Yet he dares to spout such nonsense here.
Well done, Master Chen.
You've truly bolstered the prestige of Huahan. Such a chorus of flattery would be deeply gratifying even to the most detached and otherworldly of individuals. At that moment, Master Chen adopted an air of otherworldly grace and dignity. Zhao watched, grinding his teeth in frustration.
Damn it, he actually managed to pull that off.
What was even more infuriating was that his words had actually struck a chord with him.
As a former student of traditional Chinese medicine, how could he not be moved to see someone championing it so passionately?
Chen Guoshu humbly gestured for everyone to quiet down, then continued, "I have already assessed the old lady's condition. Once I write out a prescription for her to take, the results will be evident immediately." He returned to his seat, picked up a brush, and began writing the prescription. His hand moved swiftly, barely pausing. Several other TCM practitioners invited by rival clans leaned in to take a look, their expressions shifting.
This prescription is brilliant.
The combination of primary, auxiliary, supporting, and guiding herbs is impeccable. Old Chen truly lives up to his reputation.
Soon, Chen Guoshu finished writing the prescription. The Lin family pharmacy should have these herbs, right?
Lin Dongfu stepped forward, took the prescription, and gave it a quick glance.
Of course we do.
Old Lu, take some men to get the herbs. Old Lu took the prescription, nodded, and immediately headed for the pharmacy with 2 men.
Half an hour later, the decoction was ready.
A Lin family servant entered the banquet hall carrying a tray with 2 bowls of dark brown herbal soup, one large and one small, emitting a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. The decoction was so dark one could barely see the bottom of the bowls, and the smell alone was bitter enough.
Zhao's expression was just as grim.
His current role was as Grand Matriarch Lin's personal bodyguard, and testing the medicine was his job. The smaller bowl was meant for him to taste. Just to be safe, he scanned the liquid in the bowl with his perception. He detected nothing unusual. But the smell was unmistakable. According to protocol, if there are no adverse reactions within half an hour of tasting the medicine, it's considered safe, Lin Dongfu said. Zhao nodded, picked up the bowl, gave himself a slight boost of mana for encouragement, then tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. To ensure there were no errors, Zhao couldn't even take a sip of water. 10 minutes later, just as everyone thought everything was fine.
Put!
A mouthful of fresh blood gushed violently from Zhao's mouth. Then his body swayed, and he immediately collapsed forward.
Everyone present froze. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Chapter 26, Only those who wrong you know how wrong you are. This sudden turn of events caused the scene to erupt into chaos after a brief moment of silence.
The sight of blood spurting wildly was shocking. The man who had coughed up blood lay on the ground, his condition unknown. The Lin family members turned pale, especially Rain and Lin Hongyuan. Rain let out a cry of alarm and rushed to Zhao's side, calling his name frantically with a sob in her voice. But no matter how she shook Zhao, he showed no sign of response. Lin Dongfu, however, remained much calmer. He immediately ordered the butler to call the police and contact the hospital. At that moment, Lin Hongyuan's voice rang out.
Gao Tianyang, the Gao family owes this old man an explanation.
Gao Tianyang, equally stunned and pale-faced, heard Lin Hongyuan's angry rebuke and his mind went blank. Almost instinctively, he glanced at Chen Guoshu, who stood nearby with an equally grim expression.
Wasn't the plan supposed to be just a little manipulation today, to lay the groundwork for later controlling great-grandmother Lin and using her to blackmail the Lin family? How did it turn into poisoning her right here and now?
He recalled the journey here, when Chen Guoshu had patted his chest and assured him he could bring great-grandmother Lin under his covert control without anyone noticing. And when he curiously asked for specifics, Chen Guoshu had even said, "A hermit has his own clever schemes," putting on an air of inscrutability.
Is this your so-called clever scheme? What kind of pig-ass brain could come up with a plan like this?
Gao Tianyang almost couldn't hold back from blurting out an angry tirade, calling Chen Guoshu a useless teammate.
There must be some misunderstanding here, Grandpa Lin. Don't call me Grandpa. I don't have a son-in-law like you. Lin Hongyuan rudely cut Gao Tianyang off.
How could he not be furious when someone had actually attempted to poison his own mother right in front of him? Though publicly berated as a bastard by Lin Hongyuan, Gao Tianyang could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. Old Lin, there must be some misunderstanding here.
My Gao family has always been on good terms with the Lin family, and we've had plenty of business dealings in the past. Why would I ever lay a hand on great-grandmother Lin?
Besides, even if just for the sake of argument I, Gao Tianyang, were so blinded by greed that I wanted to harm great-grandmother Lin, why would I do it right here in front of everyone?
At this point, the onlookers began to see some logic in Gao Tianyang's words.
Even if he were so foolish as to target someone from the Lin family, choosing this time and place would make it nothing short of a suicide mission.
Humph. Lin Hongyuan snorted angrily.
The pressure from his fully activated mana field sent a chill down the spines of those standing nearby. So you're implying that my Lin family set a trap to frame your Gao family? This solemn, serious accusation nearly caused Zhao, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, to break character and burst out laughing. Tonight really was the Lin family setting a trap to frame the Gao family.
But Gao Tianyang had no idea.
Having never suffered such humiliation before, all he wanted now was to prove his innocence as quickly as possible. So he decisively set his sights on Chen Guoshu.
Gritting his teeth, he shoved Chen Guoshu forward. Old Chen, what on earth is going on here? Why is this bowl of medicine poisoned? You must give the Lin family and my Gao family an explanation for this.
Gao Tianyang's unhesitating decision to sacrifice the pawn to save the king left Old Chen dumbfounded.
He even shot Gao Tianyang a look of disbelief. It seemed to say, "You're fucking suspecting me too?" But Gao Tianyang completely ignored old Chen's meaningful glance. All he cared about now was the Gao family's reputation. He couldn't spare a thought for what would happen to Chen Guoshu. Chen Guoshu had no choice but to withdraw his gaze and turn to Lin Hongyuan. Elder Lin, I have practiced medicine for decades without ever making a mistake, and I would never poison a patient. What happened tonight was just as much of a surprise to me. I implore you, Elder Lin, to grant me an opportunity to prove my innocence and that of the Gao family. Chen Guoshu's demeanor was utterly sincere. He even bowed deeply, leading many present to wonder if perhaps there really was some misunderstanding. Lin Hongyuan paused briefly before speaking. Very well, but I cannot trust you alone. I ask Elder Zhang to assist me in examining the Lin family members. The Elder Zhang Lin Hongyuan referred to was none other than the renowned physician from the capital whom the Wang family had invited. Rest assured, old Patriarch Lin, I shall not fail in this task. Chen Guoshu glanced at Elder Zhang, then, without further ado, took 2 steps toward Zhao and placed his hand on Zhao's wrist. Zhao was prepared. He had already channeled his mana to manipulate his pulse. Fortunately, he knew exactly what the pulse of someone poisoned by a deadly toxin would look like. Consequently, the moment Chen Guoshu felt the pulse, his expression changed. Zhao's pulse was tight and rapid, beating wildly, now strong, now weak, with a chaotic rhythm. It was as erratic as a shrimp swimming in water or a fish drifting at the bottom of a pond. Wasn't this precisely the dangerous sign of severe poisoning and a mana-blood imbalance? By the time Chen Guoshu finished taking the pulse and his face turned as grim as if he were constipated, the onlookers had pretty much guessed the outcome. Then old Master Zhang stepped forward to take a turn as well, and the result was naturally the same as Chen Guoshu's. Immediately, he shot Chen Guoshu a look that was both distressed and heartbroken, leaving Chen Guoshu speechless. Seriously, what's the point of putting on that heartbroken act? At this point, Gao Tianyang's reaction was undeniably swift. He immediately pointed his finger at Chen's nose and shouted, Chen, what on earth did you prescribe to Grandmother Lin? Chen froze for a moment, then turned to look at Gao Tianyang with a complex expression. Lin Dongfu glanced at Gao Tianyang, then turned his gaze back to Chen. Old Chen, do you have anything to say now? Chen's expression was priceless, but after struggling to find the words, he finally managed to say, my medicine is fine. But by this point, no one was willing to believe him. The man who had coughed up blood was still lying on the ground, his condition unknown. Who would believe that the medicine was fine? Although the motive was truly baffling, the onlookers present were almost certain that Chen had poisoned Lin's great-grandmother with his medicine. Fortunately, it had been detected during the trial. And although Gao Tianyang had promptly distanced himself from the matter, everyone felt he was undoubtedly implicated. His severing of ties with Chen Guoshu was nothing more than a desperate move to save himself once the truth had come to light. No wonder the Gao family, despite its deep-rooted heritage, was overtaken by the Lin family in such a short time. It seems their younger generation just isn't up to par. Yeah, daring to pull off such a blunder in public, it's really. I've heard for a while now that the Gao family recently wanted to collaborate on a project with the Lin family, but Grandma Lin vetoed it. My God, so this was all about revenge. The murmurs of gossip swirling around him poured into Gao Tianyang's ears. He gritted his teeth as he listened, but at this point, no amount of rebuttal or clarification would help. The more he spoke, the more chaotic it would become. The more he tried to clear things up, the more he would only confirm the rumors. Since it's come to this, call an ambulance immediately and get him to the hospital for emergency treatment. At that moment, Lin Hongyuan stood up, his voice calm. Also, call the police. After speaking, Lin Hongyuan turned and walked away, pushing great-grandmother Lin along with him, not even bothering to glance back at Gao Tianyang. In truth, if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to keep a straight face. Only those who have wronged you know just how wronged you are. Gao Tianyang's face was an ugly shade of red. Uncle Lin, this really has nothing to do with me. Whether it has anything to do with you or not, we'll discuss that once the police arrive. Lin Dongfu cut him off. His tone was gentle but firm, clearly leaving no room for negotiation. Gao Tianyang clenched his teeth and turned to glare at Chen Guoshu, his eyes practically shooting fire. Chen Guoshu stood frozen in place, his face ashen.
He was at a loss for words. He truly hadn't poisoned anyone. He had merely slipped a bug into the medicine, but that bug wasn't only completely non-toxic, he hadn't even activated it. To be precise, the moment Zhao swallowed the bug, he lost all connection with it. The bug he deplanted was clearly a control type, not a lethal one. He hadn't made a mistake. This young man's coughing up blood had absolutely nothing to do with his medicine. Who on earth would dare to frame him right here in front of everyone? Chen Guoshu glanced once more at Zhao lying on the floor. He couldn't possibly have guessed that it was the Lin family who had framed him. Soon, wails of ambulances and police cars grew louder as they approached. Paramedics rushed in and lifted Zhao onto a stretcher. Zhao's body was as limp as a pile of mud, his arms dangling off the stretcher, swaying back and forth. The stretcher was carried out of the banquet hall, pushed down the corridor, and toward the ambulance waiting at the entrance. Zhao kept his eyes closed as he was wheeled into the ambulance. He secretly opened the corner of his eye and glanced at the medical staff inside. They were actually agents from the Skill Administration Bureau in disguise. Outside the vehicle, Chen Guoshu, handcuffed, was being led to a police car. His face flushed alternately red and white, but he had no choice but to endure it. He couldn't reveal his true identity. As for Gao Tianyang, he walked while desperately protesting his innocence. He was treated far better than Chen Guoshu. Though he wasn't handcuffed, he was still led to another police car. Naturally, these two police cars and the officers were all part of the Skill Administration's plan. The ambulance started up, its siren blaring piercingly. With the police cars leading the way, the convoy drove out of the estate. Zhao felt a tap on his shoulder. He opened his eyes to see that Zero was also in the vehicle. He was wearing a white lab coat, with his mask pulled down to rest on his chin. "All right, get up. No need to keep up the act. Go change your clothes." Zhao rolled over and sat up, catching the clothes Zero tossed him and beginning to change. What's next? Chapter 27, This old man is disgusting. Proceed as planned. Chen is your responsibility. Koan will meet you along the way. As for Gao Tianyang, he'll be taken to the police station. Zero looked at Zhao, his expression serious. Chen is the key to this operation. He must be captured alive. You need to be careful. Zhao nodded, saying nothing. At that moment, he truly felt the pressure. They knew almost nothing about Chen, not even what his skill was. Of course, he was confident he could win. He could even reduce Chen to a pulp with a single punch if he used a little more force. But the problem now was that he couldn't use too much force. Chen was the key to making Gao Tianyang and indeed the entire Gao family believe that the Shadow faction had betrayed them for profit and self-preservation. To make the charade complete, as the two police cars carrying Gao Tianyang and Chen parted ways, another police car took each of their places. Gao Tianyang was completely oblivious, but Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. He realized the route they were taking wasn't heading to the police station at all, but toward an unknown destination. Though he couldn't yet pinpoint the exact direction, his intense vigilance prompted him to react. A dark mass oozed from his wrist. It turned out to be countless tiny insects. The insects instantly covered the handcuffs. The steel restraints held out for less than 2 seconds before being gnawed away and dissolved by the insects. The entire process was completely silent. The people in the front seat were oblivious. He then waved his hand again, and 2 bright red centipedes landed on the necks of the front seat passengers, opening their fangs and biting down viciously. The 2 people in the front seat let out only a muffled groan before their pupils turned completely black and their eyes lost all life. They had clearly been taken over by Chen. Under his control, the driver slammed his foot down on the accelerator. With a deafening roar from the engine, the vehicle surged forward and slammed violently into the car ahead. Struck by this sudden impact, the car in front lost control instantly and careened off the road at an angle. With no obstacles ahead, Chen was about to accelerate and escape. He was confident he could shake off the cumbersome ambulance behind him, but a sudden doubt crept into his mind. Could he really get away that easily? As it turned out, his intuition was spot on. Although he easily shook off the ambulance behind him, he noticed a figure darting past the side of his vehicle and blocking his path. Before he could rub his eyes to check if he was seeing things, Zhao had already leaped onto the hood of his car and slammed a fist down with all his might. Boom!
A deafening explosion echoed. The front of the car was actually punched right through by the blow, the entire front end collapsing inward, and the vehicle, which had been speeding down the highway, was brought to a screeching halt. Under the immense force of inertia, Chen was hurled like a cannonball, smashing through the windshield and flying forward. Fortunately, at the last possible moment, the two men managed to grab hold of him, sandwiching him between them as they were flung out of the car, acting as a cushion for his fall. Even so, Chen rolled over countless times after hitting the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented, and vomited with a wah. But he had no time to worry about that. He struggled desperately to get back on his feet. He tried to stand and found that the two people he was controlling hadn't suffered serious injuries and were still able to move, so he quickly had them help him up. He looked up ahead and froze in shock. Blocking his path was none other than the man who had coughed up 3 liters of blood at the scene before collapsing unconscious. Chen was a smart man. He quickly pieced together the situation. He had indeed been framed. And the ones behind it were, unbelievably, the Lin family. But why would the Lin family target him? Had they discovered his true identity? Yet his identity was a top-secret matter within the Shadow faction. Even the vast majority of the Shadow faction's high-ranking members were unaware that Chen, the renowned physician celebrated throughout the underworld, was actually a member of the Shadow faction. Over the years, he had used his skill in conjunction with his medical expertise to amass a considerable fortune for the Shadow faction and had cultivated extensive connections, earning him a high standing within the organization. The number of people who knew his true identity could be counted on one hand. What happened tonight was clearly a trap set specifically for him after his identity was exposed. So where had his identity been leaked from? Chen couldn't figure it out. He couldn't imagine that Zhao and his men didn't actually know him at all. They were simply preparing a trap for whoever the Gao family brought along. Zhao closed in step by step, making Chen extremely nervous. He wasn't a combat-oriented awakened to begin with, and Zhao's earlier move had already shaken him to the core, leaving him with no desire to go head-to-head with Zhao. So he commanded the two men to charge at Zhao, hoping to buy as much time as possible while he looked for an opportunity to escape. But the two men were knocked unconscious by Zhao in the blink of an eye, buying him barely a second. Chen gritted his teeth, his heart sinking. He raised his hand, and a cloud of black mist gushed from his wrist, surging toward Zhao. It was the same black insect he'd just used to gnaw through his handcuffs. The black insect transformed into a massive net, swiftly closing in on Zhao. Zhao had no idea what this black, gooey substance was, and not daring to block it head-on, he sidestepped it immediately. The black worms continued unabated, crashing into the car behind Zhao. He turned to look and watched helplessly as the vehicle melted like a candle into a heap of scrap metal. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Zhao was utterly shocked. If they hit him, even though he was confident in his current physical form, his clothes wouldn't have held up. Wouldn't he have ended up running around naked? Just then, under Chen's control, the black insects soared into the air once more, lunging toward Zhao again. At the same time, Chen raised his other arm, and 2 more giant insects flew out from his sleeve. These 2 massive insects were entirely emerald green, flying several times faster than the black ones. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on Zhao. By the time he realized what was happening, they had already launched their attack. The tails of the 2 green insects twitched, each spewing a massive cloud of green smoke that completely engulfed Zhao's body. Zhao immediately held his breath, but still accidentally inhaled a wisp of the mana substance. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but let out a wah as he vomited. It was the foulest, most repulsive smell of mana he had ever encountered in his life, so putrid he couldn't even describe it. Before he even had time to react, his body's instincts took over, and he vomited. Just as Zhao finished vomiting, the black insect was about to land on his face. He quickly leaped upward into the air, simultaneously flicking his wrist to fire a mana blast at Chen. But a cloud of black mist surged from Chen's body. It was those black insects again. It turned out he had kept a portion of them in reserve just in case, and now they had indeed come in handy. He directed the black insects to intercept the mana blast, and they actually swarmed it, beginning to devour it. Although the bodies of black insects scorched to death by the mana blast's intense heat kept falling, the swarm still managed to consume the mana blast entirely.
Chen even sensed that the black insects that had devoured the mana blast had actually grown slightly stronger.
No way, is that even possible?
Zhao Hanti expected those black insects to be able to devour his own mana blast. His first instinct was to increase his firepower, but he hesitated, afraid he might accidentally kill Chen, so he had to abandon the idea for the time being. Seeing that the black bugs could handle Zhao's ranged attacks, Chen relaxed his mana output. He continued to control most of the black bugs and the 2 stink bugs to pursue Zhao, while leaving a cluster of black bugs to protect himself, a strategy that balanced offense and defense. This scene was clearly visible to Ling and the others not far behind. Upon seeing Chen's bizarre insects, especially the stink bugs that had instantly made Zhao vomit, they promptly put on gas masks and quietly retreated a few steps. At that moment, Chen reached behind his back, pulled out several spheres, and hurled them violently at Zhao. Zhao wasn't about to let Chen's stuff get near him again, so he hurriedly fired several piercing ray skills, detonating the spheres. The spheres exploded in midair, instantly spraying a large amount of foul-smelling, yellowish-brown liquid all over the area. As the liquid hit the ground, it immediately began sizzling, clearly highly corrosive. This disgusted Zhao once again. He simply couldn't understand how someone who looked so ethereal and otherworldly could be so fond of playing dirty. Gritting his teeth, Zhao resolved to end this quickly. He unleashed a burst of mana, his speed surging, and in an instant, he vanished from Chen's sight. But Chen was a seasoned veteran. Almost the instant Zhao vanished from view, he threw himself face first onto the ground. He then commanded the black insects to form a sphere around himself, while simultaneously releasing a stink bug that violently sprayed a cloud of toxic mist behind him. Zhao had just teleported behind Chen, intending to stun him with a backhand strike, but he swung and missed, taking the stink bomb right in the face. He felt that even holding back his mana couldn't block the stench, so he frantically retreated at top speed to escape the cloud of fumes. But the stink bug, showing no mercy, gave chase after Zhao. Zhao tapped it with a finger to detonate it, but to his surprise, the explosion produced an even thicker cloud of smoke. Having learned his lesson, he retreated even faster. Just then, Chen's voice rang out. "Young man, why don't we call it a day? I may not be your match, but you can't do anything to me either. If we keep this up, we'll just end up making each other sick. Why not leave each other a way out so we can meet again in the future? What do you say?" Zhao, however, snorted inwardly, ignoring him, and instead shouted into his headset. "Zero. Didn't you say Koan would come to help? Where is he?" "I'm here," Koan's voice came through the headset, but it was clearly muffled. "Where are you?" "I'm about 100 meters away from you guys." Zhao was momentarily speechless. "What are you doing so far away? Watching the show?" Zhao snapped, "Hurry up and help me, or I'm out of here. This guy is too disgusting." Coming. Zhao fought off the swarm of insects while waiting for Koan's signal. "I'm here." Chen never would have dreamed that his own toxic smoke would turn on him. Caught completely off guard, he panicked and even took a deep breath of it. His face instantly turned green, and with a retching sound, he collapsed to the ground, vomiting violently as if trying to empty his stomach. Zhao seized the opportunity, soaring into the air. With 2 blasts from his mana cannon, he wiped out the black beetles now disoriented and flying around like headless flies, and then, with a series of quick taps, detonated the green poisonous beetle. Koan worked in perfect sync, sweeping all the toxic fumes from the exploding stink bug out of their line of sight. Zhao darted forward again, knocking the still vomiting Chen unconscious, then pulled out a collar and slipped it around his neck. Done. Let us wrap this up. Chapter 28, The Deep Schemes of the Tall and Handsome Young Master. In the interrogation room, Gao Tianyang was already drenched in cold sweat. After being brought back to the police station, the initial interrogation had gone smoothly. He answered fluently and handled every question flawlessly. But halfway through, an officer suddenly pushed open the door, claiming there had been a major breakthrough in the adjacent interrogation room. He immediately summoned Captain Chen, who had been conducting the questioning, leaving only a single officer behind to watch over him. He waited for over an hour, and no one ever came back to check on him. For the first half hour, Gao Tianyang managed to force himself to stay calm and keep his composure.
But the longer it went on, the more anxious he became, unable to stop his mind from racing. Everything about tonight had been strange from the start, and the more he thought about it, the more off it seemed. Chen had attacked Grandma Lin without warning or provocation, and afterward, they were both arrested. Yet, halfway through the interrogation, word suddenly came that there had been a major breakthrough in the room next door. Who else could be in the cell next door besides Chen? That so-called major breakthrough meant nothing more than that he cracked under the pressure and confessed. At that thought, a fine sheen of cold sweat trickled down Gao Tianyang's forehead, pooling at his temples. Just then, the door to the interrogation room finally swung open, and Captain Chen, who had just left, walked in. But Captain Chen didn't sit down to continue questioning. He simply spoke in a flat tone, "Wang, take him away." "Roger that, Captain Chen." Wang, standing nearby, immediately stood up, pulled out his handcuffs, and moved to escort Gao Tianyang out. "Captain Chen, are we done with the interrogation?" Gao Tianyang panicked instantly and blurted out the question instinctively. "No need," Captain Chen said flatly. "You're being stubborn and refusing to confess, but your accomplice has already laid everything out clearly. The witness testimony is irrefutable. Once the results of the physical evidence analysis come in, we can proceed directly to conviction, trial, and sentencing in accordance with the law." "Wait. Hold on." These words completely stunned Gao Tianyang. He began struggling frantically, his voice frantic and desperate. "What do you mean, convicted? Sentenced? I haven't admitted to anything. On what grounds are you convicting me outright? Be still. Don't move." Xiao Wang immediately stepped forward and pinned the struggling Gao Tianyang firmly to the interrogation chair. "Don't waste your energy struggling." Captain Chen looked at him, his voice utterly unemotional. "Your accomplice has already confessed everything clearly. Tonight's operation was ordered by you. He was coerced by your Gao family and had no choice but to follow orders." "What?" Gao Tianyang's mind went blank, and he exploded in a fit of rage, bellowing, "That's utter nonsense. Everything that happened tonight was that old fool Chen's own doing. We clearly agreed to plant the poison secretly. It wasn't supposed to take effect on the spot. Who knew he'd go crazy and actually administer the poison right there? He is a member of the Shadow faction. How could the Gao family possibly coerce him? Now that the truth has come out and he has caused this mess himself, he is trying to dump all the blame on the Gao family and make us take the fall? It was clearly him who came to us first, claiming he had a way to bring the Lin family to heel and facilitate a partnership with the Gao family. That's why we agreed to cooperate with tonight's operation. He swore on his life that it was foolproof, but he botched it the moment he turned around. Now he is trying to frame me, hoping I'll go to prison for him? He is the mastermind. Don't you dare believe his lies." Seeing himself about to be made the scapegoat, Gao Tianyang was completely enraged. In a fit of rage, he blurted out the entire truth. But Captain Chen's face showed nothing but contempt and disbelief. "You're trying to wash your hands of it completely, shifting all the blame onto an old man? According to his statement, the whole thing was your idea. You even specifically requested that Rain accompany you when we were pressuring the Lin family, just to satisfy your own selfish desires." "Bullshit!" Gao Tianyang snarled. "This was arranged from start to finish by Chen and my father. I didn't have a say in it at all. And he is no ordinary old man. Over the years, he has raked in more than his fair share of illicit gains through curses and black magic. He knows that better than anyone. But his testimony is crystal clear." Captain Chen remained unmoved, continuing to press his advantage. "It was your Gao family who abused your power to coerce him into doing your dirty work. Whoever crossed you, you had him secretly plant curses and poison. Using threats and bribes, you've swallowed up countless competitors' businesses through these underhanded, devious means." He held up the thick stack of interrogation records in his hand, his tone unwavering. "You, too, have used Chen as a tool to amass wealth and women, reaping plenty of benefits. Do you want me to list them all out for you? And as for this Shadow faction you keep mentioning, let me make this clear. There is no such criminal organization in this country. He was simply held hostage by your Gao family and forced to do all your dirty work." Hearing this, Gao Tianyang was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that Chen would be so adept at shifting the blame,
washing himself completely clean while pinning all the guilt on the Gao family. Just how much had that old man been spouting behind his back? Gao Tianyang snapped out of it. If he remained silent any longer, he was certain to be sentenced as the principal offender. He had to seize this last chance to prove his innocence. No, that's not it. Captain Chen, let me explain. I'm telling the truth. Not a single word of it is a lie. Are you sure? Captain Chen's gaze was filled with suspicion. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. I need to get this statement organized and submitted. I'm sure. Absolutely sure. Gao Tianyang clung desperately to the edge of his chair, shaking his head frantically, his urgency palpable. Everything I've said is crucial information. It's absolutely useful. I have evidence. I really do have evidence. Captain Chen feigned hesitation, pondering for a few seconds before reluctantly nodding. All right, I'll go through the process with you one more time, but let me make one thing clear: this is your only chance. Whether you seize it or not is entirely up to you. I understand. I'll definitely make the most of it. Gao Tianyang let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately pulled himself together and, guided by Captain Chen, refuted Chen's false accusations and smear campaign point by point, doing his utmost to clear himself of any blame. Captain Chen and Xiao Wang played their parts perfectly, working in perfect harmony. At times they feigned sudden realization, at others they pretended to be filled with righteous indignation. They asked questions at just the right moments, applied pressure, and gradually coaxed Gao Tianyang into spilling every last detail of what he knew, all the inside information and the Gao family's shady dealings, leaving nothing out. In the monitoring room, Director Chen and old Zhang, watching the interrogation footage, couldn't help but exchange a knowing smile. No wonder Gao Tianyang was the least respected among the younger generation of the Gao family. He was notorious for being a good-for-nothing playboy with a terrible reputation. This man clearly had no real talent, yet he was full of himself and loved to show off. Every time he tried to save face, he ended up making a fool of himself and exposing his true colors, yet, intimidated by the Gao family's power and influence, no one ever dared to call him out or speak the harsh truth to his face. Inside the monitoring room, old Zhang and Director Chen leafed through Gao Tianyang's freshly transcribed confession, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. I really don't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Director Chen set down the transcript and said, "It's truly foolish of the Gao family to send him to handle the Lin family's affairs this time. But thanks to him, our interrogation went so smoothly, and our plan succeeded in one fell swoop." Captain Chen, who had just brought over some documents, chimed in, "This kid has confessed almost everything he knows to it's a pity the Gao family knew exactly what he was capable of and deliberately kept many core secrets from him, otherwise, our haul tonight would have been even greater." Even so, it's no small haul. Old Zhang closed the interrogation record, his tone steady. At the very least, we've pinpointed a secret hideout of the Shadow faction. As for deeper intelligence, we'll have to rely on digging it out of Chen in the follow-up. Old Zhang turned to look at Xiao Wang beside him and asked, "Any new updates from Team Zero?" "We just received word." As expected, Chen attempted to escape by ambushing them en route. Although the situation was a bit tricky, Team Zero successfully apprehended him and is currently on their way back to the Control Bureau. Oh? It was actually tricky? Old Jean was slightly surprised. He had a general idea of Zhao's combat prowess and hadn't expected Emir Chen to cause him any trouble. It seemed Chen's abilities were stronger than anticipated. Since they're almost here, we should head back too. Old Zhang stood up, and Director Chen quickly rose to see him off. The two shook hands in farewell. As for Gao Tianyang, I'd appreciated if Director Chen could keep an eye on him for the time being. It's my duty, no need to be so formal. If you need anything later, just let me know. Director Chen replied with a smile. Then I won't keep you any longer. Old Zhang saluted solemnly, then turned and hurried off to the Skill Administration Bureau. Although Gao Tianyang's interrogation had concluded successfully, the real battle had only just begun. The upcoming confrontation with the Cunning Chen was the true crux of this case. Chapter 29, The Cunning Chen. Skill Administration Bureau, Interrogation Room. Chen wore a specially designed collar to suppress his skills, his hands and feet shackled, as he sat quietly in the interrogation chair with his eyes tightly closed, saying not a word. Facing the interrogator's relentless questioning, he remained oblivious, his expression calm and composed, showing not a trace of the panic or unease one might expect from a prisoner. Just then, the interrogation room door swung open, and a man in a dark blue suit walked in, holding a thick notebook. "How is it going, Joe?" "Has he confessed yet?" the newcomer asked. Chief Liu, Officer Joe immediately stood up, his voice filled with frustration and resignation. "Ever since he walked in, this old man has said only one thing, that he is a doctor and we arrested the wrong person. Since then, no matter how we questioned him, he has remained silent, completely unyielding." "It's fine. Have a seat." Lu Feiyang adjusted his glasses and gestured for Joe to sit down, his voice steady. "At this point, whether he confesses or not is no longer important. We made a breakthrough in the other interrogation. We obtained sufficient clues and evidence. The evidence is irrefutable. Sooner or later, he'll be convicted and sentenced." Hearing this, Chen, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in silence, finally reacted, yet there was not a trace of panic on his face. Instead, a contemptuous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Your methods are still too crude," Chen said, slowly opening his eyes, his tone calm. "These scare tactics might work on that good-for-nothing playboy from the Gao family, but they're a bit too amateurish to use against an old man like me." "Intimidation?" Lu Feiyang raised an eyebrow slightly, his fingertips tapping lightly against the notebook in his hand, his gaze sharp. "Do you think we're deliberately bluffing you?" Chen met his gaze calmly, even flashing a gentle smile, his demeanor composed and at ease. "I wasn't wrong, was I? This tactic worked on Gao Tianyang, didn't it? That brat must have panicked and blurted out all sorts of nonsense about me. But unfortunately for him, it was all just empty talk. He had no concrete evidence. You can't convict me based on nothing but his word alone." Chen instinctively raised his hand to stroke his beard, but as he did so, he remembered his hands were shackled. He let his hands fall without a care and continued his calm defense. "I was merely acting on the Gao family's request today, visiting the Lin family to examine and treat Grand Matriarch Lin, yet you arrested and imprisoned me here without cause. And now you intend to slander my good name based on a few one-sided testimonies?" "Slander my good name?" Xiao Zhou was thoroughly infuriated by his brazen, carefree demeanor, as unconcerned as a pig in boiling water. He grabbed the remote control on the table and pressed a button. The monitor beside him immediately lit up, displaying surveillance footage from the ambush. It clearly showed Chen controlling a swarm of insects to attack. "Then how do you explain this?" "Explain? What is there for me to explain?" Chen chuckled lightly, his expression unconcerned. "I am indeed an awakened. I was ambushed out of nowhere, so I used my skill in self-defense. What's wrong with that?" The footage was captured by a drone from a distance, showing only the moment he activated his skill and commanded the swarm to counterattack. It did not record the preceding events where he rammed through the police car and deliberately attacked the officers. Besides, concealing one's status as an awakened is, at most, a violation, hardly a serious crime, is it? As far as I know, according to Control Bureau regulations, all that's required is to pay the fine and complete the skill registration. I accept the fine, and I'm willing to cooperate with the registration. But if you intend to pin baseless charges on me out of thin air, I refuse to acknowledge them." "Fabricated charges?" Lu Feiyang remained impassive as he flipped open his notebook, his finger resting on a specific entry. "On date, while treating the elderly patriarch of the Xiao family in Lutai City, you deliberately manipulated his condition using your skill to exploit him and extort a massive sum in medical fees. Is this also a lie?" "I did indeed treat the elderly patriarch of the Xiao family, but the word defraud is pure slander." Chen remained unflappable, refuting each point with precision. "I used my skill to assist in the treatment, and in the end, I successfully stabilized his condition and cured his chronic illness, a fact acknowledged by everyone in the Xiao family. The treatment fees were agreed upon in advance and clearly stated. Where is the defraud in that?" Chen's eloquent and airtight defense threw Xiao Zhou off balance, and he couldn't help but retort urgently, "Then how do you explain old Master Xiao's sudden death 3 years later?"
He had an incurable illness, how can you claim to have cured him?
Hearing this, Chen smiled faintly, his expression utterly unruffled.
I can only say that young people lack experience.
When I treated old Master Xiao, he was already 82 years old and had long been nearing the end of his life.
A person's lifespan is predetermined, the ways of heaven cannot be defied.
Back then, he was suffering from a terminal illness and hanging by a thread. It was I who intervened to save him, forcibly extending his life by 3 years. During those 3 years, he remained in good health, ate as usual, and enjoyed the company of his family. 3 years later, he passed away peacefully in his sleep, such was his destiny.
Even a divine being could not have reversed it.
He was meant to have passed away 3 years ago, it was I who granted him 3 extra years of life.
From his perspective, did I not cure his terminal illness?
His words were clear and logically sound.
Xiao Zhou was immediately silenced, and he even found himself strangely convinced that the old man had a point.
Lu Feiyang's fingertips remained poised over the notebook, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had anticipated that Chen would be a tough opponent, but he hadn't expected him to be this formidable, meticulous in his thinking and sharp-tongued, with not a single flaw to be found. After a moment's thought, he pulled a sheet of paper from the notebook and motioned for Xiao Zhou to pass it over.
Then take a look at this record. Lu Feiyang fixed his gaze on Chen, hoping to find a breakthrough in the slightest shift of his expression.
But after Chen took the paper and read it from cover to cover, his face remained impassive as he spoke candidly, "Everything written here is slander.
I know nothing of it." Lu Feiyang abandoned his roundabout approach and cut straight to the chase. "You aren't a member of the Shadow Faction?" "Shadow Faction? Never heard of it." Chen shook his head gently, his tone unwavering.
"I am merely an ordinary physician.
Thanks to the kindness of my peers, I've earned the hollow title of Folkmaster.
I make my living through my craft and lead a peaceful life. Why would I need to align myself with some obscure shadow faction?" Inside the Control Bureau's command center, Zhao, Ling, and Cohen gathered around the surveillance screen, watching every moment unfolding in the interrogation room. Watching Chen's stubborn refusal to confess and his feigned air of innocence and nobility, Zhao felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't help but secretly regret that he hadn't slapped him a few more times when they first apprehended him.
"What do you think? Should we bring back the 10 great tortures?" Zhao, seething with anger, turned to Zero and vented.
Zero shot him a helpless glance, remaining silent, his face a picture of exasperation. In truth, Zero had long anticipated this outcome. The prisoner's dilemma interrogation tactic might work on someone like Gao Tianyang, a hot-headed, naive playboy, but against Chen, a cunning old fox who'd been navigating the underworld for years, it was utterly ineffective.
Gao Tianyang was, after all, just an outsider.
He'd always believed that tonight's turn of events was Chen's spur-of-the-moment, unilateral decision, and his heart was filled with resentment and suspicion. A little pressure would be enough to make him crack. But Chen knew the truth all too well. The prescription he'd written that night was clean and free of toxins, and the poisonous insects he'd secretly planted had never been activated. More crucially, the moment Zhao drank the herbal decoction, he completely lost all connection with the poisonous insects. He knew better than anyone that he had been framed on the spot. Especially Zhao's sudden appearance during his arrest instantly allowed him to grasp the situation. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure and rapidly reviewed and analyzed all the circumstances. The fact that the other side had gone to such lengths to set this massive trap specifically for him meant they had some information on him, but certainly not much, and definitely no hard, irrefutable evidence.
Lu Feiyang's interrogation just now had only confirmed his suspicions.
At most, the other side had discovered that he was colluding with the Gao family and knew of the Gao family's connection to the Shadow Faction. Whoever had followed the Gao family to the event tonight would have met the same fate as him. As long as he refused to confess and there were no witnesses, the Control Bureau would be powerless against him. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Although the team had pried tonight's operation plan out of Gao Tianyang, Chen flatly denied any involvement, insisting that the prescription was completely clean and challenging the police to produce toxic residue for comparison.
But as it happened, they had no corresponding physical evidence to present.
Moreover, Gao Tianyang held a lowly position within the Gao family and had no access to core secrets. He knew very little about the details of the collaboration between the Gao family and the Shadow faction. Had he not pestered his way into accompanying them to the Shadow faction's hideout before this operation, he wouldn't have been able to provide a single piece of useful intelligence. Once the Gao family learned of Gao Tianyang's arrest, given the Shadow faction's vigilance, that hideout would undoubtedly be relocated immediately, and all traces destroyed. If they couldn't pry critical intelligence from Chen, tonight's arrest operation would essentially amount to a complete failure. The atmosphere in the operations room was heavy. Zero instinctively thought of White Tiger. In the past, he and White Tiger, one a scholar, the other a warrior, had worked in perfect harmony. They never failed to break a suspect's silence no matter how stubborn the subject. They could always get them to talk. Cohen rubbed his throbbing temples and sighed helplessly. If only White Tiger were here. He'd definitely have a way to get this old man to talk. Upon hearing this, Zhao instantly recalled White Tiger's uncanny interrogation skills, truly unbeatable. Just as everyone was at a loss, the door to the dispatch room suddenly swung open. Before anyone could see him, a voice tinged with smugness rang out first. "See? I told you they can't manage without me." Chapter 30, Results and Unexpected Developments. Accompanied by the sound of clack-clack footsteps, a wheelchair was pushed through the door. The person in the wheelchair was pale but still smiled and waved at everyone. It was Bai Hu. Zhao immediately rushed over. "White Tiger, are you okay?" "Not entirely. At least the doctor won't let me get out of bed and walk yet," White Tiger replied with a gentle smile. "But I don't think it's a big deal." Cohen also stepped forward to greet White Tiger, though his expression was a bit awkward. He was likely still holding a grudge over the fact that White Tiger had been seriously injured by snow. "Nonsense." Zero strode up to Bai Hu, his expression stern. "You've only just woken up. Who told you to come over here?" As he spoke, Zero shot a hostile glare straight at Xiao Wang, who was pushing the wheelchair in. "It wasn't me." Xiao Wang waved his hands frantically in explanation. "Team Leader Zero, it was Team Leader who insisted on coming over. I couldn't stop him." Zero shot him a disapproving glare. He knew his partner's temperament all too well. Once White Tiger set his mind on something, no one under him could stop him. "Enough, don't give Xiao Wang a hard time. I insisted on coming." White Tiger shrugged. "Since I'm here anyway, let us talk about the current situation." Zero stared intently at White Tiger for several seconds before finally letting out a resigned sigh. Chen is a seasoned old fox with plenty of street smarts. Standard interrogation methods won't work on him. "What about Gao Tianyang's statement?" "Let me see it." White Tiger held out his hand, clearly having already gotten a rough idea of the case on his way here. Zero immediately handed over Gao Tianyang's statement. White Tiger flipped through it quickly, soon getting a grasp of its contents. It seems Gao Tianyang's standing within the Gao family isn't very high. He knows very little about the collaboration between the Gao family and the Shadow faction. To extract valuable intelligence, we'll have to break through with Chen. Zero looked at Bai Hu, who still seemed unsteady on his feet, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you planning to use your skill? But your body hasn't fully recovered yet." "I'm fine." Bai Hu cut him off, raising a finger to his temple. "This severe injury turned out to be a blessing in disguise. My skill has leveled up." Zhao and the others present were all stunned into silence. A flicker of delight crossed Zero's face, but his expression quickly darkened as he fixed his gaze on White Tiger's eyes and asked solemnly, "White Tiger, you're not lying to me, are you? If you're just putting on a brave face, I absolutely won't let you take any risks." "It's absolutely true. I already tested it on the way here." White Tiger tilted his chin toward Xiao Wang standing nearby. "Ask him if you don't believe me." Everyone's gaze instantly turned to Xiao Wang, who quickly nodded in confirmation. "It's true, Team Leader Zero." Team Leader Bai Hu can now activate the retrospective projection without setting up any equipment. "What about the physical strain?" Zero cut straight to the heart of the matter. "It's roughly 1/5 of what it used to be, Bai Hu replied candidly. And as long as the retrospective duration doesn't exceed 3 minutes, or if I'm simply reviewing memories, the energy consumption is even lower. He paused, then added, of course, that's assuming the subject cooperates voluntarily or is unconscious. The group exchanged glances. Voluntary cooperation? Given Chen's cunning and craftiness, that was simply impossible. That left only one option, temporarily rendering him unconscious. The room fell silent for a few seconds, and everyone looked at Zhao simultaneously. Zhao caught the hint. He picked up the water cup in his hand, tilted his head back, and drained it in one gulp. Xiao Zhou, Fei Yang, paused the interrogation. You two step out and take a break, Zero ordered into his headset, signaling the two team members to leave the interrogation room. Then, without drawing attention, he turned the surveillance knob. The surveillance feed of the interrogation room on the screen went black instantly. Zhao shook the empty cup and smacked his lips. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go get another glass of water. He pushed open the door and, as if by accident, walked straight into the interrogation room, closing the door behind him. A few seconds later. Oops, wrong room. The water cooler is on the other side. Zhao pushed the door open, turned nonchalantly toward the hallway, and walked out. The entire sequence was seamless and flawless. By the time Zero and the others pushed White Tiger into the interrogation room, Chen, likely exhausted from the tension, had actually fallen asleep, his head resting on the interrogation table. With such a golden opportunity presented, the group naturally wouldn't let it slip by. After double-checking that Bai Hu was unharmed, they pushed the wheelchair over to Chen's side. Bai Hu extended the index fingers of both hands and gently pressed them against Chen's temples. Instantly, the color drained from his eyes, turning them a dull gray, exactly the same state he'd been in whenever he activated his skill before. The interrogation room fell deathly silent. Zhao, who had just returned from fetching water, stood quietly outside the door, not daring to make a sound. Time ticked by, and 5 or 6 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Bai Hu let out a muffled groan, snatching his hands back abruptly. He pressed his right hand firmly against his right temple as 2 streams of blood trickled from his nostrils, his face contorted with pain. White Tiger! Zero cried out in alarm, about to step forward, but was stopped by White Tiger's voice. Don't panic, I'm fine. White Tiger raised his hand and wiped the blood from his nose with the cuff of his hospital gown. Chen really is a big fish. Someone has placed a mental seal in his mind, locking away part of his memories. No one but himself and the person who set the seal can access them. And the opponent's mental skill is far more powerful than mine. When I rashly tried to probe just now, I ran straight into the seal and was injured by the backlash. His memories are sealed? Doesn't that mean? I made a discovery, and a significant one at that. Fortunately, my skill had just leveled up. White Tiger looked up at Zero and slowly smiled. I've located the current headquarters of the Shadow Faction. Hearing this, everyone's spirits soared instantly. Let us step outside to talk. The group immediately exited the interrogation room and returned to the operations room. They sat in a circle, all eyes fixed on White Tiger, waiting for him to continue. I won beat around the bush. White Tiger's expression turned serious. After the last operation, the Shadow Faction adopted a strategic retrenchment to mitigate risks and reduce their profile, dismantling all fixed strongholds. The only outposts remaining on the periphery are mobile, temporary bases used solely for periodic member meetings and coordination. The location of their sole remaining headquarters is absolutely unexpected. It's right here in Linhai City, within the high-tech industrial park, specifically in an industrial complex owned by the Lin family. Xiao Wang immediately activated the information display, quickly pinpointed the location based on White Tiger's description, and projected the exact address onto the screen. The group stared at the screen, falling into a moment of silence. The location was indeed utterly unexpected. No one had imagined that the Shadow Faction would employ such a tactic of hiding in plain sight, concealing their core headquarters within Linhai City's most central and closely monitored high-tech industrial park, and within a facility owned by the Lin family, no less. The Shadow Faction has registered a company within the park under the alias Xinguang Biotechnology.
On the surface, it's a legitimate enterprise engaged in agricultural biotechnology (RD).
Just as everyone was marveling at how flawlessly the Shadow faction had disguised itself, by who dropped another bombshell. But what they're really researching behind the scenes is technology for mass-producing awakened.
This statement left everyone present completely stunned. Chen is one of the core participants in this project. However, I was unable to uncover any more detailed information about the project.
White Tiger looked regretful. Those most central and critical secrets were all locked behind layer upon layer of mental barriers, which he was simply unable to break through with his current abilities. This was all the useful intelligence he had been able to extract from Chen's mind. He had originally hoped to uncover the complete roster of the Shadow faction, but came up empty-handed. Most likely, it was either sealed away in locked memories, or Chen was only involved in the project itself and had no access to personnel assignments. Everyone fell into deep thought, slowly processing this shocking intelligence. Although we pinpointed the Shadow faction as headquarters, they operate as a legitimate business on the surface. Without approval from higher-ups, we simply can't conduct a direct raid.
Even if we went, we wouldn't find any evidence, and we'd just tip them off.
Zero was the first to break the silence, voicing their current predicament.
The others chimed in, joining the discussion.
Plus, this location is far too sensitive. If we launch a large-scale operation, it's bound to spark public outcry. By then, the pressure from public opinion alone will be enough to give us a headache. So, does that mean we have to infiltrate covertly, quietly gather enough hard evidence, and then strike with a single, decisive blow once we're fully prepared?
But we don't have the right people for the job right now.
This mission requires someone skilled in stealth, with keen senses, agile reflexes, and the ability to escape smoothly if something goes wrong.
As soon as the words were out, everyone's gaze turned to Zhao, who hadn't spoken a word the entire time.
Zhao blinked, looking utterly dumbfounded.
Wait, so the more useful someone is, the harder you push them to the limit? Even the Control Bureau has this kind of bad habit.
Zhao grumbled to himself.
Fame really does bring trouble, just as the saying goes. Reluctantly, he spoke up, "Guys, I'm just a temp here. Can you please stop picking on me?" Cohen wore a smug, schadenfreude-filled expression. It's all about the capable should shoulder more responsibility, isn't it?
Even if the capable should shoulder more, you can't treat people like beasts of burden, Zhao muttered.
I think this plan is feasible.
Let Zhao handle it. He has a unique, natural advantage, old Zhang said, stroking his chin.
Ha!
Zhao was completely baffled.
I have an advantage? How come I didn't know that?
Your day job is a food delivery guy.
You don't even have to pretend isn't that a huge advantage?
Ha! Is that really? Zhao was about to object when old Zhang cut him off. And considering the difficulty and unique nature of the mission, I suggest giving him a raise. Pay him the highest allowance within our authority. As soon as old Zhang said this, Zhao swallowed the complaint that had been on the tip of his tongue. It really hit the nail on the head. That move had him right where he was vulnerable. Zhao turned to look at his direct superior, Zero, waiting for him to make the final call. Zero feigned deep thought for a moment, then nodded.
I think it's feasible.
I'll request the highest level mission allowance from our superiors.
Seeing this, what else could Zhao say? He was already in too deep anyway. Getting a little extra pay was a mercy in itself. Knock, knock, knock. A frantic knock suddenly rang out. Cohen, who was closest to the door, immediately stepped forward to open it. The visitor burst in and reported urgently, "It's bad.
The Lin family estate has been attacked."
Zhao sprang to his feet with a clang. Chapter 31, It's Snow, of all people.
The night wind whistled past his ears as Zhao flew toward the Lin family estate. He kept mulling over the intelligence he'd just received. Only one person had attacked the estate, yet their movements were highly elusive. They had managed to evade the estate's security forces without a sound, only to be discovered after infiltrating the inner grounds. But every time they were spotted, the attacker's figure would vanish in a puff of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Using this eerie ability, the attacker lurked in the darkness of the night, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Every time he struck, he timed his move perfectly, targeting only one person at a time. After delivering a single, fatal blow, he vanished back into the darkness. Even the Control Bureau squad stationed at the estate had 2 members seriously injured. Both had narrowly avoided fatal wounds at the last possible moment, barely escaping with their lives. Now, no one inside the estate dared to spread out. Everyone had gathered in a small living room on the 2nd floor, guarded by layers of security personnel both inside and outside. At this moment, the entire estate was brightly lit. Not a single corner of the house dared to remain in darkness. The Lin family members were positioned in the very center of the living room. Lin Hongyuan and Lin Dongfu, father and son, stood on either side of the sofa, while Rain and her daughter sat on the sofa with the Lin matriarch. "What's the situation?" Lin Dongfu asked a Control Bureau Special Operations agent. "We managed to get the message out. We haven't received a reply yet, but I believe reinforcements will arrive soon." No reply, but reinforcements are coming soon? Lin Dongfu felt a surge of anxiety, but he couldn't say anything. He knew the other party had already done their best. In fact, if it hadn't been for the Control Bureau agent taking a knife blow for him, he might very well be the one lying in a pool of blood right now. "It's all right," Lin Hongyuan said, his expression as calm as ever. "Since the message has been sent, I'm sure the Control Bureau will dispatch people immediately. But the Control Bureau is quite a distance from here. Even driving at full speed, it'll take nearly an hour. By then." Lin Dongfu hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by an eerie female voice. Don't worry, you won't last that long." The voice belonged to the attacker. It had no discernible source, seeming to emanate from all directions each time it sounded. Just then, the lights in the living room suddenly dimmed, followed by the sharp sound of a blade slicing through flesh. Splatter! When the lights came back on, another member of the outer security perimeter lay in a pool of blood. Ah! The sudden scene made Rain scream in terror. This was the umpteenth person killed before her eyes tonight. Though terrified, she etched the face of every person who fell before her into her memory. These men had died to protect her and the Lin family. Their lives were no less valuable than her own. Although there was nothing she could do at that moment, she at least wanted to remember them clearly, even if it meant only offering compensation to their families afterward. Ha, looks like Miss Lin is scared out of her wits. Don't worry, I'll save you for last so you can watch your family die right before your eyes, one by one. Rain clenched her teeth and ignored the taunt. She wanted to retort, but she knew it would be useless. It would only fuel his murderous intent. When she heard that backup was on its way, she wondered if Zhao would come to her rescue. But she also worried, this mad killer's movements were so unpredictable. If even Zhao wasn't a match for him, wouldn't he just be throwing his life away by coming here? Oh my, why is the noble Miss Lin ignoring me? Well, I suppose I'll just have to kill one more person then. The moment those words fell, everyone present grew incredibly tense. In the next instant, the lights on the entire floor went out once more, plunging the living room back into darkness. But just then, out of the corner of her eye, Rain thought she saw something approaching at breakneck speed from beyond the balcony. Rain rubbed her eyes and looked again, realizing it wasn't a hallucination. There really was a jade-white spinning disc. Whoosh, it flew through the living room's floor to ceiling windows and shot toward the far side of the darkened room. At that very moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out, and the living room was flooded with light once more. Standing where the spinning disc had just flown was a woman clad entirely in black. She held a broken blade in her hand, and a gash deep enough to expose bone ran down her right cheek, blood streaming endlessly from the wound. Although her presence had been revealed, she made no move to hide this time. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the balcony. Just then, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing on the second-floor balcony. With a single kick, they smashed open the balcony door and burst inside. Zhao! Rain recognized the intruder and cried out in excitement. Zhao looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Rain was unharmed, his expression immediately relaxing. But as his gaze swept across the living room and he saw several people lying in a pool of blood, his expression turned grave once more. Zhao! You came after all. At that moment, a voice filled with hatred rang out.
Zhao scrutinized the black-clad assailant for several seconds before vaguely guessing the other's identity. You are Snow? Good, you still remember me. Snow's eyes blazed with intense hatred as she looked at Zhao. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Too bad I didn't get to let you enjoy the lovely sight of your lover dying right before your eyes. But it doesn't matter now. I'm going to kill you right this instant. With a furious roar, a cloud of smoke suddenly erupted from beneath Snow's feet, and his figure vanished. Zhao's heart sank. Wasn't this ability exactly the same as that of the long-haired man he had severely wounded that night? But he had no time to dwell on it. In the blink of an eye, he threw a punch toward his right rear. Boom! The punch struck Snow, who had been concealed, sending her flying backward and slamming into a wall in the distance. Yet the blow didn't incapacitate her. The moment her body hit the wall, she vanished once more. Zhao was greatly surprised. He had struck with even more force than he had against the long-haired man. He had believed that a single blow would be enough to incapacitate Snow. Boom! 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 Just then, several explosions rang out, sending plumes of smoke billowing through the air and completely engulfing the entire living room. The thick smoke reduced visibility to less than a meter. But this had little effect on Zhao. Sensing Raina's mana aura, he darted forward to block her path while continuously throwing punches in all directions. Every punch he landed deflected Snow's attacks, and the force of the impact further aggravated her injuries. After landing his final punch, Zhao clapped his hands together with a sharp snap, and the resulting gust instantly blew the smoke shrouding the living room away. Snow, meanwhile, appeared on the far side of the second floor, near the windowsill. She was clutching her chest, blood still trickling from her mouth. Clearly, she had suffered serious injuries. Damn it! Damn you, you bastard! How can you be this strong? The hatred in Snow's gaze toward Zhao was almost palpable. But just you wait. I will kill you, I will kill you. I'll avenge phone. With that, a cloud of smoke rose from beneath Snow's feet once more, and she vanished. Although Snow had disappeared from sight, Zhao did not let his guard down. Instead, he concentrated to expand his sensory range, but within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers around the entire estate, he could detect no trace of Snow's mana. Only after confirming that Snow's mana had truly vanished completely did Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Although Snow wasn't particularly strong in direct combat, her bizarre abilities were truly a headache. If it weren't for his ability to sense mana, he would likely have taken a slash from Snow during the fight just now. He simply couldn't figure out why Snow had suddenly come to hate her so much, shouting about avenging Fong, especially since he hadn't had any conflict with her before. Zhao put these thoughts aside for the moment, turned to look at Rain, and asked, "Are you okay?" At the same time, his gaze swept over the Lin family members, and upon seeing that none of them were injured, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. But when his eyes fell upon those lying in pools of blood, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. To kill so many people in broad daylight, Snow's sins had become far too grave. I'm fine. Rain released her tight grip on her grandmother's hand and stood up. Her gaze also fell upon the fallen, revealing deep sorrow. Lin Hongyuan stepped forward and looked at Zhao. "Mr. Zhao, you have once again saved my Lin family from peril. I am deeply grateful." Zhao waved his hand inside. "It's just a pity I didn't arrive soon enough." Lin Hongyuan followed Zhao's gaze and understood exactly what he meant. He, too, let out a heavy sigh. These people were also guardians of the Lin family and have done us a great service. Lin Hongyuan turned his gaze to Lin Dongfu. Dongfu, arrange their compensation. The standard for each person must not be less than 1 million. For every full year they worked for the Lin family, add another 50,000. Additionally, everyone who participated in guarding the Lin family tonight will receive a compensation of 300,000. For those who were injured, the amount will be adjusted based on the severity of their injuries, but it must not be less than 500,000. Lin Hongyuan paused for a moment before adding, "This includes the members of the Control Bureau." "Yes, Father. I will make the arrangements immediately." "Thank you, Master Lin." Everyone present thanked him in unison, then began cleaning up the aftermath. The dead cannot be brought back to life,
but knowing that their efforts had been recognized by their employer and rewarded gave them some peace of mind. Zhao and the other Special Forces members escorted the Lin family members back to their respective rooms to rest only after reinforcements from the Control Bureau had arrived. After all, dawn was approaching, and after such a grueling day, no one had gotten a proper night's sleep. Even Zhao couldn't keep his eyes open any longer. But he persisted, seeing Rain and her daughter to their room. "Auntie, Yusin, I have a suggestion. You shouldn't stay at the Lin family estate for now. It's too conspicuous, too large, and too easy for the enemy to exploit. Besides, with the enemy in the dark and us in the open, it's simply impossible to guard against every threat." "Alright, I'll talk to Dad about it. You've been on your feet all day, you should go get some rest too." Rain nodded, a hint of concern in her eyes as she looked at Zhao. "I will. You too should get some sleep." After watching Rain and her daughter enter their room, Zhao returned to the room assigned to him. It wasn't too far right across the hall from Rain's, which was exactly what he requested. That way, if anything else happened, he could be there in a flash. Zhao collapsed onto the large bed, marveling at how comfortable even the guest room bed was, and decided to take a quick nap before checking if the Zero operation plan had been finalized. After all, someone had just assured him everything was fine, so waiting a little longer wouldn't hurt. With that thought, Zhao gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 32, Fired. What? Say that again? Zhao sat bolt upright in bed, unable to believe the news coming through the phone. The higher-ups issued a direct order: the operation has been cancelled, came Kwon's resigned voice from the other end of the line. The higher-ups ordered it cancelled? What on earth is going on? I really can't explain it to you. You'd better come ask Zero in person. He is your direct superior. Alright, I'm heading back right now. Zhao hung up the phone, hurriedly got out of bed, and rushed to the door. As he pulled it open, he was surprised to find Rain standing there. She was holding a small tray with a bowl of wonton soup and a glass of milk in one hand, while the other was raised halfway, as if she were still hesitating whether to knock, only to have the door suddenly swing open. "You're awake? You're awake?" They spoke in unison, blurting out the words at the same time, though Zhao seemed a bit shy in comparison. "Why didn't you rest a little longer? You had such a scare last night." Zhao naturally took the tray from Rain's hands and ushered her into the room. "I didn't sleep well. I woke up early." Rain entered the room, found a chair, and sat down. She seemed a bit stiff, almost like a guest. Zhao, on the other hand, casually set down the tray and picked up a bowl to eat. Relying on his good looks, he hadn't even bothered to wash up. "Thanks for breakfast. I'm actually really hungry." As Zhao ate the wontons, he suddenly realized he hadn't had dinner last night. "Huh? What did you say?" Zhao looked up at Rain. Her voice had been too soft, and he hadn't caught it. "Oh. I was saying that I told Grandpa and Dad about your suggestion last night. They also think it's not safe here anymore, so we're moving to another place later." "Great. Send me the location later." Zhao gulped down the last bite of wonton and downed the rest of his milk in one gulp. "I have to stop by the administration bureau first. I'll come see you later." Zhao said it matter-of-factly, but Raina's face flushed slightly as she listened. She looked at Zhao and asked curiously, "Zhao, have you stopped delivering food and become a full-time employee at the administration bureau?" "Not exactly. I'm just a temp. Once this is all settled, I'll have to go back to my old job. But now that you can fly, can't you just fly around delivering food?" "Ha, I actually did that once, but unfortunately, the administration bureau banned it, saying I was disrupting the market." Giggle Rain chuckled softly, her eyes curving into pretty crescent moons. "That's true. Everyone else has to ride bikes on the ground, but you just fly over and deliver it in a flash. Who could compete with you?" "Exactly. So once this mission is over, I'm going to ask them for a special privilege, one that lets me fly while delivering food." Rain chuckled softly again. This guy, he is asking for special privileges, yet all he can think of is getting permission to fly while delivering food. "Alright, I'm full." Zhao stood up.
I'm heading back to the administration bureau. I'll contact you later.
With that, Zhao walked over to the windowsill and opened the window. Okay, talk to you later. Rain waved, watching Zhao fly out the window, before picking up his tray and leaving the room. At Zhao's speed, he reached the administration bureau in 10 minutes. He made his way straight to Zero's office as if he knew the way by heart. But when he pushed open the door, he found Zero holding a cardboard box, packing up his things.
What's going on?
Zhao looked at Zero, confused. As Cohen said, the operation has been cancelled by higher-ups. Zero didn't look at Zhao, but his expression betrayed an unmistakable sense of desolation.
There must be a reason, right? Why was the operation cancelled? I can't tell you that.
Zero set the cardboard box on the desk and turned his gaze to Zhao.
Your special consultant status is being revoked. Your payment will be transferred to you as soon as possible. Go home. Don't ask any more questions, and don't get involved anymore. This is no longer your concern. It's not my concern, but what about you?
Zhao stared into Zero's eyes.
Did they fire you? Zero shot Zhao a withering glance. Thanks for the concern, but I've actually been promoted. Promoted? Who gets promoted and still looks like a ghost?
Zhao didn't believe him, of course, but he guessed Ling had his reasons, so he didn't press the matter further. He pulled out his temporary work pass, placed it on Ling's desk, and asked, "So when you say as soon as possible, how many business days are we talking about?" This time, Ling rolled his eyes dramatically and replied with a sour tone, "Within 3 business days."
All right, got it. With that confirmation, Zhao felt somewhat reassured and turned to leave.
But just before pushing the door open, he stopped.
We may not be co-workers anymore, but we're still friends, right? You're not going to turn your back on me just because you got promoted, are you?
Zero rolled her eyes for the 3rd time.
Bullshit. Get lost.
Zhao had just stepped out of Ling's office when he ran right into Cohen, who was clearly waiting for him there on purpose. Seeing Cohen stammering and hesitating, Zhao knew exactly what he wanted to ask.
It's her.
Zhao gave Cohen a heavy slap on the shoulder, deciding to just tell him the truth.
Cohen lowered his head and remained silent for a long while. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh.
Deep down, he'd already known the answer. It was Snow who had attacked the Lin estate last night and killed so many people. He'd been clinging to a sliver of hope, but that hope had been shattered by the harsh reality. Seeing Cohen like this, Zhao wanted to comfort him but didn't know how to start, so he could only sigh silently to himself.
What a fateful, tragic connection. Cohen shook his head, forcing himself to stay positive, as if he could truly shake off this unpleasantness. Did you see Zero? He must have told you everything, right?
He did tell me, but I don't know if he told me everything, Zhao shrugged.
He fired me and said he'd been promoted.
It's rare to see someone with such a sour expression after getting a promotion.
Cohen hesitated briefly, then whispered, "Come with me."
With that, he turned and walked away, and Zhao followed naturally.
The two entered the elevator one after the other and rode straight to the top floor.
Zhao's gaze swept across the rooftop terrace.
This place really is a sanctuary for secrets.
They walked to the edge of the building, rested their arms on the railing, and felt the gentle breeze from the high-rise caress them. The transfer orders came suddenly this morning, reassigning Zero and White Tiger to different regional headquarters. At the same time, the injunction against Shadow Faction, or rather, against any actions targeting Xinguang biotechnology, was lifted.
Even Chen was let go. Zhao froze.
They had only just uncovered that Xinguang Biotechnology was the Shadow Faction's front company when the injunction was issued, and now even Chen, their key witness, had been released.
Is the world this crazy? What's the reason? Didn't they say why?
The Order won't explain the reasons to you, of course, but we did uncover some information.
What information?
The Shadow Faction offered up a piece of technology.
Offered up a piece of technology?
Zhao paused for a moment, then it suddenly clicked.
Chapter 33, No job left, might as well defect.
Zhao leaned against the railing, momentarily speechless, silently processing what he had just heard. The Shadow faction, or rather, Xinguang Biotechnology, had asserted its value with a single piece of technology and secured protection. As for Zero and White Tiger, they had been demoted in all but name, the root cause being the Lin family's framing of Gao Tianyang and Chen. The higher-ups had even intended to deal with Zhao himself, but Zero had vouched for him, arguing that he was merely a temporary hire following orders and unaware of the inner workings.
Is all of this true? This no longer concerns you. Don't ask any more questions.
Zero's voice came from behind, cutting Zhao off. The two turned to face Zero as he walked toward them.
Is this true? Zhao looked at Zero and asked again. But Zero didn't answer. You should go. This is our responsibility, not yours. Cohen stood nearby, his head slightly bowed, saying nothing.
Zhao looked into Zero's eyes, trying to read something in them, but at that moment, Zero's gaze revealed nothing but calm. All right, since it has nothing to do with me, I want to make a fool of myself.
It's easy for me to stay out of it, but what if they take it out on me? Don't worry. Now that they've gotten what they deserved, their actions will be restrained. What about the Lin family? We've already informed them that the threat has been lifted.
Of course, just in case, I'll have people secretly protect them for a while longer.
All right, then I'm put at ease. Zhao waved his hand and walked past Zero.
Cohen watched Zhao's retreating figure and opened his mouth to speak, but Zero shook his head to stop him, so he could only watch as Zhao disappeared from view. Zhao walked out of the building, glanced back at the entrance, then turned and blended into the crowd of passers-by. He walked all the way back to his rented apartment. He fished out his keys, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. The room still had its familiar furnishings. The window that had been broken before was fully repaired, and even the bed looked exactly the same as before. Zhao closed the door, turned around, and collapsed onto the bed.
So rigid.
They bought an exact replica of the bed.
I wish they'd at least get me a better one.
Muttering to himself, he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him.
Maybe it was from not getting enough sleep last night?
Before long, Zhao drifted off to sleep. When Zhao opened his eyes again, it had already grown dark outside. He had slept straight through until evening. He sat up, ran his fingers through his hair, and pulled out his phone, only to find several messages from Rain. They were all routine messages asking what Zhao was doing and if he was free to reply.
The most recent one was sent less than half an hour ago.
Zhao thought for a moment, then decided to just call her directly. She picked up quickly, and Rain's voice came through the receiver.
Zhao. It's me. Are you still busy with the mission? Not anymore. The mission is over. You guys got the news too, right?
Yeah, Dad just told me, so we won't be moving out of the estate after all. Rain's voice carried a hint of unease.
Zhao, is everything really okay now?
Zhao froze, momentarily at a loss for words.
So what they did, is that just going to be swept under the rug?
I don't know. Zhao knew exactly what Rain was referring to. The image of those men lying in pools of blood last night was still vivid in his mind.
Was it really just going to be swept under the rug like that?
At the thought, he unconsciously clenched his fists.
So Zhao, did you go back to your food delivery job?
Sensing something was off with Zhao's mood, Rain quickly changed the subject.
Yeah, so what about you? I can't leave the house for now.
Dad said that even though they told us the threat is over, it's still better to be safe than sorry, so he told me not to go running around.
That is true. Uncle makes a good point. Safety comes first, after all. So, is your special treat coming up? Rain asked quietly. Huh? No. I totally forgot.
Zhao slapped his thigh in regret.
What a bummer.
Perhaps hearing the sound of Zhao slapping his thigh, Rain burst into a giggle.
All right, I've got to go make a delivery. I'll come see you again in a few days. Huh? Are you going now?
Of course. It's rush hour prime time.
Then don't forget. Rain still couldn't bring herself to say the last three words, to come see me.
But how could Zhao not hear it?
I won tea forget. Should I bring you some snacks from Jianghu Sihai when I come? Wow, Zhao, you're the best.
After hanging up, Zhao expertly slipped on his delivery jacket and used the window pane as a mirror to smooth his hair.
He reached out and tapped the glass lightly. Hey, they really did switch to bulletproof glass.
He stepped outside, locked the door, and went downstairs. He checked the bike still fully charged and picked up his helmet to put it on.
With your skills, young man, it's a bit of a waste to be just a food delivery guy, don't you think?
A voice suddenly came from behind him.
Zhao turned around to see Chen and two hooded men in black come into view. He wasn't surprised.
In fact, while he was on the phone with Rain, he had already sensed Chen's mana aura, but they had simply kept their distance without making any other moves. He guessed they were trying to sit and wait for him to walk into a trap. So Zhao went along with it, pretending not to notice them, to lure them out into the open. Looking at Chen and his two companions, a smile spread across Zhao's face.
If you're here to take revenge on me, don't you think you've brought too few people? After all, I don't need to capture you alive anymore. Young man, you've misunderstood. Chen was still dressed in a long robe.
He stepped forward alone, putting some distance between himself and the two men in black. I have come here today to put an end to our hostilities and make peace with you, young man, not to seek revenge.
Make peace?
Zhao chuckled. I had you captured before, don't you hate me? To speak lightly of love and hate is the mindset of a child. Chen continued with a smile, earlier, we were merely serving different masters, which led to our conflict. But there is no personal grudge between us. As the saying goes, it's better to have a friend than an enemy.
I've come here to have a talk with you. Turn swords into plowshares? How exactly do you propose to do that? Chen chuckled. I'd like to invite you to join us. This is the third time you've tried to recruit me. Zhao was blunt.
I've already refused the previous 2 times. Why are you still here? Chen's smile remained unchanged as he continued, I'm well aware of that. It's just that previously, the Shadow faction knew very little about you, so we didn't show enough sincerity and treated you with disrespect.
Oh? Zhao was curious. Are you saying you've brought enough sincerity this time?
Before coming here, I conducted a thorough investigation into your background.
Chen didn't answer Zhao's question directly. You grew up in an orphanage.
During college, you faced a crisis that left you with hundreds of thousands in debt. For the past few years, you've been barely scraping by, delivering food to pay it off. It wasn't until recently that the young man awakened his skill, which is why he was recruited by the Skill Administration Bureau as a special appointee. Although it wasn't the first time, the feeling of being called out like this to his face still struck Zhao as rather odd. Especially since the person calling him out was wearing a mysterious, self-assured smile. Zhao resisted the urge to punch Chen in the face and asked, can you just get to the point?
Stop beating around the bush.
Very well, I won't beat around the bush either.
Sensing a hint of anger in Zhao, Chen quickly reined in his smile.
To put it bluntly, your special appointment is nothing more than a temporary position.
I imagine the pay won't be much.
And the reason you've turned us down so many times before was that you didn't want to be someone who scrapes by in the shadows.
Even Zhao couldn't help but admire Chen's choice of words.
What he had originally said was that he didn't want to be a rat, but coming from Chen's mouth, it became someone who scrapes by in the shadows. But times have changed, as I'm sure you're aware.
Xinguan Biotechnology is a fully legitimate enterprise. If you're willing to befriend us, I can guarantee that upon joining, you'll be appointed as a specially appointed consultant. You'll be on the official payroll, with 6 social insurances and 2 housing funds, plus an annual bonus and dividend, a package that truly befits your stature. What do you say? Just listen to this.
Every time the villains offer their terms, they're always so much better than the heroes.
With such tempting conditions, how could talent not be lured away? Alright, I accept.
Hey, don't be so quick to refuse.
Huh? What did you say?
Chen didn't catch on at first, he thought he'd misheard. I said I accept, Zhao repeated.
You're agreeing to this right now? Chen's expression was priceless. He'd expected to have to persuade him a bit more had he succeeded this easily? What's wrong? You're not happy that I agreed?
Zhao furrowed his brow, as if he'd caught onto something.
Wait, judging by your reaction, you weren't planning to offer me some other perks, were you? Now that I've agreed, you're trying to take them back? No. No.
Chen was genuinely taken aback by Zhao's completely unexpected move. I simply didn't expect you to be so straightforward, young man. I was momentarily caught off guard.
Good. Besides, I'm a straightforward person by nature. Didn't I turn you down just as decisively the last 2 times?
That is true. Chen couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead.
Alright, since I've agreed to join you, what do you need me to do? Well, Chen glanced around. This isn't a very convenient spot.
I'll find a place where we can talk.
Would you mind coming with me?
Sure, let us go. With that, Zhao hung his helmet back on the scooter, parked it, and walked toward Chen. Watching Zhao walk over and walk side by side with him, Chen was on edge for quite a while, terrified that Zhao might suddenly attack. It wasn't until a good while later, when he realized Zhao truly had no such intention, that his body finally relaxed a little. After all, this guy was a freak who combined perception, flight, close-quarters combat, and long-range attacks all in one. The 2 men he'd brought along might not be able to protect him at such close range. Zhao, on the other hand, looked completely at ease though. Of course, he was all smiles on the outside while remaining on high alert inside, ready to strike at any moment to guard against a surprise attack. And so, with both men harboring their own agendas, they walked together through several alleys before finally reaching the main road. 3 black Maybachs had been waiting by the roadside for quite some time. Zhao gave them a quick glance before following Chen into one of the cars. Anyway, I'm no longer with the administration. The injunction doesn't apply to me, right? Chapter 34, Showing Off Our Strength, Giving Him a Scare. To Zhao's surprise, the place Chen was taking him to was none other than the headquarters of Xinguang Biotechnology. The motorcade entered the compound smoothly. Through the car window, Zhao surveyed the buildings and layout of the campus. I didn't expect you guys to be so generous. I've only just joined you, and you're already bringing me into your headquarters? He, Chen chuckled. We've always believed in trusting those we hire. Since you're so straightforward, we naturally have to show our sincerity, don't we? Zhao, of course, dismissed such words as utter nonsense. He had long since sensed a massive concentration of awakened mana within the compound so vast that Zhao even thought his perception might be faulty. These people were likely the very reason Chen felt confident enough to bring him here. However, the compound was indeed vast. The convoy drove through it for another 10 minutes or so before coming to a stop in front of a massive building. The moment Zhao stepped out of the car, he immediately sensed the building's mana aura. He looked up but could barely make out the top. Its mana presence completely dwarfed that of the skill administration building. Young man, please come in, Chen said, gesturing invitingly at the entrance. Zhao didn't stand on ceremony and strode right inside. This left the security guards standing nearby completely dumbfounded. What kind of status did old Chen hold that he would treat a young man with such deference? And this young man was wearing a food delivery uniform. Could he really be a delivery rider? Zhao, however, remained completely unfazed. Once inside the building, he didn't wait for Chen but started wandering around, looking around. Chen, who had caught up to him, continued leading the way, guiding Zhao into an elevator. The elevator started moving, but it was heading down. After about a minute, the elevator came to a stop with a ding. Following Chen out of the elevator, Zhao immediately expanded his sensory range and discovered that this underground space was actually larger than the one above ground. The two walked down a corridor lined with various laboratories on both sides, filled with instruments Zhao couldn't identify, while people in white lab coats bustled about inside. Chen led Zhao through a series of twists and turns until they finally reached a massive door. After motioning for Zhao to wait a moment, Chen walked to the side, verified his fingerprint and iris scan, and only then opened the door. The security here was truly tight. At that moment, Zhao's expression grew serious. He sensed the immense presence of awakened mana just beyond that door. As they passed through, he glanced briefly at the door. It was actually a massive steel plate, over a meter thick. Was this built to withstand a nuclear bomb? After passing through the gate, the two entered a room where 3 walls were composed of solid glass panels. Zhao stepped forward, surveying his surroundings, and realized that this small room was actually a cantilevered terrace. When he looked down through the glass walls, he finally witnessed a scene that left him utterly stunned. One level below this room lay a vast, enclosed space filled with rows upon rows of tightly packed cultivation chambers. Zhao made a quick count. There were easily over 100 of them. Each incubation chamber held a single person. They were completely submerged in a green liquid, their bodies covered in tubes of varying sizes. He had only ever seen such a scene in certain science fiction movies, yet now he was witnessing it with his own eyes. This immediately caused Zhao to feel physically ill, nearly making him vomit. It turned out that the vast and eerie surge of awakened mana he had sensed was emanating from the people inside these incubation chambers. Chen, standing nearby, didn't he notice Zhao's reaction? From the moment he entered the room, his eyes had been fixed solely on the incubation chambers, revealing an indescribable fervor, as if he were gazing upon an incredibly rare treasure. Young man, what you see before you is our greatest achievement, the cradle that will help humanity achieve a great evolution. A cradle? This eerie, unsettling thing? Zhao turned to look at Chen, who stood to his side. He could hear the fervor and pride in Chen's voice. But all he saw in Chen was utter hypocrisy and disgust. Zhao silently pushed his glasses up his nose, forcing his voice to sound as flat as possible. So this is your technology for mass-producing awakened? The glasses he was wearing now were the very same pair he'd worn at the Lin family's birthday banquet that Dai Chen had seen them then. He'd been wearing them ever since they met, so Chen naturally assumed they were Zhao's everyday glasses. But Zhao had activated the glasses recording function the moment Chen appeared, capturing everything he'd seen and heard along the way. Exactly. This is proprietary technology entirely under our control. It can transform an ordinary person into an awakened and an absolutely loyal warrior at that. Once this technology matures further, we'll be able to control the types and levels of abilities that evolve in the awakened. And once we go even further, will we be able to create awakened individuals with specific abilities and specific levels and absolute loyalty at will? Zhao was secretly alarmed. If they really developed such a technology, just how terrifying would their power become? If they could directly create 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 grade A awakened individuals, wouldn't even the official forces be unable to stand up to them? After all, the entire Linjiang City Skill Administration Bureau was originally manned by only 2B rank awakened. As for a rank awakened, one would have to go all the way up to the regional headquarters to find them. Unfortunately, the current success rate of evolution is low, resulting in exorbitant costs that make it difficult to scale up production. Low success rate? How low exactly? At present, it's only around 5%. 5%. Zhao couldn't help but widen his eyes as his gaze swept once more over the densely packed cultivation pods. What happens to those who fail? They die. After saying this, Chen let out a heavy sigh of mana. One might have thought he was mourning those lost lives. Zhao, however, was stunned once again. Aside from that 5%, everyone else would die? So out of these 100+ people, only a handful would ultimately survive? A surge of rage suddenly welled up inside him, nearly overwhelming him. He just wanted to smash this damn incubator to smithereens. But he told himself to stay calm. What he had seen and learned so far was surely just the tip of the iceberg regarding the Shadow faction. There were still far too many secrets he hadn't uncovered. He couldn't let a minor frustration derail his grand plan. He couldn't flip the table just yet. Then what about them? Zhao asked another question, trying to sound as if he were merely curious. Oh, they're certainly volunteers. Chen's tone returned to its usual calm. Most of them are people with nowhere else to turn. We've given them a chance at a new life. Volunteers? People with nowhere else to turn? Zhao snorted derisively. Could those who looked only a few years old be the same? He thought of what the Shadow faction had done to him, Rain, and Grandma Lin, killing anyone who got in their way and taking whatever they wanted.
Could these people really be participating in this experiment voluntarily?
Just then, Chen suggested taking him to see another place. Zhao relaxed his aura. If he stayed here any longer, he truly wouldn't be able to hold back and would explode. But the moment he followed Chen out of the room, a sharp blade of mana slashed at him from the side.
Zhao, however, seemed to have anticipated it.
He sidestepped the blade and, in the same motion, swept out with a punch, sending the attacker flying into the opposite wall. The blade of mana, having missed Zhao, continued on its path and flew straight toward Chen. Fortunately, Chen was a seasoned veteran. He dodged at the last possible moment, though the blade still managed to slice a gash across his buttocks. But he had no time to worry about that now. He hurriedly turned to face the attacker.
Snow! Chen couldn't believe it. How had this madwoman suddenly appeared here?
Seeing that she was about to strike again, Chen shouted urgently, "Stop!
Snow, what are you doing? Zhao is one of us now." One of us? Snow blared at Zhao with unyielding hatred.
Old Chen, he killed Feng. He is the murderer of my husband. I'll never forgive him.
Nonsense. Calm down. Times have changed.
Back then, we were on opposing sides, each serving our own masters. Now that he has joined us, he is one of us. Snow tried to argue, but Zhao had already lost patience. He simply raised a hand and pointed. A piercing ray skill shot out in an instant, cleaving Snow's long sword in two. Before she could react, two more beams of light struck her knees, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Zhao's sudden attack genuinely startled Chen, but what terrified him even more was the nature of Zhao's moves. So this is how terrifying he is when he doesn't have to worry about taking prisoners.
Didn't the intel say he was a pretty decent guy? Young man, please go easy on her. Don't stoop to her level.
Chen urged her, his voice trembling slightly. At that moment, he was truly afraid Zhao wouldn't stop. Fortunately, Zhao halted her movements and did not continue. Originally, after seeing Snow at the estate, he had felt a pang of guilt upon realizing it was his fault that the long-haired man, the one Snow had called Feng, had succumbed to his injuries. But after witnessing that Shadow Faction's actions today and seeing the people inside those cultivation chambers, he felt he hadn't been harsh enough back then. They deserved to die. Especially when he recalled the people Snow had killed at the estate that night. Refraining from killing them had been the height of his self-control. After knocking Snow unconscious, Zhao turned away, ignoring her. He looked at Chen and said expressionlessly, "Let us go. On to the next place." But to Chen, this was Zhao issuing a warning. Did he really think Chen had deliberately sent Snow over to test him? Chen shuddered, quickly ordered Snow to be taken away, and then continued to lead the way for Zhao. Yet as Snow was dragged off, his frenzied screams of "I will kill you, and I'll never let you off the hook," sent another shiver through Chen's heart. Young man, this woman has gone mad. Her behavior is certainly not what I intended. I know. I fully appreciate old Chen's sincerity. Besides, Zhao said, glancing whether intentionally or not at Chen's buttocks, "I wasn't hurt anyway, so it doesn't matter." Noticing Zhao's gaze, Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He instinctively slowed his pace and shifted his body slightly, using one hand to partially cover the gash on his buttocks. He cursed Snow silently. He'd never forgive this crazy woman when he got back. Fortunately, the two soon reached the next room. It looked like a reception room. Zhao sat down without a second thought on the main sofa, sprawled out like a lord. Chen, on the other hand, hesitated for a while before sitting down gently, wincing as he did so. It seemed Snow's slash had truly cut his butt. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the brunt of the blow, otherwise, his butt might have been split into 4 pieces. Watching Chen's comical expression, Zhao made no effort to hide his amusement. This only made Chen feel even more humiliated. He was on the verge of losing face. He could only force a smile to cover his embarrassment. "My apologies for the spectacle, young man. Accidents happen from time to time," Zhao shrugged. "Let us get down to business, old Chen. I've seen your sincerity and strength. Now it's time for you to tell me what you want from me, isn't it?" Yes. This had been Chen's original plan all along, after letting Zhao witness the Shadow Faction's sincerity and strength, he was going to demand that Zhao offer a token of loyalty. But now, for some reason, he felt as if he'd choked on his words, unsure how to broach the subject. Chapter 35, The Oath of Allegiance. Zhao could see Chen's embarrassment clearly, and he even kindly stepped in to save the day. No need to be nervous. Whatever you have to say, just speak up. Or perhaps, old Chen, why don't you change your clothes first and take care of that? Zhao said with a smile, I'll wait here for you. Well, Chen hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. After all, with his butt exposed to the cold and still stinging with pain, it would be far too embarrassing to discuss business in this state. Then please take a short rest, young man. I'll be right back. With that, he quickly stood up and pushed open the door to leave. A few minutes later, Chen, now dressed in fresh clothes, hurried back. Sorry to keep you waiting, young man. He sat down across from Zhao, his composure restored. It seemed he hadn't just changed his clothes, the wound on his buttocks had also been treated. I'm sure you've seen our sincerity and strength by now. Of course, we're well aware of your own abilities. Zhao shrugged, saying nothing. Chen studied Zhao's expression, choosing his words carefully. It's just, the Shadow Faction has always had a certain tradition for new members. Calling it a blood oath might sound a bit harsh, but we do require a token of goodwill to prove our mutual sincerity. I hope you understand, young man. Of course. Zhao leaned back on the sofa. Go ahead, what do you need me to do? It's not difficult, Chen chuckled. Our people inside the Control Bureau have obtained a list of the administration's secret agents. This is extremely valuable intelligence. Our people have already placed the list at a designated location. All you need to do is go there and retrieve it. After hearing Chen's words, Zhao couldn't help but curse under his breath, old fox. Just retrieving a list at first glance, it seemed simple, certainly better than being asked to kill someone. But in reality, this would completely sever any possibility of Zhao maintaining a relationship with the Skill Administration. Leaking the Bureau's list of secret agents would make him a traitor who had betrayed the Bureau's secrets. At that point, whether he wanted to or not, Zhao would be forced to break ties with the Bureau. Although he felt some hesitation, he had no choice but to agree. Is that all? Zhao feigned appropriate surprise, as if he hadn't seen through the scheme. Just retrieve a list? Don't underestimate this list, young man, Chen chuckled. It's of the utmost importance to the agency. Of course it was important. With this list, they could not only completely eliminate any potential moles the agency might have planted within the Shadow Faction, but also gain access to information on other agents. It was practically the lifeblood of the agency. But haven't you all successfully cleared your names? They can't touch you anymore, can they? Zhao asked, feigning ignorance. Why do you still need this list? The Shadow Faction's situation is indeed very different now, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Only by having this information will we truly hold enough leverage. Zhao nodded slightly. That made sense. So when do I go? Within 3 days. Once I get the list, who do I hand it over to? Just give it to me, Chen said with a smile. The Shadow Faction will send 2 people to accompany you and assist you. Assist my ass, they're here to keep tabs on me, aren't they? Alright, so I'm free to go now. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. With that, Zhao stood up. Seeing this, Chen rose as well. I'll walk you up, young man. The two made their way to the ground floor and exited the building immediately. Chen pulled out a black card and a cell phone, handing them to Zhao. This is the access card for the compound and the building, along with a phone with encrypted lines. I'll use these to contact you from now on. Zhao glanced at them, took the items, and immediately stuffed them into his pocket. Wait a moment, young man. I'll have someone send a car to take you home. That won't be necessary, Zhao waved his hand in refusal. It's too slow. I'll just head back on my own. What a ride home. It's just surveillance. He couldn't stand that kind of nonsense. With that, Zhao suddenly unleashed a burst of mana, soaring straight up into the air and vanishing into the night sky in an instant. Chen was knocked off balance by the powerful surge of mana, plopping down onto the ground and landing right on his freshly bandaged wound, causing him to wince in pain once again. Mana cursed Zhao under his breath as he watched him disappear. He was sick and tired of this guy who played by his own rules. If it weren't for the leader's order to win Zhao over at all costs, he'd have loved to round up a crew and chop Zhao to pieces. Still, he was somewhat relieved he hadn't done that, because he realized his earlier assessment of Zhao's strength had been way off. If he'd actually led a group to chop Zhao up today, he might have ended up being the one getting chopped instead. After all, Zhao had made it clear that he no longer needed to worry about taking him alive. With that thought, Chen's face once again betrayed a look of envy. That ability to fly is truly enviable, and it's not just a brief flight, either. From the looks of it, he is flying high and fast. If I could get a sample of his DNA, I might be able to acquire that ability. Just as Zhao soared into the sky, his own phone rang. He pulled out his phone and saw it was a call from Cohen. But he didn't rush to answer it. Instead, he took out the phone Chen had just given him. I wonder if this thing is bugged. Either way, better to be safe than sorry. He pulled a leather cord over a meter long from his jacket, tied one end to the phone, and the other to his ankle. After making sure it was secure, Zhao let go, and the phone was left dangling from his ankle, flying through the air on the rope. That should do it. Only then did he take back his own phone and answer the call. Zhao, are you out of your mind? As soon as the call connected, Cohen's frantic voice came through. Why are you yelling at me? Zhao retorted, Snow attacked me first. I went easy on him. Bullshit. That's not what I'm talking about. Hearing Zhao's words, Cohen got even angrier. Are you out of your mind? What the hell were you doing at Divine Light Tech? You saw it yourself. I joined them. As he spoke, Zhao tapped his glasses, cutting off the video feed. You? Cohen was instantly speechless. Of course, he'd seen the entire sequence of events through the footage transmitted from Zhao's glasses, and he knew full well that Zhao's claim of joining was a lie. God only knows how much of a shock it was when he saw the footage Zhao had sent back. Although he knew Zhao was strong, that was the Shadow Faction's lair, their headquarters. What if something had gone wrong? What then? With the injunction in place, the administration couldn't send anyone over. He would have been powerless to do anything but watch. Fortunately, Zhao had made it out safely, unharmed. Cohen took a deep breath, composed himself, and continued, Why did you go and act on your own like that? Don't you know the situation we're in? If anything had happened to you, we wouldn't even have been able to come to your aid. Is that still called acting on my own? Sensing Cohen was about to explode again, Zhao quickly cut him off. All right. I'm fine, aren't I? Let us get down to business, you know the situation. What's our next move? That list is probably real, and it's definitely important. Cohen took another deep breath. White Tiger had already suspected there were Shadow Faction agents within the Bureau, but we'd never been able to pin them down. I never imagined he'd actually steal the list of our Bureau's undercover agents. So what do we do? If I don't hand over this token of loyalty, they'll never trust me, but if I actually take the list back, the agents at the Bureau will all be in mortal danger. Zhao, are you really going to go through with this? Cohen didn't answer Zhao's question. Instead, he asked one of his own. You're no longer part of the Bureau. This isn't your responsibility anymore. This still concerns me. Zhao's tone turned serious. I have a feeling they're going to go after the Lin family again, so I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, you saw it yourself. Even though I'm no longer part of the Bureau, I've already crossed paths with them many times. If they come after me once, there will be a second and a third time. As long as they're still around, I won't have a moment's peace. I can't just keep hiding forever, can I? When will this ever end? I've got a real life to live. This was Zhao's honest sentiment. Constantly harassed by the Shadow Faction, he couldn't even deliver food orders. How was he supposed to earn money to pay off his debts? Cohen knew Zhao was right, so he couldn't argue. Sigh.
All right, then. Just be careful. Cohen continued, as for that list, I'll have someone swap it out for a fake one. That should keep them in the dark for a while. But to be on the safe side, we need to make sure you don't get your hands on that fake list either. Zhao thought for a moment and understood what Cohen meant. All right, you make the arrangements. I'll pick it up in 2 days. No, Cohen shot down Zhao's suggestion. If you drag your feet, it'll arouse their suspicion. I'll get everything sorted out overnight. You just go pick it up tomorrow. All right, it's settled then. After hanging up, Zhao retrieved the phone strapped to his leg, tucked it back into his pocket, and continued flying home. Back at Shadow Faction headquarters, the agent monitoring Zhao had been listening to static for most of the day, assuming the bug was malfunctioning. When the sound suddenly cut out, he was left completely baffled. Chapter 36, A Lucky Break. The following night, outside an abandoned warehouse in the old industrial park on the western outskirts of the city. This area had once been bustling, but as the times changed, it had fulfilled its historical purpose and fallen into complete neglect, fading from the stage of history. Under the cover of night, Zhao descended from the sky, landing not far from the abandoned warehouse. He waited there for quite some time before the 2 assistants sent by the Shadow Faction to assist him finally arrived, panting heavily. Before the 2 had a chance to catch their breath, Zhao made his move first. You guys are way too slow. With that kind of speed, you expect to assist me? Zhao grumbled under his breath. You'd be lucky if you didn't hold me back. With that, he completely ignored the 2, pulled out the warehouse floor plan and route map Chen had given him, and set off inside. The scene was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, but Zhao had already sensed that numerous people were lying in wait around the warehouse, with some hiding right behind the main gate. He pretended not to notice and still intended to enter directly through the front door. Watching Zhao move again, his 2 assistants could only grit their teeth, dragging their legs heavy as if filled with lead and struggled to follow. The lock on the warehouse door had long since failed and fallen into disrepair. Just as Zhao raised his hand to push the door open, a strong sense of danger suddenly washed over him. It was an instinctive alert to impending danger. Instantly, he channeled the mana within his body, shielding himself from all directions. At that very moment, a deafening explosion erupted from behind the gate, and a blinding flash of fire and a violent shockwave swept out. The steel gate, over 10 meters wide and tall, was as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of the terrifying shockwave and was blown clean off its hinges. In the blink of an eye, Zhao didn't try to brace himself in place. Instead, he used the mana flow of the shockwave to retreat rapidly. His 2 assistants, however, weren't so lucky. One was struck directly by the flying door panel and vanished from sight. The other barely dodged the panel but was tossed by the surging shockwave, rolling several times on the ground before slamming hard into the wall and collapsing, severely injured. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, Zhao hovered in midair, gazing down at the chaotic ruins below and silently grumbling to himself. For something that was supposed to be a staged performance to coordinate me, this is way too over the top. With all that noise, they must have buried at least a few 100 pounds of explosives. Does Kuan really believe in my abilities that much? Isn't he afraid of blowing me to bits? Good thing I'm strong enough. If it were anyone else, they'd be dead here today, with no chance to even argue their case. Just then, a fierce bolt of lightning suddenly shot up from the ground, hurtling straight toward Zhao in midair. He sidestepped effortlessly to dodge it, but the bolt of lightning was like a whip with eyes. It twisted and turned with agility, relentlessly pursuing him. At the same time, several piercing whistles cut through the air behind him as a few jet-black, razor-sharp crossbow bolts flew with deadly precision toward the back of his head. Zhao realized instantly that these ambushers were not Kuan's men at all. Since they intended to kill him, he saw no reason to hold back. He soared upward abruptly, creating distance while flicking his fingertips. 2 beams of light shot out instantly, striking the manipulators behind the 2 waves of attacks with precision. No sooner had he neutralized one wave of attacks than a new lethal assault followed hot on its heels. A dozen fireballs converged on him from all directions, completely cutting off his retreat, while several spherical objects flew in hot on their heels. These spherical objects, though launched later, arrived first. About 10 meters from Zhao, they suddenly detonated,
sending a thick cloud of powdery smoke and dust into the air. Filled entirely with powdered explosives, they instantly formed a high-density cloud of smoke and dust over 10 meters in diameter, completely enveloping Zhao. All that remained was for the subsequent fireballs to hit the ground and ignite the powder, triggering a series of high-temperature chain explosions across a wide area. Zhao, of course, would not sit idly by and wait for his doom. He violently unleashed his true mana, instantly blowing away all the smoke and dust around him and simultaneously extinguishing the dozen or so incoming fireballs. In the next instant, he flickered and vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away, behind an awakened clad in black. The awakened sensed the disturbance behind him and immediately charged forward to create distance, rapidly condensing a fireball in his palms and hurling it backward at Zhao. Zhao casually waved his hand, dispersing the fireball, then fired 2 beams of light from his fingertips, piercing the man's legs with precision and completely crippling his mobility. Just as he was about to ask a question, the man roared, "He is here! Avenge Feng!" Amid the roar, the man forcibly conjured a massive fireball and detonated it without hesitation, intending to take Zhao down with him in a suicide attack. An explosion of this magnitude posed no threat to Zhao. His body was completely enveloped in mana as a protective barrier, effortlessly absorbing the entire blast. And that earlier cry of "Avenge Feng" had allowed Zhao to figure out the opponent's background. However, he couldn't yet determine whether this group was acting on their own to seek revenge, or if it was a deliberate setup by the Shadow faction. If it was the latter, then it meant the Shadow faction's so-called recruitment had been a trap from the very beginning, a deadly ambush specifically designed to eliminate him. The battle unfolding before him would serve as the perfect test of the truth. Zhao channeled the mana within his body, causing it to surge and pulse through his system. He then leapt into the air once more, deliberately coughing up a mouthful of blood to feign internal injuries and a weakened state. Having completed his ruse, he wasted no time and flew straight toward the other awakened. The moment he appeared, the enemy's assault came crashing down once more. All manner of metal objects tore through the air, some proper weapons like swords and blades, others mere makeshift debris. Zhao dodged and weaved, deflecting every incoming projectile, while closing in rapidly. In an instant, he materialized behind the metal manipulating awakened. The moment this awakened sensed the danger, he detonated the explosives strapped to his body, and another deafening explosion erupted. Although their attacks couldn't harm him, the sheer fanaticism, this reckless, death-defying desperation made Zhao's scalp prickle. They were willing to sacrifice their own lives just to drag him down with them. Just what kind of favor had this so-called Feng bestowed upon them to drive this group to such extremes? He scanned the area but saw no sign of Snow. Presumably, her injuries from last night were too severe for her to fight, which was why she had escaped this carnage. The battle raged on for over 10 minutes, until the faint wail of police sirens could be heard in the distance. All 17 awakened, including the 2 he had wounded at the start, chose to launch a suicide charge at the very last moment. Even knowing they couldn't harm him, not a single one backed down. It was only now that Zhao truly witnessed the terrifying nature of the Shadow faction. These people were ruthless toward their enemies, but even more so toward themselves. To achieve their goals, every single one of them was willing to risk their lives without hesitation. He simply couldn't fathom what kind of brainwashing techniques could mold a group of people into this state. The sirens grew closer and closer. The already dilapidated abandoned warehouse had been reduced to a complete ruin, and the list that had been hidden there was, of course, now completely beyond retrieval. Zhao looked down at himself. His clothes were in tatters, blood stained the corner of his mouth, and he was covered in dust. He looked utterly bedraggled. He sensed several traces of skill mana lingering on the outskirts of the area. These were likely bureau agents dispatched by Kuan. In addition, another mana trace was rapidly approaching. Judging by the mana signature, it was Kuan himself, who had received word of the battle and was rushing to the scene. Zhao didn't make a phone call. Instead, he crouched down, wrote the characters "for safe" in the dust on the ground, snapped a photo with his special glasses, and sent it to Kuan. Then he raised his hand to smooth out the writing, leaving not a single trace behind. Having done all this, he leapt into the air, ascended to a high altitude to orient himself, and then flew straight toward the Shadow faction's headquarters. 10 minutes later, on the rooftop of the Divine Light Biotechnology building.
Zhao swept in from the sky and landed steadily on the rooftop. Chen had already received the message and had been waiting there for quite some time. But when he saw Zhao's disheveled appearance, his face instantly filled with shock. Before Chen could even open his mouth to ask, Zhao spoke first, his voice laced with angry mana. "Chen, give me an explanation." This sudden interrogation left Chen completely dumbfounded. An explanation? What am I supposed to explain? I don't know a thing. I'm the one who wants to ask you what happened. Young man, what is wrong with you? Did something unexpected happen? What do you mean? Zhao interrupted impatiently. I'm the one who wants to ask you what is wrong. As soon as I arrived at the warehouse, I was ambushed and attacked by your shadow faction people. They clearly intended to kill me. Now Chen was completely baffled. Our ambush? Wasn't that a trap set by the administration? Seeing Zhao looking so disheveled just now, he assumed there was a problem on his side, that the list had been used as bait, luring the administration's men into an ambush to intercept and kill whoever was retrieving it. But now Zhao was telling him it was their shadow faction members who done it. Young man, aren't you mistaken? You were working for us to retrieve the item. Why would we send people to ambush you? Is that so? Then take a look at these people. Aren't they members of your shadow faction? Zhao flicked his wrist, sending a phone flying toward Chen. It was the special phone Chen had handed him last night. On the screen were photos he'd just taken of several well-preserved corpses. Chen hurriedly tapped to open the photos. The moment he saw the images, his face turned ashen. The people in the photos were clearly members of his own shadow faction. How could this be? Chen panicked instantly, fearing Zhao might attack him on the spot. He waved his hands frantically, trying to explain, "Young man, there must be some misunderstanding here. I definitely didn't send these people." He quickly composed himself, carefully examining the hands in the photos, and immediately had a hunch. I get it. These are people from Snow's team. She must have taken matters into her own hands without authorization. Young man, you have to believe me. Chen's words confirmed most of Zhao's suspicions, but he still didn't fully trust this old fox. However, he didn't intend to dwell on the matter any further. Instead, he decided to go with the flow and let it slide for now. Snow? Zhao feigned confusion. Are you saying this was a personal vendetta she orchestrated against me? Absolutely. Chen quickly interjected, eager to distance himself from the matter. We genuinely wanted to recruit you, young man. We would never do something so treacherous. Rest assured, we'll get to the bottom of this and give you a satisfactory explanation. Alright, I'll take your word for it for now. Also, that ambush blew the warehouse to smithereens. The list is completely lost. Make sure you hold her accountable for that as well. Chen looked at the photo of the warehouse reduced to rubble. He had no reply, so he could only nod repeatedly, promising to report the matter truthfully and deal with it severely. Zhao was reasonably satisfied with this outcome. Still wearing a look of anger, he tossed out, "Alright, I'm leaving now," then leapt from the building and flew off toward his home. Watching Zhao disappear into the distance, Chen's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. His expression immediately darkened, however, and he muttered a few curses under his breath before turning and striding quickly away from the rooftop. Chapter 37, Asking you to prove your loyalty means the shadow faction trusts you. After Zhao left, Chen hurriedly took the private elevator, descending directly from the rooftop to the underground levels. This time, he arrived at the deepest level, one floor lower than before. This level was much smaller than the one above, featuring a circular layout with 7 rooms distributed around it. Chen entered the room marked 3 on the door. The room had a distinctly high-tech feel, with a cocoon-shaped hibernation pod situated near the center. As soon as he entered, he activated the communication screen. Before long, a screen displayed a burly man clad in a red and black robe and wearing a black mask adorned with a dragon motif. The moment the man appeared, Chen's face quickly took on a respectful expression, and he bowed deeply toward the screen. Greetings, Shadow Lord. The man known as the Shadow Lord spoke in a heavily synthesized voice. What are the results? Reporting to the Shadow Lord, Chen said respectfully, Zhao failed, but there was a reason.
Speak. Members of the Wind and Snow group ambushed Zhao at the mission site. Claiming they were avenging Feng, they blew up the warehouse to kill Zhao, destroying the list in the process. Oh? What of Zhao afterward? Was he injured? Shadow Lord wasn't concerned with who had ambushed Zhao, but he was very interested in Zhao's condition. Chen answered honestly, he is in a rather sorry state. Although he has no visible wounds, he has clearly suffered significant internal injuries. Ha. It seems Zhao's strength is indeed just as I suspected. Shadow Lord let out a sinister, cold laugh. To emerge unscathed from an ambush by 17 members of the Wind and Snow group, his strength truly transcends the B rank category. He has likely reached the upper middle tier of a rank. No wonder he was able to wound Feng so severely that he was left on the brink of death. Chen nodded silently in agreement with Shadow Lord's assessment. Although he had escaped unscathed, he had still sustained injuries. Such a performance was indeed formidable, but it wasn't beyond countering. In that case, let us give him another chance. Have him participate in the transport of the next batch of test questions. Also, have Yun Kong go with him. Yun Kong was the only B-rank member within the Shadow faction who possessed true flight capabilities. Yes, Shadow Lord. Chen hesitated briefly before deciding to bring up Snow's situation. Shadow Lord, ever since Feng's death, Snow's behavior has become quite erratic. She has repeatedly taken it upon herself to attack Zhao, including this time. I fear that if such incidents occur again, they may interfere with Shadow Lord's plans. After speaking, Chen cautiously glanced at Shadow Lord. After a brief silence, Shadow Lord spoke, "Send Snow to the Shadow Cavern." Without waiting for Chen's reply, Shadow Lord vanished from the screen. Chen, however, remained in a slight bow. It wasn't until several minutes later that he straightened up, silently exhaling a breath of relief as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Every time he communicated with the Shadow Lord, even if only through a screen, he felt an immense sense of pressure. Thankfully, he had finally managed to send Snow away for the time being. Although, nominally, Chen held a much higher rank and status within the Shadow faction than Snow, he was completely unable to force her to do anything. This was because Snow was the Shadow Lord's adopted daughter and deeply cherished by him. Even after causing such a major blunder this time, she faced no real punishment. She was merely to be sent to the Shadow Cavern, where the Shadow Lord usually resided, to be placed under his personal supervision. Afterward, Chen hurried out of the room and began making arrangements for the transport of the test subjects. As for Zhao, upon returning to his quarters, he rushed straight into the bathroom. After washing the grime off his body, he tossed the phone Chen had given him into a waterproof bag and hung it under the shower head to rinse. Only then did he step out of the bathroom, pick up his own phone, and dial Koen's number. The call was answered instantly. "Zhao." "It's me." Zhao could hear the urgency in Koen's voice. "I'm home. I'm okay. What happened today? How did someone attack you?" Zhao let out a soft sigh before speaking slowly. "Those were Snow's people. Just like Snow, they came after me to avenge someone named Feng." Hearing this, Koen fell silent for a moment. It was a long time before Zhao heard a deep sigh from Koen over the phone. "Sigh, what a twisted fate. Since you didn't complete your mission this time, the Shadow faction will definitely find another job for you to do." Fortunately, Koen quickly regained his composure and began analyzing the current situation. "Fortunately, it was their own people who attacked you, preventing you from retrieving the list. This outcome is actually better than if we had staged the whole thing ourselves." That was certainly true. If Koen's men had clashed with Zhao tonight, and Zhao had returned to report the mission as a failure, it would have definitely aroused the Shadow faction's suspicion. They might even have exposed Zhao on the spot. But now that it was their own people who messed things up, it had unexpectedly put Zhao back in the driver's seat. "I'm fine for now, and they can't really say anything about this mission. As for you guys, have you found the person leaking the list from the bureau yet? We have some leads, but we can't confirm anything yet." Zhao fell silent for a moment. With this mole still at large, Koen's operations were even more restricted. So Koen cut straight to the point. "Until we find this person, the help I can offer you will be very limited. Plus, the person sent from above to take over the Linhai City Control Bureau is almost here. Once I step down as acting director, I'm afraid I won't be able to find anyone to help you at all. This news made Zhao sigh inwardly, though he didn't show it, so as not to upset the other man. When will they arrive? Probably sometime next week. Zhao unconsciously furrowed his brow. What about the data I sent back last time? Baihu, 0, and I have reviewed and discussed it. While it's significant, it's still not enough. Not enough? Zhao was at a loss for words. The success rate of this artificial awakened technology was only 5%, and yet it was still deemed insufficient? Although Zhao didn't voice these thoughts, Cohen could guess what was on his mind. They presented the data very convincingly. This technology is highly trusted and favored by the higher-ups. Without more substantial evidence such as direct experimental data, it will be difficult to refute their claims. Zhao remained silent. Cohen's point was indeed valid. If the military were to acquire this technology and achieve controllable mass production, they could directly create an army composed entirely of awakened beings. Such combat power would naturally be an irresistible temptation for the military. Given that, how could the company that contributed this technology, Xinguang Biotechnology, also known as the Shadow Faction, fail to attract the attention of higher-ups? Moreover, judging by recent events, the Shadow Faction was capable of far more than just cooking the books. The sheer scale of its power was beyond imagination. Zhao suddenly realized that this matter was far from over. Resolving it in the short term would likely be difficult. Just then, the phone that had been soaking in the bathroom for ages rang. They're contacting me. I guess the next mission is coming, Zhao said as he headed toward the bathroom. Don't hang up yet. Let us listen in together. He took the phone, answered the call, and immediately put it on speaker, placing it next to his own phone. Young man, it's me. It's so late. What's the matter? Zhao's tone was deliberately impatient. Oh, it's about what happened tonight. Chen sounded very serious. I've already reported Snow's behavior to the leader. The leader said he'll personally discipline her. This was the first time they heard anything about the Shadow Faction leader, so Zhao and Cohen immediately pricked up their ears. Oh? What did the leader say? Chen chuckled. The leader said that the Shadow Faction wholeheartedly welcomes our new brother's joining, so Snow's reckless behavior will certainly be severely punished by the leader personally. Chen spun this lie without batting an eye, and Zhao, unaware of the details, took it at face value. Of course, that was only the second half. As for the part about wholehearted sincerity, he dismissed it as utter nonsense. You didn't call me here just to talk about that, did you? Actually, there is something else. Chen's tone suddenly turned very serious. The leader said that to demonstrate our sincerity toward you and our principle of trusting our people, he has decided to assign you directly to a mission of critical importance to the Shadow Faction to prove the Shadow Faction's trust in you. It was the first time Zhao had ever heard such high-sounding yet shameless rhetoric, and he rolled his eyes wildly. Just spit it out. What do you want me to do? In 3 days, a group of experimental volunteers will be transported here from Shangjiang City. To ensure their safety during the journey, we'd like you to help escort the convoy. All right, got it. Zhao agreed without hesitation. By the way, is the phone you gave me waterproof? Huh? Zhao's counter-question left Chen speechless for several seconds. Yes, it is. What do you mean by that, kid? Never mind. I'm hanging up. I'll come find you tomorrow. Zhao certainly didn't believe that nonsense about volunteers, but he hadn't expected to be directly assigned to such a critical mission either. After hanging up on Chen, he tossed the phone back under the showerhead. Since it was waterproof, there was no need to keep it in a waterproof bag. Then he stepped out and resumed his conversation with Kuan. What do you mean? Zhao asked. We're definitely going, but, Kuan hesitated, but since this is your first time participating in such an important official mission, if we intervene right away, it's likely to raise suspicions. Zhao thought Kuan had a point. The first loyalty test mission had been sabotaged by the Shadow faction themselves, so that was somewhat understandable. But for this second one to be sabotaged as well and by the administration, no less even a fool would find it suspicious. But if they didn't intervene, were they supposed to just stand by and watch this batch of volunteers go to their deaths? So the two continued their discussion, trying to come up with a way to sabotage the mission without arousing Zhao's suspicion. Chapter 38, Liberator Faction, Red Queen. They debated for nearly the entire night without reaching a conclusion. Zhao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, went to see Chen, while Cohen said he would keep thinking of solutions once he returned. When he met Chen, a frail man named Yun Kong was also present. This Yun Kong was also his partner for the next mission. Zhao didn't really care about that after all. Assigning him a partner was the Shadow faction's business, and whether that partner could keep up with him was entirely up to them. The mission was scheduled for the afternoon 2 days later. On the way to Shangjiang City, Zhao finally figured out why the Shadow faction had sent Yun Kong to be his partner for this mission. Turns out this kid could fly, too. And he was actually able to keep up with Zhao's speed even after Zhao had deliberately slowed down. After testing him out a bit, Zhao felt a subtle sense of recognition. He met a fellow flyer. But Yun Kong was deeply shaken. When he first learned he'd be serving as a backup for a new recruit who'd just joined the Shadow faction, he felt resentful and contemptuous. Even though he heard a bit about Zhao's track record, hearsay was one thing, seeing was believing. When they first set off, the look of surprise on Zhao's face upon realizing Yun Kong could fly too had been quite satisfying. But the moment Zhao accelerated, Yun Kong was left in the dust. No matter how hard he pushed himself, he could only watch as Zhao grew smaller and smaller in the distance. It wasn't until quite a while later, when Zhao finally slowed down and reappeared, that the disappointment in his eyes left Yun Kong both exasperated and helpless. Although Zhao had slowed down to accommodate Yun Kong, the two of them actually arrived at the meeting spot ahead of schedule. After all, they were flying, unhindered by the terrain. Once they arrived, Zhao went straight to find the contact person, while Yun Kong took the opportunity to catch his breath frantically out of Zhao's sight. Before long, Zhao returned and looked at Yun Kong, who was leaning against the wall with his back bent, with a puzzled expression. "Yun Kong, what's wrong?" "Ha!" Yun Kong straightened up at the sound of his voice. "Nothing, I was just stretching." "Does one stretch by leaning forward?" Zhao didn't press the matter, however, and simply motioned for Yun Kong to board the transport vehicle. It was a large container truck, and the so-called volunteers were indeed being housed inside the shipping containers. As escorts, Zhao and Yun Kong naturally had to stay with the volunteers. But the moment he stepped into the container and saw the volunteers, he froze in shock. Among the 18 volunteers to be escorted today, there were actually 4 children who looked no older than 4 or 5. Like the other volunteers, they were all wearing light blue isolation suits, with helmets attached to the suits covering their heads. Zhao sensed their gaze upon him and was utterly devoid of any fluctuating mana, completely flat. They looked like little piglets voluntarily waiting to be slaughtered. He clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing the rage welling up inside him. He began to regret that they hadn't come up with a plan last night, leaving him helpless in the face of these people today. Yun Kong's expression, however, remained impassive. He had carried out similar missions countless times before. Soon, the vehicle set off, and Zhao and Yun Kong took their seats. Zhao activated the image transmission on his glasses once more, recording everything he saw before him. Now, all he could do was hope that Cohen had come up with a plan. Soon, the vehicle sped out of the city and onto the suburban highway. But he could only wait anxiously. Because there was still no response from Cohen. Just then, the vehicle's sudden screech of brakes interrupted his thoughts. Zhao and Yun Kong both jumped to their feet. At the same moment, the sound of someone landing came from the top of the container. By then, the vehicle had come to a complete stop, and the figures on the container roof began to move. Several jets of flame pierced through the steel roof panels, starting to cut their way through. Zhao watched in astonishment, assuming this was the solution Cohen had come up with after returning. Had he spent the whole day thinking about it only to decide, screw it, let's just do it? In the blink of an eye, a hole was cut through the top of the container,
and several people immediately jumped inside. But when Zhao got a clear look at their attire and appearance, he was stunned once again. Wait, who are these people? The intruders were all dressed in identical dark green leather uniforms. As soon as one of them entered, he lunged at Zhao and Yun-Kong with a palm strike. Suddenly, a small tornado formed inside the sealed container, swirling toward Zhao and Yun-Kong. Trouble! It's the Liberator faction. Yun-Kong barely had time to utter those words before the tornado swept him backward, slamming him into the container door and flinging him out of the vehicle. Zhao, however, remained standing in place, letting the tornado swirl around him without so much as flinching. Who on earth was the Liberator faction? Zhao had no idea what was going on, but seeing them about to seize the volunteers and knowing nothing of their background or intentions, he had no choice but to intervene. He immediately extended his hand, unleashing several piercing ray skills, striking down several Liberator faction members. The Liberator faction member capable of summoning the tornado, however, managed to dodge the attack at the last possible moment. Seeing Zhao injure his comrades, he flew into a rage, clasped his palms together, and the mana aura emanating from his body surged in intensity. Once he had finished gathering his power, he thrust his palms forward with all his might, and an even more powerful tornado appeared out of nowhere, sweeping toward Zhao. Zhao's clothes flapped in the wind, but his body remained steadfast and unmoving. Yun-Kong, however, was not so lucky. He had just crawled back into the truck from the container entrance when he was blown away by this even more violent gale. Zhao, of course, paid him no mind. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Liberator faction member before him and demanded, "Who exactly are you? How dare you cross our shadow faction?" Though the Liberator faction member was surprised that his power hadn't been enough to move Zhao, he snorted coldly upon hearing the question. "What do you mean, how dare? Are you new here? Our Liberator faction exists solely to oppose your Shadow faction." "What? They're here to oppose the Shadow faction. Perfect." Zhao's eyes lit up instantly, and he was about to speak, but the opponent, thinking he was preparing to attack again, acted first, unleashing another ferocious tornado. Then came Yun-Kong's screams from behind, growing fainter and fainter. But Zhao remained unmoved by the tornado. Just as the opponent gritted his teeth, preparing to ramp up the attack, another person jumped into the container through the opening above. "Stop it, Zhuanzi." After stopping Zhuanzi from continuing the attack, the newcomer turned her gaze toward Zhao. The newcomer's attire differed from that of the Liberator faction. She wore a fiery red floor-length dress and a mask that covered the upper half of her face. As she moved her lips slightly toward Zhao, he was startled to hear a woman's voice echoing in his mind. "Zhao, I know you aren't really part of the Shadow faction. We can work together." Zhao's heart sank. How did she know who he was? Did she even know his secret? This was too dangerous. Should he just kill her to silence her? I mean you no harm. On the contrary, we share a common goal. A common goal? Zhao recalled what that Liberator faction member had just said. They were dedicated to opposing the Shadow faction. That meant he, of course, wanted to oppose the Shadow faction even more. So this common goal must be. Just as he was about to speak, Yun-Kong's voice rang out from behind him again. Red. Red Queen. If he hadn't misheard, there was a hint of fear in that voice. The Red Queen, however, simply extended a finger and tapped the air. A blood-red, curving beam instantly swept past Zhao and shot toward Yun-Kong. Yun-Kong let out another agonized scream as he was once again blasted out of the car. At that moment, Zhao pointed at himself and gestured toward the Red Queen. She immediately understood and fired a curving beam at Zhao as well. The beam twisted and snaked, its trajectory bending in an eerie manner, its speed rivaling even Zhao's piercing ray skill, which he had deliberately held back. After taking this hit, Zhao deliberately let out a scream as he flew backward. "You're quite interesting. I'll be in touch." At that moment, the Red Queen's voice echoed in Zhao's mind once more. "I've taken some of these people with me. As for the rest, you can send them to the Shadow faction headquarters. No need to hold back. We'll meet again." Leaving those final words behind, Red Queen floated away with the other members of the Liberator faction. Zhao sat on the ground, watching the Liberator faction fade into the distance, before finally looking down at himself. The beam of light that Red Queen had fired at him was actually darting all over the surface of his body, yet he felt nothing. However, he didn't use mana to forcefully dispel the beam. Instead, he let it remain. Turning his gaze to Yun Kong, who lay unconscious on the ground, his body likewise crisscrossed by a red beam of light, trembling with every flicker, even Zhao felt a pang of pity for him. What an unlucky kid. Zhao stood up and walked toward the front of the container truck, only to find that the front half of the vehicle had sunk into a deep mud pit, and the driver had fainted inside the cab. How could there possibly be a mud pit on a concrete road? It seemed the awakened of the Liberator faction were behind this. Inside the container, only 6 of the original 18 volunteers remained. The other 12, including the children, had been taken away. But why did they only take some of them? And why did the ones left behind tell Zhao to go ahead and hand them over to the Shadow faction without any qualms? Chapter 39, Think You're the Queen? I'll scare the hell out of you. After surveying the scene, Zhao sent a quick message to Cohen using the old method, then pulled out the phone Chen had given him and initiated a video call. Chen answered almost immediately. Just as he was about to exchange a few pleasantries, he saw on the screen the shipping container half buried in the ground, the few remaining volunteers covered in dust, and the unconscious driver in Yun Kong. What's going on here? Chen was completely dumbfounded, stuttering as he spoke. Then he saw Zhao turn the camera toward him. You saw it yourself, we were attacked. Attacked again? Chen looked at Zhao, who was also a mess. Who was bold enough to pull a stunt like this? He wondered to himself, could this be a setup staged by Zhao and the Control Bureau? If so, that would be incredibly stupid. According to Yun Kong, it was a shadow faction called the Liberator faction, and someone named Red Queen. Liberator faction? Red Queen? So it was them. It's actually them. Zhao could hear the gritted teeth in Chen's voice. It seemed this Liberator faction really did frequently clash with the Shadow faction. How are things over there now? What are the casualties? It's just as you see. I drove them off, but some of our people were taken hostage. As he spoke, Zhao turned the phone's camera toward Yun Kong, adding with a tone of disgust, and this guy he couldn't lift a finger. He got taken out in an instant. I had to hold the line all by myself. Next time, could you send me some useful people to partner with? Just as he was complaining, Yun Kong happened to wake up. Upon hearing this, he glared at Zhao and passed out again. As luck would have it, Zhao didn't notice, but Chen saw it and couldn't help but curse him under his breath as a useless piece of trash. I will report this matter truthfully to the leader. Young man, send me your exact location first, and I will immediately arrange for reinforcements to come to your aid. Chen spoke these words through gritted teeth. That brat Yun Kong, just because he was the only one in the Shadow faction who could fly, was usually disrespectful toward him, often looking down on him. Soon, Zhao sent over the location. Chen immediately made the necessary arrangements and then hurried back underground. He had to report this matter to the leader without delay. The rest went smoothly. The Shadow faction was extremely efficient. In less than half an hour, the backup team arrived and began cleaning up the aftermath. Zhao returned to the Linhai High-Tech Park and successfully handed over the operation. Although the mission had encountered setbacks, thanks to his brave fighting, he had repelled the enemy and saved a portion of the team, which counted as a small achievement. As for Yun Kong, due to his poor performance, he received a severe reprimand from the Shadow faction and was led away, head hung low. Through this mission, Zhao had, at the very least, managed to prove his loyalty. With that matter temporarily settled, Zhao turned and headed home. But halfway there, from quite a distance, he sensed someone was home and the person's mana aura felt somewhat familiar. When he pushed open the door, he discovered that standing inside was none other than Red Queen. Zhao immediately felt deeply annoyed. So everyone knows about my home now, is that it? Especially since she only turned to look at him the moment he entered, appearing composed with a slight smirk on her lips, as if he were the guest. Even if you're here to propose a partnership, isn't this a bit rude? Zhao's mana was laced with hostility. This is my home, you just barged in uninvited?
The other party, however, didn't seem to take Zhao's words to heart, speaking only for herself. Zhao, I know you didn't join the shadow faction with genuine intent. As long as you're willing to work for us, I believe we can cooperate. This time, the other party didn't use any abilities but spoke directly. Yet this commanding tone of his mana left Zhao deeply dissatisfied. So he pulled out the phone, tossed it out the window, and cut the other off. Your name is Red Queen, right? The question left the other party somewhat puzzled, and he shot Zhao a questioning look. But you're not the real queen, are you? As he spoke, Zhao raised his hand toward the Red Queen and began to gather mana in his palm. At the same time, his mana locked onto her, and he cautiously released a sliver of mana. Boom! The Red Queen instantly felt a colossal surge of mana, like a tidal wave, erupting from Zhao and rushing toward her. Stunned, she hurriedly summoned her own power, trying to resist the pressure. But she discovered that no matter how much power she unleashed, in the face of Zhao's mana surge, she felt as fragile as a candle in the wind or a lone boat in the waves. At the same time, she found herself unable to move no matter how hard she tried, her body wouldn't respond. At that moment, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Zhao turned to sheer terror. As she watched the mana aura gathering in Zhao's hands grow ever stronger, signaling that he was about to strike, panic finally gripped her heart. Wait a minute, Zhao. I'm not your enemy. But Zhao paid her no heed. The mana aura surging from his body continued to rise. Wait, Zhao, calm down. I mean you no harm, I. Just as her nerves were getting the better of her and she began to ramble, she suddenly felt the pressure on her body vanish in an instant. Feeling a sudden lightness, she collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Only then did she realize her entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Zhao, having stopped, plopped down casually on the bed, watching the Red Queen now sitting on the floor, gasping for breath and a far cry from her previous regal demeanor. Can we talk properly now? It took a while before the Red Queen recovered and stood up from the floor. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Zhao was still one of lingering fear. Why was this man so powerful? And why would someone so powerful choose to go undercover? Of course, she had no idea what Zhao was thinking, but she knew she would have to reconsider her attitude toward him. Zhao, Mr. Zhao. Just call me Zhao. Mr. Sounds awkward. I am indeed interested in the partnership you proposed, because I believe there are some matters where you can be of assistance to me. Zhao waved his hand. Of course. If there is anything you need, I'll do my best to accommodate you. Red Queen paused for a moment before speaking. If it's within our capabilities, we'll certainly cooperate fully. Look at that, now it's all about cooperation. First, tell me what you need me to do. Red Queen remained silent for a long moment before speaking cautiously. We want to obtain the Shadow Faction's key core data on the artificial awakened. Zhao's brow furrowed. What do you need that for? You aren't planning to do the same, are you? No, Red Queen shook her head frantically. We would never do something so inhumane. Seeing the look of skepticism in Zhao's eyes, her heart sank, and she decided to lay it all out. The Shadow Faction's artificial awakened technology is essentially a form of genetic programming. From the data we obtained, we discovered that this technology holds immense value for standard medical research, particularly in cancer treatment. If we could get our hands on the most critical data, we might be able to draw inspiration from it and develop technology that could significantly improve cancer cure rates. All right. Zhao thought for a moment. After all, he had already obtained key data in this area, so this was just a side project. I hear you've been at odds with the Shadow Faction for quite some time? Red Queen nodded inside softly. We have indeed been fighting the Shadow Faction for a long time, but they're far too powerful, far stronger than us. We simply can't go head to head with them, so we have no choice but to. Zhao nodded in agreement. Having gone through all this, he knew the immense power behind the Shadow Faction far exceeded his imagination. You've told me what you want. Now it's my turn. He looked into Red Queen's eyes. For certain reasons, the Control Bureau is currently unable to take any significant action against the Shadow Faction.
I'm sure you've heard about those reasons, haven't you? Red Queen nodded.
So, I need you to act as my outside support at times, helping me with certain tasks, things like what we did today. Red Queen nodded again. Such arrangements were also in her best interest, so she naturally agreed. Also, I hope you can secretly assign people to protect the Lin family, especially great-grandmother Lin and Rain. Zhao was, after all, just one man. As long as he was present, he could handle any direct threat. But he needed someone who could warn him in advance whenever the Lin family or Rain were in danger. Red Queen pondered for a moment, then agreed. After all, the Lin family was a wealthy and powerful clan. Maintaining good relations with them would benefit both her and the Liberator faction and Shadow faction.
Now that we've settled the cooperation, I have one more question.
Go ahead, Red Queen said, nodding slowly.
How did you come to know me?
Lately, it seemed like almost everyone he encountered could take him down and they all knew who he was. It really annoyed him. Well, Red Queen hesitated, but upon recalling the burst of mana Zhao had just unleashed, she decided to tell the truth.
We have people inside the control bureau.
Upon hearing this, Zhao immediately understood, and couldn't help but silently sigh.
The control bureau, how did you end up leaking like a sieve?
Chapter 40, Oh no, the Shadow faction landed a big contract.
Seeing Zhao's subtle expression, Red Queen felt a pang of unease. Did he not like the fact that she had planted someone in the control bureau?
Although he had only worked there as a temporary employee, she heard he was on good terms with the former head, Zero, and White Tiger.
Maybe I should pull him out first?
But getting someone planted there wasn't easy. Pulling him out now would be such a waste. Just as she was lost in these thoughts, Zhao spoke up.
How am I supposed to contact you from now on?
Huh? Red Queen paused for a moment.
Oh, right. I brought a cell phone.
Saying this, she nervously pulled out a silver cell phone and handed it to Zhao.
Zhao.
He took the phone, feeling speechless inside. From now on, he'd have to carry 3 cell phones whenever he went out.
Red Queen looked at Zhao's expression and assumed he was dissatisfied with the phone.
After all, she'd just seen Zhao throw a phone out the window with her own eyes.
You're not giving me this phone just to eavesdrop on me, are you?
The question made her heart race, and she shook her head vigorously.
There's one more thing.
Why did you say we could feel free to hand over the few people you left behind to the Shadow faction for their experiments? Red Queen answered honestly, because those people were all brought out of prison. They were already death row inmates sentenced to capital punishment. Zhao paused upon hearing this, then it dawned on him. No wonder I said not to feel any burden. It turns out these people were already supposed to die.
The lingering unease in his heart immediately dissipated.
Just then, a faint ringtone drifted in from outside the window. Zhao listened closely. It was the phone he'd thrown out the window.
It was probably Chen calling. So Zhao quickly dismissed Red Queen.
To his surprise, she obediently walked out the door, took the stairs down, and once outside, hurriedly pulled out a coat she'd hidden there earlier, wrapping herself up tightly before rushing out of the alley.
She's walking?
And she still dared to act all mysterious in front of him. What Zhao didn't know was that she had walked down the stairs obediently precisely because she no longer dared to put on airs in front of him. At that moment, Zhao himself jogged down the stairs and retrieved the still ringing phone from a flower bed.
Hello? Zhao answered the call. Young man? Chen's voice came from the other end. Something else? I just got home. Well, Chen sounded a bit awkward.
I'm really sorry, but the leader has summoned you urgently.
The leader?
Zhao's heart skipped a beat.
A summons from the leader? Could it be that he'd finally get to meet this mysterious figure? Alright, I'll be right there.
With that, he hung up and rushed headlong toward the Shadow faction headquarters.
Chen held the phone, which was now busy with a beep beep beep, looking a bit bewildered. Just because he mentioned the leader as summons, he came so decisively? Is he that respectful of the leader? In less than 10 minutes, Zhao landed at the entrance of the Xingguan Technology Building.
To his surprise, Chen was waiting at the entrance again. As soon as Zhao touched down, he rushed over to greet him. But this time, Chen didn't lead him into the underground lab instead. They took the elevator all the way up to the conference room on the top floor. The conference room was spacious, with 7 or 8 people seated on either side of a long table, men and women alike, dressed in a variety of styles. Zhao glanced around and sensed that several of them had significant mana auras, at least grade B or higher. Chen guided Zhao to a seat on one side of the long table, while he took a seat next to the head of the table. "The leader will be here shortly," Chen said quietly. Zhao nodded, surveying the people around him. His arrival had piqued the curiosity of many, and they all looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. One middle-aged woman wearing glasses stared at him for several seconds, the corners of her mouth curving upward slightly, making Zhao's skin crawl. Danger. Could she be attracted to him because of his good looks and mana, and have ulterior motives? He decided to ignore her, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the wall directly in front of the conference room suddenly lit up, and a holographic projection slowly materialized. It was a burly man dressed in a red and black robe, wearing a black mask adorned with dragon patterns. The eyes beneath the mask glowed with a dark, eerie light. His voice was distorted, carrying a heavy electronic tone. "Everyone is here." The entire conference room fell instantly silent. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads slightly. Even Chen sat up straight, his expression respectful. Zhao did not lower his head. Instead, he looked up at the man. Upon noticing the mask, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. He had thought he would finally get to see what the leader of the Shadow faction looked like. "I have gathered you all here today to announce 2 matters," the leader's voice echoed through the conference room. "First, our new human project has achieved a major breakthrough." No sooner had he finished speaking than the holographic projection switched to a series of data and charts. "Although the overall success rate has not yet improved, we have mastered the technology to selectively produce specific types of awakened." Several classification labels for the awakened appeared on the screen: combat type, perception type, support type. Among them, only the perception type had a relatively high progress bar, barely reaching 30%, while the others remained pitifully low. "Currently, we can stably manufacture perception type awakened," the leader continued. "Their controllability is rated at Class C, with a perception range of approximately 500 meters, capable of penetrating standard wall obstructions." Old Chen. The leader's gaze turned to Chen, who immediately stood up to respond. He looked like a schoolchild called on by the teacher during class. Old Chen deserves the greatest credit for this breakthrough. Moving forward, please prioritize the production of this type of awakened. The client has placed an order for 100 units. This time we'll be counting on your efforts. Chen was visibly moved, shouting pledges to serve the Shadow faction with his life. Whispers began to circulate in the conference room, their voices tinged with excitement. This struck Zhao as highly peculiar. Could this old fox really be so moved by a single compliment? But his thoughts were currently focused on the order the leader had just issued. The client has ordered 100? There were 2 key pieces of information in that statement. First, the client. It turned out that the artificial awakened created by the Shadow faction were not solely for their own use, but were intended for sale. Second, they placed an order for 100 awakened. With a success rate of only 5%, how many others would have to die to produce 100 awakened? A full 1,900 people would meet their untimely deaths. Zhao suddenly thought of another problem. The facility Chen had taken him to see last time, the place where they produced the awakened, wasn't nearly large enough to accommodate that many people at once. Could it be that this complex is merely the Shadow faction's R&D center, and the actual mass production facility is located elsewhere? Chapter 41, Crashing the Party. The meeting wrapped up quickly, but Zhao Henti paid much attention to the rest of the agenda. His mind was now consumed by those 1,900 lives. When would they be placed in the cultivation pods? Or were they already there? If it was the former, he still had a faint chance. But he wasn't confident he could obtain the core data in such a short time and hand it over to expose the Shadow faction's scheme. If it was the latter, or if there wasn't enough time, he'd likely have no choice but to go all out and blow the Shadow faction to smithereens.
But he feared that if he didn't uproot the problem completely, the consequences would be endless. By then, not only would he have to say goodbye to his ordinary life, but the people around him would also fall victim to the retaliation of the shadow faction, which would be cornered and desperate. Thinking of this, Zhao suddenly felt that his own abilities were too plain simply unadorned invincibility. Consider the white tiger able to directly access people's memories and even reconstruct the scenes from the past. The immediate priority now was to find out where exactly these awakened were being produced. Everything else could wait. So, after leaving the conference room, Zhao shot straight up into the sky. Upon returning home, he tossed both phones onto the sink, turned on the faucet, and only after stepping out of the bathroom did he pull out his own phone to call Kuan. Once the call connected, Zhao briefly explained the situation. Kuan was silent for a long time before speaking. I never imagined they'd be this reckless, forcing mass production when the technology is so far from mature. The top priority right now is to stop this deal, Zhao said solemnly. There are only two ways: first, find the core technical documents, then immediately bypass the chain of command and report to headquarters to shut down Xinguang Biotechnology. But I haven't earned enough trust yet. There are many restricted areas I simply can't access. Can your people in the Shadow faction help? Our people have all been withdrawn. As he said this, Kuan's voice carried a deep sense of helplessness and self-reproach. Withdrawn? Why? Hearing this news, Zhao was completely stunned. You've been infiltrated like a sieve, and now you're pulling your own people out? Is that how you cripple your own capabilities? The head of the Central Bureau has arrived. Kuan's voice betrayed his resentment, exhaustion, and frustration. As soon as he got here, he took over all management authority and withdrew our remaining personnel. Even old Zhang and I are about to be transferred. Kuan and old Zhang are being transferred too? Zhao fell silent for a long time. This situation is terrible. Is he the only one left? When? We have to report for duty within 3 days. Then there is no other choice. Zhao finally made up his mind. I'll just have to smash this damn shadow faction to pieces. Kuan's heart skipped a beat, fearing Zhao intended to throw caution to the wind and risk his own safety. Zhao, you don't have to go that far. You're no longer part of the Bureau anyway. My status has nothing to do with this, Zhao cut Kuan off. They're threatening the people I care about, so I can't just stand by and do nothing. In that case, I'm going with you. That's not necessary. You'll just distract me. You're right. Alright, then. Kuan knew Zhao was telling the truth. If he went along, he'd only be a burden, forcing Zhao to divert his attention to protect him. It's just that you want to go. Oh, right, Zhao suddenly remembered something. Kuan, do you know the Liberator faction, that Shadow faction? Liberator faction? Kuan looked quite surprised. How do you know about the Liberator faction? So Zhao recounted everything he knew about the Liberator faction to Kuan. The Liberator faction is a shadow faction with quite a bit of history. It has a large membership and is known for its considerable strength. Of course, they can't compare to the Shadow faction. But they're known for being honest and upright, often performing acts of chivalry, so they have a pretty good reputation among shadow factions. This honest shadow faction has managed to infiltrate your group as well. So do you think they can help with this? It's worth a try. Kuan was grasping at straws. They're at loggerheads with the shadow faction. If they can provide useful intelligence, it'll be a huge help to you. Alright, I'll go find them right now. With that, Zhao hung up the phone and fished the cell phone Red Queen had given him out of the bathroom sink. The phone also had only one number on it, and Zhao dialed it immediately. After a moment, the call connected, and Red Queen's slightly nervous voice came through the receiver. Hello, Zhao. I need your help with something. What is it? Do you have any intelligence on the Shadow faction? I need to know the location of their base where they produce artificial awakened. We only received that intelligence recently, Red Queen said, her voice wavering slightly. Those bases probably aren't operational yet. They will be soon. Zhao said solemnly.
They decided to commercialize the technology immediately. The first batch will produce 100 of them.
Silence fell on the other end of the line.
It was a long time before Red Queen spoke again.
Zhao, are you planning to?
Of course I am, to smash those damn bases to smithereens.
Zhao's tone was matter of fact. Alright, I'll send you the locations of all 6 bases we know about, and I'm coming with you. No need. Just send me the locations, you don't need to come. You'd only get in my way.
Red Queen was about to object, but then she recalled the mana aura she sensed from Zhao not long ago.
If she went herself, she might actually get in his way. Alright, I'll send you the locations right away.
You be careful. Before long, Zhao received the coordinates for the 6 locations from Red Queen. 3 were in Linhai City, while the other 3 were located at the borders with neighboring cities.
Zhao glanced at the sky. It was a pitch-black, wind-swept night.
After changing into a tight-fitting tracksuit, he slipped out the window and silently vanished into the night sky.
This time, he climbed high into the air.
This time, he didn't choose his targets from nearest to farthest. Instead, he prioritized them based on how close their locations were to the city center. The closer a base was to the bustling downtown area, the higher its priority. Soon, he had his targets ranked and began his operation. He unleashed his full speed, the sonic boom he created sounding like thunder cracking across the open ground. In an instant, his figure vanished into the night sky. The first location was in the basement of a commercial center in Linhai City. Fortunately, it was past business hours, and the center had already closed. Zhao streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing straight through the roof of the central building and plunging deep into the ground. He pierced through the underground rock layers as easily as tofu, and even the thick steel plates laid down by the Shadow faction during the construction of their base offered him no resistance whatsoever. He landed directly in the chamber where the cultivation pods were housed. Fortunately, no one had been placed inside the pods yet. After all, this was the city center, and Zhao couldn't afford to make too much of a commotion. So he transformed into a blur, careening wildly through the area, smashing every cultivation chamber to smithereens. Then he shot skyward, once again piercing through the thick rock layers and soaring into the sky. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Then it was on to the next location. The procedure was the same, carried out almost exactly the same way. All the bases near the city were completely destroyed in the same manner. Groundwater flowed endlessly from the channels Zhao had blasted through the rock, flooding all 3 bases. Now, only 3 bases remained, those far from the city, hidden deep within the mountains. Whoosh! Boom! Zhao descended from the sky once more, piercing straight through the mountainside. As soon as he entered the base, he didn't even bother to look around. He simply unleashed a massive mana blast. The colossal explosion leveled the base, and the collapsing mountainside completely buried it. A real man never looks back after an explosion. Zhao swiftly headed to the next location. Tonight, wherever Zhao went, destruction followed, quite in the style of Drake. At the final base, Zhao discovered that members of the Shadow faction were already preparing to take over. Inside, there were several awakened mana signatures rated B class or higher. When they spotted Zhao, this uninvited guest who dropped in from the sky, they briefly froze in shock before hurling threats and charging at him with a howl. But facing a Zhao who decided to hold back a little less tonight, they didn't even manage to delay him for a single second. They were instantly swept aside like roadblocks. Finally, amid a series of thunderous explosions, he blasted his way out of the last base. As a result, the entire operation tonight took less than 30 seconds in total, including the time it took Zhao to get back home. Lying in bed, he let out a loud cry of satisfaction. Is this what it feels like not to eat beef? This is way too awesome. About 10 minutes later, the phone Chen had given him finally rang urgently. Zhao answered, and immediately heard Chen's panicked voice on the other end. Zhao! The Shadow Faction's base has been attacked. Chapter 42, How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. Zhao looked stunned as he asked, What? Was headquarters attacked? It wasn't the headquarters base. Chen's tone was grave. It's our production base. Just a short while ago,
6 bases were completely destroyed simultaneously. Our losses are catastrophic. What? Do you know who did it?
Zhao feigned shock, asking the question he was most concerned about.
We're not sure yet, but whoever has the capability to launch such a large-scale attack against us and destroy so many of our bases at once. To be honest, this is the first time we've faced an attack of this magnitude. A shadow faction with such power, its strength cannot be underestimated.
Chen was clearly deeply worried, and his fear was impossible to hide.
The leader is furious. He is urgently summoning all executives to headquarters for an immediate meeting. He let out a heavy sigh of mana.
This is truly bizarre. It happened right as the Shadow faction was about to begin its first commercial production run.
Sigh. Got it. I'm on my way.
Chen hung up the phone amid a series of heavy sighs, but Zhao was in a rather good mood at that moment. Since Shadow faction had concluded that this incident was an attack by some other Shadow faction, he could essentially clear himself of suspicion. After all, his background in this regard was spotless. He had absolutely no ties to Shadow faction. Although they knew he was powerful, they had no idea he was this powerful. This outcome was more or less what Zhao had expected. By only revealing a certain level of his abilities in public, and then unleashing a bit of his true power when carrying out covert operations, no one would suspect him. Zhao quickly got up, splashed some water on his face, and headed for the Shadow faction headquarters. These days were even busier than when he used to deliver food.
The Xingguang Biotechnology Building.
Zhao had been here many times before and was somewhat familiar with the place. After presenting his ID, he made his way to the conference room on the top floor. It was the same room as last time, and the proceedings were much the same. When the leader's hologram appeared, he immediately flew into a rage and berated nearly every executive present.
Zhao, the actual culprit, managed to escape unscathed.
After all, he had only just joined the Shadow faction and hadn't been officially assigned any duties yet. Since the attack on the Shadow faction couldn't be pinned on him, he was merely a bystander at this meeting.
He even gained some insight.
From information the leader let slip, he learned that the Shadow faction currently had only 6 fully operational bases ready for production. Now that all their mana sources had been destroyed, their production plans had gone down the drain. Until the bases were repaired or new production facilities were built, large-scale production would be impossible.
This news pleased Zhao immensely.
The tirade lasted nearly 2 hours, with even Chen getting thoroughly berated. Zhao was the only one in the room who appeared completely disengaged, dozing off, which made many people secretly seethe with anger toward him.
Once the meeting finally ended, Zhao rushed straight home without a moment's delay and collapsed into bed.
All the turmoil of the day had completely exhausted him, and he fell into a deep, snoring sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. He slept straight through until noon. When he woke up, he found that Red Queen had already called him several times.
After cloning another phone using his usual method, Zhao finally called her back. "Hello, what do you want?" "Zhao, about last night, did you do that all by yourself?" "Last night? What about?"
Zhao was still groggy from sleep.
"Oh, you mean the base?" "Yeah, I did it." "All by yourself?" Red Queen's mana trembled slightly.
"Yeah, just me." Zhao's mana was calm, as if he were describing the most ordinary of tasks.
"But just keep this to yourself, don't tell anyone else."
Red Queen nodded silently, then suddenly remembered the other person couldn't see her, so she quickly added, "I'll never tell anyone."
"You can count on that." "As if."
With the other person's power, if she betrayed him, she'd probably wouldn't even know how she died. Then there was a sudden silence on the other end of the line before Red Queen's voice came back.
"Zhao. Zhao, can I ask you a question?"
You could tell she was quite nervous as she asked the question.
"What asked the question?" "Just how strong are you, exactly?" "How strong?"
Zhao pondered for a moment, then realized that since obtaining combat power, he hadn't actually tested the limits of his strength. If he went by the manga's lore, it was terrifying. Even Mother Earth couldn't withstand a single blow from him at full power.
"To be honest, I haven't tested it,
but based on last night, I wasn't even using 1/10 of my potential. There was a long silence on the other end of the line again. Well then, if you're that powerful, why did you pretend to join the Shadow faction? Well, even though I'm strong, there are still some things I can't do, Zhao said earnestly. I'm not omniscient or omnipotent. For example, there is this crazy woman who wants to kill me and is also targeting my friends. If I had the chance right now, I definitely wouldn't let her get away with it. But right now, I have no idea where she is, who her accomplices and henchmen are, or when, where, or how they strike against my friends. But with your power, you could do whatever you want. Even ruling the world would be a breeze. Zhao paused to think for a moment, then said, but I think that would be exhausting. If I revealed my full power, everyone might fear me, treat me like a monster, and even my current friends might be no exception. As he spoke, Raina's face suddenly flashed through his mind. If she found out, would she also think of me as a monster and be afraid of me? He suddenly remembered his promise to Rain to visit her. He might as well go today. Red Queen followed Zhao's train of thought and realized there was some truth to what he said. Then she felt a sudden sense of relief. To possess such power yet not want to lose one's identity as an ordinary person, to not be feared as a monster, couldn't that be considered a stroke of luck in this world? Zhao, do you want to completely eradicate the Shadow faction? Of course. Otherwise, why would I join the Shadow faction? Just to play spy games? Then I can help you as much as possible. We can provide you with the intelligence you need, and you can handle the specifics. That's perfect. Zhao's eyes lit up. With the Control Bureau currently infiltrated, Koan was eager to help but powerless to do so, leaving him feeling somewhat hampered and isolated. Now, with the Liberator faction providing intelligence support, it was like adding wings to a tiger for him. Intelligence work was too mentally taxing and exhausting. He really felt he was struggling to keep up. Then let us seal the deal. As long as you have intelligence that can deal a heavy blow to the Shadow faction, just let me know, and I'll handle the rest. Zhao reminded him once more to keep it confidential, then hung up the phone. He quickly got up, washed up, and changed into an outfit that perfectly showcased his handsome looks, then headed out the door. First, he went to Jianghuxihai, where, with the help of the auntie, he bought several of Reina's favorite snacks and carefully packed them into a thermal lunchbox. Then he found a spot where no one would notice him and soared into the sky. After hiding among the clouds, he flew toward the Lin family estate. This time, he didn't fly directly to Reina's room but entered through the estate's main gate. Everyone in the Lin household naturally had a deep impression of Zhao and welcomed him warmly. After all, Zhao had saved their lives. Shortly after entering the estate, Zhao spotted Old Master Lin from a distance, pushing Great-Grandmother Lin as they strolled through the garden. He could sense the mana auras of several awakened within the estate. As he entered, those awakened emerged from the shadows one by one, greeting Zhao and revealing their identities. They must be the ones Zero had left behind to protect the Lin family. Old Master Lin and Grandmother Lin cheerfully welcomed Zhao, explaining that Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dongfu were not home today, while Rain was upstairs. However, the moment Zhao stepped into the first floor hall, Rain came clomping down the stairs in her fluffy slippers to greet him. I didn't even call you yet. How did you know I was here? Zhao chuckled. Oomph, I could smell the delicious food from a mile away. Rain grinned mischievously as she took the bag from Zhao's hands. Chapter 43, Strike First. Wow! Brown sugar rice cakes, crispy pork cutlets, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, lotus root pockets, and osmanthus cake. Rain opened each item in the food box Zhao had brought, letting out a little gasp with every one. Then, her eyes sparkling, she looked at Zhao. These are all my favorites. Zhao, you're the best. Zhao didn't take all the credit. I asked Auntie what you like to eat before I bought these. She said you have so many favorites, so I just got a few of them this time. Well, Auntie's pretty great too. Seeing how happy Rain was, Zhao's mood lifted as well. Zhao, let us eat in the little garden on the rooftop. We can feel the breeze there, it's so comfortable. With that, Rain got Zhao to help carry the food boxes, then continued trotting up the stairs in her slippers, her footsteps making a tap-tap-tap sound. Seeing Rain so full of enthusiasm, Zhao's lips curled into a smile. It really was surprising that this heiress from a wealthy family loved these ordinary, everyday snacks so much. Soon, the two arrived at the small rooftop garden. They brewed a pot of black tea and chatted while munching on the snacks. "Zhao, has work been going well for you lately?" Rain asked, puffing out her cheeks as she ate. "Work?" Zhao tilted his head slightly, pondering for a moment. "It's been going pretty well. There were a few unexpected hiccups, but I've handled them all." He detrashed the entire base that certainly counted as a temporary solution. "Ha? Did a customer complain about you? Will you get docked pay?" Rain's eyes immediately filled with concern. Zhao couldn't help but chuckle, realizing they weren't on the same page. "No way. I'm the top-rated writer in this district and the solo champion, too. Why would any customer complain about me?" Rain burst into a fit of giggles. "You can't get too cocky, young man. Pride comes before a fall. Well, what can I do? My performance is so good, I can't help but be proud." Rain burst into another fit of silvery laughter, then spoke mysteriously. "Zhao, I've got some good news for you." "Ha? What's the good news?" "Grandpa said I'll be able to go out again next month." "Oh?" Zhao was a bit surprised. "And once you're out, will you go back to work at the same place as before?" "Not exactly." Rain pouted, looking a little sulky yet resigned. "That company fired me, saying I'd been absent from work for too long." "Fired?" If they only knew they fired the heiress of the Lin Group, who knows what they think? Zhao burst out laughing, only to be immediately threatened by Rain waving her little fist. "Don't laugh. Oomph, once I'm out of here, I'll find a better job." Watching Rain's pouting expression, Zhao suppressed his laughter. But deep down, he felt a heavy sense of worry. If Rain went out again, that madman Snow would definitely try to harm her once more. But he hadn't heard anything about Snow lately. When he asked Chen, he was only told that the leader had ordered him to be taken to the Shadow Cavern. It seemed he'd have to ask the Liberator faction if they had any information on the Shadow Caverns. It was better to be safe than sorry. Even the best defenses could fail eventually, so he had to strike first. "Alright, I'll celebrate for you then. I'll treat you to a big feast at the Four Seas Jianghu." Deal. I'm going to eat you up then." Back at his place, after setting up anti-eavesdropping measures, Zhao dialed Red Queen's number. "Zhao. I need your help. Look into Snow and the Shadow Cavern for me." "Shadow Cavern?" Red Queen's voice betrayed her surprise. "Zhao, are you planning to take on the Shadow Lord?" "Shadow Lord?" Zhao's voice sounded puzzled. "Who is the Shadow Lord?" "You don't know the Shadow Lord? Then how do you know about the Shadow Cavern?" "Because the enemy I'm looking for should be there right now." Zhao said, "While you're at it, tell me who the Shadow Lord is." The Red Queen was momentarily at a loss for words. She asked tentatively, "Do you know the leader Torch Dragon, the twin lords of darkness and shadow, and the 28 constellations?" "I don't know any of them." "Tell me about them," Zhao said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. There was silence on the other end of the line. Red Queen couldn't figure out how Zhao managed to be an undercover agent. He was so amateurish. So she had no choice but to patiently explain. The Shadow Faction. The Shadow Faction as supreme leader, codenamed Torch Dragon, is also the faction's strongest member. He is said to be a legendary S-rank awakened, but no one has ever seen his true face or witnessed him in action because everyone who has seen him has died. Below Torch Dragon are the Dark and Shadow Dual Lords. The Shadow Lord Zhao just mentioned is one of them. They are the second most powerful figures in the Shadow Faction after the leader Torch Dragon, and their strength far surpasses that of ordinary A-rank awakened. Next come the mid-level cadres of the Shadow Faction, codenamed after the 28 lunar mansions, though their ranks are never fully filled. Chen, for example, belongs to this tier. However, due to his unique abilities, he held the highest rank among the 28 constellations. His codename within the Shadow Faction was Jiao Mu Jiao, also known as Jiao Su.
The next tier consisted of ordinary mid-level officers, followed by the rank-and-file members below them.
After listening to Red Queen's explanation, Zhao finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the Shadow Faction's entire organizational structure.
Alright then, help me finding Zhong and Snow.
Zhao was immediately eager to get started. I'll take care of that so-called Shadow Lord while I'm at it. We don't have much information on Snow, probably because she isn't particularly high up, but we already have intel on Zhong.
Zhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked for the intel. That's great. Give me Yingzhuo's location, and I'll go there tonight.
After all, according to Chen, Snow had been ordered by the Shadow Lord to go to the Shadow Vault, so heading straight there should lead him to her. Even if he couldn't find her, taking out one of the Shadow Faction's key assets would be a win. It would also give him a chance to see just how powerful this S-rank awakened was.
Oh, and while you're at it, give me the intel on that Shadow Lord too.
I'll take care of him as well. Take care of him while I'm at it. Those words made Red Queen's heart skip a beat, yet she felt a tinge of curiosity. With a hint of regret in her voice, she told Zhao, we don't have any intel on the Dark Lord. He barely involves himself in the Shadow Faction's affairs and rarely makes public appearances.
Information about him is extremely scarce.
Alright, then, Zhao replied, also sounding disappointed. What a pity. If he could take out both the Dark Lord and the Shadow Lord in a single night, the Shadow Faction would be shaken to its core. After Zhao hung up, Red Queen quickly sent him the intel on the Shadow Lord's location.
He opened it and found it was indeed a remote, desolate wilderness. With the intel in hand, Zhao began preparing for the night's operation.
Having tasted success in his last mission, he planned to use a false identity for this one as well.
That way, if he was accidentally exposed, he could link both incidents to the same fake identity.
So he went out, mimicking the look of a Super Saiyan, and bought a costume and helmet. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhao thought he looked absolutely stunning.
And so, as he waited anxiously, night finally fell.
He left home wearing his disguise, found a secluded spot to change into it, and then leaped into the sky. For some reason, dressed like this, Zhao felt an inexplicable thrill as he flew through the air. Fueled by this excitement, Zhao raced toward his target at lightning speed. Although he didn't push his speed to the absolute limit this time, it still took him less than 10 minutes to reach the area above his target. According to the intelligence provided by Red Queen, this shadow lair was located underground in an abandoned mountain forest scenic area on the outskirts of the neighboring city of Xiajiang.
And as soon as he arrived, Zhao couldn't help but be overjoyed. Dozens of meters underground, he sensed two auras of awakened mana. One of them was stronger than any awakened he had ever encountered before.
This must be the Shadow Lord. As for the other aura, it was exactly what he was looking for, Snow's aura.
Chapter 44, Memories of Wind and Snow.
Inside the Shadow Cavern. This place was indeed a cavern, and the signs of human intervention suggested that the natural underground cavern had been artificially expanded. It had originally been a tourist attraction, but was now abandoned. The interior was sparsely furnished, just a bed and a desk, nothing else. Snow was currently sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, her eyes tightly closed and her expression pained. Her body trembled slightly, the muscles in her face twitching intermittently, her skin covered in beads of sweat. Standing before her was the burly man clad in a red and black robe, wearing a black mask adorned with dragon patterns. Shadow Lord. He looked at Snow, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Schwer, forcing the fusion of Feng's skill places too great a burden on your body.
If you cannot fully master it, you must abandon it.
Otherwise, the conflict between the two skills within you will directly endanger your life." "No, father." Snow's body trembled even more violently, but she gritted her teeth and held on, unwilling to give up.
"This is the only thing Feng left me. Even if it costs me my life, I cannot abandon it."
Several minutes passed, and Snow's body gradually calmed down, the pain fading from her face. After a long while, she opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of mana.
"I will avenge Feng."
The Shadow Lord's voice carried a hint of anger. "Snow,
I've already told you recruiting Zhao is a direct order from the leader.
He is powerful and has a clean background. If we drive him to become a sworn enemy of the Shadow faction, it will greatly harm the faction's interests. If you continue to act so recklessly, even your foster father may not be able to protect you then. What about Feng? Snow's voice rose in anger. Feng has risked his life for the Shadow faction for so many years. How much has he gained from it? Why doesn't T, the leader, take that into account? Just because recruiting Zhao is more profitable for the Shadow faction, does that mean you're going to ignore the debt you owe Feng? I'll take full responsibility for my own actions. Rest assured, father. No matter what happens, I won't drag you into this. With that, Snow leaped down from the stone bed and started to walk toward the exit. Snow! Where are you going? I'm going to find Zhao and take my revenge. Snow paid no heed to the Shadow Lord's words and continued walking out without looking back. Seeing this, the Shadow Lord let out a silent sigh of mana. A memory from years ago, the first time he met the two of them, unwillingly surfaced in his mind. Back then, Feng was just a greenhorn. The two of them had been cornered by a gang of thugs in a dead-end alley. Under the thugs' relentless assault, Feng was already covered in wounds, blood streaming from his cuts, his clothes torn to shreds in the struggle. Yet even so, facing enemies outnumbering them several to one, Feng did not let the little girl he was shielding behind him suffer a single scratch. That little girl was none other than the young Snow. Little Snow clutched a tattered doll. Though her body trembled uncontrollably with fear, she still gritted her teeth, refusing to let out a single cry. But when she saw Feng standing in front of her, beaten to a pulp by the thugs, tears began to stream down her face. The thugs were gradually cornering the two against the wall, swinging their steel pipes and making a whistling sound as they cut through the air. Feng fixed his gaze on the men in front of him. He had nowhere left to retreat. If they all attacked at once, not only would he be in danger, but little Snow behind him would be doomed as well. Seeing the lecherous expressions on the thugs' faces and in their eyes as they looked at little Snow, Feng dared not imagine what would happen to her if he went down. He couldn't just sit here and wait to die. Feng seized his chance, gritted his teeth, and lunged straight at the gang leader. The thug hadn't expected Feng to dare launch an attack. Caught off guard, he was knocked down by a single powerful punch from Feng. But the others had already reacted by then, swinging their steel pipes at Feng. Fortunately, after taking down the leader, he quickly grabbed the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground. He rolled on the spot to dodge the incoming blows, then sprang to his feet and swung the pipe horizontally, knocking another thug to the ground. But by then, he was caught in a pincer movement by the gang, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to defend himself on all sides. As his stamina waned, his movements grew sluggish. Finally, one thug seized the opportunity and brought the steel pipe down hard on the back of his neck. Feng felt his vision go black as he was about to pass out, but he gritted his teeth and held on, letting out a furious roar as he wildly swung the steel pipe. By now, however, he had lost his composure and could no longer land any hits. Instead, he took several more heavy blows to his body. Finally, he could hold on no longer. His vision grew increasingly blurry, he lost his grip on the steel pipe, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Just then, through his blurred vision, he saw a petite figure in a red dress charging toward the gang of thugs. But her frail body posed no threat to them. She was struck hard on the head with a pipe and collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. Watching little Snow get knocked down, her fate unknown, Feng felt a surge of rage course through his body. He let out a furious, heart-wrenching roar. The shadow beneath him suddenly transformed into a tangible black mist, enveloping his body before vanishing from the spot. The black mist rushed toward the thugs, transforming into several tentacles that tightly coiled around their necks, lifting them off the ground. The thugs were utterly terrified by this sudden, eerie spectacle. They struggled frantically, letting out terrified screams, and soiled themselves. As the black mist's tentacles tightened, the thugs' struggles gradually ceased. Finally, with a sharp crack, their necks snapped and shattered. The tentacles then loosened, and the thugs' bodies fell to the ground. Feng had now returned to his human form. He rushed over to Little Snow, scooped her up, and checked on her condition. Little Snow had suffered a severe blow to the head and was critically injured. Her breathing was growing fainter by the second. Just as Feng stood there, desperate and at a loss, Shadow Lord appeared. He intervened to save both of them and brought them back to the Shadow faction. Shadow Lord was well aware of Snow's feelings for Foam, so he did not stop her from her single-minded determination to kill Zhao and avenge Foam. However, the leader had just issued a direct order to win Zhao over, which was why he was now stopping Snow. He feared that if Snow continued to act on her own, she would anger the leader, and by then, even if he wanted to protect her, he would be powerless to do so. On top of that, Snow was simply no match for Zhao in terms of strength. If it weren't for the fact that, for some reason, Zhao had refrained from finishing her off despite attacking her multiple times, Snow would likely have lost her life long ago. Watching Snow walk out without looking back, Shadow Lord let out a heavy sigh and was about to call out to her. But suddenly, the entire cave shook violently, and an alarm sounded. Trouble! An enemy attack! Shadow Lord darted forward, appearing before Snow and shielding her with his body. Snow looked at Shadow Lord standing in front of her, and the memory of how Foam had once protected her in the same way flooded her mind. Tears welled up in her eyes once more, spilling down her cheeks like a burst dam. Chapter 45, Shadow Lord's All-Out Attack. Using the intelligence provided by the Red Queen, Zhao easily breached the outermost defenses of the Shadow Cavern. However, the Red Queen's intelligence only extended as far as the outer perimeter. As for the core defenses within, Zhao would have to figure them out on his own. And the method he devised was simple yet brutal. He pressed his right index and middle fingers together against the center of his forehead, gathered a bit of mana, and then thrust them forward. Magic piercing light cannon. A spiraling beam of light shot out, easily piercing through the thick steel barriers as if they were made of tofu. Zhao maintained the attack for less than a second before dissipating the light wave. He then strolled through the hole created by the magic piercing light cannon, walking leisurely inward. By this point, the entire cavern was filled with blaring alarms, the sirens ringing incessantly. Perhaps due to his absolute confidence in his own strength, no guards had been stationed here, and Zhao made his way unimpeded all the way to the innermost part of the cavern. After rounding the final corner, Zhao saw two people standing in full battle readiness. A burly man clad in a red and black robe and wearing a dragon-patterned mask was blocking the path in front of a woman. That woman was none other than Snow, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhao. As for the burly man, Zhao surmised he must be the Shadow Lord. "Are you the Shadow Lord?" Zhao asked. He had deliberately altered his voice, and with the muffling effect of his helmet, Snow didn't recognize him. Even through the mask, Zhao could sense the gravity in the Shadow Lord's gaze. He fixed his eyes firmly on Zhao and spoke slowly, "My uninvited guest, what brings you here?" He didn't answer Zhao, but instead posed a question of his own. "What do you want?" Zhao folded his arms. "I'm here to take you all down. I hear you're S rank 2. Let us see what you've got. You'd better come at me full force right away. I don't like wasting time. If you drag your feet, I won't give you a chance." Upon hearing Zhao's words, Shadow Lord did not immediately launch an attack, but instead silently gathered his power. "My friend, I don't believe we've met before. May I ask?" "Enough with the small talk. If you don't make your move, I will." Zhao cut Shadow Lord off, his tone already brimming with impatience. Hearing this, Shadow Lord realized the visitor meant business battle was inevitable. He hesitated no longer. If he was going to act, he would do so with overwhelming force. A powerful surge of mana erupted from his body. At the same moment, his shadow suddenly expanded, transforming from a flat plane into a three-dimensional form of colossal maw of the abyss and lunged toward Zhao to bite him. Zhao dodged the attack, watching as the shadow's giant teeth carved several gashes several meters deep into the solid rock wall and ground. The abyssal maw's strike missed its mark, but without a moment's pause, it instantly transformed into a massive palm, delivering a horizontal slap. Zhao was struck by the giant palm, his body flying sideways like a cannonball and embedding itself deep into the rock wall. The Shadow Lord's assault did not end there. He manipulated the shadows into two massive fists, each several meters in diameter and studded with protruding spikes, which rained down furiously upon Zhao's location. The overwhelming force caused the entire rock face to tremble as if the earth were shaking, with fragments of rock and dust continuously falling. The rock face crumbled under the relentless pounding of his giant fists, while Zhao was tossed about like a rag doll beneath the hail of punches. Seeing this, Snow tried to rush forward to help, but was stopped by Shadow Lord.
Shui, you must leave immediately.
This man is incredibly powerful, even I cannot guarantee I can protect you while fighting him.
But father, obey me.
Shadow Lord's voice was urgent.
You won't be of any help here. Don't you want to avenge your loved ones?
Hearing Shadow Lord mention revenge, Snow wavered.
Go now.
I'm going to give it my all, and I won't be able to look out for you then.
No.
After a moment of struggle, Snow finally made up her mind.
I've already abandoned Feng once. I can't leave you alone again, father.
Just as Shadow Lord was about to speak, Zhao's voice echoed from within the rock wall.
Don't worry. Tonight, neither of you will be left behind.
As the words fell, Shadow Lord suddenly felt an overwhelming force erupt from within the rock wall, shattering the massive fist formed from his shadow. Shadow Lord violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his shadow reverted to its normal form. He stared in shock at Zhao's position he had already struck with all his might just moments ago. After all, every strike he delivered at full power carried an impact force of a full 1,800 tons. An ordinary person hit by such a blow would be instantly reduced to a mist of blood.
Yet his opponent, having taken countless heavy blows from him, was completely unscathed? Shadow Lord's expression grew more grave than ever before.
He suppressed his injuries with all his might and slammed his palms together.
He activated his ability once more.
Under his control, his shadow transformed into a massive drill and began to spin. As the drill's rotation accelerated, it emitted a piercing screech, whipping up a gale within the cavern. At its very tip, a crimson glow began to radiate. Spinning so rapidly that it generated heat through friction with the surrounding mana, the drill's tip reached terrifyingly high temperatures. After fully charging his power, the Shadow Lord pointed both palms forward. The drill transformed into a jet of pitch-black lightning, shooting out with a massive explosion. The speed of this strike far exceeded the speed of sound. Carrying an unstoppable force of mana, the drill slammed into the rock wall, penetrating deep into it almost instantly. This ferocious blow hurled Zhao deeper into the mountain's rock face. Under the intense heat and massive impact, nearly all of Zhao's clothing was destroyed, and the helmet on his head shattered into fragments. In the blink of an eye, Zhao was driven over 100 meters deep into the mountain. The drill's tip pressed against his abdomen, frantically attempting to pierce through his body. Realizing he was on the verge of being stripped bare, he furrowed his brow, reached out with both hands, and clamped down on the drill bit with all his might. The drill's high-speed rotation came to an abrupt halt. With one final burst of strength, the entire drill bit, starting from the tip, shattered once more into countless fragments. Outside, the Shadow Lord was once again severely wounded, collapsing to one knee as blood gushed from his body.
Father!
Snow cried out in alarm, rushing forward to help the Shadow Lord to his feet. The Shadow Lord looked up at Snow, his eyes filled with deep despair. That strike had been his absolute, all-out attack. He was confident that the power of that strike was sufficient to rival that of an S-rank awakened. Yet, against his opponent, it had failed to inflict even a scratch. Moreover, the effortless, casual manner in which the opponent had deflected his attack clearly demonstrated the vast gulf between them. He had only ever felt such a gap when facing the leader, Torch Dragon.
No!
It might even be greater than what he had felt back then.
Could this man actually be stronger than Torch Dragon? At that moment, Shadow Lord felt utterly defeated.
Suddenly, he recalled the attack the Shadow faction had suffered the night before.
Could it be connected to this person?
Now, his body was trembling uncontrollably. He turned his head toward the enemy, his eyes fixed intently on the opening. All he wanted now was to see what this mysterious, formidable foe actually looked like.
Chapter 46, What's wrong with an eye for an eye?
Sigh, ordinary clothes really aren't cut out for battle. They turned into rags again. A sigh drifted out along with the sound of footsteps. There was no hint of injury in the voice, which made Shadow Lord's heart sink even further.
What a pity. I don't have a friend like Bulma either. Zhao stepped out of the cave entrance, appearing before Shadow Lord and Snow. Every piece of clothing on his body was completely torn, with only a few ragged strips of cloth hanging from him. The helmet on his head had long since shattered into pieces. Seeing Zhao, both of them were naturally utterly shocked. Shadow Lord's pupils contracted sharply. What are you doing here? Zhao. Snow, on the other hand, froze for a moment before letting out an anguished roar. Zhao. How could it be you? Zhao. This can't be you. A deep sense of despair and helplessness welled up within her. She had always known Zhao was powerful, far stronger than herself, but she still believed that if she could master Feng's skill and fight with everything she had, she might still have a chance to kill Zhao and avenge Feng. But tonight, Zhao had strided right into Shadow Lord's secret hideout, displaying a level of power far surpassing anything he had ever shown before. Tonight's encounter could hardly be called a battle. It was a farce, a game in which he toyed with Shadow Lord, one of the Shadow faction's most formidable fighters, as if he were a child. What do you mean, how could it be me? Zhao said, his face expressionless. Am I supposed to be weaker than you, just so you can kill me? Zhao, you've already joined the Shadow faction. Why are you doing this? Shadow Lord stood up, clenching his teeth, and asked. I never truly intended to join. I only agreed to find her. Zhao pointed at Snow. She may not pose a threat to me, but she is a massive threat to my friends. So I had to find her myself, before she could strike at anyone close to me again. It's all because you killed Feng. Snow ground out through clenched teeth. If you want to put it that way, Zhao spread his hands, then how many people have you killed? Don't their loved ones want to seek revenge on you? They deserve to die. Snow's voice had turned hysterical. It's their own fault for being so weak. They weren't as strong as us, so they deserve to die. The weak all deserve to die. To Zhao, this made no sense at all, but he didn't argue. With someone who held such beliefs, reason was useless, only fists and feet would do. If that is how you feel, so be it. Zhao began to walk away slowly. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, and when will it ever end? So let us settle this with strength. Didn't you say the weak deserve to die? Since you're so much weaker than me, you deserve to die, and your Feng deserves to die too. Hearing this, Snow was instantly overcome with rage. Seemingly forgetting the gap in strength between her and Zhao, she charged at him with all her might. Shadow Lord tried to stop her, but his internal injuries were too severe. He simply couldn't react in time. Snow vanished from sight, but Zhao paid it no mind. With a casual flick of his finger, he fired a beam of light that struck the hidden Snow. Snow let out a scream and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A gaping wound several fingers wide had appeared on her right shoulder, gushing blood incessantly. Zhao! Shadow Lord's voice temporarily halted Zhao's follow-up attack. Spare Snow. I'll disable her skill, making her a threat no longer to you. Please, spare her life. Father! Snow struggled to her feet, her gaze toward Zhao still burning with undiminished hatred. I want to beg him. If he wants to kill me, let him kill me. Zhao, I swear here and now, as long as I live, I will never let you off the hook. Nor will I spare anyone close to you. I will kill them all, one by one. In the most brutal way possible. Snow let out a maniacal laugh, tears streaming down her face as she laughed. Even if I die, I will become a vengeful spirit to claim your life. I want to let you off the hook even as a ghost, ha 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 ha. Seeing Snow's deranged state, both Zhao and Shadow Lord were momentarily speechless. Shadow Lord understood Snow's feelings for Feng. Seeing Snow like this, he felt nothing but heartbreak. But to Zhao, this sight only signaled extreme danger. An enemy who has lost their sanity is undoubtedly the most dangerous. Zhao silently drew a breath of mana. In truth, his own emotions were complex at that moment. Though he was not particularly eager to kill, he understood that today he must settle things with Snow once and for all. Yet he couldn't help but worry. If this continued, would the threshold in his heart for taking a life grow lower and lower each time? Now it was because the other posed a grave threat to those close to him, but might it one day become such that, as long as a potential threat existed, he would act without hesitation?
With that thought, his gaze shifted to Shadow Lord. He couldn't possibly let Shadow Lord go either, and he felt no resistance or conflict about killing him. After learning of the Shadow Faction's deeds, he found that whenever he faced members of the Shadow Faction, he could no longer suppress the urge to kill. That was because they deserved to die. That was the justification Zhao used to convince himself. The rampant destruction from the last time had also brought him a sense of exhilaration beyond his wildest imagination. Could he actually come to enjoy even become immersed in this kind of thrill? Just then, Snowa's frenzied screams snapped him back to reality. She was still laughing maniacally, her mouth spewing curses and threats, behaving like a madwoman. Zhao shook his head, then, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and fired a beam of light that pierced Snowa's heart. Snowa's laughter ceased abruptly. She slowly lowered her gaze to the bloody hole in her chest, her face suddenly revealing a look of relief and release. In her final moments, she no longer glared at Zhao with overwhelming hatred, nor did she curse him with the most venomous words. She simply closed her eyes, accepting death with composure, and looked forward to reuniting with Feng in the next world. But Shadow Lord, witnessing Snowa's death, was filled with uncontrollable rage. He let out a piercing roar, disregarding his own injuries as he summoned every ounce of strength and charged at Zhao. A pitch-black shadow enveloped him, transforming into a colossal beast as it lunged toward Zhao. Zhao was struck hard by the shadow beast, yet he didn't budge an inch. He immediately struck out with a punch, shattering the shadow beast. And the Shadow Lord's body flew backward like a broken kite, tumbling down. Zhao did not pursue him, but instead soared skyward from where he stood, rising vertically through the air, piercing through the thick mountain and shooting straight into the clouds. Hovering high above, he glanced down and unleashed a mana blast. Boom! With a deafening roar, a small hill below collapsed in a massive explosion. Inside the Shadow Cavern, the Shadow Lord struggled to crawl toward Snow and finally grasped her hand just before the cavern collapsed completely. Chapter 47, The Story Told by Rain. The journey through the Shadow Cavern concluded, and Zhao soon returned to his residence. He stood under the shower for a long time, his mind constantly replaying Snowa's frenzied state before her death, as well as the look of utter liberation on her face as she passed away. Snowa's overwhelming hatred toward him had all been for the sake of her Feng ultimately, it was this hatred that drove her to madness. Zhao couldn't help but ask himself, if the roles were reversed, if Rain had fallen victim to someone else's cruelty, would he, too, have become so obsessed and frantic? He dared not deny it. After all, his previous insistence on severing all ties with Snow had been precisely to prevent such a tragic fate from befalling him and Rain. Nearly an hour later, Zhao finally finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom. The moment he stepped out, the 3 phones he left on the table began ringing simultaneously, their tones rising and falling in succession. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the Shadow Faction and Liberator Faction phones into a basin, silenced them, and set them aside before picking up his personal phone to answer the call. Hello? Zhao. Cohen's voice came through the line, tense and grave. It's me. What is going on? The Shadow Faction's base for creating artificial awakens has been attacked. Did you know about this? Cohen's tone was thick with tension. Zhao felt a bit exasperated. The Control Bureau's intelligence had become so outdated that even though a day had passed, this was still breaking news to them. I know. Chen told me yesterday. Yesterday? Cohen froze for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. The Control Bureau was no longer what it used to be. Their intelligence gathering had fallen a full day behind. Has the Shadow Faction come to any conclusions yet? Cohen asked urgently. No, they haven't been able to track down the perpetrators at all. The Shadow Faction's leader is furious. This attack has directly led to the complete suspension of their mass production plan for Artificial Awakened. Even the Shadow Faction has no leads. Cohen's voice was filled with confusion. This happened too suddenly, with absolutely no warning. To take out all 6 of the Shadow Faction's production bases overnight, it must have been an extremely powerful force. Yet no such force has ever emerged domestically, and not a single clue could be found afterward. It's truly bizarre. After hearing Cohen's words, Zhao understood. The Control Bureau and the Shadow Faction's assessments were completely in line. Both had classified the attack as a premeditated operation by some mysterious, top-tier power. That was for the best. It saved him a lot of trouble explaining things.
How are you doing now? Is everything okay?
Cohen changed the subject, his tone tinged with concern.
The new head of the Control Bureau in Linhai has already taken office. I'm being transferred out tomorrow.
Silence fell instantly on both ends of the line, the atmosphere exceptionally heavy. After a long pause, Cohen spoke first, his voice filled with melancholy. Zhao, all of us veterans are leaving one by one. You have to take good care of yourself out there. If things get too tough, use this opportunity to withdraw from the Shadow Faction.
Don't worry, I've got it under control, Zhao replied with a smile. There's no need to fret over me.
If I really run into trouble, I can have the Liberator faction step in quietly to back me up.
These words left Cohen feeling even more uneasy.
After a brief farewell, he hurriedly hung up the phone.
Zhao walked back to the bathroom.
After a moment's thought, he fished Chen's phone out of the sink and dialed the number back.
The call was answered almost instantly. Zhao. Chen's voice was even more panicked and terrified than before, full of urgency. Something terrible has happened. Something huge. Spit it out. I'm fine, nothing has happened to me. It's not you.
It's the Shadow Faction. Chen's voice trembled slightly. He clearly hadn't recovered from the shock yet.
It's Shadow Lord. Shadow Lord was ambushed and killed, and the entire Shadow Cavern has been completely destroyed.
Zhao knew deep down that it was time to put his acting skills to the test again.
What? You mean the Shadow Lord, one of the Shadow Faction's twin sovereigns and their top combatant? Dead?
He feigned utter shock.
You bet.
Chen slammed his fist down on his thigh in excitement, the force of the blow making him wince in pain. His voice was filled with grief and regret. That was the Shadow Lord.
The second strongest figure in the Shadow Faction, second only to the leader.
And now he has been left with no body intact, just a charred, half-burned corpse at the scene.
What kind of terrifying master could possibly do something like this?
Chen had followed the Shadow Lord for many years. Seeing his master die so gruesomely filled him with sorrow and regret. But his words instantly caught Zhao's attention.
Half a charred, mangled corpse?
Before he left the Shadow Cavern, he had struck the Shadow Lord again. He merely brought the entire mountainside crashing down. Logically speaking, even if the Shadow Lord hadn't managed to escape, he would have been crushed to death by the falling rocks. At most, his body would never have shown any signs of charring.
Chen, are you certain the deceased is truly the Shadow Lord, and that his body was left in pieces? Zhao probed, feigning doubt.
Of course. How could I dare to speak recklessly about the Shadow Lord? Chen replied with absolute certainty. The chief personally went to the scene to confirm it. The entire mountain was flattened. It took the leader a tremendous amount of effort to dig this mangled corpse out of the rubble.
Have you identified who carried out the attack? Zhao continued to probe. Not yet.
The leader said the strength of the attacker is likely on par with his own. Chen's voice unconsciously betrayed a deep sense of fear, and this incident is very likely the work of the same group responsible for last night's attacks on the 6 major bases. The chief has already ordered everyone to be on high alert, keep a low profile, and avoid gathering in groups for the time being, so we don't get wiped out all at once. Listening to this dead serious analysis, Zhao almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. By the way, Zhao, you don't need to come into the office for the time being.
All assignments are cancelled.
Alright, but under these circumstances, my salary should still be paid as usual, right?
It's not like I'm deliberately slacking off.
Of course, don't worry. I've already checked. The company is operating normally on the surface, and everyone's salaries will be paid on time, without fail.
That's great to hear.
After hanging up on Chen, Zhao switched to Red Queen's private phone and called her back.
Zhao, regarding the Shadow Cavern, was that you? It was me.
Zhao had no patience for her hesitant questioning and cut her off immediately.
How did you do that?
That's the Shadow Lord, after all. Red Queen's voice was filled with disbelief.
It's hard to explain. Anyway, I took care of it. Red Queen fell into a long silence. In that moment, she once again keenly felt the vast, insurmountable gap in power between herself and Zhao. "By the way, I need a favor from you," Zhao said. "Huh? What is it?" "Go ahead. I need the files on all Shadow Faction members. Give me whatever you have." "Alright, but it's a massive amount of data. I'll have someone organize it and send it over later." "Alright, thanks." With that, Zhao hung up the phone. He lay back on the bed, a wave of intense exhaustion instantly washing over him. But his mind was in turmoil. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. After a moment's thought, he got up, pulled out his phone, and sent Rain a message, "Are you asleep yet?" The next second, his phone rang with a crisp tone. Rain had actually called him directly. Zhao answered the call and said with a smile, "Looks like you really aren't asleep." "Nope, I'm binge-watching a show." Rain's cheerful voice came through. Zhao chuckled softly. "What's our little princess doing up late binge-watching a show? What are you watching that has you so hooked?" "This show is super touching. It actually made me cry." "What kind of plot is so tear-jerking? Tell me about it." "It's about a couple with a tragic fate. They wandered together from a young age, relying on each other for survival, and endured countless days of poverty and hardship. Even though their own circumstances were dire, they remained kind-hearted, often helping other destitute wanderers, driving away bullies who preyed on the weak, and sharing the food they had worked so hard to find with others in need. Later, they were fortunate enough to be taken in by a kind-hearted orphanage, finally weathering the most difficult times. As adults, they started a family, and their lives gradually became stable and prosperous. They believed they would live out their days in peace and happiness. But tragedy struck suddenly. While her husband was out working, he was attacked by criminals and brutally murdered. Unable to bear the crushing blow of her lover's death, the wife lost her mind completely, consumed solely by the desire to avenge her husband. But in her deranged state, she could no longer recognize anyone or tell one person from another. Until one day, she mistook an innocent passerby on the street for her husband's killer. Wielding a sharp knife and screaming, she charged forward, intent on avenging her husband, but was ultimately shot dead on the spot by police who arrived just in time. Chapter 48, Torch Dragon Pays a Visit. The ending of this story was indeed tragic. By the time Rain finished telling it, she couldn't help but sob quietly. Zhao fumbled around trying to comfort her for quite a while before he finally managed to calm her down. After hearing the story, Zhao felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He lamented how turbulent the fate of this couple had been, and it inexplicably stirred up his own personal memories. Before being taken in by the orphanage, he had wandered the streets for several years. Those years were incredibly hard. His only thought each day was to survive, fighting tooth and nail for a single bite to eat. When hunger became unbearable, he'd snatch dog food or secretly scavenge leftovers to keep himself alive. He hadn't seen his parents since he could remember, drifting alone all that time. That was until he met an older brother. The man wasn't much older or taller than him, yet he treated Zhao like a younger brother and looked out for him. From then on, the two homeless children stuck together, finally having someone to rely on. Whenever they found food, the older brother would give Zhao more than half. If Zhao tried to refuse, the older brother would put on a tough act and scold him, forcing him to eat it all. The two wandered together for over 2 years. Life remained meager, but Zhao felt happy. The feeling of having someone by his side and someone to look out for him made him feel incredibly content back then. Until one day, the older boy led him to a small white building, shoved a thick envelope into his hands, and told him to wait there quietly. He'd be back soon. Zhao had always trusted the older boy implicitly and obeyed his every word, so he nodded immediately, watching as the older boy's figure gradually faded from view. Big Brother had often gone out alone before, always bringing back plenty of things at night, so Zhao didn't think much of it. But this time was different. He waited there for a very, very long time, but Big Brother never returned. Finally, someone came out of the building and led the lonely boy inside. Many years later, Zhao learned that the envelope contained all of Big Brother's savings, which he had been setting aside for a long time, along with a letter asking for help. His older brother had used everything he had to secure a spot for him at the orphanage, giving him a safe place to stay. It was also from that moment on that he lost all contact with his older brother and was never able to find him again. Zhao, why aren't you saying anything? Are you so moved that you're secretly crying?
Rain's voice snapped Zhao back from his wandering thoughts. He shook his head, suppressing the lump in his throat, and teased with a smile, "Why would I cry? A real man doesn't shed tears easily, unlike a certain little crybaby who bursts into tears at the drop of a hat."
"Who is a little crybaby?"
Rain retorted defiantly, her voice tinged with a touch of petulance. "A real man doesn't shed tears easily, it's just that he hasn't reached the point of heartbreak yet."
"You don't understand."
After saying that, her tone turned serious. "Zhao, if you ever face something sad in the future, don't always bottle it up inside. Let it out when you need to. Holding it in for too long will only make things worse." Hearing her gentle advice, Zhao felt a warm glow in his heart.
"Alright, then whenever I'm wronged, I'll come find you to cry. Just don't get annoyed with me."
Rain burst out laughing instantly. "I wouldn't get annoyed. When that happens, I'll record you crying and send it to everyone."
"Ha?"
Zhao immediately pretended to be fierce and threatened. "Then I'll send out the recording of you sniffling earlier too. I'll make them both public."
"Oh my. Zhao, you're so mean, trying to trick me like that."
"You're not allowed to say that.
Delete it right now."
Rain was both flustered and embarrassed, protesting immediately.
After a while of bantering and laughing, the gloom in their hearts dissipated, and their moods improved significantly.
By the time they hung up, it was already late at night. Zhao had just lain down to sleep when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The entire room had, at some point, been enveloped in a blood-red hue. The thick, crimson color was everywhere, creating an eerie atmosphere. He sat up immediately, rubbed his eyes, and checked repeatedly to make sure he wasn't hallucinating.
"Zhao."
A deep, resonant male voice suddenly rang out, coming from all directions. It was impossible to pinpoint its exact source. Zhao was now certain this wasn't a hallucination and instantly went on high alert. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in his room. As he got a clear look at the person's attire, Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The visitor was none other than the leader of the Shadow faction, Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon wore a mask, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao, a mix of scrutiny and curiosity in his eyes, which he did not avert for a long time. After a while, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to remain conscious within this Lord's Blood Sea domain. I truly did not misjudge you." Torch Dragon's deep voice echoed through the room. Hearing him refer to himself as this one at every turn, Zhao felt incredibly uncomfortable. Suppressing his unease, he asked, "Leader, have you come here late at night to assign a mission?"
"That is correct."
Torch Dragon didn't take offense at his attitude, seemingly regarding a bit of a temper as normal for someone of his caliber.
"This one needs you to carry out a secret mission."
Zhao looked puzzled.
"Ha? Didn't you say all missions were on hold? Why are you suddenly assigning another one?"
"Your situation is unique," Torch Dragon said flatly. "You've only been with the Shadow faction for a short time, and word of your membership hasn't spread yet. You're sufficiently undercover. This is a job only you can handle."
Zhao raised an eyebrow and asked bluntly, "Is it because the Shadow faction has been hit by a series of incidents lately?"
Torch Dragon fell silent instantly, a flicker of suppressed anger flashing in his eyes.
"Yes.
The Shadow faction has suffered consecutive attacks and heavy losses.
Until we identify the culprits, I cannot mobilize large numbers of personnel, lest we be ambushed again."
Zhao silently grumbled to himself. In plain terms, the leader was unwilling to risk his own men, so he was dragging a newcomer into this dangerous mission to take the fall. "Leader, that's a bit unfair," Zhao complained outright.
"So, everyone in the Shadow faction is precious and must be protected, but I'm expendable? You're just using me as a disposable pawn, right? Are you unwilling to serve the Shadow faction?"
Torch Dragon's mana grew instantly cold, and the mana pressure surrounding him dropped sharply.
Zhao's mind raced. Should he seize this opportunity to kill Torch Dragon?
But he was also curious. What kind of mission had brought Torch Dragon to his doorstep personally? He suppressed his murderous intent and feigned compliance. "Of course I'm willing.
I was just venting.
How could I possibly refuse to serve?"
"What exactly is the mission?" Seeing him back down, Torch Dragon's furious aura eased slightly. He said in a deep voice, "I want you to go to the Lin family once more and bring Grandmat Lin out to me." "Huh?" Zhao was completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought Torch Dragon would send him to investigate the mysterious force that had ambushed the Shadow faction. He never expected the other party would actually order him to kidnap Rain's great-grandmother. He immediately feigned reluctance and deliberately tried to wriggle out of it. "Leader, this is putting me in a difficult position. You know I've always protected great-grandmother Lin. To turn around and kidnap her now, I simply can't bring myself to do it. It's too abrupt." "I am well aware." Torch Dragon was completely unfazed, his tone as flat as ever. "You were hired by the Control Bureau to protect the Lin family before. Now you're loyal to the Shadow faction. Your allegiances have changed. You're simply following orders. There's nothing wrong with that. Besides, precisely because you've done the Lin family a favor, they have no guard up against you and trust you completely. With you handling it, this will be a piece of cake. No one will suspect a thing." Zhao looked at Torch Dragon. The other man spoke of such selfish and ruthless schemes as if they were perfectly reasonable, leaving Zhao momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he feigned confusion and asked, "Leader, may I ask a question?" Torch Dragon remained silent for a few seconds before uttering a single word in a detached tone, "Speak." "Why does the Shadow faction have to pick on an old woman? Grandma Lin is so old she can barely move. She poses no threat to us at all. Is it really necessary to go to such great lengths?" Chapter 49, Fighting Alone Sucks. Zhou's question left Torch Dragon silent for a long time. After quite a while, he finally spoke. "I need Grandma Lin's skill." Zhao, a seasoned actor, immediately picked up on the cue and played along. "What? Grandma Lin is actually an awakened too?" Zhao's look of shock was perfectly measured and incredibly natural. "Then what is her skill? Is it one of those exceptionally powerful types?" "It is, of course, incredibly powerful." Torch Dragon spoke with absolute certainty. "Her skill isn't a combat type ability, but it can directly interfere with causality. It's a top-tier power capable of turning the tide of battle." Zhao was secretly amazed. For Torch Dragon to regard it so highly, it seemed that great-grandmother Lin's skill was far more than just a matter of being good at managing mana. But even if Grandma Lin's skill is that powerful, Zhao followed his train of thought and asked the second crucial question on his mind: if we forcibly bring her back and she refuses to use her skill voluntarily, won't it still be useless? In fact, ever since he witnessed that long-haired man's skill on Snow, Zhao had harbored a suspicion: could the Shadow faction possibly have a way to forcibly strip others of their skills? Torch Dragon decided to spill the beans, satisfying Zhao's curiosity in the process. "Once we bring her back to the Shadow faction, she won't have a say in the matter. I have plenty of ways to take her skill directly." With his suspicions fully confirmed, Zhao instantly understood, though he continued to feign utter shock on the surface. "Seize a skill? Can you just forcibly take anyone's skill at will?" Seeing the horror on his face, Torch Dragon assumed he was intimidated by his methods and immediately began to balance sternness with kindness, offering a carrot after the stick. "Of course. However, I would never use such methods on my own people in the Shadow faction. Zhao, as long as you serve the Shadow faction with loyalty and dedication, the Shadow faction will never treat you unfairly. In the future, wealth and glory will be within your grasp." After hearing Torch Dragon's words, Zhao feigned hesitation and fell silent. He wasn't wavering because of Torch Dragon's tempting offer. Rather, he was secretly wrestling with a dilemma: could he go ahead and kill Torch Dragon right now? Just as he was silently gathering his strength, preparing to make up his mind and strike suddenly, Torch Dragon's expression changed abruptly. He muttered a curse under his breath, "Damn it," and vanished instantly before Zhao's eyes. Even the Blood Sea domain that had previously enveloped Zhao's entire room vanished completely. Zhao froze on the spot. Torch Dragon's ability to appear out of thin air and vanish just as mysteriously left him both surprised and somewhat exasperated. So it wasn't just him who could appear and disappear at will, but was Torch Dragon relying on the bizarre properties of his own skill, or did he, like Zhao, possess superhuman speed? And then there was that so-called domain. This was the first time Zhao had heard of skills being used in this way.
yet he couldn't fathom what specific purpose the domain actually served. The only thing that gave him a slight reprieve from his mana strain was that, throughout the Shadow faction, no one seemed to know the true nature of his feelings for Rain. But Snow clearly knew the truth, so why didn't he report it? Could it be that he was so blinded by hatred that he deliberately chose to keep it hidden? In any case, for him, this was a stroke of luck in the midst of misfortune. With Torch Dragon suddenly throwing a wrench into things like that, Zhao was completely wide awake. He got up and walked to the bathroom. From the two phones soaking in the water, he pulled out the one Red Queen had given him and dialed her number right away. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally picked up. "Hello? Zhao. It's so late, what's up?" The voice on the other end was full of sleepiness, still groggy from just waking up. "You went to bed this early?" Zhao felt a little awkward. Setting aside Red Queen's mysterious identity, just listening to that voice, she sounded like an ordinary girl. "Sorry to disturb your rest. I have a question I'd like to ask you, see if you know the answer." Red Queen yawned from sleepiness and spoke slowly. "Go ahead. How much do you know about the leader of the Shadow faction?" "Who?" Red Queen perked up instantly, her tone changing completely. "Who are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the leader of the Shadow faction, named Torch Dragon." Well, Red Queen's voice carried a hint of embarrassment and reluctance. "Torch Dragon has always been too mysterious, we don't know much about him either. We only know he is a top-tier powerhouse, an S-rank awakened, and one of the few S-rank masters to have awakened a domain." "Right, that S at a domain." Zhao immediately chimed in. "I was just about to ask you, what exactly is a domain, and what does it do?" You don't even know what a domain is?" The Red Queen's voice was filled with disbelief. In her view, Zhao's strength definitely ranked among the very top of the S-class tier. A powerhouse of this caliber should have awakened a domain long ago. Zhao's sudden question about such a basic concept completely threw her off balance. "If I knew, why would I be asking you?" Zhao was a bit exasperated. A domain is a special barrier that materializes when an awakened individual, having reached S rank, breaks through their own limits once more and brings their skill to its peak. Within the domain S range, one's own skill is greatly amplified, while an enemy's skill is powerfully suppressed. If the power disparity between the two sides is too great, it can even strip the opponent of their skill entirely, rendering them completely unable to use it. They can only recover once they escape the domain S range. Furthermore, a domain develops unique characteristics based on its master's skill attributes, so almost everyone's domain is different. But the basic function remains the same: to strengthen oneself and suppress the enemy. After listening to Red Queen's patient explanation, Zhao finally understood everything clearly. He casually asked when the detailed information on the Shadow faction would be sent over, then hung up the phone. As for the mission Torch Dragon had assigned him, he had no intention of carrying it out from the very beginning. But while refusing to do it, he couldn't make it too obvious, lest Torch Dragon become suspicious. He thought it over and came up with a plan. He'd simply pay a visit to the Lin family tomorrow, explain the situation exactly as it was to them, and they'd all work together to put on a show to get through this. Thinking of this, Zhao suddenly found himself missing Zero and White Tiger. Back when he had them by his side, he never had to worry about strategizing or plotting, he just had to follow the plan. Now, left to navigate the situation alone, he had to figure everything out on his own. This feeling of fighting a lonely battle was truly unbearable. Chapter 50, Faking Death to Escape. Chapter 50, Faking Death to Escape. Early the next morning, Zhao arrived at the Lin family's South Grand estate. Since the matter concerned the safety of great-grandmother Lin, all the Lin family's direct relatives were present, all familiar faces to Zhao. Rain sat to one side, accompanying Zhao as they watched from a distance while her father, grandfather, and great-grandmother huddled together to discuss a plan. Unable to get a word in edgewise, Zhao turned to Rain and struck up a casual conversation. "Yusin, why don't you suspect me at all? Aren't you afraid I've really defected to the Shadow faction and will turn around and put all of you in danger?" Upon arriving at the estate early that morning, Zhao had already laid out the entire situation to Lin Hongyuan, how he had pretended to go underground and infiltrated the Shadow faction, and how the Shadow Faction S leader, Torch Dragon, had forced him to kidnap great-grandmother Lin. He wanted to discuss a win-win solution with the Lin family, one that would keep his cover intact while ensuring great-grandmother Lin's safety. After listening, Lin Hongyuan didn't ask a single follow-up question. He immediately summoned the entire family to discuss the matter. Rain tilted her head and looked at him with a pure, unwavering gaze. "We believed in you all along, and Grandma said you're definitely not a bad person." Hearing Rain's unreserved trust, and seeing the attitude of the entire Lin family toward him, Zhao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How could there be such a reasonable and understanding top-tier aristocratic family? Logically speaking, aren't aristocratic families in novels supposed to be filled with spoiled, brainless younger generations causing trouble, while the elders are snobbish and aloof? He suddenly thought of one person, Gao Tianyang. Ever since the Shadow Faction secured sanctuary under the guise of Divine Light Biotechnology, Gao Tianyang and Shen had been released together. After his release, Gao Tianyang finally realized he'd been set up from the very beginning by the Control Bureau and the Lin family working together. He'd even made a veiled threat of revenge, yet so far, there's been no word from him, not a single sign of activity. Zhao looked at Lin Dongfu and asked, "Uncle Lin, has there been any movement from the Gao family lately?" Lin Dongfu furrowed his brow slightly and said in a grave tone, "A while back, the Gao family was quite aggressive, going head-to-head with us in every industry. Overall, we still held the upper hand. They only managed to gain a slight advantage in a few projects. But just a couple of days ago, the Gao family suddenly seemed to lay low, pulling back across the board, even abandoning projects where they originally held the advantage. No matter how aggressively we moved against them, they remained purely defensive, refusing to fight back at all. This shift is far too peculiar. We still haven't figured out the reason behind it." A couple of days ago? Zhao silently calculated the timeline in his head. Wasn't that precisely the day he had destroyed the Shadow Faction's underground production base? Could the Gao family's sudden retreat be related to something that happened with the Shadow Faction? Just as he was pondering this, Lin Hongyuan pushed Grandma Lin over. Clearly, the group had already worked out a solid plan. "Grandpa Lin, have you all decided on a strategy?" Lin Hongyuan smiled. I've already discussed it thoroughly with Mother. Our Lin family will put on a show together. This way, we can ensure Mother's safety without exposing your identity." "Oh? What's the plan?" Zhao was instantly intrigued. "Actually, it's quite simple," great-grandmother Lin said with her usual vibrant energy, smiling as she spoke. "All the Shadow Faction covets is this old woman's skill. As long as the skill appears to have vanished, they'll naturally have nothing left to covet." "The skill vanishes?" Zhao pondered for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Are you suggesting we transfer the skill to someone else?" He recalled great-grandmother Lin once mentioning that this skill wasn't something she'd awakened naturally, but had been specifically transferred to her by a mysterious figure in her youth, so this solution immediately came to mind. But great-grandmother Lin shook her head gently. "I've considered that, but doing so now would simply be passing the disaster on to someone else. What I mean is, if the person is gone, wouldn't the skill simply vanish completely along with them?" The moment those words left her mouth, Rain panicked on the spot, and Zhao's scalp prickled instantly. The two of them sprang up from the sofa at the same time. "Great-grandmother! That absolutely cannot be done." Seeing how anxious they both looked, great-grandmother Lin couldn't help but laugh. She beckoned them over. Don't worry. I didn't say I was actually going to die, I'm still waiting to hold my great-great-grandson. How could I bear to leave just like that?" "Not really die?" Zhao realized instantly. "Great-grandmother, are you planning to fake your death to escape?" Great-grandmother Lin nodded with a smile. Zhao weighed the idea in his mind and had to admit it was indeed a brilliant plan. But the Shadow Faction's resources were unfathomable and their methods devious. It would likely not be so easy to fool them. As if reading his mind, Lin Hongyuan spoke up at just the right moment. "That's precisely why this charade must be conducted with the utmost formality and realism by our Lin family. Every procedure and protocol must follow the rules of a genuine funeral." "What you mean, Grandfather Lin, is?" "Tomorrow, our Lin family will issue a public obituary and hold a grand, solemn funeral for my mother." Zhao hesitated. "But even if it's a sham, One T holding such a high-profile funeral create a bad impression. He didn't dare say it outright. Even among wealthy families, staging such a grand funeral for a fake death was considered inauspicious. Why didn't the Lin family care at all? Great-grandmother Lin, however, waved her hand, dispelling his concerns outright. Our Lin family has always been pragmatic. We never get bogged down by such trivial conventions. Besides, have you forgotten what this old woman is capable of? Prompted by her words, Zhao suddenly remembered. Great-grandmother Lin herself possessed top-tier mana affinity. This so-called inauspicious mana was nothing to her. But what about after the funeral? Where does great-grandmother plan to hide? An ordinary place probably wouldn't stand a chance against the Shadow Faction's investigations. Just thinking about Torch Dragon's elusive and unpredictable magical abilities, along with his mysterious domain, gave Zhao a headache. You don't need to worry about that, Lin Hongyuan interjected. My mother purchased an ancient castle estate in Europe anonymously years ago. Tonight, I'll arrange a private jet to take her there to lie low for a while. Zhao nodded in agreement. No matter how powerful the Shadow Faction was domestically, its reach likely didn't extend that far overseas. It was indeed a prudent plan. Rain, standing nearby, felt a pang of reluctance. Although great-grandmother wasn't actually gone, she was about to be sent far away to a foreign land. After a moment's thought, she decided that once the funeral was over, she would follow them to Europe to keep great-grandmother company for a while. However, as the Lin family's heiress and great-grandmother's most beloved great-granddaughter, she couldn't miss the funeral and would have to depart afterward. Now that the entire plan was finalized, the weight on Zhao's mind finally lifted. He stood up and bowed deeply to great-grandmother Lin and the other Lin family elders. Before coming, he had prepared himself to explain at great length and even to face distrust, but he hadn't expected the entire conversation to go so smoothly, without a trace of misunderstanding or suspicion. Great-grandmother, grandfather Lin, Uncle Lin. Thank you for trusting me so deeply. Ah, young friend, there is no need for that. Lin Hongyuan hurried forward to help him up. It is we of the Lin family who should be thanking you. You have repeatedly stepped in to protect every member of our family. How could we possibly be ungrateful? A wave of warmth surged through Zhao's heart. Recalling the Lin family's kindness toward the security personnel who had been in such a difficult situation, he instantly understood why the Lin family had risen so rapidly in such a short time. Afterward, Zhao went over the details of the act he needed to perform with the Lin family in detail. Once the general plan was finalized, he took his leave and departed from the Lin family estate. When he returned to the building where he lived, he discovered someone was already standing at the entrance. Zhao instinctively almost fired a mana blast, but fortunately, he caught sight of the delivery uniform the person was wearing just in time and managed to hold back. That was close. He almost accidentally hurt a fellow practitioner. With all the recent turmoil among various factions, anyone could have tracked him down to his residence, leaving him on edge. The delivery man also spotted Zhao just as he was climbing the stairs and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhao?" "That's me." "Mr. Zhao, you have a package here. I tried calling you several times but no one answered, so I was planning to take it back and deliver it later. I just happened to run into you coming back." The courier pointed to the cardboard box at his feet. "My package?" Zhao looked puzzled. "I haven't ordered anything online recently." Out of curiosity, he glanced at the shipping label. The sender was a complete stranger. He decided to just sign for it and take it inside to open and examine it later. Chapter 51, so that's how it was done. Zhao carried the box into the house and opened it, only to find some newly purchased clothes and a few snacks inside. This left him completely baffled. If he hadn't double-checked that the recipient's information was indeed his own, he would have suspected the delivery person had made a mistake. But he had no family or friends who would send him things like this. As he was pondering this, the sound of a ringing phone came from the bathroom. Zhao walked over to the sink in the bathroom and saw that it was a call from Chen. He fished out his phone and answered, and immediately heard Chen's anxious voice. "Zhao, are you okay?" "Me?" This out-of-the-blue question left Zhao baffled. What could possibly be wrong with me? I've been calling you all morning, but you didn't pick up, and you weren't home either. I thought. Oh, I had it on silent, I didn't hear it. Zhao made up an excuse on the spot, though he was cursing under his breath. Bastard. It's not just wiretapping anymore, he has sent people to watch me now. What's up? Is something wrong? The leader ordered me to contact you and follow up on the status of your mission. Chen's tone was complex. Previously, he'd been captured by Zhao precisely because he was planning to strike against the Lin family, yet now he was the one urging Zhao to move against them. How the tables have turned. The leader ordered me to inform you that you must bring Grandmat Lin back to the Shadow faction within 3 days, or else. Chen stopped there, leaving the sentence unfinished. But his meaning was crystal clear: if Zhao failed to bring Grandmat Lin back within 3 days, he would face the Shadow faction as punishment. Young man, I'm just relaying the leader's orders as they are. I hope you understand, Chen added nervously. Don't worry. I've always kept my personal and professional lives separate. I certainly won't hold a grudge against you over this. Zhao spoke with a serious and earnest tone. I haven't forgotten the mission. I went to scout the location this morning, which is why I had my phone on silent. I see. Chen seemed convinced. In that case, I'll go report back to the leader right away. Is the leader okay? Huh? Chen was about to hang up when Zhao's question caught him off guard. The boss is fine. What could possibly be wrong? Oh, nothing. I was just checking in. You know, there's been some trouble lately. Chen certainly didn't believe Zhao was genuinely concerned about the boss, but he assumed Zhao was just trying to subtly probe whether the boss had any issues, so he didn't think much of it. Just then, there was another commotion in the bathroom sink. Another phone was ringing. Zhao hurriedly made up an excuse to end the call, then ran back into the bathroom, tossed his phone into the sink, and fished the other one out. It was a call from Red Queen. As soon as Zhao answered, before he could even say hello, Red Queen's frantic, panicked voice came through the line. Zhao, we're under attack. Please, save us. What? Zhao's expression hardened. Where are you? Who is attacking you? Zhao genuinely wanted to help. After all, Red Queen had been a great help to him these past few days, and she was his only source of intelligence right now. If the Liberator faction were wiped out, it would cause him immense trouble. Without reliable intelligence, he would truly be blind and deaf. We're at a small estate in the eastern suburbs of Sanchuan City. I'll send you the coordinates right away. Hearing Zhao's question, Red Queen knew he was willing to help, and her voice calmed slightly, though it still trembled with fear. All right, I'll head over immediately. Do you know who is attacking you? As Zhao spoke, he began rummaging through his belongings, pulling out the same outfit he'd worn during the last raid on the Shadow Caverns, and quickly changed into it. Fortunately, he'd bought a few extra sets as spares. It's the Shadow faction. Their leader is the Dark Lord. The Shadow faction? Zhao froze for a moment, then quickly resumed his movements. Hold on, I'll be there in a minute. After changing, Zhao slipped out into the hallway, crawled through a hidden opening, and leaped from the 6th floor, landing steadily. It was an abandoned courtyard, enclosed by hoardings. Unless one looked down from the rooftop, no one could see him. At that moment, there was no trace of anyone's mana on the rooftop, so no one would discover him. He quickly shot up into the sky like a spring-loaded pole, then burst forward at full speed toward Red Queen's location. A bolt of lightning split the clear sky, but by then, Zhao had already vanished into the horizon. As he flew, Zhao couldn't stop thinking. Torch Dragon had clearly ordered the Shadow faction to lie low and bide their time, so why would they send forces to attack the Liberator faction? And why was it led by the Dark Lord, one of the Twin Lords? From this, there was only one possible explanation. The so-called laying low was merely a charade staged for the mole within the Shadow faction. Torch Dragon had sensed impurity within the Shadow faction, but was unable to pinpoint the specific mole in the short term. Thus, he intended to use this ruse to make outsiders believe that the Shadow faction was truly going into temporary hibernation. In reality, however, they were secretly mobilizing their forces to strike with lightning speed against individuals and factions hostile to the Shadow faction, aiming to strike first before that mysterious force could react. This move to divert attention truly caught Zhao off guard. What they didn't anticipate, however, was that the attacker wasn't some mysterious force at all, but a single person. Even more unexpected was that this person happened to have ties to the very faction they were planning to attack today. A few seconds later, Zhao arrived above the Red Queen's location. He was moving so fast that his clothes were smoking from friction against the mana in the air. If he'd flown at full speed, his clothes would likely have burned away halfway through the journey, leaving him running naked. Zhao extended his senses outward and could clearly sense two factions of awakened engaged in combat within the small estate below. Though it was called a battle, the situation was actually one-sided. The group of awakened, numbering only a dozen or so, could only hide inside the estate's buildings, relying on the structure's defenses to launch occasional counterattacks. But the enemy's encirclement was closing in on them at Wound TB long before their defenses were breached. Those fighting desperately inside the buildings were likely the Liberator faction, and among them, the one with the strongest mana aura was probably Red Queen. Yet her mana aura was fluctuating erratically, likely a sign she had sustained severe injuries. However, Zhao could not locate the leader of the Shadow faction, the Dark Lord. He scanned the area from above repeatedly but found no trace of him, while the situation for the Liberator faction below was already dire. Numerous members of the Shadow faction had already breached the building. With no time to search further, Zhao plunged downward, crashing heavily onto the open ground of the estate. The impact, akin to a meteorite striking the earth, instantly carved a massive crater several meters in diameter into the ground. A massive shockwave, visible to the naked eye, indiscriminately blew everyone within a 100-meter radius dozens of meters away. The building nearby also shook violently under the impact. The area outside the building was completely cleared. Immediately afterward, Zhao launched himself again, smashing through the building's outer wall and bursting into the interior. The dozen or so surviving members of the Liberator faction huddled tightly together, staring in stunned silence as Zhao burst onto the battlefield like a god descending from the heavens. They watched helplessly as Zhao's form shifted and flickered like a ghost, tossing the Shadow faction members whom they had once feared so terribly out of the building as if they were mere sandbags. The hurled Shadow faction members piled up in a heap. Before they could even recover, a massive mana blast struck, obliterating them while carving a massive gash in the ground. After doing this, Zhao stared blankly at his right palm for several seconds, then shook his head lightly and sighed inwardly. He turned to look at the group of Liberator faction members, spotted Red Queen among them, and walked over. But the Liberator faction, including Red Queen, were all scrambling desperately backward. Even though they had nowhere left to retreat, they were still crowding against the wall behind them. Seeing this, Zhao stopped in his tracks, raised a finger to point at Red Queen, and motioned for her to follow him outside. Although the Red Queen was terrified, she recognized Zhao. So she shook off her companion's grasping hands and followed him out. Once outside, the Red Queen saw the destruction Zhao had wrought, and her heart began to race. Is that you?" She wisely refrained from saying Zhao's name. Seeing his disguise, Red Queen guessed that Zhao didn't want to reveal his identity. Zhao nodded and said, "Where's the leader of the Shadow Lords? I couldn't find him. He left in a hurry after seriously wounding me. I overheard a bit of their conversation. It seems they didn't just target us today." "Huh? There are other battlefields?" This news confirmed Zhao's earlier suspicions. The Shadow faction was indeed playing a game of deception and diversion. It must be Red Queen's expression darkened, and she was on the verge of tears. We've also received distress calls from some allied factions, but we're barely able to look after ourselves. We simply don't have the capacity to help them. Do you know the exact locations? Huh? Red Queen looked up at Zhao in surprise. You're willing to help? Zhao nodded. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all. And more importantly, it'll weaken the Shadow faction. I'll send you the locations right away. Red Queen was overjoyed and hurriedly fumbled for her phone. A ding sounded, and Zhao received the locations from Red Queen. Alright, can you handle the cleanup here? After receiving Red Queen's affirmative reply, he immediately took to the air again, rushing to the next location. Chapter 52, Intelligence is truly vital. Red Queen provided a total of 7 locations, but by the time Zhao arrived, the fighting had already ended at most of them. He barely made it in time at only 2 of them. It wasn't that he was slow, it was simply too late. The awakened shadow factions at these 2 locations were even weaker than the Liberator faction. It was a miracle they managed to hold out until Zhao arrived. It was also possible that because they were so weak, that Shadow faction hadn't committed significant forces to the attack. But for these small Shadow factions, it had already been a catastrophic disaster. After receiving Zhao's rescue and especially after witnessing his overwhelming power, they all appeared terrified and bewildered. Zhao guided them to join forces with the Liberator faction. Having suffered heavy losses and nearly lost their ability to survive, these small shadow factions naturally obeyed his every command without question. However, he found no trace of the Dark Lord at any of the 7 locations. By the time Zhao returned to his residence after wrapping up these matters, night had fallen once more. He collapsed onto his bed, tossed and turned for a while, then suddenly sat up. He dug out his delivery rider's uniform, changed into it, went downstairs, pushed out his long and used electric scooter, and began making food deliveries. Over an hour later, having completed several deliveries, he pulled over to the side of the road. Thankfully, he hadn't grown tired of this ordinary life. He still enjoyed the hustle and bustle. He then returned to his place and took out the delivery box. But aside from clothes and some snacks, there was nothing else inside the box. He really couldn't find any clues. The clothes were ordinary. Aside from looking somewhat familiar, there was nothing special about them. The snacks were to his taste, but since they were of unknown origin, he didn't dare eat them. Unable to come up with anything for the moment, Zhao couldn't be bothered to think about it further. He didn't have the heart to throw the items away either. After all, even if he dared not eat the food, he could still wear the clothes. After putting the box away, Zhao lay on his bed and began to analyze the current situation. The Shadow faction appeared to be lying low, but in reality, it was secretly consolidating its power and quietly eliminating forces that posed a threat to him. He couldn't let the enemy have its way. That was Zhao's current plan, but he was clearly not part of the Shadow faction's inner circle of trust, so he had no way of obtaining intelligence on their activities. In fact, if Red Queen hadn't reached out to him for help today, he wouldn't have known the Shadow faction's true intentions at all. Intelligence remains his greatest weakness at the moment. He currently lacks the support of the Control Bureau, and the Liberator faction has suffered a severe blow. It is unclear when they will be able to recover their full strength. It will likely be a long time before they can be of any use. It looks like he'll have to feel his way in the dark for a while. With that in mind, he pulled out his phone again and contacted Red Queen. Hello Zhao. Red Queen's voice still sounded weak. It seemed she had indeed been seriously injured. How are you holding up? Are you okay? Cough cough. Red Queen's voice was weak and strained. Things aren't looking good. I'm seriously injured and have almost no combat capability left. Our forces have suffered heavy casualties. Fewer than 10% of our people survived. Less than 1 in 10? Zhao hadn't expected the Liberator faction to be in such dire straits. As for the other battlefields, I arrived too late. I only managed to rescue some people from 2 locations. I told them to rendezvous with you. Have they arrived yet? They've all joined us now. Thankfully, with their reinforcements, we can still barely hold on. Even more fortunately, our intelligence operatives on the periphery suffered no losses. The intelligence operatives are still there? This unexpected news sent a jolt through Zhao's heart, which was already weighed down by gloom. Yes. They've been lying low. Very well. They haven't been exposed yet. Then how did you suffer such heavy losses? Didn't you receive any advance warning? Our people managed to get the intelligence out, but an accident occurred during transmission, so we didn't receive the intelligence before the Shadow faction attacked. Red Queen's words were laced with deep self-reproach and regret. If they had received that intelligence in time, perhaps so many of them wouldn't have died. There's no time for grief now, Zhao said in a low voice. I need intelligence on the Shadow faction. Otherwise, we'll just be at their mercy from now on, and incidents like today's could happen again. His greatest concern now was that the Shadow faction had also grown suspicious of him. The leader, Torch Dragon, had assigned him a mission merely as a public pretext to stall. In reality, he was secretly plotting to strike against the Lin family. I understand. Red Queen forced herself to stay composed. I'll re-establish contact with our mole in the Shadow faction as soon as possible. Be careful. Prepare for the possibility that your own people have become traitors. I understand. Red Queen nodded silently. She certainly hadn't ruled out that possibility either. After hanging up, Zhao thought for a moment and decided to contact Chen to see if he could get any hints. After a few rings, the call was answered. Young man? Chen's voice on the phone actually sounded quite cheerful. Did he not know about the significant losses suffered by the Shadow faction? Or was it that he simply didn't know yet, or was he, like Zhao, unworthy of knowing? After all, counting the Liberator faction, the Shadow faction had lost a total of 3 teams at Zhao's hands, a truly devastating loss. Old Chen, what are you up to? Ha ha, Chen laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. I'm in the capital on a medical call, busy as can be. Old Chen, you're living the good life. So you're off making some extra cash. Poor me, stuck here on a mission all by myself, Zhao said enviously. Ah, that's not quite right. We each have our own duties. We're both serving the Shadow faction. Didn't you say you were going to follow up on my mission? Why did you end up in Shangjing instead? Chen lowered his voice. We've got a few big clients up in the capital, can't afford to neglect them. It's no walk in the park, you know. Zhao didn't buy a word of it. If it were really that tough, would he be laughing out loud? By the way, young man, about your mission. Oh, I was just about to report to you, old Chen. Zhao said in a serious tone. I plan to get started in the next couple of days. Good, that's excellent. Hearing Zhao's words, Chen finally relaxed a bit. After all, the boss had ordered him to follow up on this matter, and if Zhao botched the job, it would reflect badly on him too. What's so good about it? Zhao asked with a hint of complaint. You, old Chen, just had to go off to the capital. The leader isn't really going to make me handle this all by myself, is he? Without even a single person to lend a hand? How could that be? The old fox didn't suspect a thing, thinking Zhao was genuinely complaining about a lack of support. The Shadow faction has assigned Yun Kong to assist you. A little later, I'll have him meet up with you, young man. Yun Kong? Zhao recalled him, the unlucky kid from the last volunteer transport mission. No way? Just one person? The resentment in Zhao's manner remained undiminished. And he's pretty weak. Will he even be any help? Well, Chen seemed a bit hesitant. The Shadow faction is going through some difficulties right now. The leader has ordered us to keep a low profile as much as possible, so you'll have to be extremely careful during this operation, young man. Zhao was skeptical of Chen's words. He couldn't tell if Chen genuinely didn't know the Shadow faction's plans or was just stringing him along. Since he couldn't pry any more information out of Chen, Zhao quickly hung up the phone. He tossed the phone back into the sink and lay back down on the bed. Tomorrow, the Lin family would announce the death of great-grandmother Lin. He had no idea how Torch Dragon would react once he heard the news. If Torch Dragon flew into a rage and sought to exact massive revenge on the Lin family, then Zhao would have no choice but to step in and wipe him off the face of the earth. Immediately, he thought of Torch Dragon's bizarre, over-the-top domain. In terms of raw combat power, he certainly outclassed his opponent, but he was worried that the other might be a mechanics-abusing type who relied on system exploits. He now routinely maintained a perception range of several hundred meters, yet last time, when Torch Dragon had arrived silently, Zhao hadn't sensed him in advance, nor had he detected any signs of that bizarre domain descending. But strangely enough, given his current combat power of 20,000, shouldn't his perception range easily cover the entire country, if not the entire globe? Yet even at full effort, he could only extend his perception to about 10 kilometers, and he'd soon be unable to sustain it for long due to excruciating headaches. Zhao had wondered if his mental strength simply couldn't keep up with his combat power, but he had no idea how to improve in that area. Could it be that the heavens deemed his unique mechanic skill too overpowered, that they had to nerf others to make the game playable, so they forcibly balanced it out? Damn it!
So the heavens are just a bunch of lousy game designers too. As expected, mechanics-based characters are the most annoying. Take Babidi, for example. His combat power is pitifully low, yet he can manipulate space at will, toying with the main characters as he pleases. Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help but sigh at the simplicity of his own abilities. Sigh, what a truly unassuming kind of invincibility. Chapter 53, Faking the Real Thing. The night passed without incident, and the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Zhao saw the news that the Lin family had announced the death of Mrs. Lin. As the most prominent aristocratic family in South China, the news shot to the top of the trending list in the blink of an eye. Outside the Lin family estate, reporters from various media outlets had already crowded the area, all vying for the first scoop. Judging by the footage they decaptured, the Lin family was dressed in mourning attire, their faces etched with grief. Lin Hongyuan addressed the media, stating that he would honor his mother's final wishes by holding a swift and simple funeral, with the memorial service scheduled for the following day. Even Zhao, a seasoned actor, couldn't help but marvel had he not known in advance that the news was fake. He wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Soon after, Chen's call came through. Zhao fished his phone out of the water and, as soon as he answered, Chen's frantic voice came through. "Hey, buddy. Is she really dead?" Chen's voice even sounded panicked. Zhao was speechless for a moment. "If I were dead, would I be able to answer your call?" "No. No, I mean the old lady from the Lin family, is she really dead?" "I don't know either. It's early in the morning, I just saw the news and found out about it myself." "Oh my. Young man, you're..." To Chen, Zhao's nonchalant tone sounded downright reckless. "I know you're strong, but are you stronger than the chief? Now that she is dead and the mission has fallen through, how can you not be worried?" "Young man, if the old lady of the Lin family really is dead, then you won't be able to complete this mission. When that happens, the chief will hold you responsible." "No way? Is this even my fault?" Zhao looked utterly shocked. "Come on, you said yourself that life has its limits. She is dead, what can I do about it? Why don't you rush back and bring her back to life? That'd settle our old score, and you'd even become her savior." "Oh my god. What kind of time is this to be joking around?" It seemed Chen was truly panicking. "Well, things have come to this. What else can we do? I'm heading over to the Lin family right now to check things out." With that, Zhao slammed the phone down. Then he soared into the sky, heading straight for the Lin family estate. The scale of it all was so overwhelming that he felt a bit dazed. Wasn't this supposed to be a ruse? Just an act? He hurried to the airspace above the Lin family estate and scanned the area, only to find no trace of great-grandmother Lin's mana within the grounds. So, as planned, she'd just gone abroad to lie low? Zhao felt a chill run down his spine, especially when he saw the grief etched on Raina's face. It didn't look like an act at all. He quickly slipped into Raina's room and found her there. "Yusin, what about great-grandma?" Zhao asked as soon as his feet touched the ground. "Zhao." Rain recognized him and initially lit up with joy, but then her face contorted as if she were about to burst into tears. This made Zhao break out in a cold sweat. "What happened to great-grandma?" Zhao's Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. "Great-grandma, she is gone." "Gone?" Zhao felt a buzzing sensation in his head, his mind going blank. He quickly pressed her. "What do you mean by passed away?" Rain nodded slightly. "She left on a flight last night." Zhao rolled his eyes inwardly. Goodness gracious, using such vague language could scare someone to death. He patted his chest to steady his racing heart. Not wanting to scold Rain, he offered a comforting remark instead. It's okay. You'll be going to be with great-grandma in a couple of days, right? But if I go to be with great-grandma, it'll be for a long time." "A long time what?" Zhao noticed Rain suddenly looking flustered and didn't catch the rest of her sentence. "Nothing." Rain composed herself. "Why did you come over so quickly?" "I came to check on things." Zhao looked visibly shaken. This is such a huge scene. Seeing how frightened Zhao looked, Rain couldn't help but laugh. Dad says the bigger the scene, the more credible it is. Zhao couldn't agree more. The credibility was indeed high enough to startle even him, who knew the inside story. Yusin, make the arrangements for me. I want to see Uncle Lin and Grandpa Lin. The funeral was tomorrow, and by then, the Shadow faction would surely send someone to verify the truth of Great-Grandma Lin's death. If the truth came out, then Zhao would be exposed as well. After all, they just asked Zhao to kidnap someone, and then the Lin family pulled off this fake death stunt. Any fool could connect the dots. If it came to that, Zhao would have no choice but to go all out. First, send every Shadow faction member he could find to the afterlife, and then spend the rest of his life hunting down the remnants of the Shadow faction while protecting the people he cared about from these madmen. This is the danger of not being able to wipe them out completely and root them out. Rain relayed the news to his father and grandfather, and the Lin family father and son quickly rushed over to meet with Zhao. Given the current circumstances, Zhao gritted his teeth and limited his sensory range to 10 kilometers, ensuring no suspicious awakened beings were present within that radius before speaking to the two. Uncle Lin, Grandfather Lin, my situation is critical right now, so I must be brief. Seeing the gravity on Zhao's face, the two nodded immediately. I cannot attend tomorrow's funeral in person. I must work with the Shadow faction members to investigate from the shadows. However, I suspect they will send others to verify the information, and it's highly likely their leader will come personally. I need to verify the fake body of Great-Grandmother Lin? Rest assured, young friend, Lin Hongyuan interjected. We've obtained the body of an elderly woman whose face and figure resemble my mother's by about 70 or 80%. We'll make further adjustments at the time to ensure it's indistinguishable from the real thing. That is fine, then. That should take care of things. Seeing that the Lin family had made proper arrangements, Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. As he suspected, unless they launched an attack during the ceremony to seize the body, the Shadow faction would only be able to verify the body's identity based on its appearance. As long as there were no visible flaws in the appearance and the body was genuine, there shouldn't be much of a problem. But given the Shadow faction's madness, Zhao had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If they were truly that deranged and tried to seize the remains right during the ceremony, he would have no choice but to take action himself. Immediately, Zhao shared his concerns with Lin Hongyuan and his son. It wasn't that he wanted them to take on this task, but rather that they should focus all their efforts on ensuring his and Raina's safety. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhao. He himself couldn't make an appearance tomorrow, but his other mysterious identity could. If he could make good use of this identity, he might be able to intimidate the Shadow faction. As long as he timed it right, he could make both identities appear simultaneously. He could even injure himself, thereby completely separating his two identities in the public eye, laying the groundwork for future actions. As he spoke, Zhao's mental energy was nearing its limit, and a headache began to set in. After bidding farewell to the Lin family, he restored his sensory range to its normal size and immediately left the Lin family estate. Coincidentally, he also sensed Yun Kong heading toward the Lin residence. He deliberately flew toward Yun Kong's direction, pretending to have run into him by chance. Zhao's cover was flawless. Only after Yun Kong appeared in his line of sight did he feign surprise at spotting him and fly toward him. Yun Kong, noticing Zhao approaching, met him head-on. What took you so long? Zhao launched right into a rebuke. Your work ethic is truly appalling. I've already finished investigating the Lin family estate. Yun Kong didn't know how to respond at first. He couldn't very well say that this was already his fastest possible speed. To prevent Zhao from continuing to nitpick, he quickly changed the subject. You're already done? What did you find? Sai Zhao's expression instantly turned anxious. It's true. She really is dead. We're in trouble now. Upon hearing this, Yun Kong's scalp prickled, but he quickly began to take a perverse pleasure in Zhao's misfortune. It was Zhao who was in trouble. What did it have to do with him? When you came, did the chief give you any other instructions? Zhao asked. Yun Kong shook his head. At his rank, why would the chief bother to give him personal instructions? Old Chen told me to come and help you verify whether the news of the Lin family matriarch's death is true or false.
Well, you didn't exactly help much. Zhao looked at him with a hint of disdain in his eyes.
There is no point in staying here now. I'm going back to report to the chief. You should come with me.
Yun Kong was startled by this, fearing Zhao intended to drag him along as a scapegoat. Going to see the chief at a time like this would surely mean he'd get caught in the crossfire, wouldn't it?
He quickly stammered, I can't leave. I've got other assignments to handle. What mission?
Zhao looked at him, adopting a condescending tone.
Since you did come to help, I'll finish the mission for you, and then you can come with me to see the leader.
This put Yun Kong in a bind. He didn't actually have any other missions at all. Just as he was torn between his options, Chen called Zhao to ask about the Lin family's situation.
Chapter 54, Waiting for a Rabbit by the Stump, Falling Short at the Last Moment.
The next day, the funeral proceeded as scheduled. As if the heavens shared in the grief, a torrential downpour fell on Linhai City that day. Although the arrangements were kept simple, given the Lin family's stature and influence, the number of people who braved the rain to pay their respects today actually exceeded the number who had attended the birthday banquet. A long line of cars even snaked outside the estate. Zhao and Yun Kong did not act together. On the surface, Zhao had a certain degree of friendship with the Lin family, and today he had come in a personal capacity to pay his respects to great-grandmother Lin. Yun Kong, meanwhile, remained on the periphery to provide backup, an arrangement he was more than happy with.
The Lin family received Zhao with appropriate courtesy.
As a former bodyguard employed by the Lin family, Zhao had served them faithfully. Although he had been poisoned while testing medicine for great-grandmother Lin, the Lin family had compensated him, and their relationship had ended there. On the surface, he had come today to pay his respects to his former employer. The Lin family, out of respect for his past service as great-grandmother Lin's bodyguard, received him privately. They then arranged for servants to attend to him and, having done so, turned their attention back to hosting the prominent figures from various circles who had gathered there. To outsiders, this was already considered giving Zhao ample face. Yet all of this was a joint performance staged by Zhao and the Lin family for the benefit of outsiders, especially the Shadow faction. On the surface, he tactfully chose a secluded spot. In reality, that position offered him an excellent vantage point to observe the entire scene. The entire Lin family estate was now within his perception, and for the time being, no other awakened mana traces had appeared in the vicinity. Just then, he suddenly heard a voice announcing a guest from outside.
Mr. Sun Liang, CEO of Xinguang Biotechnology, has arrived.
Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly scanned the area with his senses, only to discover that the visitor was merely an ordinary person, not an awakened. Xinguang Biotechnology was ostensibly a company based within the Lin family estate and was currently a highly sought-after high-tech enterprise. Their visit to pay their respects was a matter of proper etiquette, and since the CEO had come in person, Lin Hongyuan immediately led Lin Dongfu to greet him with great solemnity.
Although Sun Liang was not an awakened, Zhao still kept part of his attention on him.
The Shadow faction would never send just an ordinary person to probe the situation. After more than an hour, the guests had finally arrived in full, with no one else trickling in. As the current head of the family, Lin Dongfu delivered a speech on behalf of the Lin family. Everyone could see the grief he was struggling to conceal beneath his composed expression, and the atmosphere in the room grew incredibly solemn. Next came the viewing of the deceased, the most crucial part of the ceremony. Zhao immediately expanded his sensory range to its limit and, as expected, detected several powerful awakened mana signatures.
The closest one was less than 2 kilometers from the estate.
This particular mana signature gave Zhao a sense of coldness and darkness. This characteristic matched the description of the Dark Lord's mana signature given by the Red Queen perfectly. It seemed this was indeed the Dark Lord.
There was another mana signature, fluctuating erratically and flickering on and off, roughly 7 or 8 kilometers away.
As a minor figure, Zhao's turn was naturally scheduled for last, which actually gave him ample time. Using the excuse of needing to use the restroom, he left his seat and entered a bathroom that had been reserved for him in advance. Inside lay his disguise. He was currently maintaining his sensory limits, fully aware of every movement within the estate. For now, his task was to eliminate the too powerful awakened outside the estate while maintaining his mysterious identity. Today's thunderstorm was actually a great help to him. The sonic booms produced by his rapid flight were simply mistaken for the crack of thunder. About 2 kilometers from the Lin family estate, deep within a dense forest, the Dark Lord floated in midair with his arms crossed, surrounded by an eerie black substance. The falling rain vanished into thin air the moment it touched it. He had arrived here not long ago and was waiting for Torch Dragon's next instructions. Suddenly, he sensed a violent fluctuation in the surrounding mana currents. He opened his eyes to find a mysterious figure helmeted and clad in a green robe standing before him. "Are you the Dark Lord?" the stranger spoke first. The Dark Lord did not reply. The fact that the other had appeared directly before him without warning meant his speed had surpassed the Dark Lord's own perceptual reaction time. His seasoned combat experience allowed him to react instantly and correctly. He unleashed his full power as his domain descended. 100-meter radius was engulfed in pure darkness. Under his control, the eerie black substance surged toward the mysterious figure like a tidal wave. This mysterious figure was, of course, Zhao. Although he was eager to experience the Dark Lord's domain and abilities, unfortunately, the current situation left him no time to waste. Watching the surging, unknown black substance approach, Zhao raised his hand. Instantly, a massive mana blast several meters thick shot forth, instantly vaporizing the eerie substance. The Shadow faction member, sensing that overwhelming power, looked terrified, but before he could react, his body was swallowed by the mana blast and instantly obliterated. Although Zhao quickly dispersed the power, the aftereffects of the mana blast still blasted a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter into the mountainside. The pitch-black domain dissipated immediately. But Zhao's brow furrowed. He sensed a faint trace of mana energy darting away into the distance, yet he could not detect anyone's presence. He immediately gave chase, but could still only sense the mana energy. No figure was in sight. Just then, he suddenly sensed another powerful, flickering mana presence rapidly moving away. Zhao had no choice but to halt his pursuit and instead rush to intercept that mana trace. As he burst forward, a vacuum trail was left in his wake, taking a long time to return to normal. 1 second later, he had intercepted the mana trace. At that moment, Zhao's eyes lit up. The owner of this mana trace was none other than the leader of the Shadow faction, Torch Dragon. He had suspected Torch Dragon might appear in person, but he hadn't expected it to actually happen. What a windfall! Torch Dragon wasted no words either, immediately unleashing his full power as the Blood Sea domain descended. The sea of blood within the domain transformed into countless blades, each surge slicing through the air to create a sharp blade of mana. In an instant, hundreds of mana blades flew toward Zhao from all directions. The blades sliced past Zhao's body, yet they only created ripples in his wake. It turned out that only his afterimages had been struck, while his true form instantly appeared before Torch Dragon and struck out with a punch. This counterattack happened in the blink of an eye, but unexpectedly, the Torch Dragon had already transformed into a wave of blood, dodging the blow. Zhao hadn't expected his opponent to evade it and was about to give chase, but just then, he sensed a burst of awakened mana emanating from the Lin family estate. This halted his movement, and the Torch Dragon took the opportunity to create distance. His heart was with the safety of the Lin family inside the estate, but missing this chance to kill Torch Dragon meant it would be difficult to get another opportunity. But Rain was still in the estate. Zhao made a swift decision. He hurled a mana blast at Torch Dragon, then teleported away, vanishing from the spot. Seeing that his opponent had left him a parting gift even as he fled, the Torch Dragon cursed bitterly in his heart. At the same time, he didn't dare hesitate for a moment, channeling all his strength to stir up the surging sea of blood within his domain. Wave after wave of blood engulfed and washed over the rapidly approaching mana blast. Finally, the mana blast exploded amidst the surging waves of blood, and its power instantly shattered the Torch Dragon's domain. Torch Dragon let out a muffled groan, coughing up blood repeatedly, his entire body now covered in horrifying cracks. Yet he dared not linger for a moment. Bracing his gravely wounded body, he began to flee frantically. Meanwhile, after rushing back to the Lin family estate, Zhao quickly shed his disguise and sprinted toward the hall where the funeral service was taking place. By then, the hall had descended into chaos. Several men were pinned to the ground, but they continued to struggle, letting out terrifying screams. Zhao knew, however, that these frenzied men were not the source of the disturbance. Their skill mana signatures were faint, suggesting they had been manipulated by someone else's abilities and deliberately used to incite the chaos. He paid no attention to them, instead focusing his attention on the body of Grandma Lin. Suddenly, he noticed a tall man in a dark blue suit striding rapidly toward the body, yet the people around him seemed to ignore him completely, showing no reaction whatsoever. Zhao sensed a mana aura emanating from this tall man that was identical to that of the frenzied men. It seemed he was the one controlling them, stirring up the chaos to take advantage of the confusion. Chapter 55, Oops, Busted. Zhao certainly wouldn't let him get away with it, but he couldn't just step forward and stop him right then. After all, in full view of everyone, if the Shadow faction found out he was preventing their members from confirming the truth behind Grandma Lin's death, he'd be in trouble. He immediately fished a few pebbles from his pocket, channeled his energy, and flicked them toward the tall man. The whistling sound of the pebbles cutting through the air was drowned out by the surrounding chaos, but the man sensed the threat at the last moment and narrowly dodged the attack. Zhao inwardly regretted missing his mark, but at least he had effectively stopped the man from getting any closer to Grandma Lin's body. Unable to pinpoint the source of the attack, the man halted his advance and began scanning the area. By then, however, Zhao had already blended into the crowd and remained undetected. Just then, the Lin family's security reinforcements arrived and escorted the frenzied crowd out of the hall. As for the hosts who had brought those people, they were all drenched in sweat, bowing repeatedly to Lin Dongfu and explaining their lack of knowledge and innocence. They had originally come to curry favor with the Lin family, but instead, this incident had occurred. If the Lin family held them accountable, crushing them would be no different from crushing ants. Fortunately, Lin Dongfu was magnanimous. Even though his face had turned ashen, he showed understanding toward them, merely advising them to be extremely cautious when hiring people in the future. They, of course, agreed repeatedly. Just as the chaotic scene was about to return to calm, the tall man attempted one last-ditch effort to approach the remains of Grand Matriarch Lin. But just then, Zhao had already positioned himself beside him. Pretending to stumble, he bumped into the man, sending him flying backward. "Oh my! I'm so sorry, did I hurt you?" Zhao rushed over to help him up. The man had been seething with anger, but the moment he looked up and saw Zhao's face, his fury vanished instantly, and he froze in place. Zhao assumed the man was simply stunned by the collision and apologized profusely. "I'm so sorry, I was walking too fast and didn't see you." "Are you all right?" The man's expression quickly returned to normal, and he replied to Zhao, "I'm fine. Just be more careful next time." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Order was quickly restored at the scene, and everyone tacitly pretended the incident had never happened. No further incidents occurred during the rest of the proceedings. This allowed Zhao to breathe a sigh of relief, though he still couldn't shake the frustration of failing to kill the torch dragon. He didn't know when he'd get another chance like that. Fortunately, he had taken care of the Dark Lord, so it wasn't a total loss. Later, while paying his respects, Zhao took a close look at the corpse. Judging by its appearance alone, even he couldn't tell it was a decoy. Shortly after, the funeral came to an end. Next came the cremation and burial. Zhao left the estate and ran into Yun Kong. He informed him that Lin's great-grandmother had been confirmed dead, then returned to his residence. He immediately contacted Red Queen. "Red Queen, do you have any way to track the leader of the Shadow faction right now?" While hearing Zhao's request, Red Queen could only offer a wry smile. "Even when we were at full strength, we couldn't track down a single trace of this elusive leader, let alone now." Sigh, alright, Zhao had only been asking on a whim, so Red Queen's response was exactly what he'd expected. Just as he was about to hang up, Red Queen's voice came through again. "Zhao, can I make a request?" Her voice was faint and trembling with anxiety. "What request?" Zhao guessed she was probably asking him to avenge their fallen comrades. Well, she didn't need to ask for that, he was already intent on wiping out the Shadow faction. Could you be our leader?" "What? Say that again?" "I mean..." "Zhao,
would you be willing to be our leader? We're in a terrible situation right now, and in my current state, I simply can't protect our people. I have no choice but to ask. Don't even think about it. Zhao flatly refused. If you're in danger, I can lend a hand, but no, we agreed to cooperate. Why are you trying to leech off me now? That's not right. Seeing that Zhao was adamantly unwilling, Red Queen, though puzzled, had no choice but to back down. She simply couldn't understand why Zhao, with such immense power, lacked the ambition to match it. Could it be that Zhao was truly, as he claimed, content to live an ordinary, comfortable life? Meanwhile, in a secret hideout of the Shadow faction, the severely wounded Torch Dragon had just emerged from his hibernation pod. His mana fluctuations had stabilized considerably, and the cracks covering his entire body had faded significantly. After taking a mana blast from Zhao, Torch Dragon had immediately entered the hibernation pod upon his return, barely managing to save his life. But the Dark Lord, who had encountered Zhao earlier, hadn't been so lucky. His physical body had been completely obliterated by Zhao. Had it not been for a special skill that allowed him to retain a sliver of his soul, he would likely have vanished from this world entirely. Torch Dragon struggled to make his way to the chair and sat down, activating the communication screen before him. Appearing on the screen was a Caucasian man dressed in a light blue tuxedo, with shoulder-length golden hair styled in waves, and an exceptionally handsome face. But at this moment, the man's eyes betrayed a heavy aura of malevolent mana, and the look he cast at Torch Dragon was filled with undisguised contempt. How did you end up in such a state? The white man spoke fluent Mandarin. Didn't you claim to be the strongest in your country? Esteemed Mr. Torch Dragon. Though he used the term esteemed, his tone was laced with utter disdain and mockery. Young Master Driss. Torch Dragon nodded slightly, careful not to let the other man detect the rage he could barely conceal in his eyes. How is the plan progressing? Driss leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, his head tilted slightly upward as he looked down on Torch Dragon, his tone condescending. Our production facility has recently come under attack by an unknown force, suffering heavy losses. The mass production plan has been forced to halt. Useless piece of trash. Driss flew into a rage, slamming the wine glass in his hand onto the floor, cutting Torch Dragon off mid-sentence. Didn't you swear on your chest to this young master that you'd never let me down? Ha! Unidentified forces? You don't even know who attacked you? Are you all a bunch of brainless bastards? The usually arrogant and unbeatable leader of the Shadow faction now hung his head like a child, taking the scolding without daring to utter a word of rebuttal. You worthless piece of trash, how dare you sit there? Get up for me. Torch Dragon lowered his head, clenching his teeth tightly. Bracing himself with both hands on the table, he slowly stood up. Don't forget your lowly status, you Huahan pig. If you hadn't been the one kneeling and begging this young master back then, how would I have granted you the license for skill manufacturing technology? But what about you, you worthless Huahan pig? All these years have passed, and you've made absolutely no progress. The success rate for creating awakened beings is still a measly 5%? I even bribed your higher-ups so you could focus on improving the plan, and now all you can tell me is failure, failure, and more failure. Torch Dragon remained bowed, silent, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. You can't even handle a single old woman from the Lin family. You let her escape overseas. There must be a limit to how low and incompetent you can be. Driss continued to rage. Ha! Torch Dragon snapped his head up, eyes wide. Young Master Driss, what did you just say? What? Do you dare voice any dissatisfaction? Are you questioning this young master? No, no, no. I certainly didn't mean that. I just heard you say that the old woman from the Lin family fled abroad? Torch Dragon asked urgently. Ha! You actually have the nerve to ask that? So you're telling me you still haven't noticed that the old woman from the Lin family escaped? Driss's words left Torch Dragon dumbfounded, but then it suddenly clicked. Was the news of the old lady's death really a lie? Had she actually fled abroad? He quickly pieced things together. He had just ordered the old lady to be brought back to the Shadow faction, and within a couple of days,
news of her death had spread throughout the Lin family. And now, she wasn't dead at all, she had fled abroad.
Didn't that mean someone had betrayed the Shadow faction, tipped off the Lin family, and helped old Lady Lin escape?
And the one who had betrayed the Shadow faction was none other than Zhao, the very man he had personally met and assigned the mission to.
Chapter 56, Return to Ordinary Life, Undercurrents Swirl.
Thinking of this, Torch Dragon couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. Seeing this, Driss mistook Torch Dragon's expression for contempt and flew into a rage once more. It wasn't until Torch Dragon hurriedly explained himself that Driss finally calmed down. "Young Master Driss, that is why I conclude that this Zhao is the traitor who enabled Lin Xingxue to successfully flee abroad," Torch Dragon said in a grave tone. But Torch Dragon still hadn't connected Zhao with that mysterious, immensely powerful figure. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he immediately dismissed it. In his view, if Zhao possessed that kind of power, why would he bother with all these fancy tricks?
Wouldn't it be easier to just steamroll right over them?
Very well, Driss gritted his teeth. I hope you won't let this traitorous gentleman die too easily.
Of course not, young Master Driss,
Torch Dragon said with a sinister grin.
Anyone who betrays the Shadow faction will be made to suffer every torment imaginable, left to beg for death but denied it.
May I ask, young Master Driss, what is the situation with Lin Xingxue right now?
That old hag, I'll take care of her personally.
It's her honor, Driss said with an air of absolute confidence.
They think hiding in Europe means they're safe. Let them believe that for now. When the time comes, their expressions will be priceless.
Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Zhao was completely unaware that his cover had been blown. He had just finished calming Red Queen down when he received a message from Rain, saying she would be taking a private jet to Europe tonight to be with her great-grandmother. Zhao could naturally sense her reluctance, and he felt the same way.
But by going to Europe, Rain could at least distance herself from the current turmoil and ensure her personal safety.
It just meant they wouldn't be able to see each other for a long time, and Zhao wanted to say a proper goodbye to her. So he slipped out of the room again and flew to the Lin family estate. The Lin family estate was still decked out for a funeral. They were playing the part to the fullest, and it seemed this charade would have to continue for a while longer.
After greeting the Lin family elders, Zhao went upstairs to find Rain.
The Lin elders were understanding and gave the two young people some time alone. "Zhao, you're here." Rain opened the door to greet him, her eyes still red. She'd clearly been crying just a moment ago.
"I'm here."
Zhao held up the two large bags in his hands and smiled.
"Guess what I bought for you?"
Rain immediately wrinkled her little nose, then exclaimed excitedly, "Wow!
It's pastries from Sihai Jianghu.
You've got a real nose for that."
Zhao carried the bags into the room and set them down.
"I knew you'd be craving these while you're in Europe. I asked Adley to vacuum seal them for you. They'll keep for ages.
Here, these 2 boxes are for you to eat right now."
Zhao, you're so sweet." Rain's eyes sparkled. As she spoke, Rain's nose grew sore, and she nearly burst into tears again.
Don't cry, don't cry.
Crying doesn't fit your image as a strong, independent woman," Zhao said with a smile.
"Besides, it's just going abroad, it's not that far.
I'll fly over to visit you whenever I have time."
Wow! Rain was taken aback. "Zhao, can you really fly that far?"
"Of course.
What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh?"
Zhao looked smug.
"Oof. I'll give you that, you're a little impressive."
Rain smiled, but suddenly her expression turned serious, and her tone grew solemn. "Zhao, you're here all by yourself. You have to be careful.
Don't try to be a hero. Don't worry. I'm not just a little impressive, I can fly, too. If there's any danger, I'll just fly away."
The two chatted back and forth, but in the end, they still didn't bring up the elephant in the room.
Yet they both understood each other's feelings.
During this meeting, they talked late into the night, as if they had endless things to say. But time waits for no one, and eventually, the moment of parting arrived. Zhao accompanied her to the airport, watching as Rain boarded the plane, glancing back every few steps, until it took off and vanished into the horizon. In the days that followed, the Shadow faction seemed to have gone completely dormant, showing no further signs of activity. During that time, only Chen had called to relay the leader's reprimand for his failure to complete the mission, but aside from a pay cut, there were no further disciplinary measures. As for the Control Bureau, there was still no word. Zero, White Tiger, Cohen, and Old Zhang seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, never contacting him again. Zhao was also afraid of causing them any trouble, so he didn't reach out to them. On the other hand, the Liberator faction had gradually replenished their mana reserves during this time. Although Zhao had explicitly refused to become their leader, he frequently visited them under a false identity, catching up on a great deal of knowledge regarding the awakened. Zhao had also returned to his old days of delivering food, though things were different now. Delivering food had become more of a way for him to fill his time. Zero had not forgotten the promise he made back then. Zhao was now earning a regional manager's salary, plus an undercover stipend from the Shadow faction. He had paid off most of his old debts, and life was looking up. Every now and then, he'd get together with Zhangwen, Xiaoya, and her boyfriend for a small gathering. Xiaoya's condition had improved significantly with treatment, and the prospect of a full recovery was within reach. This return to ordinary life left Zhao feeling somewhat dazed. If it weren't for the fact that his abilities were still intact, he would have thought that the events of the past were nothing more than a dream. That evening, Zhao had just finished his rush-hour deliveries. As soon as he returned to his apartment, he noticed another delivery box sitting at the door. This was already the third one he'd received recently. Though speechless, Zhao had no choice but to carry the box inside. When he opened it, he was completely taken aback. This time, the box contained the complete gaming console and accessories bundle he'd always dreamed of. There was even a huge stack of game discs. This was by far the most valuable and precious of the 3 boxes he'd received. The second box he'd received not long ago had been filled with nothing but toys. Zhao happily set up the console and was just deciding which game to play first when he spotted an unsealed envelope inside the box. He picked up the envelope and pulled out 2 pieces of paper. As soon as Zhao looked at the first piece of paper, his eyes widened in shock. It was a blank check for a whopping 500,000 yuan. He was still trembling as he held the check when he saw the second piece of paper and froze in his tracks. The paper contained just one sentence: "Leave the Shadow faction. Turn over a new leaf." Zhao stared at those 8 words, his brow furrowed. This time, he was almost certain it wasn't a mistake. Could it really be such a coincidence that both the original owner and he were members of the Shadow faction? But who on earth would send him a message like this? He immediately wanted to flip the paper over to see if he could find any clues, but the moment he saw the back of the paper, he was struck as if by lightning and froze completely. The paper turned out to be a photograph. The words were written on the back, while the front showed the image itself. And in that photograph stood a little boy, clutching an envelope tightly in his hand, standing in front of a White House, his eyes staring blankly into the distance. The little boy in the photo was none other than Zhao. And the date the photo was taken was the very day his older brother had brought him to the orphanage, the day he was taken in by the orphanage. Chapter 57, A 2 Birds with One Stone Plan. Zhao stared at the photo in his hands over and over. The image was indeed genuine. It had definitely been taken at that time. But the photo itself was new. It had been developed only recently. Moreover, he had only started receiving the packages not long ago, which meant the sender must have learned his identity only recently. But he couldn't be sure if the sender was Big Brother himself, or someone acting on his behalf. If it was Big Brother, why didn't he come find him directly to reunite? Zhao looked again at the 8 characters on the back of the photo. The prodigal son returns. Leave the Shadow faction. The sender knows about the Shadow faction, knows his past, and knows he joined the Shadow faction. This indicates that this person has at least some understanding of the awakened world. Ordinary people wouldn't know about the Shadow faction, because the Shadow faction doesn't allow it. They would eliminate any ordinary person who learns about the Shadow faction as much as possible. Even ordinary awakened don't know about this Shadow faction. And the fact that the other party said leaving the Shadow faction is a reformed prodigal son doesn't that also suggests they don't approve of the Shadow faction's methods, and are trying to persuade him to leave the Shadow faction as soon as possible? This isn't a threat, but a warning.
Who else but his older brother would care enough to warn him? Unable to come up with any further leads, Zhao dialed Red Queen. "Hello, Zhao? Help me track down someone." "Who is it?" Zhao's tone was grave, so Red Queen naturally took it very seriously. Zhao let out a soft sigh. "I've been receiving a few mysterious packages lately. I need you to find out who is sending them to me." "Alright, I'll get you the results as soon as possible." A few more days passed. Red Queen was highly efficient and quickly uncovered some clues. However, because the sender was extremely cautious, Red Queen couldn't determine their exact identity. Still, she did manage to discover that all the packages had been sent from the same shipping point in Zhejiang, hundreds of kilometers away. Zhao immediately decided to stake out the location. But after waiting there for nearly half a month, he had no results. Just as Zhao was about to give up on this approach and shift his investigation to other avenues, he suddenly had a breakthrough. One afternoon, a familiar awakened mana signature suddenly entered his sensory range. Zhao hurried to the windowsill and spotted a tall man whose appearance closely matched the person he'd seen on surveillance footage. The man was carrying a cardboard box as he walked into the shipping center. He quickly made his way outside the shipping center and watched the man from the shadows. Once the man had left, Zhao immediately rushed inside and located the box. The recipient's name on the box was, to his shock, his own. But his feelings at that moment were not simply joy, they were a complex mix of emotions. For he remembered that the awakened mana aura emanating from the person who had sent him this package was identical to that of the individual who had caused a commotion in the hall during the Lin family's funeral, attempting to approach the remains of great-grandmother Lin. The other party was, in fact, also a member of the Shadow faction. Zhao suddenly recalled some details from that morning that he had overlooked at the time. He remembered that after he had knocked the person down, when he went to help them up, there had been a fleeting glimpse of shock and panic in their eyes as they looked at him. But at the time, his attention had been entirely focused on protecting great-grandmother Lin's remains, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Was that man the big brother? Had he recognized Zhao, which was why he looked so shocked? But if he didn't identify with the Shadow faction, why had he joined them? With his mind full of questions, Zhao gave chase after the man who had already left. Flying high above, he followed the man who he suspected was the big brother all the way to the Shadow faction headquarters. Watching the man enter the building, Zhao sighed inwardly. Instead of rushing to meet him, he returned to his quarters. Inside a secret outpost of the Shadow faction, the leader, Torch Dragon, sat high above, listening to his subordinates' reports. His injuries had fully healed, and the subservience and flattery he displayed earlier in the presence of young Master Driss had vanished from his face. He had now regained the domineering aura of a superior. Leader, Shen Mo went to the same place again today and used a courier service to send a message to Zhao. Based on the information we've uncovered regarding the message he sent to Zhao, we can now confirm that he is the companion who once wandered with Zhao. Humph, good, very good. Torch Dragon let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with intense murderous intent. If the Shadow faction hadn't rescued him from a pile of corpses back then, he wouldn't have lived to see this day. The Shadow faction has been generous to him, bestowing favors as deep as a mountain, and this is how he repays them. That day, he had sent Shen Mo to the Lin family's funeral to confirm whether old Madame Lin was truly dead, and Shen Mo's report upon returning from the Lin residence confirmed that old Madame Lin had indeed passed away. Yet afterward, he learned from Driss that old Madame Lin was not dead at all, but had secretly fled to Europe. From that moment on, Torch Dragon began to doubt Shen Mo's loyalty. At first, however, he still believed it was likely that Shen Mo had been deceived by Zhao's schemes, leading him to make a mistaken judgment. So he secretly sent people to investigate, only to unexpectedly discover that Shen Mo and Zhao were indeed connected. Upon further inquiry, he finally uncovered that Shen Mo was very likely a companion who had wandered with Zhao for several years. What he hadn't anticipated was that this bond of companionship would surpass the debt of gratitude he owed the Shadow faction, overshadowing his loyalty to the organization. It led him to betray the Shadow faction. And a traitor was something he could never tolerate. Compared to Zhao, he hated Shen Mo even more, a man who had been nurtured by the Shadow faction for over a decade, only to betray them. Ensure the package Shin Mo sent is delivered to Zhao tomorrow. Then swap out the message he left for Zhao, replacing it with a new one instructing Zhao to meet him the day after tomorrow at the abandoned machinery factory in the southern district. Next, issue an order to Shin Mo, telling him to be on standby at that location on the same day, claiming there is an important mission for him. Then set up an ambush. When the time comes, send these two close friends to their graves together. His subordinate saluted and withdrew, and a cruel, savage grin immediately spread across Torch Dragon's face. Chapter 58, A Reunion That Turned into a Farewell. Over the next few days, Zhao was in a state of turmoil. He had considered going to find the man directly to confirm whether he was indeed the big brother from back in the day. Yet he feared that showing up unannounced might attract unnecessary attention and ultimately cause trouble for the other man. After all, on the surface, Zhao had absolutely no connection to him. If he suddenly went to see him, it might well arouse the suspicion of the Shadow faction. But more importantly, he feared his hopes would be dashed that the man wasn't his old boss at all, but merely acting on his behalf, and that his old boss might already be. Just as he was wavering, the package he'd sent finally arrived. Zhao hurriedly opened it, not bothering to check what was inside. He was only looking for any hidden messages. Soon, he found an envelope. He opened it and saw that it was an invitation to meet the next day. Zhao was instantly filled with a mix of anxiety, anticipation, and hesitation. Was the other party suddenly asking to meet because he had been so slow to leave the Shadow faction? But regardless, this invitation solidified Zhao's resolve to confirm whether the other person was indeed the big brother from back then. Before long, the night passed, and as soon as the appointed time arrived, Zhao rushed frantically to the agreed-upon location. Under the slanting rays of the setting sun, Zhao flew to the agreed-upon location, but the moment he arrived, he sensed something was amiss. Inside the factory building below, aside from the aura of the man who appeared to be his former leader, there were actually 20 other awakened auras scattered around the perimeter of the facility. This discovery instantly put Zhao on high alert. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed like a trap designed to lure him here. For a moment, Zhao's heart sank. Could this be their true objective all along? First, they used information about his past to lull him into a false sense of security, lowering his guard and fostering a basic level of trust. Then they set the trap and baited him into it. But what was their motive? If he was the big brother, why would he set a trap for him after recognizing him and urging him to turn over a new leaf and leave the Shadow faction? Surely it couldn't be because, just like when they were kids, he thought Zhao was being disobedient and wanted to beat him up? If he wasn't the big brother, but was simply exploiting his knowledge of Zhao's past and had intended to harm him from the very beginning, then what was the point? Finally, Zhao put an end to these wild speculations, exhaled a deep breath of mana, and decided to meet the man face to face. That way, all his questions would be answered. So, as he watched the man enter the factory building, he landed on the ground and walked inside as well. However, when he entered the factory behind the man and the man noticed him, his reaction completely caught Zhao off guard. Zhao. Why are you here? The man actually seemed genuinely surprised by Zhao's presence. Huh? Zhao looked just as baffled. Didn't you ask me to meet you here? Me? When did I ask? The man's words trailed off mid-sentence. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he shouted at Zhao, "Trouble! Get out of here!" Just then, with a thunderous crash as something heavy slammed into it, the factory gate slammed shut, and the lights inside the building flared to full brightness. Thinking of leaving now? Too late. Torch Dragon materialized, floating slowly down from mid-air to land before the two of them. At the same time, 20 awakened lying in wait around the perimeter of the factory burst inside, surrounding the two of them. Shin Mo, look at him. This is the man you were willing to betray the Shadow faction to protect, yet he doesn't even recognize who you are. Is it really worth it? As he spoke, Torch Dragon snapped his fingers, and a steel cage descended from the sky, trapping Shin Mo and Zhao inside. Instantly, powerful high-voltage currents surged from within the cage, attacking the two. But in the blink of an eye, Zhao darted to Shin Mo's side. His mana erupted, dispersing and blocking all the currents before they could touch Shin Mo. Even so, Shin Mo still coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhao's heart sank. He couldn't understand why Shen Mo had been so severely wounded, and he hurriedly helped him to his feet. Tiska the Torch Dragon sighed, unsurprised by Zhao's performance. Zhao, you are indeed strong and have great potential. Given time, you might grow to be second only to me, rivaling the might of the twin venerables. I value talent and genuinely wish to recruit you. I even intended to make you the third venerable of the Shadow faction, provided you remained loyal to me and served my purposes. It's just a pity that you're going to die here today. Zhao paid him no mind, however. Instead, he cradled Shen Mo in his arms and asked, "Are you my older brother?" Severely wounded, Shen Mo was already extremely weak. To ensure control over him, a mechanism had been implanted within his body that could be activated at any moment. Once triggered, it would swiftly destroy his life force and take his life. He was never a combat-oriented awakened to begin with. His physical constitution was not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Now he was on the verge of death, hanging by a thread. Yet he still looked at Zhao, meeting his eyes as he answered the question. "Yes, it's me," Shen Mo offered a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, Xiaopeng. I left you back then. This time, Big Brother wanted you to leave the Shadow faction and live an ordinary, peaceful life, but I never expected. I never expected to end up hurting you. It's not your fault, Big Brother." Zhao's nose suddenly stung, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. "After all these years, you still recognized me right away, but I didn't recognize you. Just a moment ago, I even thought you'd set a trap for me. Then why didn't you leave? Why did you follow me in?" At that moment, the look in Shen Mo's eyes as he gazed at Zhao was still filled with nothing but guilt, sorrow, and deep regret. He felt guilty for failing to protect Zhao, sorrowful that Zhao was about to die because of him, and regretful that they had only just reunited, yet now they were about to meet their end together. Zhao shook his head vigorously, wiping the tears streaming down his cheeks. "No, Big Brother. Thank goodness I didn't leave. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life." If he had turned and walked away just now, Shen Mo might have died here alone, and he would have never had the chance to reunite with Shen Mo again. Thank you, little brother, thank you for not blaming me. I want to be your big brother again in the next life, your real big brother. Feeling Shen Mo's mana in his arms grow weaker and weaker until it vanished completely, an endless wave of grief surged from the depths of Zhao's heart. Images of those years wandering with Shen Mo flashed through his mind. They'd stolen food together, run away together every time Zhao couldn't run anymore. It was Big Brother who'd distract their pursuers, only to return covered in wounds. Later on, Big Brother stopped taking him along on their missions and forbade Zhao from stealing anything at all. He said it was wrong, that Zhao was still young and had time to turn over a new leaf. From then on, among the things Big Brother stole, there were many more books. He forced Zhao to read and learn characters every day. If Zhao slacked off and refused to read, Big Brother would fly into a rage and beat him mercilessly with particular ferocity. Later still, the older brother sent him to an orphanage and left him behind. But he never hated, never resented, and never forgot his older brother. He often fantasized about the day they would reunite. He just never imagined that their reunion and their final farewell would happen on the very same day. Zhao clutched what was in his arms tightly. Grief flooded his entire body, and following this endless sorrow came unbearable rage. Outside the cage, Torch Dragon watched the two of them and laughed maniacally. Seeing Shen Mo die and witnessing Zhao's agony filled him with immense satisfaction. That's what traitors deserve. No. Traitors deserve an even worse fate. His gaze locked onto Zhao. In his eyes, Zhao was nothing more than a helpless, raging fool at that moment. He was determined to torture him thoroughly. He wouldn't let Zhao die too easily. He would flay Zhao's skin, drain his flesh and blood bit by bit, and turn his flesh and blood into genetic material for the Shadow faction. Instantly, Torch Dragon unleashed his powerful mana aura, and a blood-red domain descended, enveloping Zhao within it. But in the very next moment, an unparalleled surge of mana erupted from Zhao's body, crashing toward him like a tidal wave.
His domain shattered in the blink of an eye, and the steel cage enveloping Zhao was instantly shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Some of the 20 Shadow faction members who had been surrounding him were unlucky enough to be struck by the flying shards, instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Zhao gently laid Shen Mo on the ground, then stood up. His hair stood on end, and the powerful mana surge emanating from him made his clothes flutter in the wind. He walked slowly toward Torch Dragon, his gaze fixed intently on him. Torch Dragon tried to flee, only to suddenly realize that his body wouldn't obey him at all. He was completely immobilized, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and a foul, fishy stench wafted from his lower body. Had he actually been so terrified that he desoiled himself? He looked at Zhao, who was walking toward him slowly, and suddenly recalled that day the mysterious figure who had effortlessly slain the Dark Lord and left him critically wounded with a single strike. Chapter 59, The Massive Change After Revenge. Watching Zhao close and step by step, Torch Dragon frantically tried to shake off this thought, but reality kept forcing him to accept it. Zhao was too powerful, he was utterly powerless to resist. This level of power was something he hadn't even felt when facing Driss. The abandoned warehouse could no longer withstand the burst of Zhao's mana and collapsed completely. But the ground didn't stop shaking. On the contrary, as Zhao's mana continued to surge, the intensity and frequency of the tremors grew ever higher. Zhao stepped in front of Torch Dragon, clamped his hand around his neck, and hoisted him into the air. He shielded Torch Dragon's vital meridians with his mana, then began to crush his bones one by one with his own hands. Under Zhao's immense strength, the shards of broken bone began to seep into Torch Dragon's flesh. The excruciating pain made his entire body tremble, but he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his body gradually turned into a mass of rotten flesh mixed with bone fragments. You won. Die quickly. I'll give you a chance to call for help. Summon everyone you can, let us see if they can save you. Zhao's voice was hoarse, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Of course, the Torch Dragon wanted to call for help. Although he, as the strongest member of the Shadow faction, was powerless against Zhao, he still kept issuing commands through the device, ordering all members of the Shadow faction to come to his aid. But no one dared to come. Neither the 28 constellations nor the elite cadres, not a single person was willing to set foot in this place radiating a terrifying aura of mana. After all, ever since this mana aura erupted, they had been able to feel a powerful sense of oppression from dozens of kilometers away. The very earth itself was trembling. Soon, several minutes passed, and still no one appeared. To Torch Dragon, those few minutes felt like centuries. Zhao had already crippled one of his legs and now spoke with a tone laced with regret. What a pity. No one came to save you. It seems the people of the Shadow faction aren't all that loyal to you after all. Does this count as a betrayal? His hand began to climb up the Torch Dragon's arm. Under the intense pressure, wherever his hand passed, the Torch Dragon's flesh turned into a pool of sludge. Torch Dragon tried to shatter his own heart meridians to force a suicide, but Zhao had firmly shielded that area with mana. He couldn't budget even an inch. Even his mental senses were tightly sealed off by Zhao. Moreover, fearing that Torch Dragon might lose consciousness and miss out on the agony of his body gradually turning to sludge, Zhao heightened his senses through stimulation. Several more minutes passed, and Torch Dragon's state of mind cycled endlessly between despair, resentment, resistance, and the despair that followed his inability to resist. He could still use his abilities, but he was utterly unable to break free from Zhao's control. He had even tried to endure the excruciating pain and summon his domain to attack Zhao, but it was as futile as an ant shaking a tree, utterly ineffective. Gradually, he finally abandoned all thoughts of survival and resistance, accepting the reality of his impending death. At times he wept bitterly, at times he howled in despair, and at times he laughed maniacally. The power base he had built over the years through groveling and enduring humiliation would vanish into thin air. He knew Zhao would never spare them. Surrounding the two, the few surviving members of the Shadow faction watched as their once invincible, unrivaled leader met such a fate at Zhao's hands and, overcome by terror, they were literally scared to death. Seeing Torch Dragon reduced to this state, Zhao suddenly lost interest in continuing his torment. The overwhelming mana aura radiating from him gradually subsided, and the ground ceased to tremble. Then he flung Torch Dragon's body into the air, and a massive mana blast completely obliterated Torch Dragon from this world. Immediately afterward, he cradled his older brother's remains and slowly rose into the sky. Once high above, he unleashed a mana blast at the factory below, then departed without looking back. A massive explosion echoed behind him. The entire factory had vanished, leaving only a huge crater.
Zhao did not return home.
Instead, carrying his older brother, he went to the Liberator faction headquarters and found the Red Queen. Red Queen was utterly astonished to see Zhao arrive carrying a corpse, but upon noticing the grief etched on his face, she tactfully refrained from asking any questions. Zhao asked Red Queen to find a suitable burial site for Shen Mo, and at the same time, requested that she gather intelligence on the Shadow Faction's remaining strongholds and personnel as quickly as possible. The leader of the Shadow Faction is dead, the Shadow Faction's dual leaders no longer exist, and most of their elite forces have been nearly wiped out. You shouldn't encounter much resistance.
After saying this, Zhao took Shen Mo to the chosen burial site.
It was located halfway up a mountainside, a place rarely visited by people, where no one would disturb them. Red Queen had already arranged for a coffin to be prepared, and had even brought in someone to wash Shen Mo's body. After Shen Mo was laid to rest, Zhao dismissed the others and sat motionless before his grave. Images from the past flashed through his mind from the moments leading up to the moment he had helplessly watched Shen Mo die in his arms, to his own quest for vengeance on his older brother's behalf. He thought of the fear Torch Dragon had shown toward him after he unleashed his true power.
Zhao suddenly wondered if he had made a mistake.
If he had let his enemies know how strong he was from the start, would they have dared to harm those close to him? He had always wanted to return to his former ordinary life, but ever since he became entangled in this conflict, he had effectively lost control of his own destiny. And in the eyes of many, ordinary meant weak, and keeping a low profile meant cowardice. If he had revealed his true power sooner, perhaps his older brother wouldn't have worried about him, and certainly wouldn't have died because of him.
Rain wouldn't have had to accompany Grandma Lin into hiding in Europe. Wouldn't his enemies have been too afraid of him to oppose him, let alone harm those close to him? In truth, Zhao had wondered many times, why had he been granted this terrifyingly powerful ability? Why him? He had once feared that this power would lead him to recklessly go overboard and become lost in the thrill of it. Especially after he began operating under the false identity of the masked man. But now, Zhao had decided to put all that behind him. The night passed, and Zhao sat motionless by his older brother's grave until dawn, when Red Queen came to find him. Zhao, we've obtained nearly all of the Shadow Faction's intelligence.
Huh?
That fast?
Zhao was surprised by the Liberator Faction's efficiency and looked up at Red Queen. The Shadow Faction has lost its cohesion, even their headquarters' defenses are gone.
We infiltrated their intelligence room with ease.
Then let us go.
I want to look at the data.
Zhao stood up to leave.
Wait a moment.
Zhao.
Red Queen called out to him. I want to ask you, are you planning to completely eradicate the Shadow Faction?
Of course.
Zhao didn't turn around. Is there a problem?
Red Queen let out a soft sigh of mana before speaking. News of the Shadow Faction's leadership being wiped out has already spread among the awakened, and many awakened factions are already stirring. Zhao turned to look at the Red Queen but said nothing. The Red Queen continued, the vast majority of them were once loyal to and subordinate to the Shadow Faction. But now that the Shadow Faction is on the verge of collapse, they've lost their restraints and constraints. These factions aren't exactly saints either. They were originally doing the Shadow Faction's dirty work, but at least in the past, the Shadow Faction kept them in check, forcing them to obey its orders and preventing them from acting on their own. So in a sense, it was the Shadow Faction that kept them under control, stopping them from running amok.
What do you mean?
Zhao asked. I want to know what you plan to do about these factions. If left unchecked, they could even destabilize the entire South China region, and the Control Bureau in its current state is simply incapable of.
Zhao fell silent for a moment. He truly hadn't anticipated this turn of events.
The collapse of that vile Shadow Faction would actually have a negative impact on the stability of order. And to make matters worse, the Control Bureau was practically a paper tiger at this very moment. Just then, a sudden flash of insight struck Zhao, and he immediately turned his gaze toward Red Queen.
Then you'll have to do it. What? Red Queen froze in surprise. You will take the place of the Shadow faction and control and intimidate those restless awakened factions. Hearing this, Red Queen's eyes widened, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 60, A New Order and a Series of Bad News. What did you say? Red Queen was still in a daze. I said, since there has to be a faction to keep them in check, you'll do it. But we can't. We don't have, Red Queen was at a loss. Zhao, we never intended to. Whether we have it or not doesn't matter. I'm only asking if you're willing, Zhao shrugged. Besides, I don't know anyone else I can trust. But we're too weak. We don't even have a single S-class awakened. They respect us. And we don't have enough operational funds. Red Queen looked troubled. Although they had taken in quite a few awakened who had come to join them recently, they had quantity but lacked quality. Compounded by the previous attack from the Shadow faction, nearly all those with any combat ability had been killed in battle. Aside from Red Queen, the Liberator faction had only one other fighter above B rank left, the one who had attacked Zhao during their last attempt to seize the Shadow faction's test subjects. With such limited strength, let alone subduing or intimidating other awakened factions, it would be difficult enough just to protect themselves from being swallowed up. After hearing Red Queen's words, Zhao realized it was indeed a difficult situation. However, after some thought, he came up with a plan. Just go ahead and do it. First, spread the word that your current backer is the very person who personally killed the Torch Dragon and wiped out the Shadow faction. Scare them into submission. If there are still any who refuse to comply or stir up trouble, I'll pay them a visit one by one and beat them into submission. As for the funding, Zhao already had someone in mind, the Lin family. Having experienced the threat of the Shadow faction, the Lin family would likely be eager to partner with an awakened Shadow faction capable of working for them. I'll help you secure funding. You just focus on doing your job. Seeing how casually Zhao had settled the matter and that he was even willing to get personally involved, Red Queen seized the opportunity to propose Zhao as their leader, asking, then who will be in charge? You should handle it, Zhao waved his hand dismissively. I'm just too lazy, and it's not my forte anyway. But let me make one thing clear, if you ever turn into a second Shadow faction, I'll personally wipe you out just the same. Red Queen nodded repeatedly. I understand. I promise we won't. With the plan's direction set, the two went their separate ways. Zhao first continued to wipe out the remnants of the Shadow faction. Armed with intelligence on the faction's members and strongholds, the operation proceeded smoothly. Originally, Zhao had intended to eliminate every last remnant of the Shadow faction, but after carefully reviewing all the members' files, he decided to carry out a selective purge instead. In particular, upon learning of Snow and Feng's past, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Although, even if he could start over, he would still choose to eliminate Snow to prevent future trouble. This did not prevent him from acknowledging the tragedy of Snow and Feng's story. Thus, he began a selective screening of the remaining Shadow faction remnants, sparing a portion of them and handing them over to Red Queen to be reformed. As for the others who had committed grave sins, Zhao spared not a single one, sending them all to meet the King of Hell. At the same time, he paid a visit to the Lin family and proposed the idea of a partnership between the Lin family and the Liberator faction. Lin Dongfu immediately agreed. It seemed that the events involving the Shadow faction had indeed left them deeply traumatized. Now that they had the chance to partner with an awakened faction, one poised to replace the Shadow faction as the dominant power in South China, Lin Dongfu naturally agreed with enthusiasm. Even when Zhou emphasized that while the Liberator faction would cooperate with the Lin family, it would not be in the same manner as the Shadow faction had aided the Gao family in the past, Lin Dongfu paid it no mind. He was extremely confident in the Lin family's own business prowess. As long as it was purely commercial competition, the Lin family had never been afraid. All they needed was protection from the underhanded tactics of other awakened factions. Thus, the two sides successfully reached a partnership, to everyone's satisfaction. During these past few months, several factions had refused to submit to mana and attempted to resist. They even joined forces with a few smaller neighboring factions to form an alliance, openly declaring their intention to become a second Shadow faction. Upon receiving word, Zhao paid them a personal visit.
In front of all their members, he leveled the mountain behind their stronghold with a single finger. That very day, the alliance announced its dissolution and fell apart immediately. Moreover, every faction claimed they had been misled by others and now expressed their willingness to fully submit to authority. And so, in the time that followed, the landscape of awakened factions in South China quietly shifted. Yet while Zhao and the Liberator faction were carrying out these actions, neither the regional headquarters for all of South China nor the Linhai City Skill Administration Bureau showed any reaction whatsoever. Zhao had originally prepared to negotiate with them. Yet from the moment he killed Torch Dragon until now, the Control Bureau seemed to have vanished entirely, paying them no mind. Even when the Lin family completed their acquisition and purge of Xinguang biotechnology, the Control Bureau showed not the slightest reaction. Zhao had visited the Linhai Control Bureau once and found that it was clearly operational and performing its basic functions, but beyond that, it had completely turned a blind eye to external affairs. It was a far cry from the scene when Zero and White Tiger were still there. Zhao found this utterly baffling, but he had no standing to intervene directly. He dialed Zero's number for the first time in a long while, but all he heard was a prolonged busy signal no one answered. Then he tried calling Bai Hu, only to find the same result, no answer. Finally, he tried calling Cohen, hoping to ask him about Ling and Bai Hu's current situation. Fortunately, Cohen's phone finally went through. "Cohen, it's me, Zhao." "I know. It's been a long time." Cohen's voice was laced with extreme exhaustion. "What's wrong? Why are you so exhausted?" Zhao noticed something was off about his voice. "I'm fine, just been really busy lately." Cohen cleared his throat and asked Zhao in return, "You called me out of the blue, is there something you need?" "Oh, right. I wanted to ask if you've heard from Zero and Bai Hu. I've been calling them, but no one's picking up. Did they change their numbers?" After Zhao asked the question, there was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Then Cohen finally spoke slowly. "Zero, he is dead." "Huh? What did you say?" Zhao thought he'd misheard and quickly asked again, "What happened to Zero?" "Zero was assassinated. He died at home, along with his wife, children, and the rest of his family." As he spoke, Cohen suddenly began to sob quietly, then broke down into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Clearly, this news had hit him hard. Now it was Zhao's turn to fall silent. He hadn't expected to lose another friend. Chapter 61, Those Left Behind. Hanzhong City, the capital of the Hanzhong region. Today was the funeral for Ling and his family of 3, and Zhao naturally had to attend. Summer had already arrived, and Hanzhong was bathed in bright sunshine today. It was unbearably hot, prompting Zhao to curse the heavens for being so inconsiderate and lacking any sense of tact. Inside the funeral hall, the 4 elderly relatives wore expressions of deep sorrow, yet they mustered their strength to greet the guests who came one by one to pay their respects to their loved one. Fortunately, their youngest son was there to support them. That was Ling's younger brother. The funeral was simple yet solemn. Nearly all of Ling's, or rather, Chen Jili South colleagues and close friends were in attendance. Zhao, Cohen, Old Zhang, and Bai Hu were all there as well. Upon seeing Bai Hu, Zhao finally understood why he hadn't been able to reach him that day. Like Ling, he had also been attacked. His mana luck was slightly better, so his life wasn't in danger, but he had lost an arm. Today, he attended Zero's funeral wrapped in thick bandages. After the viewing, the 4 men found a place to sit. No one spoke, they just smoked one cigarette after another. Zhao didn't usually smoke, but he asked for a pack anyway and puffed away, coughing so hard his nose and eyes were streaming. The other 3 were even more pathetic despite being seasoned smokers, they too were weeping and sniffling. It wasn't until the funeral ended and the crowd dispersed that the 4 stood up, flung their cigarette butts hard onto the ground, and stomped them out. The time for mourning was over. Now it was time to get down to business. Instead of returning to the Hanzhong Control Bureau, the 4 checked into a hotel room. As soon as they entered the room, Cohen and Old Zhang expertly conducted a thorough search of the premises. Once they confirmed it was safe, the 4 sat down. Old Zhang was the first to ask White Tiger, "Was it the same group that attacked you and Zero? Do you have any leads?" Bai Hu's face was pale as he said in a heavy voice, "It was indeed the same group."
Zero and I had been investigating a case involving the smuggling and trafficking of awakens, and not long ago, we finally uncovered some leads. Because of this case, Zero hadn't slept for days. After we finally found some leads, I urged him to go home and rest first, so he could recharge and we could hold a meeting the next day to thoroughly analyze the situation. I never expected that as soon as he got home. At this point, Baihu fell silent. Ever since the incident involving Zero, he had been blaming himself. If only he hadn't urged Zero to go home that day, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. But everyone else understood, since the killer had planned to target Zero's family, unless they had sensed something was amiss, the tragedy would have happened sooner or later anyway. Old Zhang gave Baihu a firm pat on the shoulder. 1,000 words were spoken without a single one being uttered. Baihu composed himself and continued, based on the clues Zero and I uncovered earlier, those awakened who were trafficked were all shipped to underground black markets in Europe. After that, the trail went cold, and we couldn't determine their final destination. But we also discovered that these smuggling operations are all linked to the Shadow faction. The awakened being trafficked were all gathered by the Shadow faction through various means and then transported out of the country. Shadow faction? Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately spoke up. The Shadow faction has essentially been wiped out. The other three turned their gaze toward Zhao. Zhao quickly recounted the events of the past period, including how the Lin family's great-grandmother had been forced to fake her death and flee to Europe, how he had personally dismantled the Shadow faction through non-programmatic means following Shen Mo's death, and how the Liberator faction had now replaced the Shadow faction as the shadowy administrators of the awakened world in South China. Perhaps due to the grief over Ling's death, none of them found it odd that Zhao had single-handedly destroyed the Shadow faction. However, the records left behind by the Shadow faction make no mention of their involvement in the smuggling or trafficking of awakened individuals. Zhao remarked. He surmised that information regarding this matter was likely held only by select high-ranking members of the Shadow faction, so the relevant records might be in their personal possession. The others also found this theory plausible. Regarding this point, Zero also put forward a bold hypothesis. White Tiger took over. The Shadow faction has actually been in existence for nearly 20 years, but their rapid rise to prominence has occurred only in the last 3 to 5 years. Moreover, they originally began as a shadow faction formed by a group of thuggish awakened individuals and had never been involved in any high-tech fields. Yet, over the past 2 years, they've suddenly transformed, adopting a public identity like divine light biotechnology. They even claim to have mastered artificial awakened technology. Cohen furrowed his brow and looked at White Tiger. So what is Zero's theory? Exactly. White Tiger nodded. Zero suspects that the Shadow faction obtained massive resources and support by selling out their fellow domestic awakened to foreign powers. After hearing White Tiger's words, the group fell into a momentary silence. Zhao, however, began to regret showing mercy to the remnants of the Shadow faction. He resolved to have Red Queen thoroughly screen those individuals once they returned. Anyone found to have been involved would be eliminated without exception. In that case, can we essentially confirm that both your attack and Zero's were linked to this foreign power? White Tiger nodded emphatically. Yesterday I went to Zero's home and performed a backtrack. The residual skill mana traces at the scene matched those of the assailants who attacked me. We can conclude this was the work of the same group. Furthermore, judging by the mana traces, they are not citizens of our Huahan nation. Cohen slammed his fist down on the table and said fiercely, "How dare they? To infiltrate our territory and attempt to assassinate our public officials." Zhao's face darkened as well. Has the Control Bureau made any response to this? Upon hearing Zhao's question, the three fell silent, their faces filled with anger, yet unsure of what to say. Finally, Baihu spoke with bitter indignation. I submitted the report yesterday, but they told me there wasn't enough evidence to pursue the case. Zhao froze, then felt a surge of furious mana welling up inside him. If there's insufficient evidence, shouldn't they be working to find it? Are they just going to ignore this? Of course not. Baihu shook his head and said through gritted teeth, but the investigation into this case has been taken over by a task force directly formed by higher-ups. My request to participate was rejected on the grounds of protecting my safety. At those words, even Zhao was taken aback.
Old Zhang and Koan looked even more grim, unable to utter a single word. Zhao finally understood why they hadn't reacted when they heard he wiped out the Shadow faction using methods outside the system. It turned out they had all lost faith in the Control Bureau and were even cheering for the Shadow faction's downfall, even though it had been achieved through methods they would never have approved of in the past. White Tiger, give me the leads you have. I'll look into them. Zhao fixed his gaze on White Tiger, his tone solemn. It would be best if they knew you handed all the leads over to me. The three of them immediately understood what Zhao meant and all objected. White Tiger, in particular, looked at Zhao and said urgently, "Are you crazy? Don't you value your life? I know you want to help me, but do you have any idea what the consequences will be for you if you do this?" Zhao tried to reassure White Tiger, "That is exactly why I'm asking. Don't worry, they can't threaten me. I don't have any family." He reasoned that as long as he secretly sent someone to protect Jiangwan and Xiaoya, it would be fine. Besides, he hadn't been in frequent contact with them lately, so to outsiders, their relationship didn't seem particularly close. It might not necessarily implicate them. And since Rain wasn't in the country at the moment, that eliminated his biggest concern. Seeing that the three still wanted to say something, Zhao cut them off. "Don't worry. I'm very strong, much stronger than what I've shown you before." But the three remained adamant in their refusal. No amount of persuasion from Zhao could change their minds. Just then, Red Queen called him. Zhao trusted the three people present, of course, so he answered the call immediately. The first piece of news from Red Queen was good. They had finally tracked down Chen, who had been in hiding for a long time. But the other piece of news caused Zhao's brow to furrow deeply. He remained silent until he hung up the phone. "Zhao, is something wrong?" Chapter 62, Chen has been captured. Zhao looked at the three of them, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Two things. One is good news, we've finally tracked down Chen, the one who slipped through the net. He was the project lead for the Shadow Faction's Artificial Awakened program. Finding him might just pry some information out of him. As for the other, I'm not sure if it's good or bad. The Red Queen received a mysterious message saying they want the Liberator faction to work for them. If we agree, they'll help the Liberator faction become a second Shadow faction-like entity." Upon hearing this, the three immediately lit up with joy. This was definitely better news. This mysterious force recruiting the Liberator faction is very likely the same one that backed the Shadow faction back then. White Tiger said in a deep voice. The others, including Zhao, nodded in agreement. The Liberator faction is still undecided. What do you think we should do? Zhao asked. Don't rush to refuse. Keep the lines of communication open for now and tell them we need time to consider it, White Tiger mused. Next, let us try to track down the location of the person who contacted you. If we can find them, we'll follow the trail further. We could even pretend to agree for now. Old Zhang added, first, make contact with them and try to gather as much information as possible. However, doing so carries significant risk. If they realize we're just stringing them along, it could easily provoke their retaliation. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Zhang and the other two turned to look at Zhao. Zhao knew they were worried about whether he and the Liberator faction could hold their ground. After all, aside from their own personal efforts, the three of them could no longer rely on the Bureau's power to help Zhao like they used to. Zhao, however, wasn't the least bit concerned. Don't worry about me. I told you I'm strong really. Zhao spread his hands. Just make sure I don't cause any diplomatic incidents when I take them down. Are you sure you can handle it? White Tiger was still worried. No problem. Who do you think took out the leader of the Shadow faction and those two venerables, those three S-rankers? With that said, White Tiger and the others stopped hesitating. Zhao, even if you're strong, you still need to be cautious in everything. After all, the enemy is in the dark and you're in the open. You absolutely can't let your guard down. In that case, Zhao stroked his chin. Why don't you guys come along and help me? The three of them immediately exchanged glances. White Tiger and Old Zhang can go, Cohen spoke up. But we can't leave the Control Bureau completely unmanned. I'll stay here. I might be able to gather some useful intelligence from the Bureau, and if anything happens there I can warn you in advance." At this, old Zhang and White Tiger exchanged a glance. Neither objected. So, after wishing each other well, they parted ways to carry out their respective missions. However, Zhao was worried that Chen might escape, so he instructed old Zhang and White Tiger to head straight to the Liberator faction's stronghold to inform Red Queen to stand by, then hurried off to capture Chen himself. According to Red Queen's intel, Chen was currently hiding in a small mountain village far from Linhai. Ever since he learned of the Shadow faction's downfall, he had decisively abandoned everything and taken refuge in this remote mountain village. Disguised as an old farmer, he was now laboriously chopping firewood on the mountainside. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily not far in front of him. The resulting mana shockwave knocked him flat on his back, sending him tumbling several times. The sudden impact left him completely dazed. When he finally managed to scramble to his feet, he looked up to see Zhao staring down at him with a smirk. Any thought of fleeing vanished instantly. He simply slumped down onto the muddy ground, letting out a series of bitter laughs. "Why aren't you running, old Chen?" Zhao took a step forward, looking at Chen with a sneer. Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. "Young man, I still remember you said there was no need to worry about capturing me alive anymore. Running now would only be courting trouble. Things are different now. I'm here today to capture you alive." Zhao was telling the truth. He intended to extract information from Chen regarding the Shadow faction's smuggling and trafficking of awakened beings, so naturally, he had to capture him alive. But Chen still had no intention of running away. He had long known that both the leader of the Shadow faction and the Shadow faction's twin sovereigns had fallen at Zhao's hands. Even the incredibly powerful Torch Dragon wasn't a match for Zhao. What chance did he have of escaping Zhao's grasp? However, Zhao's words gave him a glimmer of hope. "If what you say is true, does that mean I still have some value to you?" Chen asked cautiously. "That depends on whether you cooperate." Zhao stated bluntly, "If you refuse to cooperate and won't say a word, then you're of no use to me." Chen's heart skipped a beat. He began to quietly calculate what information Zhao was after. If he knew the answer, how much should he reveal and how should he phrase it to ensure he lived as long as possible? But what if it was something he didn't know? Just as Chen was lost in these thoughts, Zhao walked toward him, drawing 2 long rebar rods from behind his back. This truly startled Chen, who assumed his opponent was about to subject him to brutal torture. Wait a minute." Chen panicked, waving his hands frantically at Zhao. "Young man, you haven't asked your question yet. Ask first, don't just jump right in with violence." But Zhao remained completely unfazed. As he closed in, he gripped both rebar rods in his hands, then snapped them, bending them into 2 U shapes. Chen was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't speak or even crawl. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao walked up beside him and crouched down. The rebar, as thick as 2 fingers, was as pliable as noodles in Zhao's hands, wrapping itself around Chen's calf in tight coils. Seeing that the rebar was merely being used to tie him up, not to torture him, Chen felt somewhat reassured. At Zhao's gesture, he obediently clasped his hands together and held them out, allowing Zhao to bind them. But once he was tied up, he felt like crying. The rebar cut deep into his flesh, making him wince in pain. Zhao paid him no mind, however, using the rebar as a handle to hoist Chen straight up into the air. "I'm warning you, don't let those bugs of yours out to gross me out, or I'll toss you off this building." Chen was completely baffled. "What? Throw him down from where?" He soon found out the answer. Because Zhao had already soared into the sky with him, flying high above the ground. This terrified Chen so much that he accidentally let out a stream of urine, which nearly splashed onto Zhao, earning him a good scolding. Since he was carrying Chen, Zhao didn't dare fly too fast, but flying slowly meant the journey would take even longer. The trip back took more than twice as long as the trip there, and Chen, who suffered from a fear of heights, was in agony. First, he fainted from fear, then, the cold wind blew him awake. When he opened his eyes, he fainted again from fear, only to be blown awake once more. This cycle repeated itself for nearly half an hour before Zhao finally brought him back to the Liberator faction base. While in the air, Chen had prayed countless times, please don't let me wake up yet, or if I do, please don't let me still be up here. Now his wish had finally come true. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself locked in an interrogation room. Sitting before him were none other than Zhao and White Tiger. For a moment, the scene made him feel as if he had been transported back to the first time Zhao had captured him. Chapter 63, The Trail Goes Cold Again. We're in a hurry, so let us get straight to the point, Zhao said, breaking the silence. Hearing this, Chen quickly nodded and said timidly, ask away, ask away. Asking questions is good, asking questions is good. He studied the two men closely and noticed that Zhao still seemed to be in a foul mood, while White Tiger looked even worse, pale-faced, with his left arm missing from the shoulder down. Under these circumstances, he realized that the only way to minimize his suffering was to cooperate fully. As for staying alive, he'd just have to find an opportunity to beg for mercy. Do you know anything about the Shadow faction smuggling awakened individuals overseas? Were you involved in that? White Tiger asked bluntly. The moment Chen heard the question, his head buzzed, sending a chill down his spine. He hadn't expected them to have dug so deep they'd even uncovered this matter. But he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. This operation was the Shadow faction's top secret business. Only the leader Torch Dragon, the Shadow faction's dual lords, and he knew the details. Even those who'd been involved in related missions had no idea what the specific tasks entailed. They kept every link in the chain separate and independent, with different people in charge of each. Not even the relevant documents were stored within the Shadow faction, only the four of them knew about them and kept them. Now that leader Torch Dragon and the Shadow faction's twin lords were dead, he, Chen, was the last person left who knew the secret. How had they found out? Even though Chen had resolved to fully cooperate and tell everything he knew, he hadn't initially intended to include this part of the information, nor did he dare to speak of it. It wasn't that he feared retaliation from the Shadow faction's higher-ups, rather, he knew the nature of this matter was too grave, so grave that he feared Zhao would kill him the moment he spoke. Conducting experiments on living human beings made him a heartless monster, a beast. But betraying his own people to foreigners, that was worse than a beast, something no amount of the world's most vile language could adequately describe. There was no longer a fitting term for him. Calling him a human was merely a matter of convenience. As soon as Zhao and White Tiger saw Chen's demeanor, they knew he was definitely in the know. At first, the two were elated to have found a witness, but that was quickly followed by overwhelming rage. This old man before them, with his seemingly kind and benevolent appearance, was a scum of the earth who had sold out his own people like animals. Zhao almost couldn't resist the urge to kill him with a single finger, but after calming down, he felt that would be too easy for him. Seeing their reaction, Chen trembled inside. To save his own life, he stammered, if I tell you everything, will you spare me? He didn't even dare to refer to himself as this old man anymore. Before Zhao could speak, White Tiger let out a cold laugh and said, do you really think you're in any position to negotiate with us? We don't actually need your answers, we just want to save some effort. We uncovered this matter on our own, and whatever secrets you know now, we can find out just as easily. Don't forget what I'm capable of. You should count yourself lucky that we're even willing to present evidence to you right now. Hearing this, cold sweat poured down Chen's face. Zhao then took over. I hope that was the last question you asked. From now on, every word you utter had better be a statement, otherwise, I'll make sure you experience a death far more pleasurable than Torch Dragon's. Chen immediately nodded repeatedly. He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke, Sir, I joined the Shadow faction 16 years ago, recruited personally by the Shadow Lord. Before that, I used insect sorcery combined with medical skills to heal many people, gradually making a name for myself in the martial arts world, but I also made quite a few enemies in the process. At the time, I had no one to rely on and suffered much humiliation. Then the Shadow faction found me, promising that if I joined, they would provide me with protection in exchange for my service to the Shadow faction. I joined almost without hesitation. Back then, the Shadow faction was still small and weak, not nearly as powerful as it would later become. After joining, I gained protection, and my career began to flourish. My reputation grew, and I gradually gained access to the high-ranking officials and aristocrats of the upper echelons. By curing their illnesses and extending their lives, I earned a great deal of money both for the Shadow faction and for myself. Then, 6 years ago, the Shadow faction suddenly gained the backing of a mysterious power. Not only did our financial resources grow increasingly robust, but we also secured support and protection from even higher-ups. It was then that the leader approached me, assigning me responsibility for the Shadow faction's most classified project, the creation of artificial awakened, as well as the task of transporting the awakened gathered by the Shadow faction out of the country. How did you recruit these awakened, and how did you transport them out of the country? Where exactly did you send them? White Tiger asked, furrowing his brow. There are many methods. We search for awakened all over the country, especially in remote mountain villages, telling them we can take them out of the mountains and help them earn money. Chen continued, in those places, anyone who accidentally awakens and displays a skill is treated as a monster possessed by demons or spirits, and is shunned and isolated by the villagers. These people are easy to manipulate. Because they've been ostracized, they've long wanted to leave that small mountain village. After hearing that we can take them out of the mountains, they almost never hesitate, they just come with us. In addition, we also recruit targets from groups like homeless vagrants and orphans in welfare homes who've never been adopted. Most of the people we recruit are loaded into shipping containers and transported overseas by sea. A small number are transported by land or air. The majority of them are mainly shipped to Europe and North America. You're quite the operation, Zhao sneered. You've got connections by sea, land, and air. How many awakened have you smuggled out so far? Who are the buyers? What are they used for? And who is helping you get them out of the country? White Tiger pressed, his voice deep and stern. Over the past 6 years, we've gone from 200 or 300 people a year at the start to 2,000 or 3,000 in the last year alone. In total, we've transported nearly 10,000 people out. As for who handled the exit procedures, I don't know, because that's not my concern. I'm only responsible for overall transportation coordination. I don't know the specific destinations either. As for the buyers' identities, and what they're using these people for, that is certainly not something I'm privy to. After Chen finished speaking, the room fell silent. The only sounds were Chen's increasingly rapid heartbeat and the heavy breathing of Zhao and Bai Hu. Nearly 10,000 people. Nearly 10,000 of our compatriots were sold off just like piglets, without even knowing where they were being taken. Zhao had to summon every ounce of self-control to suppress his rage and keep from reducing Chen to dust. Gritting his back teeth, he glared at Chen. You don't know the buyer's identity or where exactly they were sold? I truly don't know. As he poured out this secret in a single breath, Chen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He let out a heavy sigh. At this point, there is no need for me to hide anything. I've already told you everything I know. Information this classified should only be known to the leader. Even the Shadow faction's twin lords might not be aware of it. In that case, do you know where Torch Dragon is hiding? Chen shook his head. The leader never reveals his hiding place. I'm afraid no one but him knows it. At that moment, Zhao felt a twinge of regret for having killed Torch Dragon outright back then, cutting off the only lead they had. He looked at White Tiger, who immediately nodded and stood up to approach Chen. Chen watched White Tiger walk toward him, fully aware of what the other intended to do. Just in case, I need to scan your memories. I hope you'll cooperate fully, White Tiger said calmly as he stood beside him. Chen wavered for a moment, but then reasoned that since things had come to this, there was no point in resisting. He let White Tiger's ability penetrate his mind. After about 10 minutes, White Tiger withdrew his hand from Chen's head, looked at Zhao, silently exhaled a breath of mana, and shook his head. With the Torch Dragon's death, the seal on Chen's memories had dissipated. The White Tiger had searched through all his memories and confirmed that Chen had indeed not lied. There was no classified information regarding the buyer or the identity of the high-ranking mole in his mind. In the end, Zhao did not kill Chen, but instead had the Red Queen take him away and imprison him in secret. Watching Chen being led away, stumbling as he went, Zhao's anger did not diminish in the slightest. The crimes Chen had committed could not be atoned for with just his life. Killing him now would only allow him to evade his final judgment. It would be letting him off too easily. Old Zhang pushed open the door and glanced at Zhao and the White Tiger.
The three exchanged glances and let out a long, collective sigh. They finally managed to capture Chen, yet had failed to extract any valuable leads. Now that the trail had gone cold, they all felt at a loss. Ring ring. Just as Zhao was about to speak, he was interrupted by an incoming call. He glanced at the screen. It was Lin Dongfu. But when he answered and heard Lin Dongfu's urgent voice, he froze in place, unable to hold the phone steady. It slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Chapter 64, Tragic News from the Lin Family. Zhao's reaction startled old Zhang and Bai Hu. Both jumped to their feet, their eyes fixed on him with concern. Zhao, what has happened? Bai Hu asked. Zhao remained frozen in place for several long seconds. Then his expression suddenly changed, his demeanor growing incredibly grave. Grandmat Lin and Uxin have gone missing in Europe. He bent down to pick up his phone. I need to head to the Lin residence. Bai Hu, old Zhang, I'll leave things in your hands for now. If anything comes up, just give the order directly to Red Queen. Hearing this news, Bai Hu and old Zhang were also deeply shocked, fully aware of what this meant for Zhao. Don't worry, go ahead. Zhao nodded, pushed open the door, and walked straight out of the house, then shot straight into the sky, the sonic boom he created exploding like thunder. In less than a minute, he landed at the Lin family estate. Lin Hongyuan, his son Lin Dongfu, and his daughter-in-law were already in the living room. As soon as Zhao walked in, he saw the father and son looking tense, while Raina's mother stood nearby wiping away tears. Lin Hongyuan and his son noticed Zhao's arrival and stood up to greet him. Given the urgency of the situation, the three of them tacitly skipped all unnecessary pleasantries and small talk. What's the situation? Zhao looked at Lin Dongfu, since he was the one who had alerted him. It happened this morning. Everyone inside the castle where Grandma and Yusen were staying has vanished. None of their contact numbers are working, and we haven't received any communication regarding this matter so far. Lin Dongfu explained the situation in a few brief sentences, simultaneously sending the exact location of the castle to Zhao. He knew Zhao would rush over immediately. I've mobilized all my local contacts to search, including the local police, but so far, there are no leads, not even at the scene. Find me a contact person. I'm heading there right now. With that, Zhao headed for the door. If I manage to reach them, or if I'll let you know immediately if there's any new information. Zhao, please, you must find Grandma and Yusen. Lin Dongfu looked at Zhao. The expression in his eyes at that moment revealed not only the decisive resolve of the Lin family patriarch, but more so the concern of a father and grandfather for his loved ones. Zhao nodded firmly, said nothing, and then soared into the air, vanishing from the horizon in the blink of an eye. Only then did the gale he had stirred up upon takeoff reach them, but the fierce wind did not shake Lin Dongfu in the slightest. High above, Zhao was flying at breakneck speed. This was the first time he had truly unleashed his full speed. The mana shielding his body clashed violently with the air, and the searing flames generated by the friction enveloped him, causing him to streak across the sky like a meteor. A little over a minute later, Zhao had already appeared above the ancient castle, more than 5,000 kilometers away. He slammed on the brakes, causing a massive white, ring-shaped mana wave to explode outward from his body. The rumbling roar of successive explosions gradually echoed from behind him, like rolling thunder. As soon as he came to a stop, he immediately expanded his senses to envelop the ancient castle below. He instantly discovered that within the currently deserted castle, there were residual mana traces left behind by over 100 awakened. Zhao immediately landed inside the castle to examine them closely. These awakened mana traces were unlike any he had sensed before, and there was a distinct similarity among them. Could it be because they were foreign awakened? Just as he was pondering this, several shouts suddenly rang out from nearby. He looked toward the source of the voices and saw several foreigners in police uniforms slowly approaching him. However, the looks they gave him were far from friendly, and their hands were on their hips, clearly ready to draw their guns at any moment. Zhao watched as they approached, shouting in a language he couldn't understand. It didn't sound like English, did it? He stared at the officers, unsure of what to do.
Before he could decide, they suddenly drew their pistols in unison and aimed them at him.
Damn, do they really just draw their guns at the drop of a hat?
Zhao didn't want to make things worse, but he also didn't want to signal surrender, so he stood still.
To those foreign officers, however, Zhao's lack of reaction seemed like a provocation.
So, after shouting a few more times, they opened fire without hesitation. 6 men with 6 guns fired wildly in unison. Zhao stood sideways to them, his right hand a blur as he plucked each bullet fired at him from the air and tossed them to the ground.
The barrage lasted nearly half a minute. When they ran out of ammo, they reloaded and kept firing.
After emptying their magazines, they discovered that Zhao was completely unscathed, with only a small pile of bullet casings on the ground leaving them all speechless. Zhao didn't feel like wasting any more time on them, he'd just consider it part of their job. He immediately shot up into the sky, ignoring them completely. He now had to rush back to bring White Tiger with him, using his abilities to investigate who had abducted everyone in the ancient castle. Professional matters should be left to professionals, but in his haste just now, he'd forgotten that. So he flew at full speed once more, returning to Huahan with thunderous booms echoing along the way. He didn't know that just these 2 flights had already caught the attention of the military in both Huahan and Europe. However, an object that couldn't be detected or locked onto by radar, yet could fly at 200 times the speed of sound within the Great Mana Layer, ultimately led them to conclude it was a monitoring data error. Even though this error occurred twice more in quick succession.
An hour later, as Zhao began his gradual descent, White Tiger could no longer hold on.
He rushed to a corner, leaned against the wall, and vomited violently. Even though Zhao had taken White Tiger's physical condition into account and significantly slowed down the flight, it was still too much for him to handle, and he was complaining bitterly.
"You bastard, I'm an injured patient here. Can't you take it easy, ugh."
After finishing, Bai Hu glared at Zhao as if he were a monster.
Just how much did this guy slack off during the initial tests? How did he even manage to get a D-grade evaluation?
Soon, Bai Hu composed himself and followed Zhao into the ancient castle. This time, Lin Dongfu had already arranged for people to be waiting here to meet them, so the 2 wouldn't have to run around aimlessly like headless flies, as Zhao had done when he came alone earlier. At Zhao's request, the 2 were taken directly to the living quarters of Lin's great-grandmother and Rain. To make it easier to care for Lin's great-grandmother, Rain had specifically chosen a large room with separate inner and outer chambers, which also happened to be convenient for White Tiger's investigation. The scene inside the room was well preserved, with not a single trace of disturbance. White Tiger surveyed the room, then, after ensuring only Zhao remained present, activated his ability. As his power kicked in, his eyes once again turned completely grayish-white. However, to conserve energy, he did not project the events of the scene directly this time. In Bai Hua's eyes, the scene inside the room replayed like a movie in reverse, rapidly rewinding all the way back to the early hours of this morning. Grandma Lin was sleeping in bed with Rain when suddenly a black mist seeped in through the window, enveloping the 2 of them. A moment later, the mist gradually dissipated, and Grandma Lin and Rain vanished along with it. Seeing this, Bai Hua's heart skipped a beat. This familiar ability was almost identical to the one used when Grandma Lin was abducted from her own estate.
Could it be that guy again?
Immediately, White Tiger expanded the range of his retrospective perception and made a new discovery.
Not everyone had vanished under the influence of this ability.
A significant portion of the other security personnel and servants had been knocked out and forcibly abducted after the intruders broke in. But upon seeing who these intruders were, White Tiger's expression grew even more somber than before. He then dispelled the ability, and his vision returned to the real world.
"Well, any leads?" Zhao asked anxiously. White Tiger nodded. "I've found something.
We can preliminarily confirm the identities of those who targeted Grandma Lin and Rain."
Zhao's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately pressed, "Who?"
White Tiger looked at Zhao and spoke slowly, "It's the Driss clan from Europe."
Chapter 65, Storming the Stronghold. The Driss clan?
Zhao had never heard that name before.
What do they do?
They are the Awakened World administrators for this region, White Tiger said in a grave tone.
Administrators? Is their organization called something like the clan?
No, they're a family, not an organization, Bai Hu explained.
Europe is different from China.
Here, the Awaken aren't managed by the government instead, each of the 7 major Awaken families manages a separate region. The Driss clan is one of the 7 major skill families in Europe.
Ha! What White Tiger was saying struck Zhao as utterly unbelievable. The government doesn't handle this, they let a family manage it? You can think of it as the government here outsourcing to these families.
That way, for them, this goes from being a responsibility and a burden to a profitable venture.
Profit? Zhao was stunned. You mean these families manage the awakened here on behalf of the government, and they actually have to pay the government for it? Exactly.
Managing the awakened is a burden for the government, but for these families, it's a highly lucrative business. White Tiger gave a cold laugh, clearly scornful of such a notion.
Business?
White Tiger's words left Zhao deeply shaken, but then he suddenly thought of something.
So, the awakened compatriots that the Shadow faction smuggles over to Europe, could they be connected to them?
White Tiger had instinctively wanted to deny it. After all, they were the official overseers, with corresponding rules and regulations.
Aside from not being a government agency, they still operated with principles.
But after witnessing the flashback moments ago, his resolve began to waver.
Well, I'm not entirely sure right now. Even in Europe today, human trafficking is strictly prohibited, but behind the scenes, that might not be the case, right?
Zhao let out a cold laugh as well, recalling a certain trait he'd learned about in his textbooks.
We can go back and investigate that further. We'll act once we have evidence, but the main point right now is, isn't it already certain that Grandma Lin and Yusin were abducted by them?
Zhao's expression darkened. Looking at Zhao's grim face, Bai Hu asked, "What do you plan to do?"
Time is of the essence.
Of course, we'll go straight to their doorstep and demand their release. If they refuse or deny it, I'll smash the so-called one of the 7 great families to smithereens.
Well, Bai Hu still had reservations. A strong dragon doesn't overpower a local snake. After all, this is their turf, and there are only 2 of us. Besides, I still have. No, I'll go alone.
The saying "a strong dragon doesn't overpower a local snake" only holds true because the dragon isn't strong enough. With his new perspective, Zhao's attitude toward this matter was vastly different from before.
But, White Tiger worried, this could easily cause a diplomatic incident.
Zhao shrugged, completely unconcerned. "I'm acting in a personal capacity.
I'm a member of the evil Shadow faction. It's perfectly normal for Shadow faction members to do bad things. Besides, they're holding our country's lawful citizens hostage. Why aren't they afraid of causing a diplomatic incident?"
Bai Hu frowned, but realized Zhao had a point. In that case, he decided he'd go along with it.
"Alright, then I'll go with you." "That one do," Zhao waved him off.
"I'm going in a personal capacity, but you're part of the system. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to come."
Bai Hu thought it over. He had a point.
If his identity were exposed, it would indeed give the other side ammunition and cause trouble for the Huahan government. Those Westerners were always fabricating stories to smear Huahan. If he gave them even the slightest opening, they would undoubtedly portray themselves as completely innocent and shift all blame onto the Huahan government. So Bai Hu agreed to let Zhao go alone. After all, refusing wouldn't stop him anyway. Then, Bai Hu guided Zhao to the location of the Driss clan. It was located hundreds of kilometers away from the ancient castle, a massive fortress built on a vast, open plain. The castle's south diameter was likely close to 10 kilometers. Not only was it incredibly grand, but it also exuded an ancient aura of mana from every corner. This was the Driss clan, one of the 7 great families, and the legacy and prestige they took such pride in. Upon reaching the castle's outer perimeter, White Tiger activated his ability once more and, sure enough, detected the presence of Grandma Lin and Rain. They had been taken directly inside the castle. This infuriated White Tiger, so they weren't even bothering to put on a show anymore, were they? As for Zhao, needless to say, he told White Tiger to stay back and then set off alone toward the towering castle. Soon, he was spotted by the outer sentries. Immediately, a squad rushed out, surrounding him, and a man who appeared to be their leader began shouting at him. He expected the man to start babbling again, but to his surprise, the man began speaking in a multilingual loop, including fluent Mandarin. "Sir, this is private territory of the Driss clan. Please stop here." "Private territory?" Zhao asked. "Aren't you the local authorities for the awakened? Are you an awakened, sir?" The captain scanned Zhao from head to toe. "Yes." "Then you should go to your country's Awakened Affairs Agency. If you need our assistance, you can also visit the Awakened Affairs office in the city. This is the sacred private territory of the Driss clan and is not open to the public." After the other party finished speaking, Zhao shook his head and said, "That won't work. I was brought here against my will, so I have no choice but to resolve this here. Please watch your words." The captain's expression immediately darkened, and his tone grew harsh. "Your words amount to slander against the Driss clan. Whether it's slander or not, I'll find out once I go inside." Zhao smoothed out his suit, adjusted his sunglasses, and spoke with a matter-of-fact tone. "If I don't find the person, I'll apologize to you." He dethroned this outfit together at the last minute specifically to fit the profile of a professional bodyguard. He'd come to the Driss clan looking for trouble, intending to use the excuse of a bodyguard rescuing his employer. Of course, they weren't going to let him in that easily. With a single raised hand, the squad of armed men immediately raised their guns in unison, 30 black muzzles trained on Zhao. "How dare you! The sacred territory of the Driss clan is no place for a yellow-skinned pig like you to set foot." The squad leader's face was dark with fury, and his gaze toward Zhao betrayed undisguised loathing and contempt. "Leave immediately, and I might spare your life." Zhao shook his head, speaking to Mana in a flat tone. "Tsk, you lot really do act as if you're somehow superior. It's truly sickening. But you've got one thing wrong, I'm not here to ask for your permission. I'm just letting you know in advance what I'm about to do." With that, Zhao lifted his leg to continue walking forward. Arrogant yellow-skinned pig. The squad leader's face remained expressionless, for in his eyes, Zhao was already a dead man. He waved his hand, and his men pulled the triggers without hesitation. Gunfire erupted, and countless bullets rained down on Zhao. The squad leader flashed a cruel smile. They were using specialized ammunition designed for Awaken. Not only did it have greater penetrating power, but more importantly, once the bullets entered the body, they could suppress skills. But his smile quickly faded when he realized that every bullet fired by his men was hovering a meter away from Zhao, unable to advance a single inch. "AB rank awakened? Is it a spatial skill or telekinesis?" he muttered through gritted teeth, his expression darkening. "Oomph, just a measly B rank awakened, and you dare to act so brazenly?" But he quickly regained his arrogant demeanor. "You ignorant, lowly yellow-skinned pig, I'll show you what a true powerhouse looks like." As he spoke, a powerful surge of mana erupted from his body, far surpassing the B rank level, reaching that of an A rank awakened. But Zhao didn't even bother to glance at him. With a single raised hand, he unleashed a mana blast that pierced the sky, reducing him to dust. The mana blast even took a detour, blasting half the castle gate and half a tower into rubble along the way. The 30 team members surrounding Zhao were stunned. By the time they reacted and tried to flee, the shockwave generated by Zhao's stomp had already blown them away like tattered kites, sending them flying dozens of meters away, their fates unknown. Zhao's move had effectively stirred up a hornet's nest. In an instant, the alarm sounded throughout Driss Castle. Outside the castle, dozens of hidden weapon turrets materialized instantly, their barrels firmly locked onto Zhao. At the same time, over a dozen powerful bursts of awakened mana erupted from within the castle. With a few sharp whistles, several figures appeared in midair, looking down from above and scanning the area. Eventually, all their gazes settled on Zhao. They scanned the surroundings repeatedly. Upon confirming that Zhao was the only enemy present, they all wore expressions of disbelief, which quickly turned to intense fury. How could someone so reckless dare to challenge the dignity of the Driss clan all by himself? And right here in the Driss clan's stronghold, no less. What audacity! It was nothing short of an insult to the Driss clan. Chapter 66, The Driss clan has gone too far. Inside Driss Castle, in a secret underground chamber of the main keep.
For an underground chamber, its decor was surprisingly luxurious and comfortable, a far cry from the image of a typical castle dungeon. Fully equipped with all modern appliances and furniture, an uninformed observer might mistake it at first glance for a suite in a high-end hotel. At that moment, seated on a sofa in the center of the chamber were two figures, none other than Grandmother Lin and Rain, who had gone missing not long ago. Sitting across from them was none other than the young master of the Driss family, Sevian Driss, the very man who had once treated Torchdragon, the leader of the Shadow faction, like a dog. He was now addressing Grandma Lin and Rain, speaking eloquently with an air of noble superiority as he looked down upon them. Grandma Lin, I recall an ancient saying from your country of Huahan: those who recognize the times are the true heroes. As lowly yellow serfs, it is your supreme honor to serve the Driss clan. I advise you, do not be so foolish as to bring further sin upon yourself. Otherwise, not only will your own sins be impossible to atone for, but you will also drag your loved ones down with you into hell. If you have the sense to offer your lowly life to the Driss clan, I shall bestow glory upon you and shelter your loved ones under the Driss' radiance. As the words fell, Sevian maintained his elegant and noble demeanor, yet the gaze he cast upon Rain betrayed a faint hint of lechery. Ha ha ha, at this point, why bother putting on such a show? Great-grandmother Lin paid no heed to his convoluted nonsense, her sharp words tearing through his facade. You're just using my great-granddaughter's life to threaten an old woman like me, aren't you? You spout all these fancy words, yet your actions are so despicable. But then again, that fits perfectly with the impression I have of you lot. Great-grandmother, don't pay him any mind. Rain sat beside great-grandmother Lin, supporting her as she leaned against him. The look in his eyes as he faced Sevian held no fear, only utter contempt. You hypocritical scoundrel! If you have the guts, kill me. Don't even think about getting anything from us. A flash of murderous intent crossed Sevian's eyes as he said to great-grandmother Lin, Lady Lin, your closest kin is so reckless with her life, will you not try to dissuade her? Ha ha ha. Great-grandmother Lin's laughter carried mockery and contempt as she said to Sevian, what Yusin said is also this old woman's sentiment. We Lin family have always preferred to shatter like jade rather than be bent. I advise you not to harbor any delusions. Great-grandmother Lin, don't make me force the issue. Sevian's voice grew increasingly menacing. Ha ha ha. In all my years, I've tasted every kind of wine, but I've never been knocked off my feet. You, Sevian could hold back no longer. Just as he was about to explode, a loud alarm blared throughout Driss Castle. He froze in his tracks. This was the alarm signaling an enemy invasion of the family estate, an alarm that hadn't sounded in who knows how many years. Why had it been triggered today? Someone! Servian shouted urgently. Moments later, one of his men burst into the room and stood respectfully by his side. What's going on? Why was the alarm triggered? Reporting to you, young master, the subordinate immediately bowed and said, a young man from the kingdom of Huahan has arrived outside the castle. He claims to be a bodyguard, here to search for his employer whom we abducted. This answer took Sevian completely by surprise, leaving him frozen in place for several more seconds. A bodyguard? Here to search for his employer? Yes, young master. This young man injured the clan's outer guard. Right now, Judge Marcus is leading men to engage him outside the castle. He is alone? Yes, young master. For a moment, Sevian still couldn't believe it. What kind of reckless bodyguard would dare come to the Driss clan alone to demand the release of a hostage? That was downright suicidal. As he thought this, his gaze shifted to Rain and Grandmother Lin. Could this so-called bodyguard really have come here to find them? Meanwhile, outside Driss Castle. Ignorant commoners! The leader of the Driss warriors hovering in the sky spoke, you dare to challenge the dignity of the Driss clan all by yourself? Such a crime is enough to send you to hell to atone for your sins. I, Marcus the judge, will personally judge your crimes. The leader was already completely gray-haired, clad in a pure white robe that exuded an air of majesty and sanctity. Does defying you mean I'm going to hell? Zhao seemed completely unconcerned. I told you, I'm here to find my employer. If I can't find him, then I'll apologize to you. Looking for an employer? Marcus finally took a closer look at Zhao's attire and let out a cold laugh. "You're certainly dedicated to your duty, but unfortunately, you've gone about it the wrong way. No matter what your reason, it cannot excuse your crime." Marcus must have used some sort of technique, for his voice sounded as if amplified through a loudspeaker, carrying a powerful aura of mana. Zhao watched the 7 figures floating in the sky with growing impatience. He also found it tiring to keep looking up at them. So he flickered into the air, soaring even higher than they were, forcing them to look up at him instead. "Humph, ignorant brat, you're asking for death." Seeing that Zhao had also taken to the skies, Marcus remained unconcerned. At a wave of his hand, dozens of weapon turrets simultaneously spewed flames, and a torrent of ammunition rained down upon Zhao. The sound of violent explosions followed, continuing non-stop for several minutes. The area where Zhao was located was shrouded in thick smoke. Marcus then ordered a ceasefire. In his view, Zhao should have been reduced to a pile of debris by now. White Tiger, watching all this through binoculars from a distance, was speechless with astonishment and began to worry for Zhao. Although Zhao had always boasted about how strong he was, this was the enemy's stronghold, and they held all the geographical advantages. White Tiger began to feel a twinge of regret, thinking he should have risked his life to stop Zhao. But soon, his anxiety eased slightly. As the smoke gradually cleared, he spotted Zhao's figure within it. Marcus, who was even closer to Zhao, was naturally also shocked to discover that Zhao was still alive. Surprised? "Haven't you heard of the smoke means no harm rule?" Zhao's mocking voice drifted out of the fog. "Smoke means no harm?" Marcus mulled over those 4 words, wondering if this was the opponent's ability. As long as the smoke remained, could he transfer or ignore damage? Zhao, of course, had no idea Marcus was overthinking things. Once the smoke cleared, he spoke up, "You've already made your move. Now it's my turn." But before he could finish, Marcus struck first. Spear of Judgment. Marcus roared, clenched his right hand in the air, then swung it downward. A massive beam of light instantly materialized above Zhao's head, its tip locked onto him as it plummeted at breakneck speed. Zhao looked up, but instead of dodging or blocking, he simply raised a finger. A magic-piercing light cannon shot skyward, shattering the gigantic beam over a meter thick and dozens of meters long into pieces. But at that very moment, the remaining 6 Driss clan warriors struck simultaneously. They flickered into position beside Zhao, surrounding him completely, then fired several beams of light shackles in unison, binding Zhao tightly. The others raised their light battle axes and swung them down toward Zhao's head. Zhao, however, unleashed a burst of mana, shattering the shackles binding him while simultaneously sending the 6 of them flying backward. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, his figure tracing an arc through the air as he brought his hand down in a slashing strike. The heads of the 6 men flew off simultaneously, blood gushing from the severed necks. Seeing Zhao instantly slaughter his 6 subordinates, Marcus's eyes widened with fury, and he roared, "Sinner! How dare you commit such an unspeakable crime?" As he spoke, a blinding light erupted from his body, then gradually gathered behind him, coalescing into a massive sacred rune. The sacred rune radiated waves of light, making Marcus appear supremely divine. Zhao narrowed his eyes, teleported in front of Marcus, and sent him flying with a single slap, sending him plummeting toward Driss Castle. Marcus's body crashed onto the castle grounds like a meteor. The immense momentum caused him to plow a massive trench, smashing countless houses in his path. By the time he finally came to a stop, he had already lost consciousness. His face was swollen like a pig's head, bearing a vivid red handprint. Zhao had no intention of giving his opponent a chance to recover. He immediately unleashed a massive blast attack. The mana blast struck the unconscious Marcus squarely. A deafening explosion echoed, shaking the entire Driss castle to its core, causing it to tremble for a long time. All that remained at the site of the explosion was a massive crater. At that moment, Servian was standing by a window in a high tower, and he witnessed the entire sequence, Marcus being sent flying by Zhao's single slap, then blown to smithereens. He stared wide-eyed at Zhao in the sky, with only one thought running through his mind. Where the hell did they hire such a badass bodyguard? Chapter 67, Zhao's Professional Ethics. Even Marcus, a judgment bearer with apostle stage strength,
was killed so easily? Servian's voice trembled slightly. Could it be a king stage powerhouse? He closed his eyes, unable to bring himself to open them for a long time, hoping what he'd seen was an illusion. How could something as absurd as a king stage powerhouse serving as a bodyguard even happen? This was simply too ridiculous. Which security firm was so damn impressive? But the deafening alarm ringing in his ears once again cruelly dragged him back to reality. Yet he knew that even if the alarm shattered the sky, it would be useless. There were currently no king stage or higher ranked powerhouses stationed within the family. The clan's strongest forces had all been taken to Europe by the clan head to attend the joint conference of the 7 great families. This conference is held only once every 10 years. Though called a conference, it is in reality a brutal contest between the 7 great families, determining their rankings and the allocation of resources each family will receive over the next decade. Therefore, this conference is of the utmost importance. It directly impacts the clan's development for the next 10 years. At the last conference, the Driss family secured only the second to last position, so they are placing even greater importance on this year's gathering. They've left only a small enforcement squad to guard the Driss castle headquarters, taking nearly all their other powerful members with them. And now, Marcus, the strongest guardian left at headquarters, has met his maker. Even if they sent for help immediately, it would be far too late for their own king stage experts to return in time. As for hoping for help from the other 7 major families, that was nothing short of a pipe dream. The 7 families all knew full well the unwritten rule: when one family is in trouble, the other 6 stand by and watch. Not kicking them while they're down or taking advantage of their misfortune was already the best case scenario. And especially in times like these, they would be only too happy to see the Driss family destroyed so they could divide up their territory and resources. Servian could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that something so absurd could actually happen. The family headquarters, which hadn't faced an external invasion in centuries, had been attacked by a single king stage at the very moment its defenses were at their weakest. But having been raised under the family's meticulous education and training, he quickly suppressed the panic within him and ordered the butler, "Send an urgent message to father immediately and explain the situation. If possible, please dispatch at least 2 king stage fighters to rush to the headquarters' aid." "Yes, young master," the butler, dressed in exquisite Oran attire, replied with a nod. But in truth, Servian didn't hold much hope that the clan's elite fighters would arrive in time. He ordered the castle's protective shield and all automated turrets to be deactivated. No defensive forces were to make a single move. "Young master, are you planning to?" The elderly butler looked at him in confusion after receiving Servian's orders. Abandoning their defenses, could it be that the young master intended to bow to the enemy, allowing the Driss family's centuries-old glory to be trampled underfoot? At present, father and the clan's elite forces are all deployed elsewhere, leaving our headquarters vulnerable. If we provoke them further, the Driss legacy spanning hundreds of years, the noble glory and honor passed down through generations, will likely be utterly destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, Servian soared into the air alone, heading straight toward Zhao. To avoid giving Zhao the wrong impression, he deliberately flew very slowly. After eliminating Marcus, Zhao waited in the sky for quite some time, yet saw no sign of the Driss clan's next move. Even the protective shield and the weapon turrets had vanished without a trace. The entire Driss castle now appeared completely defenseless. Then Zhao saw a young man with golden hair and elegant attire flying toward him. The man stopped a few meters away, gave him a slight bow, and began to introduce himself. "Your Excellency, I am Servian Driss, the 3rd son of the current head of the Driss clan and the heir apparent." Zhao found this sudden change in Servian's attitude rather amusing. "So now you're calling me Your Excellency instead of yellow-skinned pig?" Zhao sneered. "Please forgive my subordinates for their offense toward you." As he spoke, Servian actually bowed to Zhao once more, lowering himself to an extremely humble posture. "I must say, you people are truly pragmatic. At first, even a security captain could insult me, but now that you realize I'm not someone to be trifled with, even the heir is here bowing and apologizing to me." Faced with Zhao's sarcasm, Servian's expression remained impassive. In this world, might makes right. The survival of the fittest is the truth of existence. Without this premise, all talk of respect, justice, and fairness is mere empty rhetoric. Servian said impassively, "With your formidable strength, it is only natural that you command the respect of the Driss clan.
But may I ask if there is anything the Driss clan can do to be of service to you?
I've already said it, I'm here to find my employer, Zhao said with a shrug. Seeing that Zhao was sticking to this line, Scythian nearly lost his composure.
He struggled to keep his expression from cracking as he asked Zhao, a powerhouse like you is really a bodyguard?
Zhao looked completely unperturbed.
Of course. What's wrong with being a bodyguard? Even the strongest need to eat. While Scythian was momentarily at a loss for words.
After a long pause, he continued, all right, then.
How are you so certain your employer is here at the Driss clan? That's none of your concern. I have my own ways.
Zhao looked stern and dignified. I take my professional ethics very seriously.
Once I've been paid, I absolutely guarantee my employer's safety.
So, are you saying you're determined to storm the Driss residence today?
Servian's tough exterior belied his inner fear. Aren't you afraid that your reckless actions might actually bring about your employer's death?
Oh, that's easy to handle. Zhao wore a smirk. My contract with my employer clearly states that if I fail to ensure their safety, I must avenge them by killing their enemy's entire family. As I said before, I'm a man of the highest professional ethics. When I say I'll kill the entire family, I mean it.
With that, Zhao unleashed another mana blast.
This sudden attack sent a cold sweat running down Servian's back. Fortunately, the mana blast did not strike the castle itself, but landed in an open field a kilometer away.
Then came an explosion even more violent than the last.
The raging storm and shockwave were so intense that even Servian, a kilometer away, could feel the terrifying pressure. After the storm subsided, a terrifying, bottomless crater appeared in the distance. Now he was absolutely certain, this madman claiming to be a bodyguard was undoubtedly a bona fide king stage. But what was even more critical was that he couldn't fathom what the man's abilities were. That tiny orb of light possessed such terrifying destructive power. He could fly, was incredibly fast, possessed formidable close combat skills, and also had terrifying long-range attack capabilities. He could barely resist asking which security firm the man worked for and how much it would cost to hire him. He wanted a bodyguard like that too. Of course, he didn't believe Zhao's claim that he was just a bodyguard, but he really couldn't figure out the man's true background.